Xia Yan, a system host who had just completed an SSS-level mission, thought he could enjoy a luxurious vacation, but was kicked into the doomsday world by the system. I was also assigned a weird task, running a hotel in a zombie apocalypse. Yes, it was a zombie apocalypse with natural and man-made disasters everywhere. The system called it, "This is a vacation task for you." Xia Yan looked at the shabby hotel in front of him and was speechless. There were only 2 single rooms and 1 double room in the hotel. The sheets were yellow and the floor was black. Even the zombies outside the door were cleaner than this hotel. What's even more outrageous is that the previous owner cleared out all the points and left her with a mess. How can this be called a vacation? I'm here to be a cleaning lady. Xia Yan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Fortunately, the system was kind enough to give him all. Xia Yan waved his hand and used the points left by the previous store owner to buy a lunch machine and a water dispenser to solve his own food and clothing problems. After eating the cumin duck leg fried rice, he instantly regained his vitality. This taste is amazing. After eating and drinking, she lay in the rocking chair to bask in the sun, watching a group of zombies outside the door drooling at her fried rice. Xia Yan began to think about how to upgrade the hotel. The upgrade requirement was 500 points, which was a bit difficult, but she was not afraid. Here comes the chance. A girl named Feng Bei was being chased by zombies and rushed into the hotel in a panic. Xia Yan suddenly had an idea. Not only did she let Feng Bei stay, she also found a business opportunity to make money, selling box lunches. Customers could use crystal cores to exchange for points and buy meals from her. This trick really worked. Feng Bei ate voraciously and also helped Xia Yan promote the food, attracting many customers. As more and more customers came, Xia Yan's business became more and more prosperous. There was a team led by Chi Hua and all kinds of strange people. Not only did she run the hotel successfully, she also taught those bad guys a lesson. Like Feng Tianxi, who wants to cause trouble in the store and waste food, Xia Yan will not tolerate him. He will directly throw him into the pile of level 5 zombies to let him know why the flowers are so red. In the process of running the hotel, Xia Yan encountered many interesting things. She won the first-class cleaning worker, Xiao Xiong, in the lottery. Although Xiao Xiong looked cute, he was very serious about his work and cleaned the hotel very well. She also discovered various strange settings of the system, such as the conflict between high-level gift packages and the turntable, but this did not pose a problem for her. After some operations, she not only gained a lot of benefits, but also successfully upgraded the hotel. The upgraded hotel is even more impressive, with more rooms, more complete facilities, and even a buffet restaurant. The restaurant had a wide variety of food, including all kinds of meat, vegetables, fruits, drinks, and beer. The guests were very satisfied with the food and admired Xia Yan very much. As for Xia Yan, she spent the first day basking in the sun, watching TV, eating delicious food, and earning points. Her life was so carefree. In this doomsday world, others were struggling to survive, but she was lying among the zombies and winning. She was simply a winner in life. Chapter 3. There are guests. It was almost noon the next day when Xia Yan woke up from the soft big bed. She had a really comfortable sleep. She jumped out of the bed and bought a toothbrush, toothpaste, and towel in the mall, spending a total of 30 points. Her current store level is not high enough, and she can only enjoy free toothpaste and toothbrush when she reaches level 2. It seems that she still needs to upgrade first. When she walked in the hall, the cleaner Xiong Xiong was still standing there, waiting for her instructions. Xia Yan asked her to fold the quilts in the bedroom and tidy up the rooms. She didn't expect that she could hand over the things she didn't do herself to such a little assistant, which was really labor-saving and efficient. Xia Yan opened the door in a good mood. The sun was shining brightly outside. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, she walked to the catering machine and saw that there were only a few kinds of food on it, but none of them suited her appetite in the morning. She decided to order another breakfast machine in the mall. After waiting for a while, the breakfast machine arrived. There were 5 breakfast items on it: fresh meat dumplings, egg pancakes, sauce-flavored pancakes, and steamed dumplings. Although there was no soy milk or porridge, she still chose fresh meat dumplings. About 15 seconds later, the hot steamed dumplings came out of the delivery port. While drinking hot water, she couldn't wait to pick up a small bun. When she bit into it, the delicious gravy burst in her mouth. The pork was tender and juicy, and the dough was full of gravy. It was very delicious. Soon, she finished a basket of buns. Xia Yan touched her stomach and burped contentedly. After finishing her meal, she prepared to digest the food and supervise the work. In room 101, Xiong was wiping the floor, and it looked like he was struggling to mop the floor. Xia Yan was a little curious about where he found the mop. While Xiong was mopping the floor, the water in the bucket became a little dirty, so he finally rinsed the mop and picked up the bucket to dump it out. Xia Yan made way for Xiong and saw that Xiong was trying to walk carefully, fearing that the water would spill out. He walked to the end and entered a small room with a broom and a rag. She realized that this should be a utility room. Xiong poured the water into the sink, refilled it with clean water, and continued cleaning. She suddenly noticed that the water flow in the utility room seemed to be stronger than the water flow in her room. Xia Yan turned on the faucet, and the sound of the water flow was very loud. She turned off the faucet and returned to the cashier to sit down. Sitting there, she felt a little empty-headed and opened the drawer to find something to play with. The cash register had obviously not been touched for a long time, and it was full of cobwebs and thick dust. After not finding anything interesting, she seemed a little impatient. At this time, Xiong finished cleaning room 101 and returned to the hall with a mop bucket. He began to mop the floor over and over again until the floor was so clean that he could see his own reflection. Then he put on rubber gloves and started to clean the glass with a basin of water. Xia Yan originally planned to replace the glass after the upgrade and stop cleaning it, but he didn't expect Xiong to be so diligent and actually clean the glass to a sparkling shine. Seeing the sunlight coming in through the window, Xia Yan smiled, with a satisfied look on her face. Looking out from the inside of her shop, the windows were bright and the entire store looked clean and tidy. In just one morning, the shop went from being dirty and messy to being clean and tidy. The floor was shiny, the quilts in the bedroom were neatly laid out, and the windows in the 3 rooms and the living room also became bright. At noon, Xia Yan ordered a bowl of fish-flavored shredded pork rice from the lunch machine. Just as she was about to enjoy it, a group of zombies suddenly appeared at the end of the street. She squinted her eyes and saw clearly that the one running in front of the zombies was a young girl who looked very panicked and ran desperately. Xia Yan picked up a piece of shredded pork with chopsticks. The sour and sweet taste was just right for her. She continued to pay attention to the situation outside while eating. At this time, the zombies had begun to gather towards her shop. Feng Bei felt that she might die on the street. She acted with her strongest partner Li Chong, but because of provocation, she ran out alone to find supplies. Unexpectedly, she was trapped in a group of zombies as soon as she came out. She was level 2 and still very young, and she couldn't handle these zombies at all. She was extremely anxious and looked for a place to take shelter. Just then, she saw the door of the small shop opposite was open, and a girl was sitting inside, eating leisurely. Seeing hope, Feng Bei hurriedly took out the firework tube, blew it up, and the firework rushed into the sky, exploding a purple cloud. The sound of the fireworks attracted nearby zombies, who rushed towards the store angrily. Feng Bei tried his best and cried with tears in his eyes, "Save me, please." The girl sitting at the table finally looked up, leisurely took out a tissue, and wiped her mouth, looking completely unmoved. Feng Bei was so angry that he almost exploded and shouted angrily, "Are you gonna die? You. Chapter for their lunchboxes? What are you talking about? You're making so much noise." Xia Yan pinched his earlobe lightly, rolled his eyes, and said lazily, "Don't close the door. The zombies can't get in." "How is this possible? Are you still living in a fairy tale? Don't drag me down with you even if you want to die." Feng Bei thought that the girl in front of him was crazy. Zombies won't ask who you are. Waiting for death with the door wide open is simply inviting zombies to your door. Don't worry, you won't die in my shop. Xiong, open the door. Xia Yan commanded with a relaxed look on his face. After receiving the order, Xiong slowly walked to the door. Feng Bei watched in panic, feeling like a trapped prey, watching the big Xiong preparing to pull the door open. She struggled desperately, but she couldn't escape at all and could only watch Xiong open the door. She closed her eyes, desperately waiting for the zombies to rush in. The zombies outside the door would definitely take the opportunity to come in and bite her to death. A heavy creaking sound was heard, and the glass door was slowly pushed open. Feng Bei could feel the stench coming towards her, but she waited for a long time, but the zombies did not rush in as expected. Instead, they just stood outside the door, swaying aimlessly. Is this your special ability?" Feng Bei was so frightened that his whole body became stiff. He took a few steps back, his face pale. After the apocalypse, many people who survived gained superpowers, and all kinds of strange abilities were innumerable. Feng Bei found it unbelievable that the girl in front of him could do this. What kind of superpower is this? She finally couldn't help asking. Xia Yan tilted her head, as if thinking, superpower? Does running a hotel count? Feng Bai was dumbfounded. What kind of supernatural power was this? She looked around and fixed her eyes on the three machines in the corner. She jumped up in surprise. This. Is there anything else to eat? Xia Yan nodded. It's edible. How to buy it? How to buy it? Feng Bei almost stuck to the machine, eager to know how to buy food. She really couldn't help it. She didn't know how long she hadn't eaten a normal meal. She ate compressed biscuits, soaked in water, every day, and was almost sick of it. Xia Yan was stunned for a moment before she realized that she was the store owner and did not need points to buy things. So she opened the mall interface and found the machine that combined payment and exchange. Among a bunch of options, she turned to the last page, found the free version, and checked it, then pretended to bend down and put the bulky cash register on the table. Do you have a crystal core? Xia Yan asked. Feng Bei took out a first-level crystal core from her pocket, feeling a little uneasy. These meals seemed very expensive. Could a first-level crystal core buy them? She asked with an unwilling look. Can a first-level crystal core be bought? Xia Yan smiled and said, put the crystal core into the small entrance of the machine and try it. Feng Bei did as she was told, put the crystal core into the machine, and waited with bated breath. A line of words quickly appeared on the screen. Level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points. Do you want to exchange it? She excitedly pressed yes. The machine then spit out a card. Feng Bei picked up the card and looked at it. It was similar to the supermarket points card before the doomsday. Xia Yan walked to the cashier counter and was also curious about the prices of these foods. Feng Bei then ordered a barbecue rice on a lunch machine, and the screen showed, need to pay 15 points, please swipe the card. Feng Bei couldn't believe her eyes and almost fainted. She swiped her card in shock. In a few seconds, a box of lunch was pushed out. Wow, it's amazing. Feng Bei almost cried and couldn't wait to open the lunchbox. The golden roast meat was covered with thick sauce, with bright shredded potatoes and fresh lettuce next to it, and soft rice underneath, which was simply mouth-watering. She desperately picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and stuffed it into her mouth. Instantly, she felt so happy that she felt like she had experienced the beauty of the world again. The long-lost delicious food almost made her cry. Xia Yan looked at the 15 points deposited into his account, and the business of his shop finally started to pick up. Seeing Feng Bei eating so happily, he began to wonder if he could become a full-time lunch seller. Besides, there were only 2 single rooms available for rent, each room costing 20 points, and it was unknown how long it would take to accumulate 500 points. If the lunch machine and breakfast machine are used at the same time, the upgrade should not be far away. Thinking of this, Xia Yan was secretly happy. Looking at Feng Bei's satisfied look, she thought to herself that she was a walking advertisement on the road. However, just as she was about to pour a glass of water for Feng Bei, she discovered that only she could drink the water in the water dispenser for free, while others had to pay 1 point. Xiao Yan, you are actually a profiteer. Xia Yan smiled secretly, thinking that this model was quite interesting, which could make money and have some fun for herself. Out of friendliness, she reminded, there's also a water dispenser here, which only costs 1 point. Feng Bei bit her lunchbox, nodding as she ate like a little hamster. She walked to the water dispenser and got a glass of water. Seeing the clear water flowing, she was about to cry. In the post-apocalyptic world, food and water shortages have become the norm, and the water in major bases needs to be purified before it can be distributed. People with water-related abilities are highly valued, but there are very few people who can purify water, and the daily allocation is limited. Many people can only drink low-pollution water, and the pollution value accumulated in their bodies slowly increases, and they eventually turn into zombies. There is no way to avoid this. I didn't expect the water here to be so cheap. Feng Bei took the second glass of water, lowered his eyes, and his thoughts were in a mess. Guest, would you like to stay here tonight? Xia Yan suddenly asked, his voice calm but with a hint of teasing. Feng Bei was startled, her heart almost jumping out her chest. She looked flustered, afraid that her thoughts would be seen through. Sure, how much would it cost? Xia Yan tapped on the table a few times and said nonchalantly, 20 points per night. Want to stay? Feng Bei looked at Xia Yan's smile and felt that she was completely seen through. She nodded guiltily. Xia Yan smiled secretly in her heart. It seemed that with another big customer, the business of the store would gradually improve. Chapter 5. Come to the hotel quickly. Feng Bei was extremely anxious. She didn't know when her teammates would arrive, and the zombies were still surrounding her. With her second-level binding ability, she was afraid she couldn't escape, and she had to continue to explore the situation here. Thinking about this, she nodded and handed the card to Xia Yan. "Thank you, little sister. I'll stay here for one night and wait for the team to pick me up." After swiping the card, Xia Yan handed her the key to room 101. The room is at the back. It's the one with 101 written on the door. Feng Bei took the key, looked at the situation outside, and decided to stay in the room for a while. She was exhausted, and after entering room 101, she felt that the decoration of the room was somewhat familiar to her, which was similar to that in the base. The bed was shabby, and the yellowed quilt looked worn out, but the floor was clean. In today's environment, having a bed was good enough, but as for brand new bedding, how could I expect such a luxury? Feng Bei thought about this and gradually fell asleep. Xia Yan moved a rocking chair to the door and lay down comfortably. Although the screams of zombies not far away were uncomfortable, she felt like she was on vacation. The store welcomed her first customer, who successfully earned 37 points. According to the system regulations, customers recharge points, but as long as there was no actual consumption, these points could not be counted as sales. After seeing this, Xia Yan almost couldn't help cursing out loud. What a ripoff. It was sunny outside, but she had nothing. She opened them all and wanted to buy a beverage machine, but a warning popped up. Note, you can buy up to 3 machines at level 1. Current quantity, 3/3. Xia Yan closed her eyes helplessly and decided to take a nap. Before going to bed, she suddenly remembered. Xiong Xiong, come and protect me. No one with superpowers is allowed to get close. She turned on the store's built-in defense system, set the initial safety mode, added an option to prohibit threats to the owner's life, and warned violators that they would be expelled and blacklisted. "Okay, I'm going to sleep." Xia Yan gently closed his eyes. "Captain, it's been so long. Feng Bei has been eaten by zombies a long time ago. Should we still go look for her?" "It's getting dark." Wang Shuwei stamped her feet angrily, looking at the captain in front of her with dissatisfaction. Ever since seeing the purple distress signal sent out by Feng Bei, the captain became nervous and immediately led the team to count the number of people. After discovering that Feng Bei was missing, the captain's face turned ugly, and he asked them where Feng Bei had gone. After learning that Feng Bei had gone out alone to look for supplies, the captain's face became even more embarrassed, and he ordered everyone to go out to rescue her. But a long time had passed since the distress signal was sent out, and they didn't even know where Feng Bei was. They didn't dare to shout her name loudly, and the atmosphere in the team became more and more tense. Wang Shuwei looked at Li Chong on the side and saw that she was looking for someone seriously, and she couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. "Li Chong, do you think Feng Bei is still alive?" Wang Shuwei asked in a low voice. Li Chong did not respond, and continued to search without taking her eyes off the target. Wang Shuwei cursed inwardly, thinking that Li Chong was being too pretentious. But she still didn't want to have a conflict with Li Chong, so she returned to her original position awkwardly. "Let's go to that street and have a look," Captain Chi Hua said solemnly, pointing to the street ahead. When they walked into that street, they found that there were many more zombies here than in other places. Chi Hua signaled everyone to keep quiet. Suddenly, Wang Shuwei screamed loudly. "Zombies are coming from behind. Run!" The team was startled, and it was too late for Chi Hua to stop them. The zombies in front heard the noise and turned back to rush over. The team was sandwiched between the two groups of zombies, forming a sandwich. "Be on guard," Chi Hua shouted. Xia Yan was awakened by the sound of fighting. She opened her eyes and saw the streets were surrounded by layers of zombies, with different colors of superpowers bursting out in the middle, and zombies kept falling down. "Oh, it looks like another group of people are surrounded." She secretly hoped that they could escape, thinking that their superpowers should be strong enough to break through the zombie siege, so that she could gain points again. While she was thinking about this, Feng Bei rubbed her eyes and ran out of room 101, looking panicked. It was rare for her to sleep so soundly, but she fell asleep without any precautions. She wondered if the owner had used some supernatural power again. Feng Bei looked at Xia Yan cautiously. At this moment, someone in the zombie circle suddenly shouted, "Captain, there's a gap over there." "Okay, run out through the gap." Feng Bei heard the voice and immediately rushed out excitedly. "Captain Chi Hua, I'm here." The team members were surprised and angry when they heard Feng Bei shout. "Boss, those people in the zombie circle are my teammates. Can you go and save them? Please." Feng Bei put his hands together, his eyes full of begging. Xia Yan looked at her and said coldly, "What's wrong with your brain? You don't go to save your teammates, but rely on a stranger like me." Feng Bei was speechless for a moment. She hesitated for a moment before whispering, "My power is too weak." "You are very powerful. Don't worry, I will definitely give you crystal cores after saving them." "Lots of crystal cores." Xia Yan rolled her eyes and kicked Feng Bei out the door. "Since you know you are weak, why don't you make any progress? You only know how to rely on others." "Am I your mother?" Feng Bei hurriedly grabbed the door frame to avoid falling, pursed her lips tightly, and dared not speak anymore, feeling uneasy. There were so many zombies over there. She would just be looking for death if she went there. Xia Yan looked at her like this, snorted coldly, and thought to himself, "I hate people who use moral blackmail the most." But considering the points that are about to be obtained, he decided not to throw her into the zombie pile for the time being. Suddenly, a few people ran out of the zombie circle. When they saw Feng Bei, their eyes lit up and they ran towards her frantically. Feng Bei hurriedly shouted, "Come here. This small shop can hide from zombies." Not long after, several people ran into the store panting, and almost without catching their breath, they hurried to close the door. Feng Bei looked back at Xia Yan and saw her frowning slightly. His heart skipped a beat, and he hurried forward to stop her. "No need to close the door. The zombies can't get in." "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know? It was because of you that we were almost eaten by zombies." Wang Shuawei was so angry that her nose was crooked, and she went up and pushed Feng Bei hard. Feng Bei always had a hot temper. Seeing Wang Shuawei push him like this, he was so angry that he pushed her back directly. "You are sick. If it weren't for you, why would I run out by myself? You want to fight, right? Come on." The two of them were arguing more and more fiercely. Seeing that the argument was getting bigger and bigger, Chihua finally couldn't help but speak out to stop them. "What time is it? Still making trouble. Stop it." He roared, and the two stopped fighting and glared at each other, and the atmosphere became extremely awkward. Xia Yan coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention. "Welcome to the Holiday Hotel. Do you need to check in?" Chapter 6. It's okay to crowd hotel. At this time, there are still people running hotels? This can't be a new scam. The other members of the team had different expressions, and for a moment they were unsure of how genuine the smiling Xia Yan was. Feng Bei, on the other hand, seemed to be back at home, with a smug smile, and pushed open the glass door when no one was paying attention, immediately causing a burst of exclamations. "Don't be afraid. The zombies can't see us," Feng Bei said loudly with a smug expression on his face, paying special attention to Wang Shuawei's reaction. Sure enough, although the zombies outside surrounded them in layers, they still shook their heads and ignored their existence. Even though Feng Bei's voice was so loud, they still did not respond. What kind of superpower is this?" Li Chong looked at it in disbelief and was about to walk out, but Chi Hua grabbed her arm. Chi Hua looked at Xia Yan cautiously, his eyes sharp. He didn't understand how this person dared to open a hotel in the midst of zombies and still look so calm. "Captain, let's stay here today. I have booked a room. Although it's a bit small, it's very safe." Feng Bei walked to Chi Hua, his eyes full of stars, as if he was presenting a treasure. Feng Bei had unknowingly become the store's promoter and was extremely enthusiastic. Xia Yan nodded silently in her heart. If there were a few more people like him, she would really be able to save a lot of effort. "Have you stayed here before?" Chi Hua asked. "Yeah, I took a nap at noon, and it was very comfortable." Feng Bei answered exaggeratedly, but in fact she did sleep very well. "By the way, there is food in the store. I had barbecue rice for lunch. It was super delicious." "Captain Chi Hua, I'll treat you." Feng Bei grabbed Chi Hua's arm and dragged him to the lunch machine. "What do you want to eat?" "Fish-flavored shredded pork rice." Feng Bei's voice was full of excitement. Seeing the doubtful look on Chi Hua's face, she became even more excited. She thought to herself, this is really the moment to show off her skills. Can I win Chi Hua's favor with this lunchbox? What can Wang Shuawei and the others compete with her for? Feng Bei glanced at Wang Shuawei arrogantly, and seeing that her face was almost red with anger, she couldn't help feeling smug in her heart. In addition to the spicy and sour potato shreds, she ordered several other kinds of food, spending a total of 61 points, leaving only 2 points left on the card. She thought about getting a few more crystal cores from her father when she got back, exchanging them all for points, and buying whatever she wanted to eat. Soon after, several boxes of lunch came out of the machine. Feng Bei proudly distributed the lunch boxes to everyone and said to Wang Shuawei with a smile, "Sorry, Shuawei, I don't have any points on my card, so I can't buy it. You'll have to go hungry tonight." Wang Shuawei looked at the lunchbox in her hand. Her face was embarrassed, Her eyes were almost red, and she almost cried. She had always thought Feng Bei was joking. How could she buy lunch boxes after such a long time in the apocalypse? But what she saw was really a box lunch. The aroma of fish-flavored pork shreds, roasted meat, duck legs, and Yangzhou fried rice lingered in her nose. That was meat and white rice. Just smelling it made her drool. Xia Yan spoke at the right time. Guest, you only need one level 1 crystal core to exchange for 100 points, which can be used for accommodation and lunch. Upon hearing the news, Wang Shuiwei was delighted. She immediately took out a handful of crystal cores from her pocket, wiped away her tears, and specially selected a second-level crystal core and handed it to Xia Yan. The second-level crystal core can be exchanged for 500 points. Xia Yan helped her exchange it for a card, but did not intend to teach them how to use the machine. After all, Feng Bei had already demonstrated it. Do the others need to redeem their points? Qihua also recharged 100 points, and the other two also recharged 100 points each. Xia Yan shrugged, thinking that these points would go into her pocket sooner or later. Do the guests need to check in? Xia Yan asked. Everyone turned their eyes to Qihua. He was the captain. Everyone depended on him. Although everyone wanted to rest here for a night, and there were so many zombies outside, going out would be a way to death, but Qihua still thought about it carefully for a long time. Finally, Qihua nodded. How many points do you need? A single room requires 20 points, and there is only one left. Xia Yan said calmly. Only one? Why is this store so small? Feng Bei had been holding back his anger for a long time, and finally had a chance to vent. Her teammates came and straightened their backs. Xia Yan glanced at her coldly. You are so young. If you dislike it, please leave. Qihua pulled Feng Bei behind him, his face serious. Boss, since we're doing business, it's better to make money through harmony, right? I want another room, 20 points, right? As he said that, he prepared to swipe the card. Xia Yan crossed his arms and sneered. Wait a minute, I can rent you another single room, but this is a single room and only one person can live in it. As soon as the words fell, the team immediately started to make noise. No way, only one person can live here? Then where are the other 3 of us going to live? Yeah, you can't let us live outside. Xia Yan was not impatient and let them discuss to their heart's content. Qihua was a little impatient when he saw her indifferent, but he knew there was no place to hide from the zombies around, so he could only suppress his impatience and discuss again. Boss, please be flexible. As you know, zombies are most active at night. With their abilities, going out would be a death sentence. Seeing the person who had the final say speak again, Xia Yan finally raised his head and said, You can stay here. You can arrange the 2 single rooms as you like. The other 3 people will be charged according to the price. Someone wanted to refute, but Xia Yan stopped him with his hand. Don't rush to speak. As you can see, my shop is absolutely safe. No zombies can get in. I only charge 20 points per person. You won't get this price anywhere in the world. Cheap is not for nothing. What we sell is not beds, but safety. Besides, who says that single rooms can't be shared? It's already this time, and you still want a room for each person? Are you still thinking it's a peaceful time? After hearing this, everyone suddenly quieted down. Qihua nodded, and finally everyone stepped forward to pay the points. Xia Yan handed the key to room 102 to Qihua and resumed her smile. My shop doesn't have a bathroom for now, so it's best to go out and take care of it before nightfall. The area within 1 meter around the shop is a safe area. Everyone looked at each other, but they still went out honestly. Just like Xia Yan said, as long as they were no more than 1 meter away, the zombies couldn't see them at all. Several people were shocked and felt that this little shop was more and more mysterious. After returning, Qihua arranged 1 room for the boys and 1 for the girls. Seeing that Xia Yan had no intention of giving them bedding, he directly asked Wang Shuiwei to take out 3 single-person tents from the space. This kind of necessary equipment was always ready. Night fell quickly. Xia Yan, who was sitting behind the cashier counter, stood up, locked the door, and returned to his room. Xiong was assigned to the lobby to guard the machines and the gate. After washing up, Xia Yan remembered that she had forgotten to install the surveillance camera. She turned on the screen to check the store sales and found that she had received 193 points today. Member, Feng Bei, 98/100. Member, Li Chong, 20/100. Member, Wang Shuiwei, 35/500. Member, Qihua, 20/100. Member, Wang, 20/100. Chapter 7 Level 2 Upgrade. It was another peaceful night. Xia Yan lazily hugged the soft quilt and stayed in bed for a while before she stretched and opened the curtains. Then, She went to the bathroom to get water to brush her teeth and wash her face. Half an hour later, she appeared in the hall. "Good morning, guests. How did you sleep last night?" She greeted warmly. "Good morning, boss. I slept well." Chihua smiled and nodded. In the hall, the team members were sitting on the floor eating breakfast. Xia Yan glanced over and found that all the types in the breakfast machine were bought in duplicate. Received 84 points in the morning. What a wonderful day. She greeted everyone warmly and walked to the door to open it. The team members who were eating turned around when they heard the sound. The zombies that filled the streets last night were probably attracted by other noises, and now only a few were left. Xia Yan ordered Xiong to clean up, and she went to the breakfast machine and ordered a portion of steamed dumplings. With a ding-dong sound, the lunchbox was pushed out. She took it and walked to the cashier, then slowly ate it. The sun shone through the window, the breeze blew gently, and the whole house was filled with the aroma of food. The team members felt dizzy, as if they were dreaming. When could they be so leisurely? No need to worry about being surrounded by zombies. They could sleep so safely and eat so well. Woo-woo-woo. They really didn't want to leave. Chihua saw everyone's eagerness to stay here, and he was a little hesitant. Although they came here to find supplies, and their families were waiting for them to bring food back at the base, how could they stay here for too long? He couldn't help but ask, "Boss, I want to ask, can I take the boxed lunches in the store away?" "Take out?" Xia Yan was stunned for a moment and began to query the system. "You can take out. The lunch machine can produce up to 20 lunchboxes with a shelf life of 1 day. The breakfast machine can produce up to 30 lunchboxes with a shelf life of 1 day. You can take it away, but you can only take 15, and each box will cost 5 more points." Xia Yan replied indifferently. Chihua was delighted. He didn't expect that he could really take it away. Although he had to pay 5 extra points, it was better than nothing. He immediately took action. "No problem. We will buy it. But it only has a shelf life of 1 day." Xia Yan reminded. "It doesn't matter. We have a space where time is suspended." Chihua responded with a smile, appearing very confident. Xia Yan didn't plan to say anything more and nodded perfunctorily. After a few people discussed, Chihua took out a second-level crystal core from his pocket and asked Xia Yan to recharge it. The others quickly finished the food in their hands and ran to the lunch machine to calculate the price by looking at the pictures on the menu. After several rounds of discussion, they decided to order 3 of each of the 5 lunchboxes in the lunch machine, plus 15 from the breakfast machine. After paying for all, they also paid an additional 150 points for the handling fee. Xia Yan looked at the order and smiled. Just the 2 machines earned 333 points. At this time, the system message came, and Xia Yan couldn't help but smile brightly. "Congratulations to the owner. The hotel can be upgraded to level 2. After level 2, you can increase the number of rooms, open private rooms, and open breakfast rooms. Current points, 760. Xia Yan looked at the system prompt, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He felt happy, and his eyes became more gentle. The team members also started to laugh, and everyone felt that this was a win-win situation. Not only did they successfully complete the mission, but they were also able to have a high-quality rest and have a good rest for 3 or 4 days after returning to the base. "Boss, can I take a few lunch boxes away in my personal capacity?" Wang Shuwei took a few lunch boxes from the team members. Seeing that she had extra points in her card, she also wanted to take a few boxes away. The others' eyes lit up, and they began to calculate how many points they had left in their cards and how many meals they could take away. Xia Yan took a sip of hot water, gently blew away the mist on the rim of the cup, then shook her head. "No, this is all I can give." She meant that she was not stupid enough to let them all take the food away and leave herself starving. Although they were disappointed, they didn't say anything. Chihua directed the team to clean up the remaining items and take away the garbage, preparing to say goodbye to Xia Yan. The team's mission was completed. It was still early, so they decided to rush back to the base as soon as possible to report. Xia Yan smiled and said, "Welcome next time." Before leaving, Wang Shuwei's eyes fell on the water dispenser involuntarily. Seeing Chihua seemed to be a little hesitant, but in the end she didn't speak. Xia Yan saw it clearly, but she was too lazy to remind her. After all, she was eager to upgrade now and couldn't wait for them to leave. After watching them eliminate the remaining zombies and disappear around the corner, Xia Yan couldn't wait to click the upgrade button on the screen. "Do you want to start the upgrade?" "Yes." She chose yes without hesitation. "Upgrading, please select the number of rooms. Single room 0, plus or minus. Double room 0, plus or minus. Available rooms 5 rooms. Xia Yan hesitated for a moment and decisively chose 4 single rooms and 1 double room. After confirmation, The hotel began to change. The lobby space was expanded by 5 square meters. The cashier desk was completely renewed. The walls were repainted, and the floor tiles were changed to brand new white tiles. The corridor was also deepened, with 3 new single rooms added on each side, and the end of the corridor was divided into 2 paths. On the left was a corridor about 10 meters long, and on the right was a passage leading to the stairs. In the middle is her private room. The left end has become a new public restroom. Each cubicle is tightly closed, and there's an extra-large fan inside, so fresh air is always in the air. She walked up the stairs. The second floor was not very spacious. Opposite the stairs were 2 double rooms, numbered 201 and 202. Next to them was a room with the word breakfast room written on it. She tried to open the door, but it wouldn't open. A piece of paper gradually appeared on the door, which read, "Business hours, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m., no waiting after the time limit. Can't the boss use the back door?" Xia Yan smiled bitterly and shook her head, giving up. She then opened the door of room 201, and the room looked brand new. Even the walls had been repainted. The set of bedding that belonged to her was placed on the double sofa. She picked up the bedding and checked room 202. She found that the 2 rooms were decorated the same way, spacious and comfortable, and the double bed was covered with sea blue sheets. The configuration of these 2 rooms is simple and practical, and the facilities are also complete. Although the bathroom is not big, it is separated into dry and wet areas. There is a pile of toilet paper and sanitary napkins of different styles under the wash basin, which makes Xia Yan laugh out loud. The small size of the bathroom did not prevent it from being equipped with an automatic washing machine, laundry detergent, and fragrance beads. She tried to open the shower and found that there were both hot and cold water, and squinted her eyes excitedly. She closed the door and went to her room to change her clothes and take a nice bath. Chapter 8. Guest is coming. Chi Hua stared ahead vigilantly, raised his hand slightly, and signaled the team members to keep quiet and hide. Not far ahead, more than a dozen second and third-level zombies gathered together, roaring angrily at a certain point. When the team members heard the noise, their hearts tightened, and when they saw Chi Hua's gesture, they immediately decided to take a detour back to the base. "It's so unlucky that I keep encountering groups of zombies." Feng Bei glared at the air in dissatisfaction, silently cursing the person who caused the zombie riot in his heart. Chi Hua stayed at the end of the team, looking back from time to time to observe the zombies, fearing that they would discover their tracks. The team was not strong, and there were 2 purely auxiliary girls in it. In such a situation, they could only choose to run away, fearing that they would be discovered by the zombies. After the apocalypse, it's good to be alive, Chi Hua thought to himself. Thinking that self-sacrifice was stupid, he began to consider whether the resources in one person's hands would attract the attention of the upper class. After all, the girl had sufficient supplies, and the price was surprisingly low. She was so generous and sold them without hiding anything. What a fool. Chi Hua's eyes swept over Feng Bei's back, and suddenly he remembered that Feng Bei's father was competing with others for the top position. Feng Bei was also thinking about this. She understood her father's ambition. Although he adapted quickly after the apocalypse, he never forgot the intrigues in the officialdom. Feng Bei knew that if she could keep this secret, she would not only have no worries about food and drink in the future, but also men would compete to throw themselves into her arms. Why should she pester Chi Hua? Feng Bei pulled his thoughts back and didn't want to think about it anymore. Hurry up, Dashi, those people are gone. Li Shunlong stared at the sight and then shifted his target. Well, let's get started. Tai Shishin took a puff of cigarette and exhaled the smoke. The samurai sword in his hand shone with golden light in the sunlight, and the blade was extremely sharp. Li Shunlong sniped accurately and quickly eliminated a high-level zombie. Tai Shishin jumped down from the second floor and landed steadily. Facing the zombies that pounced on him, he killed them quickly with every strike of his knife. In just 2 minutes, more than a dozen zombies, after losing their leader, were completely vulnerable and were easily dealt with by Tai Shishin and Li Shunlong. Dashi, we have gained a lot this time. Do you want to go to the nearest base to rest? Li Shunlong smiled and looked at Tai Shishin. No, I have to collect some more crystal cores. The hot season is coming soon, and it will be difficult to go out. Tai Shishin quickly installed the crystal cores and looked into the distance with a serious look in his eyes. Li Shunlong thought about it, and suddenly realized that the hot season was coming. The bad weather in this season required them to prepare in advance. Let's go to the next place. The two quickened their pace and continued to search for crystal cores in the zombie area. This is the area with the highest concentration of zombies. Most of the crystal cores circulating in the nearby bases come from here. The hot season is coming, the activities of zombies are becoming more frequent, and the air is becoming hotter and hotter. The two avoided several powerful Lone Rangers and continued to collect crystal cores silently. The Lone Ranger we just met is a level 5 boss. Tai Shishin whispered, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Level 5. Li Shenglong was almost choked, so strong. Tai Shishin nodded. Yes, the aura is very strong. If I can also reach level 5, I will definitely be able to dominate the world in the future. Li Shenglong's face gradually became serious. He thought to himself and felt a sense of crisis in his heart. Xia Yan was sitting on the sofa enjoying the breeze when she suddenly heard the system's ding-dong notification sound. Could it be that the team is back? She muttered, got up, put on her slippers, and walked out of the room. In the corridor, she could clearly hear a knock on the door. Coming, coming, she responded loudly. The knocking on the door stopped. Xia Yan walked to the hall and saw who was outside the door. She found that it was not the team, but a tall man wearing black clothes, a mask, and a hat. The man was staring at her, his eyes examining and calm. Xia Yan picked up the key and walked to the door, unlocking it. Please step back a few steps, guest. She motioned to the man. The man took 2 steps back obediently and looked at the sign on the door again. Resort Hotel, newly opened. Through the clean glass, the man noticed 3 machines, especially the water dispenser, whose buckets were exposed without any cover, which made him suspicious. Are you here to stay? Xia Yan asked softly, motioning the man to look at the sign behind the cashier counter, which indicated the charges for single and double rooms, as well as the process of becoming a member. The man carefully looked at the simple and clear diagrams, and his eyes fell on Xia Yan again. Can I see the room first? Xia Yan's heart moved. She didn't expect that this guest would be so concerned about the condition of the room. She was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, Of course, do you want to see a single room or a double room? Double room. The man responded simply. Okay, please follow me. Xia Yan walked out of the cashier counter and easily led the man to the double room. Jing Imai turned his head slightly and watched her relaxed steps. He couldn't help but look at her figure, thinking to himself, this woman was able to stay safe and sound surrounded by zombies. She seemed to have a very strong confidence. He turned his head and looked at her back, his eyes becoming deeper. Chapter 9, Is This the Boss's Industry? What should I do if I encounter a customer who looks like a rich person? Of course, I will try my best to rip him off. Xia Yan saw the satisfaction flashing in Jing Imai's eyes and calmed down, knowing that this order was definitely a sure thing. She briefly introduced the configuration of the double room, especially emphasizing the bathroom where you can take a shower. After all, in this world, who doesn't want to feel refreshed? Although the man was covered tightly, it was still very hot and smelled bad when he was close to her. She heard that there was a shortage of water outside, and even drinking water was a problem, not to mention being able to take a shower at any time. As expected, the man's eyes lit up when he heard that he could take a shower. He walked directly into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and stared at the clear water flowing out for a few seconds. After a while, he raised his head and said in a deep voice, The room is good. I've booked it. Xia Yan smiled and said, Please follow me downstairs to recharge points. Jing Imai obviously understood the recharge process and completed the operation quickly. He recharged 2 second-level crystal cores on the spot and paid the room fee for the day. I wonder if the guests have eaten? I still have lunchboxes here. You can order whatever you want directly from the machine. Seeing that he was so straightforward, Xia Yan took the opportunity to recommend the lunchboxes. Although Jing Imai appeared calm, he felt a little dizzy when he held the hot lunchbox. She gave him a room card for room 201 and said, I hope you have a good time in our store. Jing Imai glanced at her. His eyes were cold, but he didn't say anything and walked upstairs with slightly weak legs. Xia Yan didn't care about his rudeness and was happy to see that the store received 83 points. Suddenly, she remembered that the system had said that she could only sell 20 meals a day, and today she had already sold 19. She ran to the lunch machine and saw that there was only 1 serving of spicy and sour potato shreds left, and she felt a little upset. It seems that I have to count the portions carefully in the future and keep the ones I eat to prevent the guests upstairs from buying the last one. She took the last meal to the room, and if there were more guests coming, she would have to let them choose from the breakfast machine. Xia Yan sat behind the cashier counter, turned on the surveillance system, called Xiong, and prepared to install surveillance in the lobby and on the second floor. Xiong was as tall as her, and Xia Yan was going to let it stand on a stool to install it, but she didn't expect that Xiong didn't need it. He just grabbed the wall, and the wall actually bent down like cheese with its strength. Xia Yan took a few steps back in surprise, watching Xiong insert the surveillance camera into the wall as easily as inserting a chocolate bar. The wall instantly returned to its original state, and the surveillance camera was firmly fixed on it. After Xiong finished his task, he started to clean the store, even the 1-meter safe zone outside the door. Xia Yan looked at all this and sighed his heart that it was so lucky to have Xiong. She sat on the sofa in the sun, feeling the slight warmth and feeling particularly good. Compared to living in a cold and gloomy environment before, she really likes the sunshine here now. As the sun slowly sank, Xia Yan was about to get up and close the door when he met the eyes of two people. Do you want to stay here? It's guaranteed to be safe, so zombies can't get in. Xia Yan's profiteer smile immediately emerged. The people who came were Li Shenglong and Tai Shixin. They were both dirty, and their clothes were splattered with zombie residues, looking quite slovenly. Accommodation? Tai Shixin looked at the sign in confusion. He obviously didn't know when this shop was opened. He was a little skeptical. Isn't this a scam? Li Shenglong was alert and was about to turn around and leave. Just as they were about to leave, Tai Shixin suddenly saw the window on the second floor, and the level 5 boss was just pulling the curtains. Tai Shixin was stunned, his eyes full of fanaticism. He pulled Li Shenglong's sleeve and pointed upstairs. Look, it's him, the level 5 boss. Li Shenglong was also shocked. Is this a shop opened by a big boss? Their eyes suddenly lit up. It turned out that the big boss was in charge. The shop was not afraid of zombies at all. They felt relieved and decided to stay. Jingamai. Xia Yan saw the two people who were about to leave turn back and looked at her with a hint of eagerness and a little contempt. Xia Yan was puzzled. Is her smile so annoying? But since the money was already on her doorstep, she certainly wouldn't refuse it. After she showed them the 2 plaques in the store, they eventually chose the double room. After Li Shenglong recharged his card with the first level crystal core, he still had 50 points left. Xia Yan continued to enthusiastically recommend them to buy food from the breakfast machine. The two looked at her as if she were a fool. Although they didn't quite believe her, they still bought steamed buns and dumplings, spending 18 points. Xia Yan was secretly delighted. This new way of collecting money really worked. The room rate was ridiculously low, but meals and everything else had to be charged extra. It seemed that this was her new trick. Although Li Shenglong and Tai Shixin had some complaints in their hearts, they could not resist this arrangement. Instead, they felt that this female boss was really playing everyone around. The two of them were ready to go upstairs with their lunchboxes. Xia Yan did not intend to lead the way, but simply told them how to find room 202. Just as she was about to close the door, she suddenly heard a voice. Wait, I want to live there too. Chapter 10 Guests. Eating. Sorry, guest. I didn't see you there just now. Xia Yan smiled embarrassedly at the little girl in front of him. The girl in front of her was much shorter than her, thin and small, with thick hair, and 2 small furry horns could be vaguely seen. Her eyes were big and round, watery. Her face was slightly flushed, and her thin lips were tightly pursed, looking a little dissatisfied. I forgive you. The girl puffed out her cheeks and looked around at the machine. I want to stay overnight. Okay, take a look at the rules above. They're easy to understand. Xia Yan said, pointing to the sign on the wall. Lu Ju was about to say that she couldn't read, but when she saw the picture on the sign, she could actually understand it after looking carefully. She was silent for a moment, took out a crystal core from her pocket, and looked at Xia Yan with a pitiful look. This is all I have. Can I exchange it for points? Xia Yan looked at the crystal core in her hand and couldn't help but feel excited, but he resisted the urge to touch her head. There were 2 cute little horns in her fluffy hair. I really want to touch it. Seeing that she hadn't spoken for a long time, Lu Ju began to feel disappointed. Brother said that you can take anything, but you can't take other people's things. Well, brother. She muttered softly with a bit of grievance in her voice. Xiaolu is thirsty. Seeing her eyes filled with tears, her mouth pursed, and her cheeks bulging, Xia Yan softened his heart and couldn't help but gently pinch the little corner of her head again. Oh, it's still a little hard. Lu Ju's face was red, and her eyes were filled with anger, but she didn't dare to show it. She looked like a kitten. Her appearance melted Xia Yan's heart. Put the crystal core into the machine. Xia Yan took the crystal core from her hand and quickly inserted it into the socket of the machine. The machine made a sound and immediately spit out a card, and the screen showed 2,000 points. There are 2,000 points in it, enough for you to stay for a long time and eat a lot of delicious food. Xia Yan smiled and handed her the room card of room 101. Lu Ju's eyes suddenly lit up, and she was as happy as a little son. She ran to the water dispenser and said in a sweet voice, "I'm thirsty. Can I get some water?" Of course. Xia Yan walked over and patiently taught her how to use points to buy water, and even took out a paper cup next to her to get water for her. Lu Ju was really thirsty and drank 5 cups of water in one breath before stopping, with a look of satisfaction on her face. Then, "Is there anything to eat in the one next to it?" Lu Ju pointed at the lunch machine, her eyes full of anticipation. "The lunch machine is sold out today, but there are 2 left in the breakfast machine. One is an egg-filled pancake, and the other is a sauce-flavored pancake." "Which one do you want?" Xia Yan asked her. Lu Ju was lying on the machine, looking at the colorful pictures on it, with a hesitant look in her eyes. "I want them all." Her eyes lit up, thinking that she had 2,000 points and could finally spend as much as she wanted. So, Lu Ju happily held the hot food and prepared to go back to the room. "By the way, there will be a breakfast room on the 2nd floor tomorrow from 5 to 8 o'clock. If you want to eat, you can go upstairs to buy it." Xia Yan suddenly reminded her. Lu Ju nodded stupidly, grinning from ear to ear. Xia Yan thought that he hadn't notified the others yet, so he went to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door of room 201. A voice came from inside. "What's the matter?" "The breakfast room on the 2nd floor will be open tomorrow morning. You can buy breakfast there. If you need it, you can order it between 5 and 8 o'clock. "Okay, thank you," the person inside responded. Xia Yan was about to leave when he heard the door of room 202 open. Li Shenglong poked his head out, looked at room 201, and then asked in a low voice, "Is there any more of the breakfast from before?" "It's not enough." Tai Shishi nodded, his eyes sparkling, looking like he had seen a treasure. When they returned to the room just now, they were shocked by the clean and tidy room. They were afraid of dirtying the floor, and they hesitated at the door for a long time. Later, Li Shenglong saw the bathroom next to him and tried to turn on the faucet. Seeing the water flowing out was clear and transparent, he excitedly leaned over and drank several sips. Surprisingly, it was not contaminated. Big Boss is awesome. The two took a nice bath and lay on the soft bed, feeling very hungry. But they hadn't eaten yet, so they picked up the lunch box on the cabinet, and the moment they opened it, they were completely petrified. Oh my god, they were actually real steamed dumplings and Xylong Bayo. The two of them didn't have time to say anything more. They just grabbed the steamed dumplings and stuffed them into their mouths, wolfing them down. The steamed dumplings and baozi were even more delicious than what they had eaten before the apocalypse. After eating, they began to regret not listening to the female boss and buying more. When they were about to go downstairs, they suddenly heard her talking in front of the door of room 201. Li Shenglong and Tai Shixin looked at each other, jumped off the bed lightly, stuck close to the door, and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. "We're actually providing breakfast tomorrow morning." Both of them saw surprise and joy in each other's eyes. Seeing that the boss had finished talking to the female boss, Li Shenglong couldn't wait for her to knock on the door. So he opened the door directly and prepared to go downstairs to buy some more food. "Sorry, the food in the breakfast machine has been bought up by other customers," Xia Yan said apologetically when he saw them come in. "But the breakfast room next door will provide breakfast tomorrow morning. If you need it, you can go and buy it." Tai Shixin didn't believe her and thought to himself, how could there be nothing in the machine? He thought that the boss secretly disliked them for buying too little, so he directly cut off their idea. After hesitating for a while, Tai Shixin secretly glanced at room 201, his eyes full of fear. Li Shenglong was so hungry that his stomach was rumbling. The gluttony in his stomach was aroused by the steamed dumplings, and he couldn't help it. "But we are really hungry. Can you make some concessions?" Li Shenglong said sincerely. Xia Yan was firm. "There are instant noodles in the double room. If that doesn't work, just eat that. There's also hot water in the water dispenser downstairs, but you need to pay 1 point. Li Shenglong wanted to continue talking, but was pulled back to the room by Tai Shixin. "What are you doing? She's the boss's woman. If we anger the boss, we'll be in big trouble. Let's eat instant noodles." Tai Shixin whispered in Li Shenglong's ear, gritting his teeth, feeling scared. Li Shenglong's face flushed. He gritted his teeth and broke away from Tai Shixin, took a deep breath, and glared at him. "What boss's woman? Didn't you hear what he said just now? She's so unfamiliar. How could it be possible?" Tai Shixin was stunned. No." Li Shenglong ignored him, picked up the instant noodles, quickly opened the package, and prepared to go downstairs to get hot water. Xia Yan was still sitting behind the cashier, thinking. Li Shenglong looked at her back and walked towards the water dispenser. Tai Shishin followed her, his eyes occasionally scanning Xia Yan's fair face and slender wrists. She seemed frail, but possessed such powerful resources. He began to suspect that there must be some powerful force behind this ordinary-looking woman. Chapter 11. New gift pack received. After the two went upstairs, Xia Yan looked away from the screen and arranged Xiong to stand by the machine to make sure everything was normal. Then, she went into her room and told Xiong to turn off the lights in the hall. Xia Yan sat on the sofa, feeling its softness and elasticity, picked up the lunchbox, slowly picked up a piece of potato shreds with chopsticks, and enjoyed her leisure time. She had planned to upgrade the two machines outside, but the system prompt stopped her. The upgrade required 2 secondary crystal cores. She was a little speechless. Did she have to go out and kill zombies? And they were level 2 zombies? Level 1 was fine. She could fight, but wouldn't level 2 be a way to get killed? It seemed that she had to wait until she got the prizes that increased defense and attack power. Xia Yan clicked on the business data of the store and found that she had accumulated 466 points. How could it be so much? She studied it carefully and suddenly realized that today's income was 206 points, plus the remaining 260 points from the last upgrade. After the upgrade, a new room check-in information was added to the interface. After clicking in, the basic information and danger index of the check-in personnel can be seen. 2 new buttons were added below, one for expel and the other for kill. For convenience, Xia Yan set these functions as language commands, which can be called at any time. In addition, the breakfast room in the store also has a back kitchen column, where up to 8 breakfast items can be added. She chose fried eggs, soy milk, fried dumplings, pies, fried dough sticks, yogurt cakes, tofu pudding, and milk. To increase the variety, she subdivided these foods. Fried eggs are cooked, medium rare and medium rare. Soy milk is available in red bean flavor, original flavor, black sesame flavor, and salty soy milk. Fried dumplings and pies are also available with pork, beef, lamb, New Zealand chicken, sauerkraut, and cabbage and scallion fillings. Tofu pudding is available in 2 styles, sweet and salty. She confirmed these options and saw that new breakfast options had been added to the system interface. Then, she realized that she had eaten the last bite of food today and was ready to stand up and move around to digest. The cabin was cozy, but still seemed a little quiet. She looked at the blank background wall, wondering if she should get a TV. So, she opened them all and typed in the word TV. A long page popped up instantly with a wide variety of products, but the prices were not cheap, and she needed to pay extra for the crystal cores. 2,000 points plus 5 level 2 crystal cores. Xia Yan couldn't help but complain. This was simply a sky-high price. She asked the system, what is the rule? The system's answer was unexpected. Speaking of which, these rules are all due to the previous owner. She was always reselling and squandering supplies, and even kept a beautiful man. She almost changed the name of the hotel. The fees were ridiculously high, so her points accumulated quickly. Xia Yan couldn't help but laugh. Wow, the previous owner was awesome. He sold supplies to support a handsome man, and the hotel almost changed its name. This person is too dramatic. The system seemed to respond impatiently. Put away your wretched face. Please don't cross the yellow line. Okay. Xia Yan smiled and retracted his thoughts, then continued. System, why are you talking so much about things that have nothing to do with me? Now I want a TV, but I have to pay so many crystal cores. It's really unfair. The system did not respond. Xia Yan was full of dissatisfaction and continued to complain. I just wanted to buy a TV to relieve my boredom, but I have to go out and kill zombies. This is not considered a vacation, right? Xia Yan's series of complaints made the system a little confused. It seemed to be speechless. Unwilling to give up, Xia Yan continued. Is it so difficult for me? I don't have any special abilities now, and there are so many zombies outside. Why is it so difficult to enjoy life a little bit? The system was apparently unresponsive. After a moment of silence, a window suddenly popped up. Please wait, we are applying for a gift package for you. Woohoo! Gift package. Xia Yan raised her eyebrows. The options in front of her made her excited. Advanced gift package and elementary gift package. I choose advanced. The system prompted her to confirm again. The premium gift package will conflict with one of your existing benefits. If confirmed, the benefit will be abolished. Abolish a certain benefit? Xia Yan was puzzled. Is it the abolishment of the turntable? She hesitated. Forget it. Let's switch to the primary gift package. The system confirmed again. The primary gift package will also conflict with a certain benefit. Please confirm. System, "You're not sincere in giving me this gift package," Xia Yan said angrily. "The turntable is obviously more economical than the gift package, and you could try it once by passing 10 points. Why should I exchange the crystal core for a gift package? The turntable only exists until the end of this month, and the items in the gift package are only bound to this world and will not be transferred to the next world until the task is completed. The turntable has a time limit." Xia Yan was stunned and realized that the system was completely cheating her. She closed the gift package interface in dissatisfaction and decided to continue using the wheel to draw. Although the points had increased to 20 points per draw, she still drew 3 times in a row. The first and second times she drew fireworks, and the last time she drew a vertical air conditioner. "Okay, I'll choose the premium gift package," she decided in her mind. "Please check." The system's voice sounded, and Xia Yan saw the turntable disappear in the mall. Then she opened her backpack and saw a golden gift package. She clicked to open the gift package, looking forward to the exciting moment, but there was no special effect, and the gift package disappeared. "What do you mean?" Xia Yan was stunned. The system immediately popped up a window. The host can now go out at will, and the zombies will not pay attention to or attack the host. While out, if you are attacked by others, regardless of whether they are psychics, you will be rewarded twice as much, and the host can return to the private room instantly by just silently saying "go home." Additional opening of the food court. Next time the hotel is upgraded, 3 additional types of unlimited fruits will be provided. Could be eaten by yourself or sold, priced at no more than 3 points each. What kind of benefit is this? Xia Yan looked at the system's message in shock and instantly felt that all her original entanglements disappeared. It seemed that she could start to truly enjoy her life. Chapter 12, Breakfast Room. Xia Yan didn't sleep well that night. She excitedly browsed the food city until the early morning, when she finally closed her eyes. "I probably only slept for 3 hours." The alarm clock in the breakfast room rang, pulling her out of bed. Xia Yan's eyes were hazy, and the sleeplessness from not getting enough sleep made her heart extremely uncomfortable. But the system kept reminding her to go upstairs to open the store, and that there were already customers waiting outside the door. She then had to brush her teeth, wash her face, change her clothes, and walk out with weak legs. She kept yawning along the way, and when she climbed up to the second floor, she saw that the guests of the 3 rooms were waiting outside the breakfast room. No one cares about anyone else, and each occupies a corner. Seeing Xia Yan finally coming up, Li Shunlong and Tai Shixin suddenly became energetic. They looked at her, and then at the big boss of 201. Xia Yan didn't notice it and didn't even have the energy to say hello. He moved to the door, grabbed the handle, and pressed it lightly. The door opened and the light inside turned on automatically. Tai Shixin was shocked. They had tried to open the door just now, but it wouldn't open no matter what they did, and it wouldn't even move at all. "I didn't expect Xia Yan to open it with just a light push." Jing Yimai half leaned against the wall, his eyes darkened, noticing Xia Yan's ease. He had tried before, but even with his level 5 ability, he couldn't open this thin-looking wooden door. Everyone's emotions were in turmoil, but Lu Ju cheered and jumped heartily as he followed in. Wow, so many delicious foods. Lu Ju looked at the row of different kinds of breakfast in front of him, put his hands to his mouth, and his eyes almost turned into hearts. Xia Yan randomly found a table and said weakly, "Place your order at the self-service ordering machine and swipe your points. Then a robotic arm will help you pick up the food. Just wait patiently at the exit." After saying that, she collapsed in his arms and fell into a nap. Lu Ju ran to the ordering machine, holding the points card, and tapped quickly with her little hand. Soon a warning popped up on the screen of the machine. Limit of 10 items per order. Although Lu Ju was not very happy, he thought that he had bought 10 kinds, which should be enough for him to eat. He paid 22 points when the rain turned to sunshine and ran to the food outlet, waiting anxiously. Inside the glass, some transparent robotic arms above began to move quickly, placing the food on the order on the plate and pushing it to the food delivery port. Lu Ju held a plate of breakfast with her face slightly flushed with excitement. She sat opposite Xia Yan and started to eat happily. Li Shunlong and Tai Shixin stood 1 meter behind Jing Yimai, their minds already absorbed by the rows of food. What kind of magical hotel is this? There are so many supplies. They are freshly baked breakfasts. The 2 people, who were used to drinking water soaked in various kinds of biscuits, instant noodles and breadcrumbs, once thought that they were dead and had gone to heaven to eat and drink to realize their life ideals. The 2 couldn't wait to order food, but received a warning look from Jing Yimai. It was like a bucket of cold water was poured over them, and they both woke up instantly. You first, you first. We two brothers are not in a hurry. Tai Shishin smiled awkwardly and rubbed his hands. How could I forget this ancestor? Jing Imai snorted coldly, walked to the ordering machine with his long legs, his fingers flying up and down. And after paying the points, he waited for the food to be served without looking away. Tai Shishin then walked forward to order food, and when it came time to pay, he used Li Shunlong's card to pay for the points. The ordering machine lit up a red light. First warning. First warning. Do not use other people's membership cards. After 3 warnings, the expulsion procedure will be triggered. Tai Shishin was stunned holding the card and couldn't help but retort, We are together. We lived in the same room yesterday. The ordering machine replied in a mechanical voice. The restaurant implements a one-person, one-card system. Sharing is strictly prohibited. Here, I'll go get another card now. Tai Shishin frowned tightly, stuffed the card into Li Shunlong's hand, turned around, and ran downstairs. If I had known, he would have applied for a card yesterday. So mad, wasting his mealtime. Xia Yan was sleeping soundly and was not disturbed at all. He slept very soundly. The breakfast room is not very big. Apart from the counter for food, it can only accommodate 4 tables. Jingmai took a bite of the beef pie and looked around secretly, but he didn't see the kitchen. The food seemed to appear out of thin air, but it was still very fresh and delicious. That's weird. He looked at Xia Yan secretly, trying to see the hidden secret in her. What kind of supernatural power is this? Can it connect to another world? Inexhaustible food, inexhaustible water, electricity available at all times, and zombies can't see it. Isn't this capability what all bases desire? Does she know how valuable her powers are? I'm afraid it won't be long before everyone here knows about it. The legendary peach blossom spring really exists in this land. Can this so-called hotel withstand the huge crowds and powerful psychics? Forget it. He should find a way to hostage a space user and stock up on more food while the hotel is still open. At 8 o'clock, the breakfast room closes on time. Even if there are still customers inside, they will be moved back to their rooms in an instant. The system dutifully woke up Xia Yan and reminded her that the breakfast room was over. Xia Yan's arms were numb from lying down, and there were several red marks on his face, and his eyes were still hazy. He sat there stupidly while turning on the computer for more than 10 seconds before his eyes moved slightly, and he looked around. The 4 tables were clean and tidy. The floor had been wiped and disinfected, and the breakfast in the glass cabinet behind them was reduced in size on each plate. Xia Yan stood up and walked behind the counter to find a plate, took out a cup of red date soy milk, 2 beef patties, and a hard-boiled egg. She clicked on the pop-up window prompted by the system to end business, and the originally full bowl of food disappeared instantly and was sealed back into the system. Xia Yan walked to the first floor, placed a meal tray on the cashier counter, and opened the door of the hotel. The weather is gloomy today. The sky is full of mammothous clouds, which hang down to the earth layer by layer, looking very strange. Xia Yan looked at it a few more times out of curiosity. A breeze blew, and the air was fresher than the previous few days. After arranging Xiong to clean the house, she sat on a stool and ate breakfast. Although she slept for several hours, the breakfast was still hot and just right for eating. As for the food produced by the system, except for Xia Yan, who was picky and said it had no worldly taste, everyone else gave a thumbs up, ate it up cleanly, and said it was the best meal they had ever eaten. A total of 182 points were received this morning. Xia Yan was a little puzzled when he saw this number. The most expensive tofu pudding here was only 3 points. No matter how much 4 people could eat, they couldn't drink it all the time, right? And it is set to order up to 10 items at a time, although there is no limit on the number of times each person can order. But is there really a big eater in there? She opened the sales details of the breakfast room and found that apart from fried dumplings and other pasta dishes, only milk was selling well. Tai Shishin and Li Shunlong, on the other hand, were big eaters. They bought food 3 times, and the last 2 times they specifically bought pies and the like. Xia Yan felt something was wrong, and she received a warning from the system in the message bar. Tai Shishin and Li Shunlong made malicious purchases, causing waste. After 3 warnings were ineffective, their takeaway breakfast was deducted, and the points they had paid were not refunded. Chapter 13, Troublemakers. Oh, then she understood. No wonder she had so many points. System, please put up a big sign in the breakfast room saying no takeout. Xia Yan handed the empty plate to Xiong and asked it to take it back to the breakfast room. There's a half-meter-high elevator behind the stairs, which is its dedicated elevator. Even though Xiong was the same height as her, As soon as he walked in front of the elevator, he would shrink to fit the size, including whatever he was holding. So Xia Yan often ordered it to run errands on the second floor. System, put up a big sign on the wall of the lobby and write down the store rules. Then a very conspicuous sign appeared on the blank wall on the left side of the hall. First, fighting and causing trouble are strictly prohibited in this store. If anyone violates this rule, they will be warned and fined once, expelled and blacklisted twice, and in serious cases, they will be directly eliminated. Second, if you damage the store's facilities, you will be fined 500 to 100,000 points and expelled from the store. If the offense is serious, you will be directly eliminated. Third, those who steal our property, those who maliciously harass other residents of our store, those who stir up trouble, and those who take a day trip among the zombies. The fourth one, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll add it later. Oh, and right at the end, that all the rights of interpretation belong to our store. Every time Xia Yan said a word, one appeared on the sign. She read it and thought it was okay. Just at this time, Li Shunlong and Tai Shixin came down, and seeing a new sign on the wall, they read it curiously. Seeing that the above was so harsh, Tai Shixin was not happy but angry. I instantly recalled the breakfast that was withheld from me in the breakfast room just now, and felt annoyed and upset. Boss, why can't we take out breakfast in your store? We could do it outside, so why can't you? I've already spent my money. Why are you deducting my food fee? Ouch, someone ran into trouble just when I finished writing. Xia Yan had a cold face and responded rudely. It's the rule that you can't take out. If you don't want to stay, just leave. Go to the hotel you mentioned that allows takeout. Where else outside can you find such delicious food? Tai Shixin just said it casually because he wanted to scare her. Seeing that her attitude was not gentle and she had no intention of making money through harmony, he felt that he had lost face in front of Li Shunlong and became even more angry. A little yellow-haired girl who doesn't even have a single supernatural power dares to yell in front of Grandpa. Tai Shixin showed a vicious expression and took a step forward with the ruthlessness of killing zombies. I'll say it one last time. Give me back the food. Li Shunlong looked like he was waiting for a good show, wanting to see how she would handle it. Ever since he knew that she was not the woman of the boss of 201, he had been thinking about snatching the supplies from her. It would be best to just kill her and take over this store. Xia Yan sneered and took a step forward, imposing and aggressive. I said you were dreaming. Damn, you're looking for death. Tai Shixin didn't even plan to use his superpowers. He raised his sandbag-sized fist and smashed it down hard. He wanted to kill him with one blow. Eradicate. Xia Yan frowned and shouted. Tai Shixin didn't care about her words at all. He wanted to see, with the two of them so close, who would come faster, her furry little bear or his fist. He had already noticed that the little bear was her only means of survival. Go to hell. The hotel is mine, he shouted, speeding up a bit. Just when he thought everything was safe and was secretly happy, he suddenly felt the space around his body become as hard as cement, and he couldn't move at all. Li Shunlong watched Tai Shixin's fist waving in the air. At the same time, a transparent cube appeared around him, and it was still rapidly compressing inwards. Tai Shixin's cheeks were abnormally red, and his eyeballs were bulging. In just 1 or 2 seconds, without even a sound, a living person turned into a ball of blood mist. The cube quickly shrank to a size of 1 centimeter, a rich blood red, floating gently around the owner. What kind of supernatural power is this? Li Shunlong suppressed his fear and took a step back. It wasn't that he didn't want to go up to save her. It was just that it was too fast. He couldn't react at all. Seeing the cold eyes of the female boss, he felt a chill on his back and a sense of crisis. He didn't even have time to say anything harsh before turning around and running for his life. Want to run? Kill. Hearing the girl behind him utter 2 words lightly, Li Shunlong's scalp tingled. He summoned the sniper rifle as quickly as possible and fired a few shots back at random. It doesn't matter whether you hit the target or not. What's important is to buy time for him. The bullet was flying at high speed and seemed to be stuck in a quagmire when it was 1 meter away from Xia Yan, unable to move forward another step. With 2 ding-ding sounds, the bullets lost their force and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Successfully blocked for 1 second, Li Shunlong believed that he had a chance of survival, and a look of joy appeared on his face. The gate. The gate. Wait until he escapes, and then find a way to avenge Tai Shixin. I will definitely kill the female devil with blood. Pave a bloody road to hell for my brothers. Li Shunlong gritted his teeth and ran out the door with all his might. Suddenly, he felt something strange in the air around him, as if something inexplicable was forcibly stopping his movements, and he almost lost control of his body. Seeing the door in front of him, he couldn't take the last step. Before he could think about it, a sharp pain came from the soles of his feet and the top of his head. Xia Yan looked at the two small squares in front of him expressionlessly. Malicious psychic. For sale. What should you do when you are surrounded by zombies and cannot escape? Please use this block. Just throw it on the ground casually, and a large pool of fresh blood will appear. Don't worry, the zombies will definitely not be interested in you at this time. If you know what's good for you, run away quickly. Just make a card according to this introduction. Xia Yan bought a half-meter-long display cabinet in the mall, spent 50 points, and placed it under the sign. She put the 2 cubes in it and placed the card next to it. After thinking about it, she decided the price was 2 level 2 crystal cores. Xia Yan stood in the hall, looked down at the still white floor, and called Xiong to disinfect it again. System, where are the crystal cores on the 2 people? Eradicated together. Xia Yan didn't believe it. Did you keep it for yourself? Give me half. The erasure mechanism is comprehensive, and there is no embezzlement. Can you keep the crystal core next time? Cannot. Although the crystal core is gone, the unused points in the names of the 2 people still belong to the store, and today's turnover increased by another 72 points. Xiong wiped the floor of the hall clean and made it shine, and there was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. Jing Amai, the tenant on the 2nd floor, walked down the stairs, still wrapped tightly, and came to the cashier and said, "Extend the room." He keenly noticed the 2 small red squares placed in the glass cabinet and saw a card next to them. So he walked over and took a closer look. How many days does the customer want to extend the order? Xia Yan held his chin with his hand, ignoring his actions and not worrying that he would pick up the things and run away. Jing Imai suppressed a shock and frowned slightly under the brim of his black hat. Could he attract zombies and get a chance to escape? He had heard of similar things in some large bases, but they were rare in quantity, inexpensive, and were only used by internal personnel. Having something like this is like having an extra life, and so many people are fighting to get it. At this moment, it is placed in the most ordinary open glass cabinet, where it can be taken away at any time. Boss, do you not know what's good, or are you just being fearless? I want these 2 cubes. Do you have any more in stock? Jing Imai shook it up and down his hand, and it felt very light. Xia Yan looked up and said, "No more. Just 2. If she wants it again, she'll have to wait for other blind people to come and bump into her gun." Jing Imai did not suspect anything. Fearing that she would go back on her word, he took out 4 level 2 crystal cores from his pocket and threw them on the counter. The room will be extended for a week. Chapter 14, Going Out. Xia Yan happily threw the 4 crystal cores around for fun and earned 604 in the morning, which was quite a sudden fortune. After watching the rich man Jing Imai walk out of the hotel, she threw the crystal core into the backpack that came with the system. Xia Yan doesn't plan to upgrade the breakfast and lunch machine for the time being. She wants to buy a TV. As soon as she got a TV, she would get off work early, curl up on the sofa, eat snacks, drink milk tea, and watch TV. System, reflect the business hours on the glass. Just write 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. You still have to relax on yourself, go to work when it's time to go to work, and get off work on time and never procrastinate. Xia Yan stood up and walked out the door. The clouds in the sky became thicker and their color changed from clear white to dark gray. There was also wind blowing, and it felt like a heavy rain would come soon. Will anyone stay in the hotel in this kind of weather? She looked around for a long time and didn't see a single living person except the zombies. After arranging Xiong to guard the store door, she prepared to take a look into the distance. I haven't been out to see the world since I came to this world. Xia Yan stepped out of the safe zone and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the zombies indeed treated her as a transparent person. Standing at the intersection at the end of the street, she looked left and right. The environment on both sides was similar, so she decided to go to the right. The main street was littered with old cars parked in all directions, their windows smashed and their contents emptied of any edible goods. The ground near some cars was dark black. Xia Yan accidentally stepped on it and felt a sticky feeling. She rubbed the soles of her shoes on the steps by the roadside with disgust. The doors of the shops on both sides were wide open, and the inside was in a mess. Xia Yan kept walking forward, and unexpectedly she met someone. From a distance, the dark, tattered clothes, dirty face, and tangled, swollen hair made her mistake it for a zombie. When she was about to ignore him, she found that the man was staring at her. Unfriendly look. Xia Yan glared at him coldly, ready to teach him a lesson. Just as he was about to speak, the man turned around, sniffed, and ran away like a monkey, holding on to the street lamp, disappearing around the corner in the blink of an eye. Xia Yan was too lazy to chase after him. After all, there was no strict control of the senior system in the doomsday. Except for the base, whoever was strong would survive in other areas. Monkey, what did you see just now? A single woman dressed very neatly? On the top floor of a high-rise building, a tall man was lying lazily on the sofa. The surrounding environment was surprisingly clean. The man called Monkey was hunched over, and when he opened his mouth, his voice was that of a clear boy. Yes, not only is she dressed neatly, but she also looks very healthy, as if she has no shortage of resources. Shiji jumped off the sofa, and his slightly longer hair fell down in pieces, covering his beautiful eyes that had lit up again. Then what are you waiting for? Go hug your thighs. Wait, I just said she's not only pretty, but also dressed very cleanly. You can't go to her like this. Monkey stretched out his hand to stop him and advised him seriously. Shiji touched the greasy hair on his head and smelled the smelly clothes and said angrily, "Then why are you still standing there? Go get me some water." The monkey shrank his neck and pointed cautiously out the window. Did you forget that you threw her out of the window when you changed your personality last time? Shiji was stunned, staring at the overly transparent glass, his face full of disbelief. She? The somewhat powerful water-type psychic? That old woman? Suddenly he began to tremble all over, and a strange sound came out of his throat. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Good death. It's a good death. The monkey had been hiding aside since he behaved strangely, staring at him with fearful eyes. Another personality change. Shiji suddenly stopped laughing, half lowered his head, his hair completely covering half of his face, and his neck and back were tensed into a straight line. In the silence, he raised his head slowly and stiffly, and in an instant his aura became extremely dangerous. Wang Chong. I'm in. The moment the monkey met his red eyes, fear was like a row of waves, hitting him and making his whole body numb. Lead the way. Yes, yes, yes. Almost instantly, he realized that Shiji was talking about finding the clean girl. He hurriedly walked in front, opened the door for Shiji very servilely, and then ran as fast as he could towards the direction where he would meet her. I hope you haven't gone too far. Behind him, Shiji's expression gradually became gloomy and fierce, and his lips moved slightly. Women with evil intentions should all die. When they arrived at the location Wang Chong mentioned, there was no sign of Xia Yan on the street, not even a living person. The person is gone. Wang Chong looked at the street full of zombies, wiping the sweat from his forehead guiltily. He was very nervous and glanced at Shiji several times, fearing that Shiji's second personality would kill him. Where are the people? Wang Chong was even more frightened when he heard his two light words. I'll go down and look for it right now. If he's alive, I want to see him in person. If he's dead, I want to see his body. Without waiting for Shiji to speak, he jumped directly from the roof, used the force of several times to quickly land on the ground, and rolled forward to stabilize his body. Several zombies nearby were attracted by his movement and rushed over roaring. Wang Chong dodged it swiftly and ran into the street to look for someone. Shiji stood on a high place with an expressionless face, watching Wang Chong jumping up and down with disdain in his eyes. Only that trash Xian would like this kind of trash. The other Shiji's ability is even worse. He only knows how to use his face to fling himself at women's thighs. He recalled the last time he woke up, the first thing he saw was that old woman wearing black stockings, with seductive eyes and a tongue as red as a snake, and she even wanted to kiss him. He stunned her with a wave of his hand and threw her out with force. He didn't want to have an experience like this again for the 5th time. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to kill them both. Wang Chong, who was running on the street, suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck. He turned around and saw Shiji's red eyes full of murderous intent. This bastard seemed to want to kill him again. Wang Chong felt tired. He was originally created by Xian, using her supernatural powers. Now that she was asleep, he still had to continue working. He wants to kill him at any time. You can't use a farmer's donkey like this, right? Seeing him working more and more diligently, Shiji snorted coldly with disgust. Bastard. As if sensing something, he raised his eyes and looked to the east. The clouds over there became increasingly darker, rolling in a dark mass. On the cross of the church in the distance, there was also a man dressed in black, but his face could not be seen clearly. The two looked at each other and fought a war without the smoke of gunpowder. Level 5. Shiji curled the corners of his mouth, and the warlike factor in his body was aroused. Have a fight? He was eager to try, but he had slept for too long and wondered if his abilities had degraded. Unexpectedly, the man opposite didn't even bother to look at him. When he heard the thunder getting louder, he knew that the rainstorm was about to come, so he turned around and jumped down to prepare to go back to the hotel. Shiji clenched his fists. Look at me, bastard. Chapter 15. The second after Jing and I walked into the hotel, heavy rain came pouring down. He glanced at the counter and saw Xia Yan greeting customers with a smile. He noticed that the new customer was looking at him curiously, so he pulled his hat down and walked straight to the lunch machine to order 3 meals. There were 3 people standing in front of Xia Yan, a couple and the girl's sister. She gave a brief introduction to the room prices and the hotel's rules. Because the single room and double room were not on the same floor, the couple was a little hesitant. Her sister was an ordinary person who had no ability to protect herself, so she had always been protected by them. She had basically never been separated from the two of them since the apocalypse. But sometimes it is indeed not very convenient for a couple to think about something. It would be great if this store is as safe as the female boss said. She looked at her husband. Although he didn't say anything, he still hoped that they could live alone. Little sister, you see it is indeed safe here. Why don't you live in a single room? Lian pulled his sister aside and discussed in a low voice. Li Ru looked at her brother-in-law and saw that he tacitly agreed, so she didn't know what to say and just nodded. Li Yin felt relieved and looked at her husband shyly. Then please trouble the boss to open 2 rooms for us, 1 single room and 1 double room. Zhang Lei hugged her waist tightly with a wicked smile, took out a first-level crystal core from his pocket, and put it into the machine to recharge the membership card. They were reluctant to separate at first, but they happened to see Lu Ju coming out to buy lunchboxes. Seeing that she was indeed alone, they began to half believe and half doubt. Coincidentally, Jing Yimai was also alone, which made the credibility of the couple higher. Then there is the selfishness of the two. Xia Yan handed over 2 room cards and told them that they could buy food from the lunch machine and water from the water dispenser. The couple was so surprised that they thought it was only for high-ranking people to eat. Li Ru stared at Jing and Mai, slowly moved towards him, and spoke carefully. Hello, could you please teach me how to buy it? Jing and Mai took a few steps back the moment she approached, his eyes full of vigilance, and he didn't intend to pay any attention to her. He doesn't need to waste his breath. The owner will definitely sell the product. Li Ru did not feel uncomfortable when she saw him turn around and leave indifferently. Instead, she felt that this man was reliable. He is very strong and has a good temper. If I can be his woman, won't I be able to enjoy a good life forever? Li Ru glanced at her sister and brother-in-law secretly. She knew that they were already feeling annoyed. It's because she has no special powers, can't run fast, and can't cook. But it doesn't matter. There will always be strong men who are interested in her. Because she was not ugly, she just looked sloppy because she had not eaten or slept well for a long time and could not wash herself. I don't know how the female boss managed to maintain herself in this doomsday. She is so fair and tender. She looks only slightly worse than her. Li Ru was very jealous. Seeing Lian looking at her, she quickly put away her thoughts, took the door card obediently, took the lunchbox handed to her by her sister, and followed her into the room. 102, Sister, you are staying here tonight. After dinner, come to 202 upstairs to find me. I heard from the boss that we can take a shower there. You can come and take a shower too. Li Yin was very satisfied with a single room, as it was small but extremely clean and tidy, and the air was fresh and odorless. He was also looking forward to the double room. Li Ru was also surprised and nodded with satisfaction. The couple went upstairs and found room 202. They opened the door and found the room was a little dark. Zhang Lei found a switch nearby and pressed it. The lights came on instantly, illuminating the room clearly. This kind of house actually exists. The two of them were stunned and looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. It was amazing. The absolute value of this crystal core flower. Li Yin wanted to touch the clean and comfortable bedding with envy, but when he reached out his hand, he noticed that his hands were covered in stains, and he pulled them back abruptly. Such a clean thing, don't let her get it dirty. I heard from the female boss that there is water in the bathroom. Let's wash our hands and eat first. The two were so surprised to see the clear water flowing from the faucet that they were speechless. There was even a small piece of disposable soap on the countertop. After washing their hands and faces very economically with soap, the two sat on a soft sofa and prepared to eat. Looking at the delicious lunchbox, the two were so amazed that they started to wolf it down without even saying a word. This This is really a fairy-like life. Li Yun's mouth was full. Looking at the comfortable environment and her mouth full of food, she felt that this was what it meant to be alive. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she began to sob. I'm so happy to have experienced such a night in my lifetime. Fortunately, she not only has a well-behaved sister, but also a considerate husband. If the three of them can live a good life here, everything will be worth it. Zhang was not feeling well either. After the apocalypse, he ran around everywhere in order to survive, walking on the line between life and death. His relatives had passed away long ago. If Li Yun had not been by his side, he would probably not have been able to hold on and would have died early and enjoyed his life. Zhang wiped away his tears, hugged his wife, and gently wiped away her tears. If you like, we can stay here. We will stay as long as the hotel can be open. Li Yun was overjoyed upon hearing this. She wished she could live a peaceful life sooner. I like it very much. I want to continue living here. If possible, I want to have a baby. Baby. Zhang was silent. He also wanted to have a child of his own, but in this environment, it was difficult for them to live a carefree life, let alone raise a child. If one day they really can't live anymore, they can leave this world together without any worries. But what if they have children? I dare not think about it. An unspeakable sadness lingered around the two people. The two people with scars in their hearts hugged each other tightly, licked each other's wounds, and relied on each other to continue to survive in this doomsday. Knock, knock, knock. Sister, it's me. The two separated in an instant. Li Yun smoothed his clothes and went to open the door. It was indeed Li Ru outside the door. Sister, I've finished eating. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I quickly came over to wash up and go back to sleep. After seeing the decoration in the double room, Li Ru took a sharp breath, but she reacted quickly and spoke beautifully. Come in quickly. The bathroom is here. Go wash up first. We haven't finished eating yet. Li Yun did not doubt him and asked her to go wash up quickly and have a good rest at night. It was originally well-intentioned, but to Li Ru's ears it sounded like expulsion and impatience. She hid in the bathroom with a stiff face, and the moment she closed the door, aggrieved eyes welled up. There was a sound of running water in the bathroom. Li Yun and Zhang were still sitting on the sofa eating. Food is hard to come by. Don't waste a single grain. About half an hour later, Li Ru put on her original clothes again. She didn't feel it at first, but after taking a shower, she felt that the clothes were dirty and smelly. However, she didn't have any clean clothes, so she had to force herself to put them on. Sister, I'm done washing. I'm going back to my room first. Li Ru closed the door considerately. When passing by room 201, she secretly wondered if the man in black lived in this room. If that's true, then she must find an opportunity to get close to him. Chapter 16, It finally rained. There was a loud thunder. Purple lightning streaked across the sky, and raindrops connected into lines, hitting the ground directly, making a dull sound. After a short while, the rain became heavier, mist appeared in the air, and the sky and the earth were gray. The rain finally came. Seeing the rain slanting into the store and wetting the white floor tiles, Xia Yan hurried forward to close the door and turn on the light. When I turned around, I saw Xiong walking towards me with a mop in his arms. Xia Yan quickly moved aside. It is her blessing to have a dedicated employee like Xiong. She went back behind the cash register and found that it was only 4 p.m. and several customers were in their rooms and probably wouldn't come downstairs. She ran back to her room, took out the small cream-colored round table from the living room, placed it in the hall, and took out a thin blanket. I ordered a pot of hot floral tea and a small low-calorie cake in the food court. Xia Yan lay in a rocking chair, covered his legs with a thin blanket, and drank a sip of hot tea comfortably to drive away the discomfort brought by the humid air. The weather in this doomsday is extremely hot when it is hot and extremely cold when it rains. When she was younger, her legs were drenched by a rainstorm. Since then, whenever it rains, her right ankle feels swollen and uncomfortable as if it were soaked in cold water. Xia Yan likes rainy days very much. Whether it is the dripping sound of raindrops or the slightly fishy smell of soil, they all make her feel peaceful. She picked up the cake on the small plate, scooped a spoonful, and put it into her mouth. The cream was delicate and sweet to the right degree. The round blueberries with a little white frost exploded between her lips and teeth with a light bite. This was a scene Li Ru saw when he walked into the hall. She rubbed her eyes, unable to believe that the female boss was eating cake. He looks to be about the same age as her, but he has such incredible supernatural powers. How come there are really God's favorites in the world? Countless people broke their heads and bled, or even sacrifice their lives for a bite of food, but she lay there comfortably with countless supplies in her hands? It's really unfair. Li Ru looked down and saw her tattered clothes and shoes and bit her lower lip in embarrassment. She had originally planned to ask the female boss if she had any clean clothes for sale, but after such a setback, she wanted to go back and lick her wounds. Xia Yan looked at Li Ru's reflection in the glass, took a sip of hot tea, and was somewhat curious as to why an ordinary person like her was running here instead of staying in the room. After taking in her expression, Xia Yan found it a little funny. This girl has a lot on her mind. In the end, Li Ru didn't say anything. He turned back angrily with heavy steps. Xia Yan withdrew his gaze and lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes hiding the expression in his eyes. After finishing the last bite of cake, she lay back down and pulled the blanket up to her neck. I lay there, feeling warm all over, and watched the rain. The monotonous sound of raindrops was the best hypnotic music. She's a little sleepy. I yawned and saw that the night was getting darker and the rain was not getting lighter. The sky was pitch black with only the occasional purple lightning lighting up the sky. Xiong, I'm going to sleep now. Thank you for your hard work in guarding the door. Xiong stood by the wall, and it was unclear where his black eyes were focused. Xia Yan instructed Xiong to fold the blanket and put the recliner and small round table aside. She took out a U-shaped long lock and walked to the door, ready to lock it. A pale hand grasped the door handle. Wait. The voice was extremely hoarse, as if it had been smoked by fire. Xia Yan looked in the direction she was looking and saw that the person coming was a woman. She was wearing a worn black sportswear that was soaked by the heavy rain and wrapped tightly around her body, with strands of short hair sticking to her cheeks. His lips were pale from lack of blood and tightly pursed, and his overly thin face made his cheekbones protrude high. But his eyes were firm and sharp. At this moment, he was staring at Xia Yan without blinking. Xia Yan paused, put on his standard smile again, removed the door lock, and opened the door to welcome the guest. Please come in, guest. The woman quickly glanced at Xiong standing nearby, her eyes filled with deep vigilance. There was no other way. She couldn't find a suitable place to stay outside. Suddenly, she saw the sign here was on. She tried her best to escape and had no choice but to take a gamble. Xia Yan saw her standing still at the door with a strange dark color on the soles of her feet, and she understood a little. Please rest assured, our shop is absolutely safe. The woman then nodded and walked in with somewhat stiff movements. Xia Yan took her to the checkout counter and motioned for her to look at the sign above. All the rules were clearly written there. She didn't put up the sign just for decoration. After waiting patiently for 5 minutes, the woman took out a level 2 crystal core from her pocket and exchanged it for points. Guest, this is the room card for room 103. If you haven't eaten yet, you could buy a box lunch at the lunch machine in the back. There's also a water dispenser next to it, which provides hot and cold water. You get 1 point for each cup. The woman still had that expressionless look on her face, but her feet were obviously unsteady when she walked. Xia Yan stood behind the cashier counter. Seeing that she had taken 3 boxes of lunch and was about to take more, he frowned slightly and reminded her, Guest, just enough for tonight. Breakfast will be provided on the 2nd floor tomorrow morning, and lunch machines will sell boxed lunches all day long. Hearing this, the woman paused for a few seconds, but her hands did not stop and took away 2 more boxes of lunch. He said stiffly, I have a big appetite. Xia Yan smiled playfully. Guest, there will be punishment for wasting. I don't think you would want to experience a day trip among a pile of level 5 zombies. Hearing this, the woman's breathing became heavier. She looked directly at Xia Yan and said very seriously, I'm very hungry. We can finish these. They won't be wasted. Xia Yan looked back calmly. The woman's expression was clear and firm, without a trace of lies. After a while, Xia Yan retracted his sharpness and returned to his kind smile. We hope our guests will enjoy their stay in our hotel. The woman breathed a sigh of relief. Her tense body relaxed, and she felt a slight stinging pain in the wound on her leg. She had to replenish her energy and repair her wounds quickly, because there was a mutant in the opposing team who was good at tracking. She couldn't continue to be exposed. She tried to raise the corners of her mouth to express her kindness, but after being in dire straits for so long, she had forgotten what a smile was. The woman quickly gave up, resumed her expressionless face, and said in a hoarse voice, Stay here for a week first. Okay. Xia Yan asked her to pay the 6-day room fee. Go down the corridor. There's a bathroom on the left. You can wash up. The woman walking in the corridor turned her head slightly and nodded in thanks, the tip of her nose standing straight and upturned on her pale face. Xia Yan sat behind the cashier counter and waited patiently for a while. Seeing that there were no other guests staying at the hotel, he quickly locked the door and turned off the lights. The lights in the corridor are on all night. Because there is no private bathroom in the single room on the first floor, you need to walk through the corridor to the public bathroom. Xia Yan heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom and walked over to take a look. It turned out that Li Ru was washing her dirty clothes in the sink. She was wearing a vest and shorts and rubbed her coat and pants over and over again. The originally clear water turned black in an instant. Xia Yan silently watched the clean white wash basin become full of stains and frowned tightly. But she said nothing and went back to her room. System, is there a cheaper washing machine? Chapter 17. Xia Yan is bewitched. She hadn't thought this through. If you suddenly come across a place with drinking water and clothes washing, everyone will wash their dirty clothes. The cheapest washer-dryer in the mall requires 500 points. So expensive. Aren't there any single-function washing machines? There's no need for a drying function, as long as it can wash. Yes, 50 points. Okay, this is it. I want two. Put them both in the bathroom on the first floor. Xia Yan made the decision immediately, and then thought of something else, set it to 5 points per wash, and buy a vertical glass display cabinet and put it next to the water dispenser in the lobby. She opened them all and picked out 10 small bags of high-efficiency laundry detergent, spending 20 points. I also bought 5 packs of long sanitary napkins, 5 pairs of women's underwear, 5 pairs of universal sports bras, and 5 pairs of men's underwear, spending a total of 80 points. All expenses are paid from the store's sales. She ran into the hall again, carrying a bunch of things. Next to the water dispenser stands a 30 centimeters wide and 45 centimeters high vertical locked glass cabinet with a total of 4 layers. Xia Yan put the laundry detergent in the 3rd layer. The 2nd layer was for women's underwear, the 1st layer was for men's underwear, and the 4th layer was sanitary napkins. She also found the disposable soap, shampoo, and towels provided free of charge by the system and placed them on the door of the cashier counter, preparing to distribute 1 to each of the 3 single rooms tomorrow. Xia Yan looked at the drawer full of supplies and sighed deeply. What to do? The more free stuff you give away, the more people will envy you. She had a vague feeling that her future life would not be peaceful. Xia Yan returned to his room and ordered a bowl of spicy rice noodles and lime passion fruit tea at the food court. He ate until sweat broke out on his forehead and he felt a sour and refreshing feeling. After dinner, walk in circles for an hour to help digest the food and then take a comfortable hot bath. Humming a little tune and snuggling in the soft quilt, listening to the sound of rain outside the window, Xia Yan sighed in comfort. Before going to bed, she opened the store's business performance for the day. After deducting today's income from expenses, there were 883 points left, and the accumulated points were 1,349. One step closer to upgrading. Xia Yan turned off the lights with satisfaction. Go to bed early and get up early, because we have to open the breakfast room tomorrow. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the bell rang on time, and Xia Yan turned over and sat up. I slept so well last night. She stretched herself. Since coming into this world, her daily routine has become very standard. I go to bed around 8 o'clock every night, get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and take a nap at noon. Xia Yan walked to the window and opened the curtains, only to see that it was still gloomy outside and the rain was still falling. When she went out yesterday, she deliberately walked around the house, but did not find the window that belonged to her room. But she did have a view of the neighborhood from inside, and it faced the park. From the outside, the park was a few blocks away from her. She spent a long time thinking about it yesterday, but couldn't figure it out. When she asked the system, it didn't give her an answer, so she simply didn't waste her brain cells and just left it alone. Xia Yan simply folded the quilt and turned to go to the bathroom to wash up. In the meantime, I took the clothes out of the washing machine and hung them on the clothes hanger to dry. After doing all this, she looked at the time and saw that it was already 5:30. She didn't waste any more time, changed her shoes, and went out. When we got to the 2nd floor, there were already several people standing outside the breakfast room. Xia Yan smiled and nodded, then opened the door and went in first. Jing Yimai followed her and was the first to walk to the self-service ordering machine to order. Zhang Lei and his wife, and Li Ru stared, not daring to move. They secretly imitated Jing Yimai's operation, fearing that they would not be able to operate it well and would be embarrassed in a while. The woman who looked pale last night now looks much better after a night's rest. She was not as reserved as the other 3. She stood at the back with an upright posture, slowly looking at everything inside, her eyes full of alertness. Xia Yan didn't care what the others thought. She ate too much last night and was very hungry when she woke up in the morning. She just picked up a few of her favorite foods and started eating. There was a sudden beep from the self-service ordering machine, and Xia Yan looked up. It turned out that Zhang Lei and his wife only had one card and could not order food for Li Yun and Li Ru. Xia Yan spoke at the right time. Breakfast cards cannot be shared. You can ask them to go downstairs and apply for a points card. Zhang Lei was about to go down with the two of them, carrying the meal tray, when a warning was issued again in the room. After the first warning, no outside food is allowed. After the third warning, the ordered food will be confiscated. Please pay attention. Zhang Lei's face flushed, and he had no choice but to hand the two girls 2 first-level crystal cores and let them recharge themselves. The two sisters hurried downstairs. Zhang Lei took the plate and found a table to sit down, looking at the food on the plate with his mouth watering. The woman then walked to the ordering machine and ordered 10 pies, then started eating at the only empty table. The woman fell silent the moment she entered the room, thinking of her comrades who were fighting on the front lines. Not only did they have no food or water, but they also had to be on guard against attack from enemies and zombies at all times. Thinking of the man still fighting on the battlefield, trying hard to give his comrades hope of survival, her eyes reddened slightly, and she took a big bite and chewed hard. No, she must recover her strength as soon as possible and rush to the battlefield. They need her. Lu Ju arrived late and jumped to the ordering machine. He didn't order much this time, just a glass of milk, 2 fried eggs, and 2 fried dumplings. It only cost 10.0. Lu Ju sat next to Xia Yan with a tray in her hand and greeted him sweetly with her dimples. "Miss, you got up so early today." Xia Yan liked this cute girl a little, so he stroked her head and pinched her little deer horns as usual. "It's a little hard, but very furry and feels amazing. You got up late today." Hearing this, Lu Ju wrinkled his nose cutely, snorted, and said in a baby voice, "It's because of the bad weather. When it rains, I can't wake up. In winter, I can sleep for a whole season." After she finished speaking, she covered her mouth and looked around carefully. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she whispered to Xia Yan, "You are not allowed to tell anyone. That is my secret. My brother won't let me tell anyone. He will spank me." Xia Yan smiled, imitated her, and lowered his voice, gradually approaching. "Don't tell anyone. Have you found your brother?" The big eyes so close to her are so watery, the long eyelashes fluttering up and down. The nose is small and cute, and the face still has a little baby fat. So cute. The more Xia Yan looked at it, the more he liked it. "Found it. My brother told me to stay here and not move. He will be here soon." This is a topic that Lu Ju likes. Not only does her eyebrows slightly raise, her eyes sparkle, but her little face also becomes rosy. Xia Yan seemed to be bewitched. Impulsively, he gave her a kiss. Lu Ju blushed. Xia Yan blushed. Jing Yimai, who was secretly observing the two of them, said. Lu Ju's eyes became more and more moist, and as black and bright as the brightest stars in the clearest night sky. Suddenly, she became shy. Her cheeks were as pink as the clouds in the sky. She lowered her eyes and dared not look at her. She pursed her lips again and finally cried out tenderly. Elder Sister. Chapter 18, Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Xia Yan also suddenly felt uncomfortable. He vaguely sensed that besides the aroma of food, there was another smell in the air. Mixed in with the fragrance was the smell of mushrooms? She couldn't tell what the scent was. Ahem. She coughed to cover up. Sister just thinks you are so cute, so I'm giving you a kiss from your elders. Don't misunderstand, haha. So embarrassing. Xia Yan put away the plate and fled. Lu Ju stared at her back with wet eyes, touched his cheek, and smiled happily. As my brother said, the little deer is really adorable. Xia Yan ran to the lobby and prepared 3 disposable items, including disposable soap and shampoo and a towel, which he planned to distribute to the customers in the single rooms later. Xiong was wiping 3 machines with a rag, and the air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. After sitting behind the cash register for about an hour, she finally heard someone coming down. Xia Yan grabbed his things, stood up, and walked to the corridor. Guest, these are free disposable toiletries from our store. We also sell women's hygiene products and men's and women's underwear. If you need them, you can buy them at the front desk. Li Ru was stunned for a moment. Then his brows lit up with joy. He walked forward and quickly took it, expressing his sincere gratitude. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Xia Yan's eyes fell on Lu Ju and the woman behind her, and handed the thing in her hand over to them. I'm very sorry. These things were just found in the warehouse. I don't know if they've expired. Let's just make do with them for now. She was not lying when she said this, as it was indeed found in the system's warehouse. The bathroom on the second floor will automatically refill disposable items, so she doesn't have to worry about it. According to the shop's rules, single rooms are not equipped with these utensils, but after the apocalypse, no one will carry things like toothbrushes and toothpaste with them. But not brushing your teeth for a long time is indeed unsightly. For her physical and mental health, I just gave it away for free. It doesn't cost any money anyway, so it might as well be wasted. Oh, by the way, there are 2 new washing machines in the bathroom. You need to pay 5 points to wash clothes once. There is also laundry detergent for sale in the lobby. If you need it, you can come and have a look. Washing machine? Li Ru felt that the owner was lying. She had just washed clothes there last night, and there was not even a basin, let alone a washing machine. How could there be 2 extra washing machines in just one night? Even if I went out to look for them, it would not be easy to find 2 washing machines that were still usable. Behind her, Lu Ju jumped up high and cheered. It's time to change into new clothes. She had noticed a new glass cabinet in the hall a long time ago, and was extremely happy when she heard Xia Yan say that new underwear was for sale. He ran to the glass cabinet, holding the things in his arms. Wow, there are really underwear. And sanitary napkins. What a fairy sister. Love you. Lu Ju threw the things in her hand onto the table, ready to open the glass door and take out the clothes to try them on to see which color suited her. Unexpectedly, the moment I touched the cabinet door, a not-so-strong electric current flowed through my fingers throughout my body. How come there is still electricity? Lu Ju took a few steps back in panic, holding his fingers and panting. Xia Yan didn't expect this, but he roughly guessed that this might be a protection mechanism. She put on a professional smile and walked forward to open the cabinet door. Which one do you like? I'll give it to you. Lu Ju pointed at the light green sports bra and said, I like this one. Xia Yan took it out and handed it over, smiling at the 2 people behind her. Do you 2 need anything? Li Ru's heart was pounding and she could hardly believe her eyes. The glass cabinet not only contained laundry detergent, but also underwear for men and women. A pack of laundry detergent only costs 5 points, underwear costs 10 points, and panties cost 6 points. If she buys one for her sister and brother-in-law, plus her own, the total will be 43 points. But she had already spent 20 points this morning. She couldn't always ask her brother-in-law for crystal cores. Forget it, you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Anyway, the current crystal core was given by my brother-in-law, so buy it. After figuring it out, Li Ru straightened her back and said in a commanding manner, Give me 2 sets of underwear, 2 types of women's underwear, and 1 type of men's underwear, and a bag of laundry detergent. Pay by credit card. Li Ru was extremely humble in the doomsday and could only depend on others to survive. Who would have thought that in peacetime, she would carry a luxury bag, wear limited edition high heels, lead a few fawning followers, walk around the mall and point at things, and the salesperson would pack up the clothes and send them to her home with a flattering face. Xia Yan pulled out a plastic bag and packed it neatly. Total 43 points. Please swipe your card at the cashier. Li Ru, who was deep in memories, was awakened. He looked at her blankly, then looked down at the plastic bag and almost jumped up. What kind of packaging is this? How could she be allowed to hold it? Where is Xiao Kuei? After taking another closer look, Li Ru realized that her happy life was long gone. Now she was worried about food and drink and about how to survive. As for Xiao Kuei, didn't she die a long time ago? She wants to live, and live as glamorously as before. She wanted those who looked down on her to stare at her with wide eyes. She, Li Ru, could live better than them even without any special powers. Xia Yan looked at the girl in front of him in surprise as her face changed from gloomy to full of fighting spirit, thinking that women's hearts are like needles in the sea, and they can never be figured out. As long as Li Ru doesn't cause trouble in her shop, she will ignore her. Lu Ju bought 5 sanitary napkins, a set of underwear, and a pack of laundry detergent, spending a total of 31 points. Lu Ju and Li Ru are just the opposite. Lu Ju's thoughts are all shown on her face, and she never hides anything. She is really cute and really innocent. I don't know what kind of powerful person could have raised such an innocent girl in such a filthy environment. Xia Yan likes her very much, but I will never give her a discount. She is a businesswoman and is only interested in profit. Fortunately, Lu Ju didn't think that the 2 of them were familiar with each other, so he should give them a discount. Now only the woman in sportswear and Xia Yan were left in the hall. Seeing that she had no intention of speaking, Xia Yan sat behind the cashier counter and raised his head slightly to check today's sales. The breakfast room has good income, with 110 points. After returning the remaining food to the system, she directed Xiong to go upstairs to clean and disinfect. At this time, the woman finally opened her mouth, her voice still extremely hoarse. Can you sell these in bulk? Especially sanitary napkins, which are the most urgently needed items for female team members. There's no sales on the open market right now, and the prices on the black market are extremely high. As a marginal team, they simply do not have the financial resources to support themselves. Every time a teammate reaches a special period, they will surround that person in the middle of the team and do their best to protect him. But because they drink cold water, eat cold rice, and sleep on the floor on weekdays, even though their physical fitness has been improved after gaining superpowers, they still experience lower abdominal cramps, weak legs, and general weakness during special periods. Some teammates simply found a military doctor to remove their uterus just to live a few more years in the doomsday. If there were sanitary napkins, the teammates' chances of survival would be much higher. Chapter 19, Really Brave. The young female boss in front of her really gave her hope. If she could sell a lot of food and supplies, they could hold out on the front line longer. After all, during combat, not only strength is tested, but also material resources. Sanitary napkins? How many do you want? Xia Yan narrowed her eyes slightly and vaguely saw the points waving at her. Seeing that there was a chance, the woman's face actually flushed with excitement. She took 2 steps to the cashier counter and leaned forward slightly. How many do you have? I need at least 100 bags. Hearing this, Xia Yan looked her up and down, tapped the table lightly, and said calmly, Do you have spatial abilities? Can you take so many away? The woman was stunned. How could she forget such an important thing? But then she thought she would only need another day or two to recover 80% of her physical strength so that she could rush back to the team with the space ability to get the supplies. She suppressed her excitement and spoke again. Don't worry about that. I'll find a way. Do you have anything else that can be sold in bulk? Like lunchboxes, breakfast, etc. More important than sanitary napkins is food. Her ultimate goal is also food. She had specifically observed in the morning that there was no kitchen in the breakfast room, and the plates were piled high with food, but there were only 6 customers in the hotel, so it was obvious that there were more food than people. This shows that the female boss has no shortage of food. If I could sell her half. But she didn't expect Xia Yan to shake his head and break her fantasy. Why? The woman leaned forward in unbearable emotion, her eyes slightly red, her bony fingers tightly clasped on the table, each hand bone clearly visible, and the blue-green blood vessels protruding high. Do you know that we are starving in the front? Jean, these foods of yours can save our lives. The woman almost lost control of her emotions and blurted out the secret. But fortunately, she changed her words in the end. This is an order from above. Unless it is the last minute, it is strictly forbidden to spread the news privately and cause riots. Violators will be shot on the spot. Xia Yan noticed the explosive point in her words. She lowered her eyes and tapped the table unconsciously with her fingers. The next second, she was still smiling and said in a gentle tone, Please don't worry, guests. According to regulations, the food in the breakfast room cannot be sold, but the boxed meals in the hall can be taken away. Guests can buy them if they need them. The woman felt a stinging pain in her throat and glanced back at the machine, but she quickly suppressed her excitement. How many boxes can you buy at a time? Xia Yan crossed his fingers, straightened his back, and said seriously, The limit is 20 boxes, but you can only buy 15 boxes. Seeing the veins on the woman's forehead bulge again, Xia Yan spoke before she could say anything. You have your insistence, but I also have to consider my customers. Not only is the maximum 15 boxes, but each box also costs an extra 5 points for takeout. The woman was stunned for a moment, then she walked over to the machine and touched the color picture with her fingers. After a while, she said in a hoarse voice, as if jokingly, You put such a precious thing under everyone's noses. Aren't you afraid that it will be robbed? Xia Yan didn't care at all and ordered some octopus balls from the food court, which appeared in her hands in an instant. The woman's pupils shrank. The freshly baked meatballs exuded an enticing aroma, and the wood fish whiskers, as thin as cicada wings, were curled up from being burned. Xia Yan picked up one, blew on it gently, and took a bite. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with an explosive taste. She winked at the woman, with a hint of malice in the corner of her mouth. They don't dare. The woman fell silent. The only sound in the hall was Xia Yan's slow chewing. At this time, footsteps were heard from deep in the corridor, and soon Jing Imai appeared in front of them. Noticing the subtle atmosphere in the hall, he glanced at the two of them calmly, nodded slightly to Xia Yan, and planned to buy some laundry detergent and men's underwear. Just as Xia Yan was about to speak to stop him, Li Ru ran out from the corridor and shouted, "Brother, don't touch it. There's electricity." Jing Imai quickly withdrew his hand. It was this person named Li Ru who knocked on his door just now and told him that there was a washing machine on the first floor and that they also sold underwear. He saw through Li Ru's thoughts about him at a glance and sneered. The toad wants to eat the swan flesh. Li Ru rushed to his side, raised her clean little face, and tried her best to look worried, her eyes full of admiration and concern. She pulled up Jing Imai's sleeve and asked anxiously, "Brother, are you okay? How do you do business as a shopkeeper? You don't even remind the customers. Survival in the apocalypse is hard. Are you afraid of being robbed by someone else?" Li Ru had already thought about what to say on the way here. Even though her face looked clean, her skin was much rougher than before and was no match for the female boss. She had to show the owner's viciousness to highlight her kindness and gentleness. Li Ru looked at Xia Yan with secret pride, wanting to see how she would handle it. It would be best if she was like the previous salesperson. "Have you ever seen the aura of a young lady? Let me show you today." But what was she holding? Takoyaki? Not to mention, Xia Yan was really shocked by Li Ru's words. Such a Chinibu thing actually happened to her. She sneered and angrily said, "Is your brain full of shit? Doomsday hasn't taught you how to speak in the past few years. You can't even afford to eat, yet you're still thinking about a female competition? You eat my food, drink my drinks, and live my house, and you still dare to speak rudely to me?" Xiong Xiong asked the customer in 202 to come down. The bear, standing aside, took a step forward. Li Ru panicked and hurriedly grabbed Xiong Xiong. "Don't go. Don't call me sister. If you have any problem, come to me. Why are you calling me sister and brother-in-law?" She was completely panicked. Why didn't this female boss follow the routine? She couldn't leave them for the time being. She hadn't even hooked up with the person next to her yet. Li Ru's face turned pale, and she grabbed the corner of Jing Imai's clothes again. "Brother, look at this boss. I didn't say anything, but she actually told my parents." Jing Imai pulled his sleeve back in disgust and looked at her as if she was a fool. "You offend someone you shouldn't offend, and you still want to drag him into trouble?" "Boss, I don't know her." Jing Imai felt that he had to explain so as not to be accidentally killed by the boss. Xia Yan nodded to show that he understood. "You, how could you do this? I'm speaking for you, but you." Li Ru was embarrassed and almost cried. Nowadays, every base puts people first. "Boss, what you did is wrong. It's a tyrannical act and must be banned." Xia Yan discovered that this person was Zhen Yong, and he angered her again and again. "Oh, shut your mouth." A transparent cube immediately appeared beside Li Ru, wrapping her tightly inside. "This is?" Jing Imai seemed to be thinking about something. Li Ru felt that she could hardly move and breathe, and she knew that her boss had used his supernatural powers on her. She is just an ordinary person. How can she bear it? Li Ru's face became redder and redder. The blood vessels in his neck gradually bulged, and his expression became more and more ferocious. Is she dying? "Sister, save me." Just as her head began to buzz and her vision became increasingly blurry, a familiar figure pounced in front of her. "Elder sister?" "Boss, my sister is still young and doesn't understand." What she said was unintentional. "I kneel down in front of you and beg you to spare her." Chapter 20, Death of Sisters. Seeing that his only sister was almost suffocated to death, Li Yun felt a sharp pain in his heart and was about to kneel down with his knees bent. "If you dare to kneel, I will kill her completely." Xia Yan's face was gloomy. Li Yun was really scheming and blocked her from both ends. As long as Li Yun kneels down, it means that the matter can be turned over. She could only suffer in silence. "Are you playing tricks here?" "I'm really disgusted." Upon hearing this, Li Yun hurriedly stopped her actions, stood up again, and looked at her sister who was breathing in and out without any breath. With her eyes rolled up, she struggled to pat the facade. "Boss, please let my sister out. She's almost suffocating. She's just an ordinary person." Li Yin intentionally looked at the people around him, implying a threat. Xia Yan saw it clearly, and even though he was extremely angry, he laughed out loud, "Ha!" Li Yin stopped and stared at her fearfully. "What annoys me most is when someone sets a trap for me and plays me like a fool. I was originally planning to just teach you a lesson, but you two really deserve to be sisters. You dare to offend others when you have no ability. Haha, I can't tolerate any grain of sand in my eyes, So you two should go on a day trip to the level 5 zombie circle together. Xia Yan's eyes were sharp and his movements were swift. He directly selected the area with the largest number of level 5 zombies, drove Li Yun and Li Ru over there, and opened the hotel's built-in monitoring interface in front of them, projecting it onto the blank wall. Dozens of level 5 zombies went berserk because of the sudden appearance of the two people. They roared and pounced on them together. Li Yun and Li Ru in the middle had pale faces, their legs trembling, and they completely lost the ability to resist. But at this time, a transparent protective shield covered them, keeping the zombies outside. The two screamed and almost fainted when they saw the surroundings full of level 5 zombies. Inside the hotel, Xia Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Zhang Lei, who was standing aside in a daze, and asked coldly, "What do you think?" Zhang Lei's eyes were dull, and it was difficult for him to recover from the violent projection in front of him. Li Yun, that's his only love. In the doomsday, the strong will win. Li Ru offended people he shouldn't have offended and even dragged his wife into it. Even if she was really killed, how could Zhang Lei avenge them? I told Ian a long time ago that her sister is not a worry-free person, but she still doesn't believe it. Now, Zhang Lei spoke with difficulty, his mouth full of bitterness. "Let me go too. We must die together." Xia Yan looked at him expressionlessly, and the next second, Zhang Lei appeared in the projection. "Hubby, why are you here too?" Looking at Zhang Lei, who suddenly appeared in the protective shield, Li Yun was happy at first, but then became extremely sad. "Why did you follow us? Just let us die. The female boss is vicious and cruel. My sister and I just said something casually, but she's going to kill us all. Sooner or later, she will die miserably dash." Bang! Zhang Lei slapped her in the face and frantically looked up to find the surveillance device, but saw nothing. "Just shut up. It's all your good sister's fault." Li Ru tried hard to shrink into a ball, but suddenly there was one more person in the already small protective shield, and she was about to touch the zombies outside. Suddenly, she heard Zhang Lei talking about her, and she responded in panic, "Why do you blame me? It's obviously the female boss's fault. I just said a few words for others." Bang! Zhang Lei slapped her with all his might, his expression fierce. "Think carefully about how many troubles you have caused. Your sister and I have always cleaned up your mess. Do you think this is still a peaceful time? Open your dog eyes and see what is out there. Wife, listen to me this time. You should sincerely apologize to the female boss and beg her to let us go. We will live a good life in the hotel. I will work hard to kill zombies and save crystal cores. We will try to have a baby next year. Okay." Zhang Lei held Li Yun's shoulders, his eyes full of painful pleading. Li Yun also had tears in her eyes. She turned her head to look at her sister, who was squatting beside her. She understood what Zhang Lei meant. The trouble was caused by her sister. As long as she had a good talk with the female boss, she would have a good chance of survival. But that was her only sister. How could she leave her to live alone? The two have been married for several years, so naturally they know each other's every move very well. Seeing that she kept crying and refused to express her opinion, Zhang Lei's heart gradually cooled down, and he felt extremely sad. "In your heart, our years of husband and wife relationship are not as important as your unlucky sister?" Li Yun was like an ignited bomb. He suddenly knocked his hand down and pushed him away, shouting, "My sister is not a jinx." Li Ru jumped up immediately afterwards, his face distorted as he shouted angrily, "I'm not a jinx. You die. Help us lure away the zombies. Brother-in-law." After that, he kicked him hard in the stomach. Zhang Lei was caught off guard and took a few steps back and walked out of the protective shield. He looked at Li Yun in disbelief, only to see her quickly turn her head away, as if she couldn't bear to see his tragic death. Li Ru's went completely crazy and laughed out loud. The zombies guarding outside saw a living person coming out and opened their rotten mouths to bite him. At that moment, Zhang Lei was extremely desperate. He could already smell the stench on them. It wouldn't be long before he would become a zombie too. 5 or 6 extremely rotten zombie faces appeared before my eyes. "He is dead." The next second, he appeared in the hotel. Zhang Lei suddenly found himself escaping from the zombie swarm and returning to the warm hotel. The fear of surviving the disaster made his legs weak. He sat on the ground, sweating as if his body was unresponsive. His face was pale, and he was gasping for breath, looking at the female boss behind the cashier counter. She was the one who saved herself. Xia Yan was still looking at the projection, not even looking at him. Jing Yimai raised an eyebrow under the brim of his long hat, noticing that Zhang Lei was teleported back from the pile of level 5 zombies unharmed. He felt in his heart that Xia Yan had extraordinary abilities and was very powerful. The woman standing aside tried her best to suppress her excitement. She recognized the location in the projection. The team is in urgent need of level 4 and 5 crystal cores, but level 5 zombies rarely gather in groups. They are scattered here and there, making it very troublesome to collect the crystal cores. I actually found out the location of piles of level 5 zombies here. What a blessing in disguise. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts. Xia Yan stared at the projection, watched a good show, and listened to the sisters quarreling inside, and her mood gradually improved. After having watched enough of the show, they removed the protective shield, and the two people who had been arguing were instantly submerged in the pile of zombies, forming a small mountain of corpses. Seeing that there was nothing to see, Xia Yan turned off the projection and stood up to get the goods for Jing'Amai. "Sir, which one do you want? Is black okay?" Jing'Amai looked at the black underwear in her hand silently and nodded. "Do you need anything else?" Xia Yan put the underwear into the plastic bag. Another bag of washing powder. "Okay, 11 points in total. Swipe the card at the front desk." Xia Yan handed the bag to him and successfully received the points. At this time, Zhang Lei came over somewhat dejectedly, bowed deeply to her, and thanked her sincerely. "Thank you, boss, for saving me." After Li Yun's push, he had completely given up. After years of husband and wife relationship, it's better to die. He won't have to worry about their eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating anymore. From now on, he will try his best to live a good life. Xia Yan has been observing Zhang Lei secretly and will kill him immediately if he shows any sign of abnormality. She was willing to rescue him only because Zhang Lei didn't come to cause trouble, and she was the most understanding among the three. Smart people have the right to live. Only stupid people will die early. Seeing that he was so understanding, Xia Yan didn't intend to figure out whether it was true or not. As long as it didn't cross the red line, he would just turn a blind eye and let it go. Xia Yan smiled and said, "Live a good life in the shop." Chapter 21, let's have a small hot pot. I'm the only one left now, and it's a waste of space to live in a double room. Can you help me move to room 102? I can charge you for a double room. Also, I'd like to rent it for 1 month. This is where Zhang Lei is smart. Xia Yan smiled again, took the 2 level 2 crystal cores he handed over, and directly deducted 930 points after recharging, leaving 1070 points in the card. The room rate cannot be changed. I have already changed it to 102 for you. Today's room rate has also been deducted. Here is the room card. Zhang Lei nodded and took the room card. My things are still in room 202. I have to go upstairs to pack them up first. I'll give you the room card for room 202 later. Xia Yan called Xiong and asked it to clean up room 102. She took out a disposable soap, shampoo, and towel from the drawer and handed them over. There is no bathroom in the single room. You need to walk to the end and turn left to the public bathroom to wash up. Zhang Lei took it, thanked him, and left. Xia Yan glanced at the woman who had been standing in the hall. After thinking for so long, was she going to buy something? If she didn't buy anything, she would go to sleep. Xia Yan wondered whether he should ask them to go back to their room. The woman stood motionless in the hall with a pale face. The weather was dark and gloomy. When I looked up suddenly, I thought she was doing a mission in the underworld. At this time, the ghost girl turned around, walked over quickly, half leaned on the cashier counter, and asked anxiously, "No one is buying anything now. I want everything in the glass cabinet. How long can the food last?" "1 day. Only 1 day. Where's your water? Can you sell it?" "Water? The water in the water dispenser has always been sold by the cup. I don't know if it can be sold by the bucket." "System, can water be sold in barrels?" "No. Currently, only the mineral water in the double room is provided, up to 4 bottles per room per day." After getting the system's answer, Xia Yan shook his head at her. "Sorry, if you have a cup, you could buy water by cup size. We can't sell it in buckets for now." She stood up, pulled out a plastic bag, and put the remaining clothes and supplies in the glass cabinet into it. "Want some laundry detergent too?" "Want. Okay, that's 79 points in total. Please swipe your card." The woman returned to the room with a bag full of goods. She came out again after a while and walked straight to the lunch machine. She selected 3 servings of cumin duck leg fried rice and went back to eat. After a busy morning, the hall finally became quiet again. Xia Yan asked Xiong to set up the chairs and the small round table, and she ordered a small hot pot from the food city. About a minute later, a small pot with red oil floating on it appeared on the table, and small plates of vegetables and meat were gradually placed around it. Green bamboo shoots, baby cabbage, sweet potato, and lotus root slices, a small plate of crystal noodles, beef tripe sheets, shrimp paste, beef slices, lamb slices, and even a complimentary cup of sour plum soup. This long-lived singles hot pot meal cost her a total of 70 points. Plug in the small pot. Bubbles begin to appear at the bottom of the pot, and the spicy and fragrant aroma wafts through the hall. After the pot boils, Xia Yan puts the meat into the pot first. Xiong was very considerate and opened the door a crack to let the smell float out through the crack. Xia Yan scooped up a shrimp ball with a spoon, dipped it in the sauce, and took a bite. Wow, it's tender, smooth, and delicious. People who like to eat food should eat the meat first and the vegetables last. I picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and put it into my mouth. Wow, it was so satisfying. Zhonglei happened to see this scene when he came to deliver the door card and swallowed. Eating hot pot. There are also vegetables. He took a deep sniff and felt the hot pot spirit deep in his soul being drawn out. It smells so good. Strange. Why can't I smell anything in the corridor? Zhonglei didn't dare to stay for long, for fear that Xia Yan would feel that his presence disturbed their meal. So I put down the door card and left. He took deep breaths with his back to Xia Yan's mouth and nose. Take a sniff. It smells good. It really smells good. But soon, when he walked into the corridor, not only did he no longer smell the scent of hot pot, but his desire for hot pot also faded. Zhonglei touched his stomach. He felt very hungry just now, but now he felt nothing. Xia Yan just looked up when Zhonglei appeared and continued eating. Anyway, the things she bought from the food court are only for her to eat, and there's also a tricky game mechanism. The smell of food can be detected within a range of 2 to 5 meters. But after 5 meters, not only can the smell not be detected, but the desire for it also fades. If someone intends to steal the food, as long as he gets within 2 meters of Xia Yan, not only will he not be able to see or smell the food, he will also forget his original purpose. Then I walked back, and 2 meters away, I smelled it again, and within 2 meters, I forgot it again. This cycle continues until the person no longer has the urge to snatch the food, or Xia Yan finishes eating. It is also specially marked. This game rule is supreme and takes precedence over all other abilities or means. This food city does its best to protect the rights of consumers. Please enjoy your consumption. So Xia Yan had no burden in eating, and even if she traveled to another base in the future, she didn't have to worry about food and drink. After eating and drinking, she poured the remaining sour plum soup into a paper cup, and the pots, plates, and other items were recycled by the food city. Xia Yan felt warm all over. She went back to her room, changed into thicker clothes, put on long rain boots, picked up an umbrella, and prepared to stroll along the street. She remembered there was a park in the west and went to see it. Xia Yan asked Xiong to watch the store door while he opened his umbrella and walked into the rain. The whole sky was gray and white. The rain had subsided from yesterday's heavy downpour, but it was still cloudy and rainy. Puddles formed in the lower parts of the streets, and water kept flowing down the eaves to the ground. Xia Yan walked forward along the high ground. The whole city is desolate. This is the world after humans disappear. In fact, in this area, apart from her hotel, which is still in business and has living people, I'm afraid there are no other humans, right? Xia Yan walked quietly in the rain. From a distance, it looks like a watercolor painting that has faded over time. As we go west along the street, the number of trees on both sides of the road gradually increases. The temperature was high and there was little rainfall in the past few days, so the leaves were dry and yellow due to lack of water, and the short bushes near the roots of the trees died directly. After the apocalypse, plants were also attacked by a special virus, and the originally straight tree trunks suddenly began to twist and tangle. If you look closely, you can see that where two adjacent trees are entangled, there are many long strips like needle tips inserted into each other, desperately snatching nutrients. Between two trees, one must die. Xia Yan turned another street and noticed a relatively large supermarket across the street. She was eager to go in and take a look. The last thing that is lacking around the supermarket is zombies, but the zombies on rainy days are absolutely stunned. He just stood there facing the direction of the rain, letting it hit his face, and didn't respond to the sound around him. Some people with lower levels of supernatural powers would risk catching a cold on rainy days to go out and kill zombies and accumulate crystal cores. But Xia Yan didn't want to pick up a crystal core from the dirty and sticky brain. There's nothing we can do about it. She has so many resources that she can afford to be pretentious. Chapter 22, Refrigerator. After twisting and turning to avoid the zombies, she bent down slightly and walked in through the door with half a piece of glass left. The supermarket is quite large and is divided into several areas. But without exception, they were robbed. It was too dark in the supermarket, and the two small panes of glass didn't provide much light. Xia Yan bought a super bright flashlight from the mall and spent 5 points. Gently pushed the switch, and suddenly an ultra-wide beam of light shoots out. The whole supermarket was as bright as if all the lights were on. But Xia Yan frowned somewhat uncomfortably. She clearly saw the zombie corpses on the ground with their heads shot out and their crystal cores taken out. They were covered in black and yellow sticky substances that made her want to vomit. There were human corpses not far away. Although they had been bitten, they had not turned into zombies. Xia Yan withdrew his gaze from the broken corpse and walked in as clean a place as possible. The shelves were completely cleared out, whether it was seasonings or daily necessities. She continued walking inside, and her eyes lit up when she saw a row of refrigerators. There is electricity in the hotel, so she can bring the refrigerator back with her so that the lunchboxes and other things can be preserved longer. Unfortunately, some refrigerators have been smashed, and the glass on them is all broken. Xia Yan tried his best to find a refrigerator that had no damage on the outside and was probably usable, and then replaced the broken glass with intact glass from another refrigerator. System, put this refrigerator back to the hotel lobby. Ugh. The refrigerator disappeared in an instant. Xia Yan originally planned to get another upright freezer, but all the glass on it was broken and none of it could be used. Seeing that the glass display cabinet for selling cigarettes behind the cashier counter looked good, she still took it back to the hotel. Behind her cash register, Xia Yan suddenly experienced the joy of shopping for 0 yuan. But she's not familiar with the area, so it would be best to find a guide. There are large supermarkets in any urban area, right? There are also furniture malls, wholesale markets, and so on. Can she still find a few more clothes? Shop. Xia Yan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to be teleported to the hotel. Xiong at the door was still standing guard and performing his duties obediently. When Xia Yan saw that the refrigerator and glass display cabinet were in place, he asked Xiong to clean and disinfect them. She ran to the second floor and knocked on the door of room 201. Knock, knock, knock. When listening to Li Xinglong and the other two chatting, they said that 201 was the big boss. The big guy must be running everywhere, right? You must know the city better. Xia Yan suppressed his excitement and patiently knocked on the door again. A low voice came from behind the door. Oh, I'm Boss Xia. The door was opened, and Jing Yimai was wearing a black hat, covering his entire body tightly. The only thing exposed was his eyes, which were raised in confusion. Why does the boss want him? Xia Yan coughed lightly and asked, Are you busy? What's up? Well, if you're not busy, I'd like to ask you for a favor. What favor does he need? Isn't she omnipotent? Jing Yimai didn't let go and asked, What do you want to help me with? Just tell me. Okay, I want to go shopping at the largest supermarket in this city, but I don't know the way. If you know, can you take me there? Xia Yan said in one breath, his eyes full of hope. Maybe she was too bored during this period and suddenly found out that she could shop for free. She was so happy. The largest supermarket in the city? Jing Yimai instantly thought of the largest Tai Yinfa supermarket, which had 3 floors. Each floor was several thousand square meters and was definitely big enough. But there was nothing inside, so why did she go there? It was extremely smelly inside, and there was no light at all. It's too dark and empty inside. Dark? Xia Yan waved the flashlight in his hand. Don't worry, I have a flashlight. It's okay if I'm free. I can just go for a walk. Strolling? Jing Yimai's mouth twitched under the mask. The weather outside is so bad. Everyone is afraid of catching a cold and getting sick, so they want to stay at home, but she actually wants to go for a walk? Boss Xiao's ideas are indeed different from those of ordinary people. Jing Yimai couldn't refuse directly. After all, he might stay for a long time. What if things got out of hand and Boss Xia kicked him out? I should think of a way to refuse politely. There are a lot of zombies in there. Some of them are of a high level. There may be level 3 or 4 zombies. Zombies? It's okay. I will protect you and make sure you are safe, and the crystal core is yours. Also, Xia Yan read the description of the food city again in detail and quickly. Others who have been sincerely approved by members can enjoy the meal together. Very good. If you want to know more, I'll treat you to barbecue. Barbecue? Hot pot. It's up to you. What did he hear? Barbecue, hot pot? Please me. His voice became deeper and deeper. Yes, the kind that doesn't cost money. And there's cold beer to drink. Xia Yan has given it his all, so he should be moved this time, right? Sure enough, Jing Yimai became more energetic. Okay, when do we leave? Let's go now. Make it clear that you have to shop until I'm satisfied. No problem. So the two of them walked down the stairs one after the other. When they reached the gate, Jing Yimai stopped and looked at her, waiting for something. Xia Yan blinked and stopped as well. Eyes met. Which direction? Xia Yan asked. South. Jing and Mai replied. Then the two continued to stare at each other. Why don't you leave? Xia Yan looked at him again, wondering, did he want her to leave first? Okay. So she took the lead and set off. Jing and Mai was stunned for a moment, then followed. It was not until they reached the end of the street that Jing and Mai could not help but speak. Boss Xia, are we just going to walk over here like this? Yes. Sorry, I don't have a car yet. Xia Yan didn't feel guilty at all. It will probably take 2 hours to get there if we walk this way, and it will be dark by the time we get there. Jing and Mai looked up at the sky, speechless. Walk there for 2 hours and then rush back in the dark? He is really crazy. Xia Yan thought about it and felt that he was right, so he asked the system in his heart. System, is there any tool that can help me get going? The delivery vehicle can be unlocked in advance, but cannot bring passengers. She can't ride the bike and let Jing and Mai run behind her, right? It's not appropriate. Xia Yan looked at the sky and said with some regret, let's go tomorrow. It's really too late now. Jing and Mai breathed a sigh of relief and nodded happily, agreeing with her opinion. So the two of them turned around and went back. In the hall, there was a basin of clean water with laundry detergent in it, which gave off a fresh fragrance. It put on rubber gloves, wet the rag, bent down and wiped the lining of the refrigerator with its round, fleshy but shaking outside. It feels like it is in a good mood. Xia Yan discovered that as long as he let it work, its movements would be very human-like, and it would even jump around. No wonder they call the cleaners. I'll go upstairs first. Jing and Mai bought 3 lunch boxes, gestured slightly, and went upstairs. Xia Yan had no intention of treating him, and just watched him earn points with a smile. Xiong is very serious about his work. He can clean every corner and every hard-to-clean gap. He disinfected it 5 or 6 times and even wiped the electrical wires to make them reflective. The glass display case behind the cashier counter was also polished by it until it was bright enough to reflect light. Xia Yan put the disposable items in separately, which only occupied the bottom layer. Looking at the empty glass surface, she opened them all and bought 3 packs of disposable water cups, 30 toothbrushes and toothpastes, and 10 bath towels. A total of 100 points were spent, barely filling up another floor. Xia Yan comforted himself. It's okay. He will go out shopping tomorrow anyway. There will always be something usable. Chapter 23, Visiting GAI. The next day, Xia Yan got up early, opened the curtains, and found that it was still raining outside. Thinking about going shopping today, she excitedly found a backpack in the closet, changed into black sportswear that was convenient for movement, quickly washed up, went upstairs, and opened the door of the breakfast room. After eating 3 fried dumplings and drinking a cup of soy milk, she was the first to go downstairs. Xiong, go upstairs after 8 o'clock and clean the breakfast room. When Xia Yan turned around, he saw Jing Yi walking towards him, but he didn't know how to ask him if he was full. Let's go, boss Xia. Jing and Mai put on a military green waterproof suit and waterproof boots and walked to the door with his long legs. Xia Yan responded, followed, and asked the system to close the door, prohibiting anyone from going out or coming in. The defense system was also on 24 hours a day, so she felt relieved. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, and although it was still a little dark due to the dark clouds, you could still see clearly on both sides of the street. Jing and Mai shook the umbrella in his hand, opened it with a whoosh, and covered his head with it. Looking back, I saw that she was also holding an umbrella, so I decided not to meddle in her business. Xia Yan took a few quick steps to keep pace with him. The two of them hurried along the way in silence. Jing and Mai looked around with sharp eyes. He could always quickly spot the zombies in the corners. He would hide before the zombies noticed them and approach the supermarket safely. Although Xia Yan seemed to be in a hurry, she was actually secretly observing the surrounding environment and remembering the way. Maybe I'll have to come here often in the future. How can I do this if I don't know the way? Arrive. Jing and Mai stopped and saw 3 huge words hanging on the square building across the street. Tie silver hair. Xia Yan looked along the edge of the umbrella and was in a good mood. After walking for more than an hour, we finally arrived. Come on, go in. Cross the road and walk straight towards the gate. As he got closer, Xia Yan could see more clearly. The huge glass doors and windows were all smashed. The ground was covered with broken glass. He could see directly inside through the empty door. Because the supermarket relies entirely on lights for lighting, and there is no window inside, it is so dark inside that you can't see your hand in front of you when there is no electricity. Jing and Mai already knew that it was extremely dark inside, and secretly thought that this trip might be in vain. Girls are not only afraid of the dark, but also afraid of anything that may appear in the dark. He casually kicked away the empty cans blown by the wind. The clinking sounds echoed in the dark space, which was a bit creepy. Xia Yan was indeed startled and turned back to look at him. Jing and I looked back calmly, as if it wasn't him who kicked him. Are you still going in? Xia Yan heard the sarcasm in his calm tone, took a deep breath without making a sound, took out a flashlight, and the moment he turned on the switch, the entire space was as bright as day and everything was clearly illuminated. Come in. After saying that, she walked in first. Jing and I looked at the farthest point where the flashlight could reach and secretly sighed that she had so many good things. She was not afraid that he would be tempted by the money, so she just took them out openly. Xia Yan was not afraid at all. The top-level defense provided by the system was not just talk, and she could also be teleported to the hotel instantly. There are 2 milk tea shops in the 2 rows at the entrance of the supermarket. On the left is Kendeji, and on the right is a small gourmet restaurant. However, both of them have been robbed and smashed and are in a mess. There were 2 roads in front of him, one to the left and one to go straight. Xia Yan was not familiar with the environment inside, so he looked up at the signpost above. Seeing this, Jing Yimai passed her and walked in front, leading the way silently. After turning left and walking 50 meters, he saw a long elevator going upwards. With the help of the light, Jing Yimai saw several zombies in the middle of the elevator, lying on the ground, and he didn't know whether they were dead or alive. He picked up a table leg and continued walking in front. The light stretched his shadow long, like a several-meter-tall, black giant carrying a cane. Xia Yan understood what he meant and stopped at the elevator entrance below. Jing Yimai walked over and touched the zombie's body. Seeing that it was already dead, he took out a piece of rag from his pocket, wrapped it in his hand, grabbed the zombie's leg, and threw it downstairs. He didn't turn around and call her until all the zombies in the elevator were cleared out. Come up. Xia Yan responded with a smile, and her liking for Jing Yimai increased. He talks little, is hard-working, and considerate. In the future, when there are vegetables and fruits for sale, I will give him priority. Moreover, she can get a VVIP status, which will be issued exclusively to customers she approves, and they will have priority in purchasing everything in the hotel. After climbing the elevator, the supermarket door finally appeared in front of us. Xia Yan shone the flashlight inside and found that both the vertical shelves and the shelves in the middle were not only empty, but also violently dismantled. It was as if an unreliable demolition team ran away halfway through their work. Jing Yimai, on the other hand, was calm. After the apocalypse, supermarkets, warehouses, wholesale areas, and other places with stocks have been ransacked by everyone. Even in the cold winter when there was no heating, they found all kinds of wooden furniture and books and lit a fire to get through the winter. During the severe winter, some northerners live in rural areas, while others move south. Although the temperature in the south is higher than in the north in winter, the air is damp and cold, and the hot wind without heating tools is very unbearable. Many people die every winter. Xia Yan tried his best to step on flat ground. There was nothing to collect here, so he continued to look inside. In front was the home appliance area, which looked to be in good condition. Her eyes lit up and she ran in. Is she looking for home appliances? Jing Yimai understood instantly that there was water and electricity in the hotel, and she could indeed use these things. But why go to the supermarket? Why not go to the home appliance mall? Jing Yimai couldn't understand it, but it didn't affect his ability to draw inferences about the operation of the hotel and think of the furniture mall, where he could also go shopping. Xia Yan found a hanging air conditioner. It looked fully functional, but it was covered with dust. System, take the air conditioner back to the store. Ugh. Then Jing Yimai discovered that the air conditioner in front of her had disappeared. I originally thought that he would have to carry the air conditioner back with him, and he was wondering how many trips he would have to make to install air conditioners in all the rooms. After all, the hot season is coming, and if the room has air conditioning, he would be very willing to rent it for half a year. But if Boss Xia only plans to install an air conditioner in his room, one air conditioner will be enough. After all, electricity requires the burning of crystal cores to generate energy. It is not realistic to turn on air conditioning in all rooms. How many crystal cores would be consumed? Even if he was responsible for the power supply crystal cores in his room, the existing stock could only last for more than a month. I have to say that Boss Xia is very generous. The lights can be turned on at any time, the water in the pipes is clear, the cheap breakfast is provided every morning, and the room rate is ridiculously cheap. Jing Yimai completely put his thoughts to rest and followed her quietly. There's an upright refrigerator here that can be used. He pointed to the only refrigerator in the corner that appeared to have no damage. Xia Yan took a look and saw that it was actually a large-capacity refrigerator with a cross-shaped door. Jing Yimai took out a piece of rag from his pocket, simply wiped off the dust on it, opened the door, revealing the space inside, which was still clean and tidy. Sure, it can be used. Xia Yan planned to put the refrigerator in her room so that she could put any leftover food in it. System, put it in the hall and let Xiong disinfect it. Chapter 24, Collecting Electrical Appliances. Can you also help me look for any home appliances that can be used? Any microwave or electric frying pan will do. These things are also sold in the mall, but they are expensive and she doesn't have any points. Since the system doesn't object, it means it's feasible. Jing and I nodded and walked in another direction. The visibility over there was very dark, so she bought another flashlight and threw it over. Take this flashlight and be careful of the zombies. Jing and I reached out to take it, thinking strangely, was she not on guard against him? Was she confident in giving him such a valuable thing? Was she trusting him? His eyes were complicated. It was normal for this word to appear in peacetime, but it was very abrupt when it appeared in the end times. As if he remembered something, he clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. There is no trust in the apocalypse. Jing Yimai turned on the switch indifferently and searched for a usable electrical appliance. Xia Yan didn't know how Jing Yimai's mood had changed several times. She was struggling over whether to get a cigarette smoker and put it back in the hotel. There is no open kitchen in her room for the time being, and the price of this range hood is too high. She couldn't bear to part with it only because she saw the price. After much hesitation, she decided to store it in the system's own storage. She wouldn't need it in this world, but what if she needed it in the future? Xia Yan came to the cupboard next to the aisle. The glass on it had been smashed long ago, and the things inside had been swept to the ground. She bent down, picked up a package, opened it, and found it was a razor with a charger. Unfortunately, she only found 3 usable ones, so she took them all into the hotel. At this time, Jing Yimai called her over. There were several different machines in front of him, including a microwave oven, a humidifier, an air purifier, and an electric fan. Only these few can be used, Jing Yimai said without any emotion. It was good enough that they could find it. So how could Xia Yan be picky? After thanking her, she put the things in her room and planned to let Xiong clean up after she returned. There was nothing usable in this area, so Xia Yan prepared to walk inside. Diagonally opposite was the clothing area, and after shining the flashlight around, she decided not to go in. The clothes thrown on the ground were not only covered with footprints, but also had black and red liquid on them, making them look very dirty. Further in is the daily necessities area, which has women's cosmetics, toothbrushes, toothpaste, facial cleansers, shower gels, and the like. Xia Yan prepared to take a look inside. There were actually quite a few cosmetics items still on the shelves. Xia Yan put them all in her living room, including the small counters against the wall. She also took away the items in the glass cabinets. Jing Yimai found a lot of unopened toothbrushes and toothpaste among the goods on the floor. He threw them all into a small basket, carried it to Xia Yan, and silently collected the usable shampoo. When he saw the bottle of conditioner, Xia Yan's fair little face, black and smooth hair, and clean and fragrant clothes appeared in his mind. So he threw the conditioner into the basket. She'll probably use the conditioner, so take it. Jing Yimai threw the zombie's body to a place where it would not be in the way with an expressionless face, and took out several full bottles of shampoo from under it. After sorting out 5 large baskets of toiletries, he still placed them at Xia Yan's feet. Xia Yan directly put all the goods and the boxes into her room. She also collected a lot of facial masks, shower gels, and body lotions. From now on, she can finally apply bubbles and perfume after taking a bath. Xia Yan was in a very good mood and marched into the next area with brisk steps. In the mother and baby area, except for supplies such as strollers and pacifiers, all edible items such as milk powder were taken away. Xia Yan took a quick look and walked to the next shelf. Unexpectedly, the shelf was full of goods. Before she could be happy, she found out that it was full of children's toys. Forget it. She doesn't plan to have a child and doesn't need toys. Then there are the snack area, tobacco and alcohol area, rice, flour, grain and oil area, and seasoning area. Without exception, there was nothing on the shelves. Some people, with the mentality that if I can't take it away, no one else can use it, push down entire rows of shelves, breaking all the glass bottles on them and leaving the floor covered with marks of dried liquid. The rice and flour were unpacked and scattered on the ground, and there were a dozen empty barrels of oil on top, making the originally clean floor look muddy. Even the tobacco and alcohol areas showed signs of burning. It's typical that if I don't have it, you can't have it either. If we die together. Xia Yan clicked his tongue and continued forward. There was nothing intact to take away on this floor, so the two of them decided to go downstairs to check. But the situation downstairs was worse than she thought. The first floor mainly sells fruits, vegetables, seafood, and meat. After the apocalypse, everyone was in panic and rushed to the supermarket to shop. This was the largest supermarket in the city, and it was packed with people. Many stampedes occurred, and then suddenly, some people mutated into zombies. The people behind couldn't run away, and the people in front didn't know what was happening and turned back to watch the excitement. Most people pay the price of their curiosity with their lives. Xia Yan saw the dried corpses all over the ground, retched, and planned to return the same way. Aren't you going down? Jing Yimai used a flashlight to scan the dry goods on the shelves. He didn't expect that there was food here. He was a little moved. Xia Yan naturally saw his intention, but she didn't want to step on something strange, so she shook her head. I'm not going down, you go. Well, lend me your backpack for a while, and we'll split the supplies we bring back 50-50. Xia Yan nodded in agreement and handed over the backpack. How could a full cabinet of supplies be filled up with just a backpack? Jing Yimai meant for her to put the supplies in the space, and he would run a few more times to get everything. So Xia Yan agreed to a 50-50 split. Jing Yimai walked over the corpse without changing his expression, and sure enough, he saw that the shelves were full of bagged beef jerky, pork jerky, and other dried products. He filled a bag, walked back, handed the bag to Xia Yan, and asked her to take it away. Jing Yimai guessed that Boss Xia also had spatial abilities, otherwise he could not explain the disappearance of the electrical appliances. After 4 trips back and forth, the shelves were finally emptied. You stay here, I'll go inside and take a look. Jing Yimai put on her backpack and walked inside. Be careful. Xia Yan felt his scalp tingling when he heard the creaking sound under his feet. Sometimes he would step on empty chest, and his foot would sink deeply into the air. When he pulled it out, there would still be something hanging on the shoe. Xia Yan withdrew his gaze and dry heaved towards the person beside him. Jing Yimai went deeper with the flashlight, and the light disappeared. At that moment, Xia Yan thought that she was the only living person here except for the corpses on the ground. It was like walking into a pile of dead bones, and there was complete silence all around. She was the only one in the huge supermarket. She swept the flashlight around, fearing that a harmonious scene would suddenly appear. 15 minutes later, seeing that Jing Yimai hadn't come back yet, she couldn't help but think, after such a long period of silence, could he have gone out through the main door? Then she saw a bright light slowly approaching, and Jing Yimai appeared in her sight, carrying 3 bags of rice. Where did you find it? Xia Yan breathed a sigh of relief. If she couldn't wait for him any longer, she would be teleported back to the hotel. Jing Yimai turned his back and whispered, I found it in the cake shop inside. Take it back first. Only after the weight on his shoulders disappeared did Jing Yimai move his stiff shoulders. Let's go back the same way. I can't step down here. Xia Yan didn't want to step on anything's head. Chapter 25 Red Rice. Jing Yimai naturally would not have any objection. So the two of them returned the same way and walked straight along the path they had taken to eat the chicken. Although she was not nearsighted, all the glasses that could be used were taken away. Although some of the gold shop across the street was taken away, there was still some left. Xia Yan happily put everything into the space. There were 3 restaurants in front. Xia Yan took the best dining table from them and prepared to disinfect it before moving it to the breakfast room. Then came the clothing store, and Xia Yan walked in excitedly. There were also several long skirts hanging on the shelves, which showed that the end of the world was also in the summer. Xia Yan asked Jing Yimai to provide lighting while he walked around the store. After taking the long skirt off the rack and comparing it in front of the mirror, she decided that the style was good, so she found the right size and threw all 3 different colors into the room. Seeing Boss Xia enthusiastically choosing clothes in the store, Jing Yimai actually felt like he was shopping with a woman before the end of the world. Who could have expected that he, who never accompanied women shopping in peacetime, would actually go shopping after the apocalypse, and even thought that Boss Xia looked better in red? Jing Yimai looked puzzled, but he still honestly acted as the lighting man. Xia Yan picked up the shorts and skirts on the long clothes hanger and took everything that was the right size. The other sizes are useless. It is impossible for women after the apocalypse to wear this kind of clothes because it is inconvenient, and even if they do, they won't be able to sell them. Besides, all the other clothes in the clothing store had been cleared out, so she had no choice. There's a shoe store next to it. The high-heeled sandals on the shelves are still there, with no one paying attention to them. They're not even worth being stolen. This made it convenient for Xia Yan. After all, she didn't have to run for her life. So she sat on a low stool, took out all the shoe boxes of suitable sizes, tried them on one pair at a time, and took the ones that looked good. Jing Imai watched speechlessly as she picked up more than 20 pairs of sandals, all with heels. It turns out that he is capable. Other clothing stores are basically the same. Xia Yan can only collect dresses. I finally saw a lingerie store, but found it was empty. Xia Yan boldly guessed that there was a shortage of water after the apocalypse, and people were unable to wash their clothes, so they simply threw them away after wearing them. This led to the rapid consumption of clothes on the market, and after a few years, there was not even a single clean piece of clothing left. In the jewelry store, Xia Yan just wandered around casually and would not take anything unless he saw something he particularly liked. After all, who would care about plastic products when you have gold and silver jewelry? After visiting all the shops, Xia Yan still felt unsatisfied, so he asked Jing Imai if there were any similar shops nearby. Jing Imai nodded and led her out. There are many high-end clothing stores near the supermarket. Although the doors and windows are broken and the ground inside is full of rainwater, it still can't stop Xia Yan's enthusiasm for finding new clothes. In a store like this, there are only a few samples hanging on the hangers, and the goods are kept in the warehouse at the back, so Xia Yan went straight to the warehouse. After pushing open the door, there were indeed ceiling-high grid shelves inside, but there were no goods on them. The goods were all on the ground and in boxes, and had been rummaged through everywhere. Xia Yan asked Jing Imai to bring in a standing mirror and continue lighting. She began to unpack the packages of appropriate sizes and measure her body in front of the mirror. When it comes to t-shirts and the like, she'll take all sizes, including all the crop pants. Of course, the most common items are skirts, including waist-bearing suit skirts, tulle long skirts, plaid floral skirts, waist-hugging short-sleeved long skirts, lapel tight-knitted skirts, pleated long skirts. Take them all away. After visiting several stores, she took away hundreds of dresses. Enough to wear. Xia Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed out loud when he saw Jing Imai's speechless look. You must be impatient. I love wearing skirts, especially those that I can get for free. I can't stop. Jing Imai changed his legs to support his body and said calmly, I understand. That's great. Let's go to the next one. After hearing what he wanted to hear, Xia Yan smiled like a little fox and waved his hand to signal him to follow. Jing Imai had never felt so tired before, even more tired than when he killed zombies all day. Women really know how to shop. Xia Yan turned into a building with the word lame written on it. It had 5 floors in total. The first to third floors sold shoes, and the fourth and fifth floors sold down jackets. Seeing Jing Imai slumped on the sofa as soon as he came in, Xia Yan guessed that he was hungry, so he bought a portion of pork rib stew from the food city. She pulled a table over, and under his puzzled look, placed a casserole of freshly cooked stew on it, along with 2 bowls of rice. She also ordered 2 cups of fruit tea. Jing Imai looked at the steaming casserole in shock. Inside was golden and crispy spare ribs, and fresh vegetables. Xia Yan took a sip of tea and placed the disposable chopsticks next to him. Are you hungry? Eat first. I'll go to the front to try on shoes. I'm not hungry. Eat it all. Don't waste it. Call me if there's not enough rice. After that, she took the fruit tea and excitedly picked shoes on a shelf. Jing Imai swallowed his saliva as he smelled the tempting aroma. He picked up a piece of pork chop with chopsticks and put it under his nose to smell it. Meat. It was actually meat. Seeing that Boss Xia really went to try on shoes, he didn't pay any attention to him and took several sips of fruit tea. He imitated her and took a sip of the fruit tea, which tasted sweet and cool. He hadn't eaten enough in the morning, and he had been shopping with her for the whole morning, so he was really thirsty and hungry. He waited patiently for a minute, and when he saw that his body had no negative reaction, he felt relieved and drank it in big gulps. After Xia Yan picked out a few pairs of shoes, he smelled the food and felt a little hungry. When he asked the system, he found out that it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Eat first. Eat first. Shoes can't run away. She picked up a stool and sat over. Seeing that Jing Imai hadn't started eating yet, she asked him in confusion, Why aren't you eating? Don't you like it? What do you want to eat? Xia Yan took out a bowl of rice, rubbed his chopsticks, picked up a piece of pork ribs, and bit into it. The stew is really tasty. It falls off the bone with a light bite, and the meat is full of flavor. Jing Imai shook his head, took off his mask, and picked up the ribs and put them in his mouth. It smells so good. Is it made in a five-star hotel? I have never eaten such delicious ribs in my life. Jing Imai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but pick up the meat and eat it. Although the store has breakfast, there are no big bones, and he has been wanting to eat big pieces of meat for a long time. Seeing that he was coming with great momentum, Xia Yan was very considerate and ordered a pot of braised bones and sauce at the food city. When the pot of braised bones was placed on the table, Jing Imai looked at her like a puppy, seeing its owner. If he had a tail, she would probably see him shaking his tail to the point of breaking it. Xia Yan once again truly felt the charm of delicious food. Thinking about how cold Jing Imai's eyes were before, now they are as bright as light bulbs, and the corners of his mouth are curved. Seeing that he was eating too fast and choking, she took out a pot of barley tea given free of charge by the food city and poured him a cup. Eat slowly. These are all yours. No one is going to snatch them from you. There is no limit on the amount in the breakfast room, and you can buy lunch boxes from the two machines. Why do you look like you've been hungry for a long time? After eating, Xia Yan drank a sip of tea and looked at him in confusion, pondering in his heart. Maybe she doesn't eat meat anymore? Chapter 26. Jing Imai's after-dinner thoughts. Faintly, Xia Yan seemed to see other people in this world from Jing Imai and vaguely understood the meaning of the safe house. Xia Yan was gradually enveloped by a sense of compassion and felt that he should work harder, try to provide those people with a shelter and feed them, even if it cost him everything, even his life. At this moment, Xia Yan suddenly woke up. No, she came here for vacation. Even if she wanted to save people, she could only do what she could and take what she needed. Xia Yan withdrew his gaze and continued to try on shoes, leaving Jing Imai gnawing on the bones and eating the meat. There are many styles in a shoe store. She first looks at the one she likes, then the price, and thirdly, the comfort. Xia Yan took out the shoe box, put on his feet, looked at himself in the mirror, felt good, and then put them aside. She has now become accustomed to the zombie corpses around her. You get used to it after seeing it many times, and it's too troublesome to throw it aside. Seeing that she had almost finished touring the area, she took the shoes she was sure of back to her room. This meal was definitely Jing Imai's dream meal, and it would be something he would dream about in the future. After eating until his stomach was full, he lay limp with his thoughts racing. Now he finally understood why countless beauties in the base wanted to pounce on the leader. While others were struggling for their next meal, they could still be picky about the food. Boss Xia has such a thick thigh that he also wants to cling to him. Nothing else is needed. Just give him 2 meals of braised bones a week. Even if it's just 1 meal, he will do it. If those people knew that he not only lived well after leaving the base and had enough food to eat every day, but even had a big meal of bones, they probably wouldn't believe it even if he told them. Jing Imai stretched his legs and looked at the light not far away, feeling reluctant to move. After a while, Xia Yan came over and saw that the food was finished, so he took the empty plates back to the food city. Let's go upstairs and take a look. The second floor is also a shoe area, with similar styles to those on the first floor. Xia Yan casually browsed around, collected a few pairs of shoes that he didn't have, and then went up to the third floor. The third floor is for men's shoes. It is emptier than the first and second floors. Jing Imai also found a few pairs of shoes to try on. When he found a suitable pair, he took a large plastic bag from the checkout counter and stuffed the shoes directly into the bag without even taking the shoe box. Xia Yan put the remaining codes back into the system grid in the same way he had taken them away. Down jackets are sold on the 4th and 5th floors, but they are basically empty. No matter whether they are short cotton jackets or down vests, as long as they can keep warm, they have all been snatched away. Jing Imai took sweaters from several zombies and handed them to Xia Yan. Xia Yan shook his hand, saying that there were rotten pieces of meat on it and he didn't want it. Jing Imai shook his sweater, shook off the things on it, and handed it over again. She still shook her hand. Jing Imai stuffed the 3 sweaters into his pockets. After walking around the 4th and 5th floors several times and failing to find any clothes to wear, Xia Yan pounded his aching calves and sat on the sofa to rest. Seeing that she finally felt tired, Jing Imai sat on the sofa beside her and looked at her silently. It will take more than an hour to walk back. Can she hold on? Xia Yan was also thinking about this problem. If Jing Imai was not there, she could teleport back instantly. Do I really have to walk back? It would take more than an hour. It would be too painful. System, can I teleport the guest back to the hotel? You're the store owner. Please arrange it yourself. Xia Yan couldn't help but praise the system and said he loved it. I remember there are quite a few bicycles nearby. If that doesn't work, we could just ride back. Jing Imai slowly suggested. Not to mention whether the lock can be opened. It's raining outside, and I'll catch a cold if I get wet all the way back. In the doomsday, there's not only no food, but also no medicine. If you get sick, you have to endure minor illnesses and let serious illnesses be cured at will. Of course, Xia Yan didn't want to get wet in the rain, so she made 10 VVIP cards in the system and took out the first one, numbered 001. Take this VVIP card. It's the hotel's highest level membership card. As the hotel grows, people holding this card will have priority in purchasing and booking rooms for any goods they sell. The hotel will not be responsible if you lose it. Hearing this, Jing Yimai took the black and gold card and looked at it carefully. Not only did it say VVP, but there was also his name in the lower right corner, and next to it was a narrow white progress bar, but he didn't know what it was for. On the back was written the room number 201. It looks like an ordinary card. Xia Yan waited patiently for him to finish observing and put the card away before continuing. This card has another function, which is that it can be directly transported to the hotel gate when you go out. It can be used once a day, and it can only be used by the cardholder and can only be used during the hotel's business hours. Jing Yimai was so shocked that he was speechless for a moment. A teleportation card? Such a heaven-defying thing? In the future, when he encounters an unsolvable danger, he not only has the cube to save his life, but he can also teleport to a hotel at will. This time, he really came to the right place. Boss Xia is generous. Boss Xia made a fortune. Boss Xia had 9 babies. Cough, cough. Xia Yan clenched her fist and placed it to her mouth and coughed lightly. The way this person looked at her became more and more strange and more intense. She knew that the teleportation card was a bit powerful, but she really didn't want to walk for more than an hour back home after a day of shopping. Her legs would be broken. She was here for a vacation, not to suffer. Let's go back. Xia Yan was the first to teleport back. In the blink of an eye, she was back in the hotel and sitting behind the cashier counter. Lu Ju supported his face with his hands and watched Xiong working seriously. Suddenly, he felt there was another person next to him, and his heart skipped a beat. Who? She jumped to the side, made an attacking gesture, and glared at him fiercely. Hey, isn't this the beautiful sister? How did she suddenly appear? Elder sister. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Xia Yan turned her head and saw Jing Yimai standing outside the door with a backpack and an umbrella. The look he gave her was clear and bright. Xia Yan then remembered that the hotel had not been unsealed yet, and people from outside could not enter. After unblocking the system, she walked forward, unlocked the door, and pushed it open. Jing Yimai shook the raindrops off his umbrella, closed it, and walked into the hall. He saw Xiong cleaning the electrical appliances he brought from the supermarket, and he understood where the missing appliances had gone. Shopkeeper sister, why did you suddenly appear? You scared me. Lu Ju came over and hugged her arms naturally with both hands. Her face was pink and cute. Lu Ju blinked curiously and circled around Jing Yimai. He looks a bit like my brother, and it seems like he has a good relationship with the owner's sister. She looked back and forth between the two of them, trying to get a clue. Xia Yan locked the door again. She was busy going back to her room to sort out today's gains and was in no mood to work. I have to pack my things and bring them up to you later. Jing Yimai glanced at Lu Ju indifferently and looked at Xia Yan with a much gentler look. Okay, I'll go upstairs then. Lu Ju quietly hid behind Xia Yan to avoid his sharp, scrutinizing gaze. Can't afford to offend. Sister, I'm going back too. You go ahead. Lu Ju took 2 boxes of lunch from the lunch machine. She waited until Jing Yimai disappeared in the corridor before she went back to her room. Xia Yan didn't notice the confrontation between the two men. The hall had been rearranged by Xiong and looked much tidier. The refrigerator that had been brought in earlier was also plugged in again and started cooling. The fans, air conditioners, and cross refrigerators that were brought back today were all taken apart, cleaned and disinfected by Xiong, and placed all over the floor. Xia Yan looked at the somewhat cramped hall and for the first time thought about upgrading it and expanding the territory. Seeing Xiong picking up the mop bucket and starting to wipe the watermarks, she got up and went back to her room to pack her things. Chapter 27, Eating Hot Pot. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the floor full of clothes and shoe boxes piled high, and there was a pile of bagged dry goods by the windowsill. Xia Yan changed into a pair of slippers and planned to pack his clothes first. She opened all the packaging bags and put the skirts into the washing machine to wash them. While the first cycle of washing was running, she found a black marker from the bedroom and simply marked the style and color of the shoes on the shoe boxes. This way she won't have to open them one by one in the future. The nearly 2-meter-long shoe cabinet at the door definitely couldn't hold all the shoes, So she looked around the room and prepared to put all the shoe boxes in the east corner of the living room, where there happened to be empty space. Xia Yan took out all the thicker shoes in the shoe cabinet and arranged 3 rows of shoes of different styles and colors with high and low heels. The bottom row was for the shoes he would wear these days. The shoe boxes on the wall are stacked all the way to the top, a full row of shoes, which look spectacular. At this time, the washing machine sings a little song to indicate that the work is completed. Xia Yan shook out the almost dry clothes and hung them on the hanger, then stuffed another pile of clothes in, and the washing machine continued to work. She found an extra-large plastic bag and stuffed the unused packaging bags into it, as well as the damaged clothes. Finally, she made some space to organize the dry goods. Xia Yan picked up a bag at random, looked up the date on it, and found that they were all expired. But the food inside didn't look strange at all, not even a single green hair. Maybe the preservatives are of very good quality? Xia Yan was too lazy to think too much, so he divided the same items into 5 halves, put them into plastic bags, and prepared to give them to Jing Yimai when he went upstairs later. She wasn't going to eat the rest and was planning to put them in a display cabinet for sale, but she wasn't sure if eating expired products would cause any problems. It seems I have to ask Jing Yimai later. Although she didn't eat them, she still divided the food evenly. She put the 5 extra products in an extra bag and brought it up for him to try later. If there was nothing wrong with them, she would sell them. After working for 2 or 3 hours, she was extremely tired and lay on the sofa with no energy at all. Today's exercise is definitely over the limit, but it's still cool. Xia Yan lay on the sofa, looking at the wall of shoe boxes, then looking at the hundreds of different styles of clothes hung out to dry, and felt extremely happy. She is willing to experience this kind of tiredness 10,000 times. After the last wave of clothes was washed, she dragged her lazy body to hang the clothes on the clothes rack. After drinking a sip of water, she picked up the huge bag of dry goods and walked out the door with difficulty. Xiong, come and help. Carry this bag of things to the 2nd floor. Xiong dropped the rag in his hand and staggered over. Under Xia Yan's expectant eyes, he easily picked it up with one hand and took the elevator upstairs. Xia Yan turned around, picked up the other bag, closed the door, and walked upstairs. On the 2nd floor, Xiong stood obediently at the elevator entrance, holding something in his hand and waiting for her patiently. Come on, Xiong, carry it to the breakfast room. Xia Yan pushed open the door of the breakfast room and motioned it to come over. Previously, no one was allowed to enter the breakfast room outside of mealtimes, but Xia Yan lay on the sofa and thought about it. It would not be appropriate to invite Jing Yimai to dinner in the evening, whether in 201 or in the lobby, so finally they decided to have it in the breakfast room. As the store owner, delete the information prohibiting entry and change it to allow the store owner to enter at any time and invite customers. In this way, the venue for entertaining guests is solved. The tables and chairs in the breakfast room were replaced with a set bought from a supermarket. The solid wood tables are matched with chairs of the same color, which looks more upscale than the original plastic tables and chairs. Xiong, wipe the seats and disinfect them. While Xiong was scrubbing, Xia Yan opened the food court and found a hot pot restaurant with the highest ratings. He ordered a Shuangyuan hot pot, 2 servings of oil saucers and tea. And for meat, he ordered a portion of braised chicken feet, 2 servings of fresh duck intestines, 2 servings of fish roe and shrimp balls, 3 plates each of beef and mutton slices, 2 servings of crispy and tender tripe, and a quail egg. 4 vegetarian dishes. I ordered a 9-grid vegetable platter, a portion of crystal noodles, a portion of lotus root slices and kelp platter, a portion of green bamboo shoots, and a portion of sweet potato noodles. For snacks, I ordered a portion of brown sugar rice cake and a portion of wide noodles. For dessert, I ordered an iced glutinous rice ball, an iced 3 fresh dish, 3 bottles of ice beer, and a jug of corn juice. These things cost her 299 points, plus lunch, a total of 400 points. Seeing that Xiong had finished cleaning up, she put 2 tables together, placed a hot pot in the middle, the plates of meat and vegetables on the side, and then the dessert and beer. Everything filled 2 tables. Xiong, go, and asked the customer from 201 to come over. Xiong turned and went out. The meals ordered in the food court do not require electricity, and the hot pot will automatically adjust the temperature, so there's no need to worry even if you're outdoors. Soon, the door of the breakfast room was opened, and Jing Yimai walked in behind Xiong. He changed his clothes and wore a simple black t-shirt and jeans. He looked like he had just taken a shower, and his hair was wet. It was the first time Xia Yan saw him not wrapped so tightly, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances. Speaking of which, Jing Yimai has quite fair skin. Come and sit down. I promise to treat you to a meal. He requested the hot pot himself, which is on the fourth floor of the Shu City. Xia Yan originally thought that he would choose to eat barbecue. After all, barbecue goes well with wine, and I can do it all. Jing Yimai hid the shock in his eyes, sat down generously, opened the beer cap, and drank a few sips happily. Great! Jing Yimai picked up the corn juice and poured her a glass, and poured himself a glass of beer, his eyes full of sincerity. Boss Xia, thank you. Xia Yan understood what he meant, smiled, and said, You're welcome. Today, thanks to you for helping me find so many useful things, I'm actually taking advantage of you by treating you to a meal. No one will want these things. Food is the most precious thing right now. Boss Xia treated me to 2 meals today, and I have nothing to give in return. Jing Yimai lowered his eyes and tapped the beer bottle casually with his fingers. He doesn't like to owe favors to others. The table was filled with fresh ingredients, giving him the illusion that he was about to be sold. He couldn't see through her strength, but it was indeed inseparable from a comfortable environment and delicious meals. Safe shelter and endless food. These conditions are highly sought after no matter which base they are in. What is her purpose? Jing Yimai looked at her with eyes full of vigilance and precaution. Xia Yan had a mouthful of corn juice stuck in his throat. She didn't expect him to react so quickly. Okay, then I'll just speak frankly. Xia Yan put down the cup and coughed twice. Jing Yimai had an I knew it expression on his face, with his arms folded and his lips pursed. Ahem, well, I want to go to the furniture store tomorrow and look around at the places that sell tiles, curtains, and home appliances. Xia Yan smiled and used the serving chopsticks to pick up a full handful of meat for him, and then picked up a handful of cooked duck intestines and put them in. Eat it. You will be grateful for what you have done. Be a good tour guide tomorrow. Is that it? Jing Yimai ignored her actions and looked straight into her eyes, trying to force her to tell the truth. Xia Yan almost raised his watch to prove his innocence. Yes, that's it. Do you want to go? The red pot bottom was bubbling with bubbles, making a popping sound. The slices of meat and tripe were flying up and down, and the round quail eggs were floating around. The spicy and fresh smell stimulated the taste buds crazily. Jing Yimai took a deep breath and said, Go. Chapter 28, Visiting the Home Appliances Mall. In the end, Jing Yimai ate too much and didn't sleep well the whole night. Lying in bed, recalling every little detail after the end of the world. He had to admit that this was the most relaxing time he had ever had with Boss Xia. There's no need to worry about that group of so-called relatives who are waving the banner of doing good for him, but secretly wish he would die out there. If only I could live here forever. Jing Yimai thought that as long as the hotel was open, he would stay here. As he was daydreaming, the sky gradually brightened, and he heard the sound of Boss Xia coming upstairs. Soon, the few remaining customers in the hotel came upstairs to eat. Xia Yan had eaten a lot last night, and even now he felt like the food in his stomach had not been fully digested. After drinking a cup of soy milk, she got up and prepared to go downstairs. Boss! At the stairs, the woman who lived in 103 called her. Is there anything I can help you with? Xia Yan stopped and put on a gentle smile. The woman looked much better than when she came last time, and she walked and talked with more confidence. It seems that she has recovered quickly in the past few days. The woman walked up to her and spoke a little faster. I wonder if what the boss said still counts? About supplying a large amount of goods. Xia Yan nodded. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, then turned serious again. I saw that the rain had lessened this morning, so it should be sunny tomorrow. So I will leave early tomorrow morning and will come back as soon as possible to pick up the goods. I hope the boss can stock up enough goods and not waste our time. Xia Yan also nodded, indicating that it was no problem. Don't you know how to address the boss? The woman stretched out her hand, straightened her shoulders, and leaned forward slightly, with a rare, gentle look on her face. Xia Yan stretched out his hand and shook it. My last name is Xia. Just call me Boss Xia. Okay, Boss Xia. My name is Su Mei. Jing Yimai, just light the way for me, and stand there and don't move. Xia Yan's eyes sparkled as he rushed into a furniture store. Every furniture store here has its own main theme, and the entire sales environment is modeled after the interior. The first step inside felt like walking into someone's bedroom. Xia Yan wished he could move everything in a room to his own hotel. This pillow is nice. Take it. This footstool is also nice. Take it too. There is actually a walnut solid wood single bed here. Xia Yan pounced on it and put it into room 104, replacing the original wooden bed. She also put the same walnut bedside table into room 104. When Jing Yimai saw that she had taken away all the beds, he vaguely realized that she was replacing the beds in other rooms. He glanced at the shop next door that was decorated in a new Chinese style and became interested. Seeing that she had almost finished shopping here, he took her to this store. Jing Yimai walked straight to the simple, classical, Zen-style neo-Chinese bed and waved at her. "Put this bed in my room." "Hmm? Do you like it?" Xia Yan patted the mattress, which was quite soft. "Right. No problem." She took the original big bed in 201 into the back room of the hotel and put this bed in. And this bedside table, including the vase on it, the illustrations, and this carpet, all go into my room. Jing Yimai finally understood the joy of buying for free. It feels so good to just take anything you like. Xia Yan put everything he handed over into room 201. Jing Yimai looked around the store, found a stool, took down the curtains, and let her put them in 201. "Can I get a closet? Can I get a shoe closet? I don't even have a place to put my shoes." "Okay, no problem." In a blink of an eye, 201 was transformed into a carefully designed store. Except for the mismatched color of the floor, everything else was perfect. So the two of them found the same hobby and replaced everything in room 202 in the single room. Jing Yimai is responsible for matching, and she's responsible for moving. There are only 2 double rooms at present, but most of the stores are designed for double rooms. Xia Yan wanted to avoid leaving them empty, so he simply put them into the system grid and replaced the double room facilities as a whole after upgrading. After shopping in the furniture store, the two went to the home appliance store. This time, Jing Yimai not only acted as a lighting tool, but also helped her find expensive machines. There was no other way. The more she knew that the machines were expensive, the happier she would be to collect them. The home appliance city is cleaner than the furniture city and has more complete machinery and equipment. Get a few air conditioners first. Xia Yan had a clear goal, so the two of them took away all the most expensive air conditioners sold in the store, planning to throw them away when they broke. There are also double-door, cross-door, multi-door, 3-door, and double-door refrigerators that are placed in the system grid. She wants to put one in every room in the future. When it comes to washing machines, she prefers a washer-dryer, and she puts one in each double room. She also replaced the drum washing machine in her own room, so she can do it in one go and save the process of drying them. How many water dispensers do you want? Jing Yimai brought over a commercial direct drinking water dispenser. This type of water dispenser can be directly connected to the water pipe, has a filter inside, and can also produce hot water. Xia Yan pondered for a while. How many more are there over there? There are 5 more. Okay, I want both. Xia Yan thought that he could put 2 machines in the lobby and then charge the same fee as the water dispenser. Wouldn't that be another opportunity to make money? Please bring me any other similar things. Jing Yimai thought for a moment and said, "There's a toilet stall in front that sells all-in-one automatic sensors. Do you want one? Is it expensive?" Xia Yan only cared about the price. Expensive? Then let's go. Maybe she was too poor before and couldn't afford anything. So now, when she gets something for free, she only has eyes for expensive things and doesn't care about cheap things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 5-digit toilet? The most expensive one was placed in a room. Jing Yimai picked one and placed it in 201, and a 5-digit number was placed in 202. There was no choice on the first floor. After all, they were all squat toilets. Jing Yimai came over with a box of things, a 5-digit shower head. Take it. He finally realized that Boss Xia only had eyes for numbers, and the higher the number, the more excited he was. Awesome. You can find this. Xia Yan patted his arm to show encouragement. You know me the price. Take it. Put this in my room. Jing Yimai nodded to show that he understood and moved another box. No problem. A 5-digit floor scrubber, a 4-digit robot vacuum cleaner, a 4-digit hanging iron, a 4-digit electric fan, and a nearly 5-digit dehumidifier are all here for you. Take them. The 4-digit mite removal device, the 5-digit hair dryer, the 5-digit beauty instrument, the 4-digit water flosser, and the 4-digit electric toothbrush, all of them are here. Collect them. By the way, there's a 5-digit massage chair over there. I'll take you there if you want. Yes, I must. What about the TV? Do you want it? Want? A 70-inch TV in the mall requires 2,000 points plus 5 second-level crystal cores. Let's go. I saw a 5-figure TV in there. So Xia Yan bought 5 televisions worth 10,000 yuan and spent 0 points. Xia Yan was so happy that the corners of his mouth were raised high, and he was in such a good mood. In the future, I will put one in the hall and one in the room. Slack off at work and continue slacking off after get off work. Chapter 29. 3 years of opening. When I returned to the hotel, The facilities inside were brand new. This includes more decorations on both sides of the door, new doors and windows, marble floors, and a brand new minimalist cashier counter. Jing Yimai quickened his pace, eager to go back to 201 to see how his room had been renovated. Xia Yan instructed Xiong to place two commercial drinking water machines side by side in the most conspicuous place at the door and put two commercial refrigerators next to them. System: pull two water pipes and connect them to the direct water diversion machine. Professional matters like this should be left to professionals. She was counting on making money and upgrading her business in the future from the water dispenser, so it had to be placed in a location where guests could see it at a glance. Okay, the water pipe needs to pay 10 points. Agree, install it. As the points were paid, two long water pipes appeared on the ground. Xiong picked up the pipe and connected one end to the water inlet. Xia Yan thought the water pipe was exposed outside, and when he was about to stop it, Xiong stretched out his sharp nails, scratched the wall lightly, and easily stuffed the water pipe in. Xiong turned around and took out 4 sockets from the counter drawer, pressed them directly on the wall, plugged in the drinking water machine and refrigerator, and the machines lit up red lights and started working. There was also the sound of water flowing from the water tank. System: the charges for direct drinking water machines are the same as before, charged by volume, with a minimum of 1 point and no upper limit. All the things I have collected in the past few days have been added to the hotel's assets and are under the hotel's monitoring and protection. Receive. Therefore, all items taken back from the store were engraved with the words "property of the resort hotel." Host: your water and electricity consumption has reached the charging standard, and you will no longer enjoy the reduction or exemption benefits. From now on, 300 points will be charged every month. After receiving the system information, Xia Yan agreed to pay the points, but she also asked the system to limit the water consumption of the double room to 4 tons per month. The water on the first floor is public. There are 5 single rooms, and the monthly consumption is tentatively set at 20 tons. In addition, it is forbidden to turn on the lights all day on sunny days, or to sleep with the lights on all night, and other behaviors that intentionally consume electricity. The system will detect and cut off the power automatically. Xia Yan locked the door, turned off the lights in the hall, and went to the breakfast room on the second floor to call Jing Yimai for dinner. Come on, what do you want to eat tonight? Grilled fish. Xia Yan poured him a cup of chrysanthemum tea and handed him the food court menu. It's all right. I'm not picky about food. After spending a few days together, Jing Yimai was no longer so wary. What's more, he is very satisfied with his little nest now. At his strong request, Xia Yan placed a small water purifier in 201 with unlimited use, so he can boil water for drinking in the house. Not to mention that there is a humidifier, massage chair, coffee machine, health kettle, and TV in the room. The rent only increased by 20 points. Looking at the dream room, Jing Yimai gritted his teeth and directly charged 4 third-level crystal cores, getting 8,000 points. But in the blink of an eye, he booked a room for 3 months and spent 6,300. Adding the previous points, there were more than 1,000 points left in the card. Jing Yimai wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could it be the end of the world? And yet he still felt that it was easier to spend money than to earn it. Moreover, he vaguely felt that accommodation was not the biggest expense, and food and drink would probably be more expensive. Jing Yimai found out the truth. He decided to go out and kill zombies after the rain stopped. He must save as many crystal cores as possible. Let's have mutton spine hot pot. This is probably the last meal, so let's continue making meat. Xia Yan changed the menu and handed over a pencil. Just take whatever you want to eat. You're welcome. Jing Yimai was of course not polite. He picked up the brush and started to outline all the flesh. There's nothing we can do about it. Humans are carnivores and they never get tired of eating. There was a full menu, but only the first half of the page was filled up. No one was interested in the vegetables and mushrooms at the back. Xia Yan added another vegetable platter. After paying 288 points, Xia Yan took the plate out of the food city. From Jing Yimai's perspective, she casually stretched out her empty hands and a plate of meat appeared, and when she stretched out her hands, the hot, bubbling pot bottom appeared. He was no longer surprised, and even took the plate and put it on the table the moment it appeared. You're just eating for free, and you don't have any sense. How are you going to win the favor of Boss Xia? Xia Yan also likes such sensible people, who know what to say and what not to ask, who don't pry into other people's secrets, and who stick to their bottom line. Such people are destined to eat 3 dishes in 1 soup. I don't plan to go out tomorrow. I have enough supplies for now. You've worked so hard these past 2 days. Xia Yan raised his teacup with a smile. It was impossible to drink alcohol, and no beer was ordered this time, so everyone just drank tea instead. Jing Imai put down the chopsticks in his hand, raised his wine glass, and responded politely. After a few simple polite words, Xia Yan put down her teacup and concentrated on eating. Although eating with two people was lively, she still liked the peace and quiet when she was alone. I hope Jing Imai can hear the hidden meaning in her words and stop thinking that they have any so-called feelings and stop being confused in the future. After the meal, Jing Imai helped her clean up the dishes, returned to his indifferent attitude, said thank you lightly, and left without looking back. Seeing this, Xia Yan just wanted to give a thumbs up and call him a cool guy. After returning all the things to the food city, Xia Yan called Xiong to clean up, then returned to his room, filled the bathtub with hot water, then unpacked a light-scented aromatherapy diffuser, lit it, and placed it next to him. She sprinkled some rose petals on the water. When the water temperature was suitable, she took off her clothes and lay in it, sighing with comfort. After lying down for a while, I felt a little thirsty, so I ordered a cup of slightly iced black glutinous rice milk tea at the food city and drank it in small sips. Now, she finally has time to check the hotel's business performance in the past few days. The continuous bad weather and rain meant that no new customers came to the store, and the income these days was entirely supported by the accommodation and meal fees of old customers. After the last major shock, Zhang basically stayed in the house every day to struggle with himself, but he still did not miss 3 meals. The woman named Su Mei is the biggest eater here. Xia Yan asked the system and learned that she didn't waste anything at all, and sometimes even licked the lunchbox. What a big eater. Lu Ju seldom goes out, but he doesn't eat much, just 2 buns and a cup of soy milk. Jing Imai has been hanging out with her recently, and she paid for 2 meals, so he didn't spend much in the store. But Jing Imai directly booked a room for 3 months. Xia Yan looked at the points of 8,089 and jumped out of the bathtub. More than 8,000 points. Am I seeing that correctly? You were accumulating points bit by bit before, but suddenly you exceeded the task requirements? She could now understand a little bit why some people were keen on sales. Isn't it great to feel like you can't open a store for so long and then open it for 3 years to make the most of it? System, I can't upgrade? Yes, host. The hotel could be upgraded to level 3. Would you like to upgrade? Chapter 30 Level 3 Upgrade. Upgrade. Xia Yan blurted out and made the choice in an instant. Upgrading. Please wait. Upgrade completed. Resort Hotel. Level 3. Please select the number of rooms. Single room 0, plus or minus. Double room 0, plus or minus. Available rooms 15 rooms. In just a blink of an eye, Xia Yan moved the bathtub several meters closer to the door. The furniture that was originally close together only occupied the edge of the bathroom, leaving a large open space in the middle. Add 7 for a single room and 8 for a double room. She retracted her gaze. There were currently few double rooms, only 2, but there were 6 single rooms. Breakfast room changed to all-day dining room. Lunch plus 5, dinner plus 3. Please choose. A menu popped up in front of Xia Yan, which included sub-items such as fried rice, bibimbap, rice bowl, and noodles. For lunch, she chose minced meat and eggplant rice, stir-fried pork rice, curry chicken rice, braised pork rice, and pork trotter rice. For dinner, we chose beef brisket noodles, egg noodles, and noodles with soybean paste. Lunch is priced at 16 points and dinner is priced at 12 points. It is not expensive and everyone can afford it. Breakfast is still provided in the same style. The only change is the business hours from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. When Xia Yan saw the business hours, she was unhappy. Although she didn't have to get up early, it also delayed her getting off work. No, she had to either hire employees or change the hours. System, if Xiong can be an employee in the store, then I should be able to hire people, right? The water was a little cold, so Xia Yan walked out of the bathtub, took the towel from the rack in front, dried his body, put on a comfortable bathrobe, stuffed his hair into the quick drying cap, took out the electric toothbrush, and started brushing his teeth. Yes, it depends on what kind of employees you want to hire. Xia Yan spit out a mouthful of foam and asked curiously what kinds are there. She originally thought that the system would pop up a window for her, but unexpectedly the system sent her another message. Indigenous employees and virtual employees. Let's talk about virtual employees first. Xia Yan took a sip of mint mouthwash, and a cool feeling went straight to his head. Virtual employees are similar to bears. They can be upgraded, and various subsystems such as language and comprehension can be activated, but virtual employees have fatal weaknesses. Example, Xiong's fatal weakness is fire. Once it is exposed to fire, it will disappear instantly regardless of its level, and the points used to upgrade are non-refundable. The advantage is that it does not need to eat or sleep and can work 24 hours a day. Let's talk about the indigenous employees. Xia Yan put the war mask on her face and rubbed the remaining essence on her neck and ankles. While applying the facial mask, she also applied milk-scented body lotion on her body, then lay comfortably in the massage chair and closed her eyes. Indigenous employees need to be recruited by the host independently, and this system can provide the corresponding location information. Advantages of indigenous employees. No need to consume points for upgrading. Protected by the hotel protection mechanism, complete language and other systems can cultivate loyalty. Weakness. Needs host to provide food and accommodation. Can work for up to 12 hours. For a moment, Xia Yan was not sure which type of employee was better. Xiong still can't speak or serve customers. If she has to go out for something, she has to close the store, but she is indeed efficient at work. By hiring Aboriginal employees, she wouldn't have to sit in the store all the time to greet customers. They really each have their own advantages. Xia Yan frowned slightly. There were too many uncontrollable factors with the indigenous employees, and she could not guarantee their absolute loyalty. System, show me the list of virtual employees. List of unemployed employees in the V world. Employee 1. Fuji Ali. Nature. Black-bellied. Service attribute. 8/150. Affinity attribute. 11/150. Fatal weakness. Water. Employee 2. Qing Mingzi. Nature. Sundara. Service attribute. 11/150. Affinity attribute. 7/150. Fatal weakness. Haircut. Employee 3. Sanzi. Nature. Cute. Service attribute. 15/150. Affinity attribute. 18/150. Fatal weakness. Tears get on the body. Employee 4. System. Why are there only girls? Xia Yan turned directly to the last page, and sure enough, there were only girls. How could she bear to let girls do the dirty and tiring work? System. Do you know what fishing enforcement is? Also, why don't they have any good skills in the information? Bears can do cleaning, they can't just be cute, right? Seeing that the system hadn't replied for a long time, Xia Yan stood up and took off the mask on his face, a little angrily. You don't think I hired people just for them to act cute at the door and for me to go through all the trouble to entertain them, do you? This is what hosts in other worlds do. Xia Yan laughed angrily. Is this what you call a vacation? As a boss, I still have to work for my employees. Well, I'd better hire local employees. Get out of here. Xia Yan angrily pushed open the bathroom door, but was pleasantly surprised to find that the room had doubled in size. The living room was 6 meters wide, and the bedroom was also doubled in size, with an additional cloakroom and kitchen. She ran into the cloakroom. The room was about 25 square meters in size, with the floor covered with velvet carpet, wardrobes that reached the ceiling on all 4 sides, a round sofa on the carpet in the middle, and a huge full-length mirror opposite. Xia Yan casually opened the closet, where the clothes she had brought back were hung, arranged in order from light to dark. The last 2 rows of closets contained tops, pants and jackets of varying thicknesses. The last closet was filled with bags, hats, and jewelry of different styles. The gold and silver jewelry she had brought back were all in the middle drawer, lying on the black velvet cloth, shining brightly under the soft and bright downlights. Perfect, perfect, Xia Yan murmured. She was a vulgar person who just liked beautiful clothes, shoes, bags, and jewelry. She had no substance, but was willing to be beautiful enough to admire herself. System, you must give her more of these vulgar things in the future. Let her become vulgar to the dust. Xia Yan secretly clenched her fists. After completing the mission in this world, she had to pack up everything in the cloakroom and take it away. She would continue to be beautiful in the next world. Host, do you want to replace the floor with the upgraded one? After disappearing for a while, the system did not forget to do its job. Xia Yan had been staying in the cloakroom and had not really noticed the style of the floor outside. Let me see the upgraded one. It's better not to change it. The current indoor floor was modified by her later, but I didn't expect that after the system upgrade. The grade of the floor is still so low, in addition to the plush carpet in the cloakroom. If the floor in the hotel is not as good as the one I will change later, just use mine and don't change it. Worried that her marble tiles would be replaced after the system update, she specifically reminded them. Ugh, it changes back immediately. Chapter 31, I can't find a restaurant after upgrading. At 5:15 in the morning, Xia Yan woke up on time. Why do I wake up at the same time every day? Is it my biological clock? Xia Yan shuddered. This kind of thing was not acceptable. No, he had to sleep a little longer. She lay down again, pulled the soft quilt up to her head, closed her eyes again, and tried to get some sleep in tonight. Even in her daze, she was still thinking about opening the door of the all-day dining restaurant's room at 7 o'clock, so she opened her eyes to check the time after sleeping for a while. 6:15. Sleep a little longer, it's still early. 6:42. Sleep a little longer. 6:55. Take a nap for a while, there's no rush. 7:42. What? Xia Yan woke up instantly after seeing the numbers clearly. It was unbelievable. Didn't she just close her eyes for a while? She didn't feel like she fell asleep. Xia Yan quickly put on her clothes, brushed her teeth, and washed her face, and tied her hair while running. It's really annoying. I got up late on the first day of the upgrade. It seems I have to hire an employee. Xia Yan rushed out of the room, only to find another room outside. What's going on? Room suite? Xia Yan was puzzled and opened the second door and ran into the corridor. As if she hadn't woken up yet. Why did she feel that the corridor was so long today? Finally seeing the stairs, Xia Yan quickly climbed to the second floor. He looked at the room that was originally the breakfast room, which was now changed to room 103, in confusion. Where's my breakfast room? The originally narrow corridor on the second floor has now been deepened, with 2 rows of room number plates hung on them. Xia Yan walked in and counted to 113. Opposite 113 is a wall. The single room was moved to the second floor? What about the double room? Did it go to the third floor? Xia Yan discovered that there were 2 staircases on the left and right after the upgrade. She walked up the staircase on the right to the third floor, and sure enough, the room number plate said 210. The stairs only go up to the third floor. Xia Yan had no choice but to look for restaurants one by one through the rooms. None were found. That's strange. Where's the restaurant? System, show me the upgraded floor plan. It was only from the floor plan displayed by the system that Xia Yan realized that this third-level update brought about huge changes. There are 10 double rooms on the third floor, and the area of each room is 5 square meters larger than before. There are 13 single rooms on the second floor, each of which is 3 square meters larger. At the end of the corridor is an extra-large bathroom, which is very clean and tidy. There's also a large shower room next to it. The bathrooms inside are independent and soundproofed. The area of the lobby on the first floor has been increased by 50 square meters. The original single room has been divided into the East Hall and the West Hall. A restaurant sign is hung on the door of the East Hall, and the West Hall is temporarily sealed and entry is prohibited. There are stairs on both sides of the East Hall to make it convenient for customers to go up and down the stairs. Her private room was located on the innermost floor of the first floor, in a room with a sign that read Boss's office. No wonder she opened 2 doors today. Okay, it's easy once we find the restaurant. We have to go downstairs and open it for business. When Xia Yan ran to the first floor, all the customers in the store were waiting outside the restaurant, holding their stomachs, looking worried, and staring at the door eagerly. Sorry, I got up late today. Xia Yan nodded to the others, holding the door handle, and easily opened the door. Please come in. Breakfast is ready. Please enjoy. Boss Xia, I haven't seen you for one night. Has the store changed so much? Zhang Lei's mouth was watering as he looked at the entire row of food placed on stainless steel trays in the front row. He never thought that there would be a day when he could smell most of the breakfasts in the country. Zhang Lei firmly believes that as long as he lives long enough, he will be able to eat all kinds of food. There was a tall robot at the entrance, holding a tray with a bottle of hand sanitizer, disposable gloves, and foot covers on it. A strong electric current shot out from the round hole on its belly, blocking the door. The robot's electronic eyes emitted blue light and scanned the visitor. When it confirmed that the visitor was a guest of the hotel, it closed the power door and allowed the person to pass. As the guests entered, a sweet female voice sounded from several speakers high in the corners at the same time. Welcome to the all-day service restaurant of the resort hotel. This restaurant strives to create a safe and comfortable dining environment for the public. The following are prohibited behaviors in this hotel. 1. Do not waste food. 2. Do not fight with each other. 3. Do not fight or damage items in the store. 4. Do not steal other people's points. Violators will be expelled and will never be allowed to set foot in the hotel again. In order to ensure the personal safety of all customers, our store has set a ban on the use of supernatural powers. The uniform physical strength value is 50. It can be restored after leaving the hotel. Please don't worry. Jing Yimai frowned. He was unable to mobilize his special powers, and his punches were limp and powerless. He looked around and saw that everyone else was like this. Boss Xia also had a normal expression and was preparing to eat breakfast, so he planned to go out after eating to see if he could recover. Lu Ju didn't pay any attention to what the lab said. She was looking for a plate, but she couldn't find it after looking left and right. At this time, Xia Yan came over and clicked on the tall black machine beside her, and a plate with her name engraved on it was pushed out. Xia Yan pulled it out and went to the front to pick up the food he wanted to eat. After witnessing all this, Lu Ju knew how to operate it. He jumped over and also clicked the blue button on the machine, but saw a message pop up on the screen requiring him to insert a points card. She put her points card in, and the plate with her name engraved on it was pushed out. A message popped up on the screen. Return the plate after finishing your meal, and the back end will automatically deduct the cost of the meal and return the card. So high-end. Lu Ju moved her ears, her big eyes full of curiosity. She took out her plate and walked to the food area. In addition to the original breakfast items, there are now golden millet porridge, 8 treasure porridge, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and vegetable porridge on the table. Next to it is a full bucket of thick yogurt, and underneath is a can of crystal clear white sugar. The steaming small steamer contains xylong bao, siamai, corn, sweet potatoes, steamed dumplings, and cute little steamed buns. A hot bowl of steamed shrimp egg, tofu pudding, and wontons. The most expensive price is only 8 points, and the cheapest is 1 point, which is almost the same as the price before the end of the world. Jing and I picked up a few newly released dishes. This time he didn't hear any requirement to limit the points consumption, so he took a full plate. We found a random table, sat down, and started to enjoy the food. I have to say, although I don't know who made these things, their cooking skills are really great, especially the fried ones, which are definitely not greasy. The buns also have thin skin and large fillings, and the meat inside is clumped together. After quickly finishing his meal, Jingamai paid his points and walked out of the restaurant, waving his arms casually. As expected, he felt as if his body was invigorated. His punches gradually became stronger until they returned to their original shape. The supernatural powers also returned to the body, and there was no discomfort. Jing Imai jumped up and down, moved around a bit, and after making sure everything was all right, he put on his backpack and walked out of the hotel. In order to live a fulfilling life in the future, I have to save up crystal cores now and not let a single zombie go. Chapter 32, 3 Fruits. Xia Yan only took 2 boiled eggs and a cup of sugar-free yogurt. I've been eating too much meat and fish recently, and I'm showing signs of gaining weight. When I sit down, I feel like there are almost 2 layers of fat on my stomach. I have to control myself. After slowly swallowing the egg, Su Mei sat opposite her with a whole plate of food in her arms. After nodding and greeting her, she began to eat voraciously. Xia Yan stopped and looked at the 11 empty 4-person tables behind her. He usually never took the initiative to approach her, so why did he get so close to her today? At this time, Lu Ju also came over with a plate, sat down next to Xia Yan, and stared at Su Mei with big eyes and dissatisfaction. Xia Yan calmed down, drank another sip of yogurt, and looked at the sky outside the window. The rain had stopped long ago, leaving only a thin layer of clouds blocking the sun. The streets were full of puddles, and the ripples created by the zombies walking in them hit the protruding rocks in circles. The shops across the street and the tall residential buildings behind were in a state of disrepair, with exposed steel bars and window frames hanging in the air, swaying in the wind. It is in stark contrast to the clean floors and delicious food in the hotel. One is in heaven and the other is in hell. After eating, Xia Yan was not in a hurry to leave. He sat in his seat and waited patiently for Su Mei. She is leaving today, heading for the front line, right? System, can I take out the food here? Xia Yan asked in his heart. If she could do takeout, she would definitely make a fortune and be able to upgrade and get more benefits. No, you can choose whether to activate the takeaway service after reaching level 5. Suddenly, Xia Yan thought of something. System, where's the free fruit you promised me? Make it on it. Free fruits, 3 types available: apples, bananas, oranges, dragon fruit, watermelon, cantaloupe. Oranges, bananas, and watermelons. She chose oranges because she likes to eat them. She chose bananas because they are convenient for transportation, and she chose watermelons because she wants to sell them in slices. 3 kinds of fruits have been sent to your boss's office. Please check. Xia Yan opened the panel, found a breakfast and lunch machine, and clicked on the upgrade. Do you want to consume 2 level 2 crystal cores to upgrade? Yes. Upgrade completed. Please check. After the upgrade of the breakfast and lunch machines, the product categories did not increase, but the daily purchase quantity increased. The breakfast machine increased from 30 servings to 70 servings, and the lunch machine increased from 20 servings to 50 servings. Xia Yan felt a little bit cheated. She thought there would be 10 more dishes after the upgrade, but she didn't expect that only the number of servings would increase. At this time, Su Mei finished her meal, and when she returned the plate, she also sent back Xia Yan's. After getting the points card back, she stood at the door and motioned to Xia Yan, saying that she had something to tell her. Xia Yan nodded and took her to his office. As soon as she stepped into Boss Xia's office, Su Mei keenly noticed the 3 baskets of fruits placed on the long coffee table. Looking at the fresh, sweet fruits covered with morning dew, Su Mei couldn't take her eyes away. How could there still be fruit after the apocalypse? Aren't they all mutated? Nowadays, all fruits in the wild contain pollution values, but the fruits in front of us are not only not mutated, but they are also round, mellow, and sweet. Is Boss Xia really from this world? His supernatural power is too incredible. I hope she's on our side. If she is the enemy, our tribe will surely perish miserably in this world. Su Mei sat on the leather sofa in a daze, staring at the fruit basket with blank eyes. Xia Yan poured a cup of tea and handed it to her, followed her gaze to the fruit basket, and smiled slightly. Tea, please. Xia Yan took a sip of tea and lowered her eyelashes to hide the cunning in her eyes. She wanted Su Mei to see these fresh fruits. She was a big spender with great purchasing power. Su Mei quickly adjusted her expression, picked up the teacup and drank it all, wiped her mouth casually, and went straight to the point. Boss Xia, I have to leave today. Please pack up some supplies, and I will take some away first. Emergency. Su Mei swallowed the last 2 words, worried that Xia Yan would take the opportunity to raise the price. Facts have proved that Su Mei was a mean person. What do you need? Xia Yan put down the teacup and sat up straight. Take 10 packs of sanitary napkins first, and take 15 lunchboxes from the lunch machine. This is all you can take for now. I will be back soon, in a week at the latest. For fear that Xia Yan would disagree, she added a time limit at the end. The front line was far away in Yinshanling, extremely close to the continuous mountainous area, more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. She needed to travel day and night and use up all her supernatural powers to get there within 3 days. She also had to report to the higher authorities and get approval before setting off. The 1-week time was extremely tight. Okay. Xia Yan asked her to wait here for a while, and she went back to her private room to prepare supplies. After putting 10 packs of sanitary napkins into a plastic bag, she walked back into the room. Su Mei sat upright, but her eyes were still fixed on the round fruit in front of her. Guest, fruits are also for sale. Do you want to buy some? Xia Yan picked up the orange casually, broke it in half, and handed her half. It's very sweet, try it. It's not too late to buy more if you like it. Su Mei couldn't control her shocked expression and shook her hands to refuse. What was Boss Xia doing? Didn't she know that fruit was basically extinct? She generously gave her half of it to eat. It hurt a little when the orange juice splashed in my eyes. What should I do if I want to cry? Seeing that she didn't take it, Xia Yan didn't force her, but just withdrew his hand with some regret. If you don't eat it, how can I sell at high price? Su Mei secretly swallowed her saliva, moved her eyes away from the oranges, stared at Xia Yan, and said at the fastest speed, Boss Xia, just tell me the selling price. If it's right, I can buy some. How can I eat your food for free? After saying that, he even held his breath. It's not expensive, it's very cheap. Xia Yan smiled like a little fox. Su Mei was alert again, her nerves tense. Generally speaking, things that are not expensive are actually ridiculously expensive. She has been ripped off before, so she knows. It's really not expensive, only 3 points each. If it weren't for the system's regulations, she would have to sell them for at least 300 points each. 3 points? Isn't this like giving it away for free? When Xia Yan was angry, he completely forgot that the fruit was provided free of charge and in unlimited quantities. What? 3 points? Su Mei picked up the orange, put it under her nose, and smelled it. It smelled real. How could it be so cheap? Boss Xia. Looking up, she saw that Boss Xia also had a painful expression on his face. Su Mei still had something to disbelieve, so she held the basket of oranges in front of her and said, Okay, I'll take them all. Xia Yan tried hard to pull up the corners of his mouth. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat and you can't despise it. Don't regret it. Do you want to sign a contract? And put your fingerprints on it. Su Mei was now worried that Boss Xia would realize the value of the fruit and raise the price wildly, so she wanted to do something to finalize the price. Her sisters have severe chapped lips and often develop oral ulcers. They are miserable and can't find any vitamin C supplements. It would be great if they could eat oranges. Chapter 33. There's a TV in the store. Sume tied up the lunchbox and sanitary napkin in 2 plastic bags and put them into her hiking bag. She also stuffed the corner with oranges. There is no place to store watermelon, and bananas have too short a shelf life, so the best choice is oranges. Sume picked up the backpack, threw it over her shoulder, and a rare smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Boss Xia. How many points do you have in total? I'll give them to you. Lunchbox 240, oranges 60, sanitary napkins 100, a total of 400 points. Please swipe your card. After receiving the points, Xia Yan centered the door, waved with a smile, and Sume grabbed the backpack straps, bounced a few times with her feet, and then squatted down and made a preparation posture before running. Boss Xia, wait for me. After saying that, he pushed the ground hard and rushed out like a rocket, disappearing around the corner in the blink of an eye. Apparently, Sume's ability is running wildly. Xia Yan stretched and stood in the sun for a long time. The continuous heavy rain made her feel like she was about to grow hair. Now that the sun was so bright, she must get more sun. Xia Yan asked Xiong to help her move the rocking chair and placed it outside the store. Xiong did as he was told, put down the rocking chair, and immediately started cleaning with the tools. The entire hotel area has more than doubled. After cleaning the 3rd floor, Xiong went to the 2nd floor. He also had to clean the lobby and the restaurant. Every place had to be disinfected and sterilized. He was very busy for a while. Coincidentally, Lu Ju also came out to bask in the sun at this time, and at a glance he saw the fresh oranges, orange-yellow bananas, and thin-skinned watermelons cut into bite-sized pieces in the glass display case. She rubbed her eyes and confirmed again and again. Not a fantasy. What is this? It looks delicious. Miss, I want to buy it. Lu Ju pushed the glass with his little deer antlers, his saliva almost flowing out. Xia Yan, who was lying outside, was living a peaceful life and just pretended not to hear. Soon, Lu Ju saw her outside the door. His eyes lit up again. He ran to her, grabbed one of her hands, and shook it vigorously. Sister, wake up. I want to buy something. Xia Yan couldn't pretend to sleep anymore, so he had to get up and said, Come on, which fruit do you want? Lu Ju swallowed and took out his card. I want both. No. Oh, why? You can't finish it. There will be a penalty for wasting it. Can I have 2 each? With Lu Ju's small appetite, 2 of each would be too much. Okay. Lu Ju sighed in a condescending manner. He earned 18 points, but he could not suppress his excitement. His ears trembled and the corners of his mouth were tightly pursed. She ran up to the 2nd floor quickly with her things in her hand and bumped into Jing Yimai's outstretched big hand at the stairs. Sorry. Jing Yimai was wrapped up completely, with only his eyes exposed. Lu Ju hurriedly made way, ran into his room, closed the door, and leaned against it, touching his pounding heart with a sense of fear. This man is so fierce. Only his eyes are exposed, but why does he look so fierce? Brother, come quickly. There are not only beautiful sisters here, but also comfortable rooms and delicious food. Lu Ju rushed to the window, pushed it open, and sent a silent signal to the sky, once again urging his brother to come as soon as possible. Jing Yimai withdrew his gaze from the glass cabinet, silently calculated the price, and automatically swiped 60 points. Boss Xia, please leave me 10 oranges, 5 bananas, and 5 slices of watermelon. He said this and quickly disappeared. The more he saw Boss Xia's strength, the more he wanted to kill zombies and save crystal cores. People go to high places, and water flows to low places. Kill, save. Live a happy life. As the sun gets higher, the temperature gradually rises. It was almost noon, and it was no longer suitable to bask in the sun outside. Xia Yan opened his eyes and saw blue everywhere. Too much sun. After taking out a few oranges from the glass cabinet, Xia Yan sat in the hall and slowly peeled and ate them. Don't say it, it's really sweet. All the products produced by the system are of the best quality. System, can I use the TV I brought? How do I connect to the internet? She suddenly remembered that there were several 5-digit televisions in the system grid, so she asked. It's not impossible. Then, Xia Yan stopped, put his hands on the table, and said in a light tone, You can use it, but you need to pay 2 secondary crystal cores for the monthly internet fee. No, it's too expensive, make it cheaper. System, here comes another bargaining expert. Xia Yan tapped the tabletop with his fingers in disorder, his attitude firm. 1 level 2 crystal core plus 3 level 1 crystal cores. It can't be cheaper. Are you kidding me? I can only give you 2 level 1 crystal cores at most. Remember, you are here to serve me. Make a deal. Xia Yan smiled and added, including the first floor and my private room, there must be internet. Good. After negotiating the price with the system, Xia Yan prepared to put a TV in the living room first. The current hall is 50 square meters. There are 2 direct drinking water machines, breakfast and lunch machines, a water dispenser, and 2 refrigerators placed against the west wall. Although the refrigerator is empty, it is still working as a refrigerator. Xia Yan took out an extra-large screen TV and had Xiong hang it on the west wall. On the east side, she placed a large commercial leather sofa, a coffee table of the same color, and a trash can next to it, ready to throw away the garbage later. The leather sofa was a bit hard, so she took out a pillow, laid down diagonally, half-supported her head, and waited for Xiong to finish installing it. Xiong was still quite violent. He scratched the wall with his fingers and put the wire in. He plugged the TV into the wall and pressed it against the wall. He placed another socket next to it. After powering on, the boot animation appeared on the TV screen. Xia Yan took the remote control and flipped through it and found that they were all programs from this world, so he picked a highly rated variety show and a funny show to relax. In order to keep her mouth busy, she ordered some spicy duck food and spicy boneless chicken feet from the food court, a large glass of ice-cold fat house happy water, and a super full fruit salad, filling the entire coffee table. She only had 150 personal points left, so she paid directly with the store's sales. The braised duck is very flavorful, chewy, and elastic. The spicy lotus root slices are crisp and delicious. The spicy beef tendon is chewy, and the dried duck neck is moderately spicy. Xia Yan wore disposable gloves, laughed along with the funny plots, and drank a few sips of ice-cold happy water. He really looked like he was on vacation. Dad, just trust me this time. Let's go over and take a look. After you're done, decide whether or not to report this to your boss. Feng Bei held on to her father's arm tightly, refusing to let him go out. If it hadn't rained heavily soon after they returned, her father would have rushed into the leader's room and exposed the matter of the holiday hotel immediately. These days, Feng Bei lay in bed and thought over and over again about the clean environment and delicious food in the hotel. Her stomach growled with hunger, but she remained motionless and even forced herself to sleep. Go to sleep. Sleeping will consume a minimum amount of calories, and she will be able to get through it. During these days of heavy rain, almost everyone huddled under their quilts, forcing themselves to sleep to reduce calorie consumption. Only a few people who had been to the holiday hotel couldn't sleep. They stared at the dilapidated roof and missed the room and meal in the hotel. After this damn rainy day is over, they must go back to the hotel and eat until they are full. Chapter 34. Leadership Feng Tianxi. Today, the heavy rain finally stopped. There was a noisy sound outside the door. Feng Bei woke up and felt a little dizzy. What's the noise outside? There was a sound. The rain stopped. Feng Bei threw back the quilt, jumped out of bed, and rushed out the door. Sure enough, the rain stopped. Feng Bei was so excited that his eyes were filled with tears. He felt that this rainstorm seemed to have lasted for hundreds of years. Why does your daughter not have to do anything? Look at her face, full of flesh. Look at my son, skinny as a bone. What kind of leader are you? You don't have to do anything, and you can eat your fill. We work so hard and only get a bowl of porridge. It's not fair. Feng Bei looked in the direction of the voice and saw an old woman with a dusty face bent over and pointing at her father's face and cursing. Next to the old woman stood a short and skinny boy who was also unable to stand up. Behind them followed a group of survivors who were equally pale and skinny, with the same expressions of indignation on their faces. Oh, a mob. Feng Bei didn't plan to go over. She knew that her father would not allow these people to point at his nose and scold him. He couldn't stand such insults. Feng Tianxi still smiled and let the old woman point at his nose, as if he was wearing a mask, but there was deep impatience and hatred in his eyes. Big sister, please save your energy and listen to me for a few words. Ahem. Feng Tianxi looked at the group of people in front of him and raised his voice. Everyone, don't worry. The basic maintenance of the base cannot be separated from everyone. The organization will take each of our contributions seriously. The big boss already knows that this rainstorm will last for a long time. He is worried that everyone will have no food to eat, so he has arranged for the strongest psychic to escort a batch of supplies here. Everyone knows that zombies will become extremely violent after a rainstorm, so they are risking their lives to deliver life-saving food to everyone. We are all people with conscience. Otherwise, the big boss would not have taken us in. The boss holds us in his heart so dearly. How can we let him down? But we're just ordinary people. We can't go out to kill zombies. We can't go out to find supplies. Tell me, is cleaning up the ground of the base within your ability? Feng Tianxi wiped away the tears that were forced out from the corners of his eyes, took the lead in picking up the broom that was about to lose its bristles, rushed to the front, and started sweeping the floor. He observed everyone's reactions with his peripheral vision and winked at the few scoundrels in the crowd. After receiving it, Guy Liuzi immediately shouted with a grateful heart, "Manager Feng, how can it be your turn to do this? We don't know how to do anything. We can only eat and work, let alone sweep the floor. Even if we work every day, we can't forget the kindness of the big boss and Manager Feng to us." His companion responded loudly. Seeing that everyone's emotions were easily aroused, he pushed the skinny woman in front of him out and shouted, "Manager Feng, let me do it. You take a break." Everyone looked at the skinny woman with hidden enthusiasm and admiration in their eyes. Look at them. Even if they're so hungry that they can't even stand, they still have a spirit of selfless dedication. The skinny woman rubbed her hands helplessly, not knowing what to do next. Feng Tianxi saw the stares coming and immediately put on a smile. He walked up and shook the skinny woman's hand. "Comrade, thank you for your selfless contribution. I will definitely give you an extra copy when the supplies arrive." The skinny woman was visibly happy, her hands tightly gripping the broom, showing through the bones. "Feng, Manager Feng, are you telling the truth? It has to be true. Otherwise, you will be struck by lightning." Feng Tianxi let go of her hand and wiped it on his trouser leg calmly. I cursed in my heart, "What the hell are you? You are as thin as a skeleton, and you still think about the food. If there is a thunderbolt, the first to die will be you mobs." The skinny woman didn't know that Feng Tianxi just said it casually to complete the task, and she knelt down and kowtowed to him foolishly. "Thank you. Thank you. My child is saved. He can live." Under the influence of emotion, the onlookers raised their hands and cheered. Feng Tianxi in the middle looked very pleased and enjoyed himself with his head held high. The old woman and her child who had been looking for trouble were pushed to the outer circle and couldn't even touch a broom. The old woman was pushed down by everyone, and she and her child became public enemies. Her gray eyes were full of despair. They would never find any job again, and no job meant no food, which meant that the mother and child could only wait to starve to death. The boy next to her raised his head despite the pain, his eyes full of hatred. "He hates everyone here." The boy gently tugged at the old woman's finger, signaling her to go outside the base. Even if they died, they had to die in a clean place. Feng Bei curled her lips, seeing through Feng Tianxi's plan at a glance, and sneered at this group of simple-minded people in her heart. What a bunch of idiots. They're being sold but still helping others count money. Just a few words and a few meaningless promises were made, and a small riot was resolved. Feng Tianxi stood with his hands behind his back, looking around at the work, a typical leader in peacetime. No matter where he went, the people working around him, no matter how weak they were, wanted to show off so that they could get a bigger share when supplies arrived. Feng Bei went back to the room and searched the cupboard to see if there was anything to eat. She was almost starving these days and hadn't had a full meal. She was suffering from stomach pain and could hardly straighten her back. At this time, Feng Tianxi came back with a teacup of noodle soup. Seeing Feng Bei's useless look, he snorted coldly and poured her 1/3 of it in a bad mood. "Eat. You're the reincarnation of a starving ghost like your mother." Feng Bei pounced on it like a devil and poured the soup into her mouth. She ate the tasteless noodle soup as if it were delicacies from the mountains and the sea. "But how can I possibly be full with just this little bit of noodle soup?" Thinking of the hot lunchboxes in the hotel, Feng Bei looked at her father, gritted her teeth, and suggested that they go over and stay for a few days to recuperate. Feng Tianxi suddenly remembered this incident. The lunchboxes that his daughter's team brought last time were handed in, and there's been no news since then. How could this be possible? It was clearly his daughter who found it. He couldn't let that bastard Feng Leshan take the credit. Feng Bei saw that his face was not right, and knew that he had thought about promotion again. He was distressed. "Dad, wouldn't it be more convincing if we go eat for 2 days first and gain some weight before reporting to your leader?" Feng Tianxi couldn't break free. Hearing this, he became angry again. He turned around and slapped him, cursing, "You know nothing, you ignorant idiot. If you hinder my promotion, I will break your legs and feed them to the zombies." Feng Tianxi used considerable force and slapped Feng Bei so hard that 5 finger marks instantly appeared on his face and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Feng Bei only felt that there were stars in front of his eyes. He felt dizzy and his face was in great pain. Vaguely seeing him about to leave, she was filled with despair and shouted desperately, "Wouldn't it be a greater achievement if Dad snatched the hotel and gave it to the leader? Maybe you can be appreciated by the big boss and directly let you manage this base." Feng Tianqi stopped and felt that she was right. Chapter 35: Departure to the Hotel. How long does it take to get from the base to the hotel? Feng Tianqi locked the door and looked around carefully. Seeing that there was no one around, he lowered his voice and asked, "About 2 hours. The hotel is in the city center." Feng Bei pulled down the black cloth covering his head, trying to expose only his eyes. If Wang Shuwei saw the slap mark on her face, she would never be able to raise her head again. It's built so far away. It's so terrible. Feng Tianqi picked up the shovel standing outside the door and took Feng Bei out of the base when no one was paying attention. It's so cold when it rains and so hot when it's sunny. Does God want us to live? Feng Tianqi muttered, nodded to the sentry, and walked out very easily. "You lead the way. Be careful not to be discovered by the zombies." Feng Bei responded in a low voice, her heart beating fast. Although she was very scared, the hotel became a carrot hanging in front of the donkey, and she had to go. Feng Tianqi seldom left the base, and the few times he did, he was surrounded by the base's psychics and was killed before the zombies could get close. He was also a little timid and wanted to back out, but then he thought of the lunch boxes that his daughter's team brought back. Although he didn't eat a single bite, he could tell from the smell that it was real food. If he took the hotel into his pocket, wouldn't he be able to eat those lunch boxes however he wanted? Ha ha! He could even eat one and throw one to that old dog Feng Leshan. When Feng Tianqi thought of Feng Leshan crawling in front of him like a dog and wagging his tail, he was so happy that he forgot everything. "Hurry up. Try to get to the hotel before dark." Seeing Feng Bei's hesitation and looking back every few steps, Feng Tianqi kicked her on the butt. If she dares to hinder his promotion, he will send her to meet her zombie mother. Out of their sight, an old man and a young boy hid in a dark corner and saw the two men's sneaky appearance. "Son, what do you think they went out for?" The old woman rubbed her blurry eyes with her dry hands and looked at the backs of the two again. "That's right, it's that damn Feng Tianqi. But how could they leave the base alone? Feng Tianqi, who cherishes his life so much, would be willing to give zombies extra food?" The boy next to the old woman clenched his fists against his stomach, and the severe pain made his face pale. The boy clenched his teeth, trying not to cry out in pain. He looked at the backs of the two men and made a decision immediately. "Follow him. I will die sooner or later anyway. And if I can drag these two people down with me before I die, everything will be worth it." "Feng Bei, you're not kidding me. Your dad, are you? How long have you been gone?" There's not even a hotel in sight. In a shabby printing shop, two people hid behind the broken counter and breathed rapidly. The closer you get to the city center, the more zombies there are. Obviously, the superpowers have killed so many zombies. Why are there still so many of them? Feng Tianqi is just an ordinary person, and his physical fitness is even worse than that of the thinner Feng Bei. When encountering zombies, they push Feng Bei out to deal with them, regardless of the fact that Feng Bei has just reached level 2 and has a water-based ability with little attack power. Feng Bei was equally miserable, but he was her father. What could she do? After using a stream of supernatural water from her fingers to repel the zombies in front of her, she picked up a shovel and smashed it hard on the zombie's head. She can still deal with level 1 zombies, but when she sees level 2 zombies, she can only hide. Feng Bei looked through the gap to see what was happening outside. He saw that the level 2 zombie was still standing outside the door. The sky was gradually turning red. He became even more anxious and whispered, "Keep your voice down. Don't attract it. It's almost here." Feng Tianqi glared at her fiercely and shut his mouth obediently. After all, he still needed his daughter to deal with the zombies outside the base. Otherwise, he would have slapped her long ago. Feng Tianqi bent down slightly, found a gap, and looked out, but he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. The second level zombie staggered in. Shit, the zombies are coming. Feng Tianqi was suddenly panicked. As long as the zombies walked a little bit to the back, they would be able to see him under the counter. What to do? Feng Tianqi pinched Feng Bei's arm, dragged her to the gap, and motioned her to look outside. Feng Bei's eyes widened when he saw the situation clearly. His face turned pale instantly, and his nails dug into the floor tightly. It's over. The zombies are coming in. As soon as Feng Tianqi saw Feng Bei's look, he knew that she couldn't handle it. He stared at Feng Bei, increased his strength, and pulled her in front of him. Dad? Feng Bei looked up in panic and met Feng Tianqi's cold and crazy eyes. She understood that her father wanted to use her to delay his escape. No. Feng Bei struggled, but was held down by Feng Tianqi. A slight sound of clothes rubbing against each other was heard, and the level 2 zombie tilted its head slightly, with the hole in the side of its head facing the counter, and walked towards this side. Seeing this, Feng Bei stiffened and stopped moving in a hurry. As long as the zombies can't find them, Dad won't push her out. Feng Bei came to her senses and calmed down, letting her father hold her arm tightly. Please, don't come over here. Please. The zombie shook its head and continued to move forward in an uncoordinated manner, growling from time to time from its gaping mouth and black mucus dripping from the corners of its mouth. The rotten and stench of decay gradually approached, and the two people hiding under the counter were nervous. The sharp sickle of the god of death was hanging behind their necks, ready to chop off their lives at any time. At this moment, an explosion was heard in the distance, and the sound seemed very loud in the quiet room. The zombie that was almost in front of the counter roared and stumbled towards the source of the sound. The two people who were so close to each other walked on the edge of death. They were soaked as if they had just come out of the water, and they opened their mouths wide to breathe in the fresh air. Feng Tianqi pushed Feng Bei out and said, "Go see if the zombies have gone far away." Feng Bei swallowed his saliva and moved his sore legs towards the door. I cautiously stuck my head out, but the street was empty and there was nothing there. "Dad, there are no zombies. Let's go." Xia Yan, who was sitting in the store watching TV, also heard the explosion outside. The sudden sound almost made her throw away the milk tea in her hand. "What's going on? It's so loud." Xia Yan stood at the door, standing on tiptoe to look towards the source of the sound. "It sounds like it's not far from here. Do you want to go and have a look?" After staying in the store and watching TV all day, my eyes are a little sore. Then she gave up the idea. 7 or 8 zombies rushed out right under her nose. They also wanted to join in the fun. Since something was going to go there, she would not go there. Xia Yan turned around and planned to continue watching TV. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of handsome guys in this world. She is now obsessed with a star named Xingxian, who is fair, tender, and milky, and very cute. Chapter 36, Iced Watermelon. Jing and I walked into the hotel door, covered in dust and dirt, and extremely tired. However, the laughter coming from above his head instantly attracted him. I looked up and saw that the TV had internet. Looking again, Xia Yan was enjoying the self-heating hot pot, his eyes fixed on the TV screen with a smile on his face. Jing and I took a few steps back and looked at the sign. It is a resort hotel for sure. But the apocalypse has lasted for so long, there is no electricity or internet. How can Boss Xiao watch TV? With a questioning heart, he walked up the stairs, looking back every few steps, his eyes occasionally lingering on the variety show on TV. Seeing some familiar faces inside, Jing and I felt a little dazed, as if the inside and outside of the store were two different worlds. Boss Ya, this place is heaven, and outside is a hell full of zombies. If his parents were still alive, they would definitely be willing to live here for a long time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Jing Imai moved down and saw Xiong Xiong following him with a floor scrubber, cleaning up the dirty traces. Soon he walked up to him, his little black eyes fixed on his clothes. His furry arms trembled a few times, as if he wanted to use a floor scrubber to clean and disinfect him. Jing Imai quickly raised his hand to stop him, took 2 steps at a time up the stairs, hurried back to his room, took a shower, changed into new clothes, stuffed his dirty old clothes into the fully automatic washing machine, blew his hair half dry, and prepared to go downstairs to eat. Xia Yan downstairs had finished eating and was lying on the sofa with her legs folded, drinking milk tea and smiling. She didn't even know Jing Imai passed by her. In the restaurant, Lu Ju saw him coming in, finished his meal in a few bites, watched TV for a while reluctantly, and went back to his room before Jing Yi came out. Jing Imai ordered a bowl of noodles with soybean paste and beef brisket noodles, ate them quickly, wiped his mouth, paid 24 points, walked to the sofa next to Xia Yan, sat down, and started watching the variety show. Although he was very tired today and had killed a lot of zombies, he could just sit down and watch TV after eating, which was like relaxing. After a while, Zhang Lei also sat over. Xia Yan put down the milk tea and called Xiong Xiong, asking him to bring the chilled watermelon. "Guest, do you need me to bring the fruit you asked me to save this morning?" Xia Yan turned his head to look at Jing Imai, who was sitting at the end of the sofa. Jing Imai had forgotten about this matter. "Bring it here." "Xiong Xiong, bring the fruit that customer 301 ordered." Zhang Lei left home early today and didn't know that the store had started selling fruits. As a result, he was shocked when he heard the conversation between the two. Fruit? What kind of fruit was that? When Xiong brought a full plate of fruit, it was confirmed that his idea was correct. Xia Yan picked out 5 oranges, 5 bananas, and 5 watermelons, placed them on an empty plate, and pushed it in front of him. Can I eat iced watermelon? Sure. Jingamai took the plate, and the first thing he picked up was the chilled watermelon. The pink seedless flesh, dark green rind, and sweet aroma. When you take a bite, your mouth is filled with icy juice. It is simply a great way to relieve summer heat. Zhang Lei couldn't take his eyes away, and his Adam's apple couldn't help but slide up and down. How could Xia Yan let her customers watch without making any purchases? Otherwise, why would she ask Xiong to bring out the fruit? Xia Yan smiled and pushed the remaining fruits in front of Zhang Lei. She said in a friendly manner, "These are 3 new fruits introduced by our store. They are fresh, delicious, juicy, and nutritious. If you need them, you can buy a few to try. Each one only costs 3 points. The price is very favorable." After that, she handed Zhang Lei a piece of iced watermelon and said, "Try it first and buy it if it tastes good." Then he took out a piece of melon and took a light bite. It was icy, refreshing, and sweet. It was indeed a good melon. Seeing that the two were enjoying the meal, Zhang Lei was reluctant to put down the watermelon in his hand. Besides, he hadn't eaten fruit for a long time. It was only 3 points. Eat it. Maybe one day it would be gone. If you don't spend the points, it's useless to keep them. At worst, he could just work hard during this period of time and save more crystal cores. Eating chilled watermelon, sweet oranges, and soft bananas, Zhang Lei's depressed mood all dissipated. Forget about feelings. Living a carefree life is more important. During the commercial break, Xia Yan stood up, took out a small plate from the restaurant, took out 2 pieces of watermelon, an orange, and a banana, and asked Xiong to deliver it to room 201. How could Xia Yan forget that there was a consumer upstairs? Just let Xiong take the car machine upstairs to sell. Did you think you didn't have to spend points if you didn't come down from upstairs? Naive. The other 2 customers on the sofa didn't think so. They only saw that Boss Yao was full of love and was afraid that the little girl upstairs wouldn't have enough to eat. So he specially sent the food upstairs. In this apocalyptic world, not only zombies eat people, but people also eat each other in this darkness. Yet, there are still kind and considerate people like Boss Xia. It is really worth relying on. Although Jing and I might have thought too much, the value of fruit in the apocalypse was obvious, and no fool would use precious materials to help useless people. Therefore, he also felt that Boss Xia was kind and good-hearted. Seeing that it was dark outside, Xia Yan turned on the lights in the hall. Seeing that the 2 people were not sitting comfortably, he took out 2 pillows and handed them over. "Thank you, Boss Xia." Zhang Lei's face flushed, and he quickly took it with both hands to express his gratitude. "Not only can I watch the boss's TV for free, but I can also use his brand new pillow." Jing Yimai knew where the pillow came from and used it without any hesitation. Come to think of it, he was the one who chose this sofa. After the commercial break, Xia Yan heard the familiar opening remarks, hurriedly sat down, and watched TV attentively. "Dad, take 2 quick steps. It's right in front. It's the one with the light." Feng Bei supported her father in a mess. Dad put almost all his weight on her, and she could hardly walk. "Where?" Feng Tianxi raised his head, looked at the horizon, and gazed as far as possible. "That," Feng Bei pointed. Feng Tianxi looked in the direction he was looking. Sure enough, there was a hotel with lights on at the end of the street. He could even see someone inside, sitting comfortably on the sofa eating. It turns out it really exists. "Food. Hotel. Here I come." He shook off Feng Bei's hand and walked away with big strides, adjusting his clothes as he walked. "Fortunately, I chose a suit and a tie today. Look at the shiny leather shoes, clean clothes, and energetic face." Feng Tianxi spat on his palm, smoothed his hair, and tried hard to look like an old cadre. With such an impressive leadership style, as soon as he appears on the scene, wouldn't the owner of the hotel come up to him eagerly and show his respect to him? Feng Tianxi imagined that the boss of the hotel, who was wearing tattered and patched clothes, with a pale face and skinny body and a hunched back, would definitely open his eyes wide, in disbelief, and feel uneasy when he saw him, the big leader, and would treat him as a guest of honor. He would definitely put his hands behind his back, hold his head high, and act like a man who had seen the world, pointing and criticizing the unreasonable facilities in the store. In addition, he must scold them. How can electricity be turned on so casually? What a waste of crystal cores. For these refugees, the electricity can only be turned on for 10 minutes a day. No, 10 minutes is too much. No need to provide it. Feng Tianqi has already regarded the hotel as his own and is very unhappy with the current owner's behavior. As they got closer to the hotel, his eyes became redder and redder. If he was not mistaken, what they were eating was fruit. Chapter 37: Successful Check-In. With a creak, the door was pushed open. The variety show happened to be broadcasting a funny scene, and Xia Yan stood up, laughing so hard that he couldn't stop. Oh my god, this is too funny. Ha 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 ha. This man is so stupid. He can't even jump over such a simple jump rope. He actually fell flat on his face. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lei and Jing Yimai were laughing so hard that they didn't even notice the visitor outside the door. Originally, Feng Tianqi wanted to show his power first, but the moment he entered the room, he was shocked by the TV on the wall, the fruits on the coffee table, and the clean clothes and rosy and healthy faces of several people. Xia Yan wiped away the tears that seeped from the corners of her eyes, restrained her smile, and looked at the visitor outside the door. Hello, guest. Do you need accommodation? The two people in front of him looked like they had escaped from afar. Their trouser legs were covered with stains, and their faces were black and gray, so their features could not be seen clearly. But since they were guests, Xia Yan would not refuse them at the door. Seeing that Feng Tianqi was like a gourd with its mouth sawed off, unable to fart, Feng Bei had no choice but to jump out from behind him. It's me, Feng Bei. I stayed at your place before. I still have points on my card. She tried hard to wipe her face clean and prayed that Xia Yan would not be forgetful and forget about her. Xia Yan looked at her features carefully, and indeed, they looked somewhat familiar. After taking the card she handed over, Xia Yan remembered that this was the person she had kicked. He is really a regular customer. Oh, I remember now. Why didn't you come out with the team today? Do you need a place to stay? I didn't collect a lot of points. Xia Yan secretly complained. Feng Bei smiled gratefully and pushed a first-level crystal core over. No, I came here with my dad today. It's the same as usual. Let's get a single room. My dad and I can just squeeze in. Of course, Xia Yan wouldn't remind her to look at the price tag. She could only charge 60 points for 2 people. This is the room card for room 204. You can go upstairs from that side. After getting the room card, the two did not plan to go upstairs. Instead, they walked to the lunch machine to order food. Dad, look, this is the machine I told you about. Just swipe the card, and a box of rice will come out in a few seconds. Feng Bei pointed at the picture on the screen excitedly and ordered a cumin duck leg fried rice first. After swiping the card, a box of rice came out in a few seconds. Feng Tianqi's eyes almost fell out. God help me. God help me. Order 2 for Dad. No 3. A message popped up on the screen. Insufficient balance. Please recharge. How come? Feng Bei pulled out the card and found that there were only 23 points left. Dad, the points are not enough. Please top up some more. Feng Tianqi handed her 2 first-level crystal cores and said, Go and recharge them. It's useless. After being scolded, Feng Bei pretended not to hear it. Anyway, his father would scold him a few words every day, so he was used to it. Boss Xia, please help me recharge some points. She ran to Boss Xia and shook the crystal core in her hand as if showing off. Xia Yan was busy watching TV, and Feng Bei happened to be standing in front of her. She pointed to the cashier's counter speechlessly and said, There's an automatic recharge machine over there. Go and recharge yourself. Feng Bei, who had gotten a cold shoulder from her efforts, looked awkwardly at Jing Yimai beside her, rubbed her nose, and went to recharge in dejected manner. Feng Tian happily touched several machines and loved them more and more. If he had these treasures, would he still worry about his unstable position? We must find a way to get it. He glanced covertly at Xia Yan, who was sitting in the middle. Seeing that she had slender limbs, delicate skin, and fashionable clothes, he was unsure of her and did not dare to act rashly. He didn't expect that he would be given a warning by this small boss. Damn woman, when this hotel becomes his, he will really watch this woman cry and beg for mercy under him. Look at that pretty face and hot body. It must feel great to touch. Feng Bei returned to the machine and looked at his father in confusion, thinking that he was a little strange. After earning enough points for 3 lunchboxes, she walked upstairs feeling light-footed, carrying 4 lunchboxes. She had seen the fruit on the coffee table in front of Boss Xia, but she knew the price of fruit very well and didn't think Boss Xia would sell her the fruit. Even if he did, she couldn't afford it. And what exactly is going on here? Is it changing so much? Feng Bei looked around in horror. This was completely different from the place she had lived in before. Opening the door to room 204, Feng Tianqi pressed the switch and the room instantly became bright. The two of them froze in place for a moment. This is a room that costs 30 points per night. Xia Yan had replaced the furnishings in all the single rooms and even copied the single room samples carefully designed by the designer into the hotel. If you just look at the interior decoration, 30 points is absolutely worth it. After the upgrade, the system did not prompt a price increase, so it is still 30 points per night. Xia Yan didn't feel it was a pity. After all, they were all local products that she bought for free. Not only did she enjoy experiencing them, but she also used them in her own hotel. So if the price didn't go up, then there wouldn't be a price increase. The father and daughter sat on the ground and wolfed down the rice. Feng Tianqi was so protective of his food that he put the other 2 boxes of lunch he ordered behind him, fearing that his daughter would snatch them away. The two of them ate too fast and soon choked. They both pounded their chests, stretched their necks, and their faces turned red. Water. Feng Tianqi pointed at the mineral water on the low cabinet with trembling hands and asked Feng Bei to bring it to him. Feng Bei did as she was told and watched helplessly as her father gulped down the water without leaving a sip for her. Gigi, what are you looking at? Don't you have superpowers? Go get yourself some water to drink. Feng Tianqi rolled the bottle aside. Feng Bei's face turned purple, and he had to force himself to use up the last bit of his special ability. Finally, he was able to drink some water and no longer feel choked. Feng Tianqi had already opened another box of lunch and started eating. Seeing Feng Bei staring at him, he asked her to leave. Why are you staying here? Didn't you say there were big changes? Go out and see what's going on. Feng Bei had no choice but to turn around and leave. Looking down the corridor from room to room, she saw that there were 13 rooms and 2 staircases on the second floor. She even found a huge shared bathroom that actually had 2 fully automatic washing machines. She turned on the faucet in disbelief and watched clear water flow out of the pipe. Yes, there is really water. Feng Bei raised his head and saw from the clean mirror that his face was covered with black watermarks and his body was covered with mud and dirt, which was out of tune with the clean environment. Feng Bei reached out to take the water and washed his face, trying to clear his chaotic brain. He looked at the mirror again, and the girl's face was finally clean. Before she could laugh, she slowly opened her mouth. That is the bathroom. Dad, there's not only water here, but also a bathroom where we can take a shower. Feng Bei rushed into room 204, scaring the man who was secretly rummaging around in the room, looking for treasure until he became stiff all over. When Feng Tianqi found out it was Feng Bei, he was extremely angry and went up to hit him. Dad, I could take a shower over there. There's also a washing machine. Wait, what did she say? Shower? Washing machine? Are you kidding me? No. Feng Tianqi stretched his neck to look at the light above his head. There is electricity here. Maybe these things really exist. Quick, take me there. Chapter 38. Staying in a hotel. Xia Yan was so engrossed in watching the variety show downstairs that she had no idea that Feng Tianqi and the other person were wandering around in the corridor. It was not until after 9 o'clock when she was so sleepy that she turned off the TV and sent the two of them upstairs to rest. Go to bed now. The TV will be on all day tomorrow. Jing Yimai and Zhang Lei went upstairs reluctantly. Xia Yan called Xiong to clean up the hall. She stretched and prepared to close the door. System, how many points are credited today? Today's turnover is 820, current progress bar, 5909/8000. Xia Yan didn't expect that he would be upgrading again soon after he had just upgraded. I still have to thank Jing Yimai for his strong support. She plans to meet rich people in the future and try to get them to book rooms for a few more months. The points you will get will definitely be a lot. Xia Yan was in a good mood, humming a little tune as he grasped the doorknob, ready to lock the door and go to sleep. His eyes casually swept across the tattered window frame of the shop next door, paused, took another look, and pushed the door open again. Are you planning to stay at the store? We are about to close for the holiday. After a few seconds of silence, the white paint fell off, revealing the scarlet bricks underneath, and an old woman poked her head out, her hair tangled and messy, sitting on top of her head like an afro. Accommodation? How much is it? The old woman looked around tremblingly. Night was falling, the zombies would go rampage, and they could no longer stay on the street. Feng Tianqi and his daughter entered this hotel and never left. Is this really a hotel that provides accommodation? The old woman hid behind the wall, her body tightly blocking the boy. She was trembling like a hamster forced into a corner. Yes, the shop provides accommodation. A single room only costs 30 points per person. Xia Yan took out a flashlight and turned on the switch to illuminate the entire street. Seeing the old woman shrinking back behind the wall with fear on her face, Xia Yan spoke gently. Don't be afraid. I'm just here to light the way for you. Do you need to stay in the hotel? If not, the store will be closed. In fact, Xia Yan just wanted to see clearly what the old woman had been blocking. Through the bright light, she realized that the person hiding was a boy in his teens. His thin face made his chin look even sharper. His mouth was pursed into a straight line, and his big eyes sparkled like obsidian in the light. Although he was afraid, he was trying his best to stop his trembling body. His eyes were fixed on Xia Yan, and his whole body was tense, like an arrow ready to be shot. At the command, he would break free from the bow and rush out. Xia Yan withdrew his gaze and lost interest. After counting to 10 in his heart, the two still did not move, so he closed the door. The door was locked with a click, and Xia Yan turned off the lights. She asked Xiong to stay at the door and watch over the person. If there was any unusual movement, he should subdue the person first and then notify her. Anyway, the hotel's defense system has been on all the time, so Xia Yan is not worried, as long as the culprit can't escape. The two people hiding in the shabby shop outside the door saw that the female boss was not as enthusiastic as they had expected to invite them to stay, but instead turned off the lights and went back to sleep. For a moment, the two of them stared at the hotel that was out of place with the surroundings and did not dare to take it lightly. Little one, did you see that? Feng Tianxi and the other guy went in and never came out, right? The old woman tried to speak in a low voice for fear of attracting zombies. The boy nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on the exquisite decoration behind the transparent glass under the moonlight. Bright floors, clean and comfortable sofas, a whole row of brand new machines, and the drinking water machine in the front even had its light on. What are the two machines next to it used for? Why are the screens still on? Moreover, Feng Tianxi had taken something out of it before, with a look of shock and surprise on his face. That machine must have some secret. He noticed that the female boss only hung a simple lock on the door, and the glass did not look bulletproof. How about waiting until they fell asleep and then throwing a stone at it to see what happens? The boy seriously considered the possibility, but quickly discarded the idea. There was no other way. He had been hungry for several days. He had used up all his luck to be able to walk here safely with his mother. After breaking the glass, he and his mother couldn't run far, so he gave up. The boy shifted his gaze, preparing to find a relatively safe place to spend the night. Although he and his mother rarely live alone outside the base, he often heard Xiaojia talk about what was happening outside. The most urgent thing is to find a safer place to avoid the zombies running rampant at night. After pulling his mother up, he looked towards the hotel cautiously, preparing to walk out and go to another safe place. Suddenly, a big bear walked out from the darkness of the hotel. It was covered with fur. It walked to the door with two thick, long hairy legs and stood still. Its big head slowly turned, observing the outside through its black bean-like eyes. The boy was caught off guard and looked into the big bear's dark eyes. His whole body stiffened instantly, his hair stood on end, and cold sweat ran down his face. Well, what is that thing? A sense of crisis crept up the back of the boy's neck. He was unable to move and stood there in a daze. His mother was just like him, not daring to move. They heard from people in the base that some people have the ability to tame wild beasts and make them work for them. In return, the master has to provide meat to the wild beasts to prevent them from being eaten. Could it be that they were so unlucky that they encountered wild beasts? Beads of sweat slid down the boy's forehead. His fingers moved slightly, and a pure green supernatural power gradually condensed between his fingers. His special ability is force communication, which allows him to forcibly use communication skills on those of lower levels than himself. Obviously, this is aimed at people with superpowers. After all, zombies have no brains, so communication is useless. As a result, all teams were not only unwilling to take him with them, but also rejected him. The boy, sweating profusely, placed the green energy on his forehead, his eyes locked on the raging bear, praying madly in his heart that the other party's ability level was not high enough to force him to communicate. Although the possibility was small, but, "Monster, come quickly." The boy was stunned. Did he actually hear a sound just now? Did force communication succeed? Please repeat what you just said. The boy suppressed his excitement. He didn't hear it clearly just now. What monster? The monsters you're afraid of. Eat. A lot, come on. An electronic voice that couldn't tell whether it was male or female rang directly in his mind, and he finally heard it clearly this time. Monsters? Could he be talking about zombies? Zombies are coming. There are so many of them. The boy's face turned pale, his hands and feet were cold, and he grabbed his mother's hand and ran out. After running a few steps, he was stunned again. Where can they go? There is no place to hide. The boy vaguely heard the chaos coming from the street outside, mixed with the roars of zombies running wild. What should I do? Seeing that he was not in a good state, his mother had a vague suspicion that something bad was happening. Her face also turned pale, and the dim light in her eyes almost disappeared. The zombie group was getting closer and closer, and the roars were even ringing in our ears. The boy's legs went weak, and he tried to drag his mother into a shop nearby. Several zombies appeared at the end of the street. The moonlight tonight was very dazzling. Even at such a distance, the boy could easily see the zombie's skinless face covered with black and gray muscle tissue, bulging eyeballs, and sharp teeth. It opened its mouth wide and roared at them, then staggered and ran towards them. Run, run, little one. Chapter 39, Safe Hotel. Run, little boy. The old woman used up her last bit of strength to push him away. Her legs became as soft as noodles, and she sat down on the ground. Mom! The boy who was pushed away screamed in pain, turned around quickly, grabbed the old woman's arm, and dragged her to run. Let me go, my dear. I am useless. My dear, my baby. The old woman's eyes were filled with tears. She looked at the boy reluctantly for the last time and exerted force with her hands, hoping to buy time for the child to live. No, Mom, you can't die. Wait. The boy held his mother's arm tightly, his eyes scanning the shops around him wildly. It's a pity that there is so little space inside. There's not even a cabinet where someone can hide. The boy was so regretful that he almost vomited blood. However, he heard the sound of zombies getting closer and closer from behind him. Their sharp claws almost tore his clothes apart. They wanted to grab his flesh and eat it alive. They buried their heads in his hot abdomen and bit him wantonly. The boy yelled heart-wrenchingly and ran as fast as he could. His eyes suddenly locked on Xiong, who was watching silently behind the glass door, and his whole body trembled. He still has a chance. Forced communication works. He can make it open the door for him. The potential bursting out of desperation enabled him to escape from the zombie swarm and successfully approach the hotel. He pulled his mother to the glass door and pressed against it tightly. The boy trembled as he tried to activate his supernatural power. A green light appeared between his fingers, growing larger and larger until there was no supernatural power left in his body. He placed a huge green ball on his forehead and tried to activate it. Little one, the zombies didn't follow us. Little one, we survived. The old woman clutched his arm tightly, looked back with an expression of fear and relief. Her knees went weak, and she collapsed at the door of the hotel. What? Hearing this, the boy looked back in a daze. As expected, the zombie stopped 2 meters away, raised its head slightly, and used the holes on the sides of its ears to catch the sounds in the air. Its eyes stared at each other without any target, and its body limped away gradually. Surprisingly, just like what the female boss said, the store is very safe. There are no zombies to be seen. The boy's tense heart finally fell back into his chest. After he relaxed from extreme fear, a surge of emotions came over him. He fell exhaustedly beside the old woman, staring silently at the end of the street and forcing himself to swallow the endless bitterness. After a moment, he buried his head deeply in the crook of her neck, feeling the warmth that he had almost lost. His heart was filled with endless bitterness. His eyes were red and tears were oozing out. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse to be reborn in despair. The old woman gently stroked the child's hair, held him close, and stroked his back with a distinct spine. Let's talk about tomorrow's things tomorrow. Live one day at a time. Xiong was still standing behind the door, and his black eyes could not tell whether he was looking at the street or at the mother and child who were huddled together for warmth at the door's feet. The faint silvery white moonlight is like a layer of gauze, lightly lingering in the world, and like a spider web, entangled everything and preventing escape. The end of the world, a hell burning to ashes. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xia Yan appeared in the restaurant on time and opened the door. She had a good appetite today and ate 2 more fried eggs. Gradually, more and more customers came into the restaurant. Xia Yan nodded and then concentrated on eating. There's an unwritten rule in the restaurant that no small talk is allowed during meals, as it would be a disrespect to the precious food. After eating, Xia Yan prepared to open the shop for business. Huh, why is there someone outside? Xia Yan recognized the old woman who had hidden behind the wall last night, pushed open the door, and said with a gentle smile, "Good morning, two guests. Would you like to stay at the hotel?" The boy lying in the old woman's arms stood up quickly when he heard the noise, but he didn't want to move too fast. He hadn't eaten for several days, and his blood sugar was too low. He staggered a few steps and sat down on the ground with a thud. "Oh, be careful." Xia Yan opened the door and smiled without any intention of going over to help. Although the old woman was anxious, she felt so weak that she could only reach out her hand to help with trembling hands. The boy lay on the ground for a few seconds before the black light in front of his eyes finally stopped. He raised his head and looked at the beautiful female boss in front of him, who was wearing a floral dress and thin-heeled sandals. He helped his mother up and looked at Xia Yan and said, "Yes, stay at the hotel." "My son, where did the cough come from?" The old woman started coughing in a hurry, and the boy hurriedly patted her on the back. Xia Yan took the opportunity to open another door and gestured to lead the way. "Please come in, guests." There are instructions for exchanging points inside, as well as points consumed for staying in the hotel and eating. It doesn't matter if you stay or not. Let's take a look first. The old woman couldn't resist the boy and was dragged into the hotel. Looking at the magnificent interior of the hotel, the old woman shrank back, not daring to step inside for fear of defiling the place, but was forcibly dragged in by the boy. These are the rules and regulations and flowchart of our store. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Xia Yan pointed to the sign above, smiled again, and turned to leave. The boy read all the information carefully, and joy gradually surged in his heart. Isn't this the safe base he longed for the most? No fighting, no trouble, just be quiet and you can survive. "Mom, let's live here." The boy lowered his head slightly and whispered softly in the old woman's ear. However, the old woman was startled. She stared at the surroundings. The inferiority complex of the lower class was deeply rooted. "No, no, my dear, how can a place like this be for people like us to live in? Go away. This is not a place we should be in." She grabbed the boy's arm and tried to pull him out. The boy not only did not move, but he quickly took out a second-level crystal core from the inner pocket of his clothes and stuffed it into the machine. Soon, a points card came out of it. It says, "Yi Qijing, 500 points. When the old woman saw that he had used up the crystal core, she gasped and slapped him on the back, her voice choking with sobs. "That was what your father gave his life for, and you just used it up like that, you." The boy's eyes were firm, but his voice was just as painful. "Mom, take care of the living first. You are just as important to me. Apologize to Dad after I die." Xia Yan was sitting on the sofa watching the show. Seeing that the two were about to hug each other and cry, he was afraid that they would get excited and faint due to low blood sugar, which would affect the environment in the store, so he walked over to interrupt them. "Have you two decided which room you would like to stay in?" The two people who were about to hug each other and cry were stunned for a moment. The boy nodded with red eyes. "We'll stay in a double room." "Okay, please swipe your card." Xia Yan took out the room card for room 302 and handed it over, smiling and suggesting, "If you two haven't had breakfast yet, you can rest in the room and then have a meal at the restaurant on the first floor. The restaurant is not expensive and is open all day." When they heard there was food to eat, their eyes lit up. The old woman originally wanted to go directly into the restaurant to take a look, but the boy grabbed her arm and took her upstairs. "Little one, there's food inside. Eat first. You've been hungry for days." The boy saw that a happy life was waving at him. His mouth corners almost reached his ears, and he couldn't help laughing out loud. "Mom, didn't you hear what the boss said? You have to wash up first." Chapter 40, I Have a Plan. It was a rare occasion for Feng Bei to wake up naturally. He opened his eyes slightly and saw that he was living in a beautiful room in the hotel. He jumped up excitedly and prepared to go downstairs to buy food. "This is really so happy. Sleep until you wake up naturally, and when you wake up you can go downstairs to buy food. Water and electricity are all available. No need to worry about zombies." Feng Bei felt that this trip was the right one, but she regretted not bringing her father along earlier because she had gone hungry for a few days in vain. Speaking of which, her father was still sleeping soundly with a soft quilt in his arms. Feng Bei unpacked the disposable wash basin, carefully opened the door, and ran to the public sink to wash up. She went downstairs to buy some food while her father was still asleep. Otherwise, the food would be sold out. Feng Bei took the card and rushed to the first floor. Seeing that there was no one in front of the machine, he was worried that the lunch boxes were sold out. Just when he was getting frustrated, he saw that they were still for sale on the machine. Feng Bei happily bought 2 breakfasts, spending 15 points. "Great, It's not sold out yet. Wait, why are there people coming in and out over there? Feng Bei walked over with curiosity, but after just one look, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why is there a restaurant here? And the prices are so cheap. She stamped her feet in anger and could only watch the customers inside, eating happily. She had already bought breakfast. Feng Bei ran back upstairs angrily, opened the door, and saw Feng Tianqi, who had just got up, so he handed the breakfast in his hand to him. Feng Tianqi slept very soundly last night. It was the best sleep he had since doomsday. Seeing his daughter handing him breakfast, Feng Tian happily praised her, quickly opened the package, and saw hot buns and egg-filled pancakes inside. He exclaimed and started eating without even having time to wash up. Feng Bei picked up the bun and complained in great frustration. Dad, you don't know, there's a restaurant on the first floor that has all kinds of breakfast, and the price is not expensive. We really should go downstairs to eat. Feng Tianqi, who was swallowing a bun, glared at her, swallowed the bun in a few mouthfuls, and stuffed the rest of the breakfast into her arms. Give me the card, I'll go down and take a look. Feng Bei wanted to say something, but he snatched the card away and the door was slammed shut. Feng Bei. Feng Tianqi ran downstairs quickly, and when he saw Xia Yan, he stopped suddenly. After tugging at the corner of his clothes, he walked up to her with his hands behind his back, walking like an old cadre, and raised his hand to cough lightly a few times. Feng Tianqi looked straight ahead, ready to listen to Xia Yan greet him first so that he could take advantage of the situation. But he didn't expect Xia Yan to just look at him coldly, then lowered his head and continued to do his own thing. This damn girl, Feng Tianqi, who failed to achieve his goal, cursed in his heart and prepared to go to the restaurant to check it out first. Unexpectedly, there was a robot at the entrance of the restaurant. Feng Tianqi didn't think the laser shooting out of its belly was just for decoration. Through the robot, he could clearly see a whole row of fresh food placed neatly on the tray. Isn't she afraid of being snatched away? Feng Tianqi found it unbelievable and thought the female boss was a fool. He came up with an idea and took out Feng Bei's card and swiped it on the robot. When he gets in, he'll eat a lot, but he won't swipe his card. He'll teach her a lesson. Ding dee. It's not you. No one is allowed to enter. The robot swept the blue light across his face and then turned it into a dazzling red light. This is my daughter's card. I'm her father, so why can't I use it? Feng Tian smiled happily. It was the first time he heard that family cards could not be used interchangeably. At this time, he heard a clear female voice coming from the loudspeaker. One person, one card. Enter in order. Please do not. Are you kidding me? Is this the service attitude of your hotel? Where's your boss? Call your boss out. Feng Tianqi deliberately made a loud noise, but his eyes glanced at Xia Yan beside him. His intention was obvious. Xia Yan put down the remote control on the sofa, with a look of annoyance between his brows. It was really annoying. People started to cause trouble early in the morning. It would be great if there was a manager or store manager to help her solve the problem. Xia Yan stood up, not even bothering to put on a smile. Does the guest have any questions? Seeing the real owner coming, Feng Tianqi was secretly delighted. He snorted coldly and said in a gloomy tone, "What's the problem? I ask you, why can't I get in if I use my daughter's card? The store stipulates that each person has one card and can enter the restaurant with the card. If the guest does not want to eat in the restaurant, they can buy breakfast at the breakfast machine opposite. Don't change the subject. Why can't I use my daughter's card? Forcing customers to apply for cards for consumption? Is this your boss's style? Aren't you afraid that people from above will come and seal you off?" Feng Tianqi put on an expression of glaring eyes that always wins the day. Some people flattered him by saying that he had been in a high position for a long time and had an aura of majesty without even getting angry, especially when his eyes were glaring, which made him look even more imposing. Xia Yan just wanted to say bullshit. Feng Tianqi's eyes are small and squinty, and when his eyes are wide open, there are 3 layers of forehead wrinkles inside and outside. Moreover, when he glares, he likes to tuck in his chin, which creates a double chin. The whole thing looks pretty funny. Xia Yan also snorted coldly, took a step forward, pointed his finger with a sharp look in his eyes, and said, "Before you try to bully me, you'd better read the store rules carefully first. Don't offend me, or you won't even know how you died." Feng Tianqi came to his senses when he met her unfriendly gaze. He suddenly remembered that he was an ordinary person without special powers, and he was not in the base yet. So he took the opportunity to look in the direction where she pointed. Store rules, no fighting, no killing. Until he saw one of the lines, his eyes widened again. A day trip in a level 5 zombie circle? Are you kidding? He looked Xia Yan up and down carefully. He didn't quite believe that such a skinny girl like her could have such powerful abilities, but he was also a little afraid. Just at this time, Feng Bei came down. She was already worried, and when she saw the subtle atmosphere between the two, she wailed in her heart and had to come up to smooth things over. "Good morning, Boss Xia." Feng Bei smiled and waved. Feng Tianqi saw that the stairs to his house were coming, so he went down the slope again. "Girl, come here. Boss Xia just said that one person must have a card to enter. This was the rule the last time you came, right? Hurry up and give me a card." This kid didn't even tell her dad in advance and made her dad look bad. Feng Tianqi patted Feng Bei's shoulder, put his arm around her, and walked to the machine to charge a card with 100 points. "Boss Xia, now I have a card. Can I come in?" Feng Tianqi raised the card and deliberately shouted at Xia Yan. Xia Yan waved his hand without even turning his head, indicating that it was okay. Feng Tianqi cursed in his heart. After successfully passing the robot, he first looked around the dining table. He didn't see a kitchen at the back, so he didn't understand where such hot, fresh meals came from. But there was a table of single customers in the restaurant who were enjoying their meal. It seems that the food is not poisonous. Feng Tianqi came to this conclusion on purpose. After all, he is the leader of the base and has an extraordinary status. It was hard to tell what was going on in the restaurant, and Feng Tianqi felt that things had to be done step by step and not in a hurry. He inserted the card into the machine according to the mark, and after pulling out the plate, he looked at the large silver stainless steel tray full of delicious food and decided to have a big meal, and then not pay the bill. Chapter 41 Warning. "Dad, didn't you say you wanted to take over this hotel? How can you be so reckless?" Feng Bei resisted the urge to say this. Her father usually had a smiling face, so why would he take the initiative to provoke the female boss today? Is there another conspiracy? Plot. Feng Tianqi stuffed his mouth with fried eggs, which were full of oil and even in the stubble on his chin. Feng Bei felt a little nauseous and shifted his gaze to another table of customers behind them. She has really never seen many men who are still fair and clean in the apocalypse. The man in front of her looked whiter than her, with long and strong fingers and bulging arms. She stood up slightly and tried to take a look inside the man's slightly open collar. Wow, some excellent. Feng Bei felt that this man had a better figure than Chi Hua. Compared to him, Chi Hua is just a chick. The man sensed something was wrong and stopped eating. He raised his eyebrows and looked straight ahead fiercely. Feng Bei hurriedly lowered his head and pretended to eat. But his temper is much worse than Chi Hua's. Feng Tianqi glanced at her, turned around to look at the man opposite, gave a friendly smile, and nodded. The man glanced at the two people indifferently, stood up, returned the plates, and quickly left the restaurant. Damn it, the boss and customers in this store are so damn difficult to deal with. They all look up to the sky with their eyes full of arrogance. Damn it. Feng Tianqi stared at the man's back sinisterly, muttering and cursing out loud. When I become a boss here, the first thing I'll do is kick these two bastards out. Dad, are you really planning to take over the hotel and give it to the boss of the base? Feng Bei looked around the counter full of fresh food with some reluctance. This would last for a long time. There are so many people in the base, and this would not be enough to share. If the hotel became hers, she would definitely choose handsome, sensible young boys as customers. No women are allowed in, no children, and no old men. Her imagination was rich as she imagined countless handsome men kneeling in front of her holding crystal cores, their handsome faces full of begging her to let them stay in the hotel, while she was wearing a beautiful skirt, her stiletto heels lightly stepping on the men's faces, her fingers covered with cardamom casually lifting the men's chins, and leisurely saying, "Please me. Hey. Feng Bai laukit foolishly." Bang! Feng Tianqi couldn't stand her stupid look and slapped her on the head. "Eat more. You're not allowed to eat any more today, just this one meal." With a scream in his heart, Feng Bei didn't dare to disobey when he thought that all the crystal cores were in his hands. "I could only stuff the egg into my mouth with some pain. You are a good-for-nothing. Are you full with just 2 mouthfuls of food? You are useless." Seeing that she was taking a long time to finish the egg, Feng Tianqi got angry and knocked her chopsticks away. "If you can't eat it, get out and see if there are any zombies nearby. Save up some crystal cores." Feng Bei stood up with a feeling of relief. The food in her stomach was about to burst out of her throat. She touched her stomach and felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing Feng Tianqi's expression about to get angry again, Feng Bei turned and ran. Warning, customer Feng Bei did not return the meal tray to the meal machine. Please correct this. The robot at the door turned around. The red light in its eyes locked onto Feng Bei, and the electricity in its belly made a crackling sound in preparation. Feng stopped suddenly, not daring to move. Dad, I'll take the tray back. She moved back step by step, picked up the plate, and put it into the food machine. After the screen showed that 30 points had been deducted, she pushed her card out. The first moment Feng Bei saw the deduction information, he stood in front of the screen to prevent Feng Tianxi from seeing it. Why did they deduct the money directly? Feng Bei complained in her heart, but she didn't dare to tell her father, so she could only accept the defeat and take back the points card. Dad, I'm going out now. Feng Tianxi didn't notice anything unusual because he picked up a few more slices of fried eggs and continued to stuff them into his mouth. I have to say this fried egg is really good, crispy, and delicious, with a little bit of runny stuff in the middle. Feng Bei quickly fled out of the restaurant, stroking his chest and signed that it was a good thing he ran so fast. She turned around and saw Xia Yan eating iced watermelon and looking at her. Is there something wrong? Xia Yan threw the watermelon rind into the trash can and took out a piece of paper to wipe his fingers carefully. This Feng Bei ran out of the restaurant in panic. Aren't they the only two people in the restaurant? Is there something sabotaging going on inside? Xia Yan looked at her again with a scrutinizing look. Feng Bei hurriedly waved his hands, shook his head and said it was okay, and ran out of the hotel without even bothering to watch TV. Seeing that she looked guilty, Xia Yan frowned, stood up, and walked into the restaurant. The restaurant had been cleaned up by Xiong. The windows were bright, the tables were clean and tidy, there were no stains on the table where the food was placed, and there were no signs of damage to the equipment inside. Why is Feng Bei panicking? Xia Yan's eyes fell on Feng Tianxi. The latter looked up and gave her a greasy smile. If you ignore the deep calculation in his eyes, Xia Yan doesn't mind being a kind boss. There was nothing wrong in the restaurant, so Xia Yan walked out without paying any attention to Feng Tianxi. Back on the sofa in the hall, Xia Yan bought 6 radio-enabled surveillance cameras from the mall, spending 300 points. Call Xiong and ask him to install the surveillance camera. Put 2 on the 3rd floor and also monitor the 2 staircases on the left and right. The original adjusted position of the 2nd floor is the same as the layout of the 3rd floor. The original surveillance camera on the 1st floor remained unchanged, and an additional one was added outside the door, and another one was installed in the restaurant. The last one was installed in her office, where it could monitor the corridor and the office door. Feng Tianxi was sitting in the restaurant drinking soy milk to help digestion when he was thinking about something. A teddy bear walked in holding a surveillance camera. For a moment, he didn't understand what it was going to do. The teddy bear casually bent the wall like soft cheese. Feng Tianxi was so scared that the bowl of soy milk fell on the table, rolled to the edge of the table, fell down, and broke with a snap. Is this really a shoddy project? A bear can almost bring down a wall. Feng Tianxi didn't care about the broken glass on the ground. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Can a house like this really resist zombies? The teddy bear stuffed the surveillance camera into the wall, let go, and the wall became like jelly, and it returned to its original state after 2 clicks. Something terrible seemed to have happened to him. Feng Tianxi hurriedly wanted to go outside to see if this hotel was built with bricks. Could it be made from some monster's belly? Didi, warning, customer Feng Tianxi did not return the meal tray to the meal machine. Please correct it. Warning, breaking the restaurant tableware, fine 10 points, please pay. The robot moved in front of him, preventing him from leaving. I've never heard of a place where customers need to bring their plates to eat. Your boss hired you to work, not to stand there stupidly. Get out of here, or I'll complain to you. Feng Tianxi had already thought of the wording. He didn't care that this was a robot and not a living person. He treated it according to his standards. Anyway, his purpose was not to argue with the waiter. Feng Tianxi's eyes felt extremely uncomfortable when illuminated by the red light. With evil thoughts in his mind, he deliberately filled a bowl of vegetable porridge and moved it closer to the robot. Warning, no taking restaurant food out. Warning, customer Feng Tianxi did not return a meal tray to the meal machine. Chapter 42 Capture. Hey, why are you pushing me? Feng Tianxi leaned over, raised his hand, and sprinkled the porridge on the robot's head. The thick porridge slowly flowed down, blocking the red light it emitted. That's the right thing to do. Feng Tianxi nodded with satisfaction, threw the bowl on the table, clapped his hands, and prepared to leave. Zizizi warning. Attack the clerk. Activate automatic attack mode. Green garbled characters appeared on the robot's screen, and electricity gathered in its belly. Its vision was blocked, and only Feng Tianxi's figure could be seen vaguely. A powerful electric current shot out rapidly, and a crackling and sharp sound filled the air. Damn, It's actually true. Feng Tianxi quickly hid aside, watching the electric current instantly turn the table black and start to smoke, and he became scared. Wouldn't you die instantly if this thing hits you? Feng Tianxi trembled all over, rolled his eyes, and shouted for help. Help! Boss, please save me. Your robot killed someone. As he spoke, he threw the food on the table at the robot and nimbly dodged the robot's electric current. Warning, there are vandals in the restaurant. Do you want to capture them? Xia Yan, who is in the bathroom. Restaurant? She thought of Feng Tianxi, who was eating inside. Could it be that he is causing trouble in there? Capture. In the restaurant, Feng Tianxi was just about to pour a pot of porridge on the ground when he was suddenly wrapped up by a cube that appeared out of nowhere and floated in the air. What is that? Put me down. Feng Tianxi slapped the transparent wall in fear. At this time, Xia Yan appeared at the door with a sullen face. The floor of the restaurant was a mess. All the precious food was spilled on the ground. Soups and water were mixed together. The tables were destroyed by the electric current of the robot, and the walls were covered with oil stains. Boss, it was your robot that attacked first. I was forced to defend myself. Look at my arm. Feng Tianxi lifted up his sleeves, revealing a black and purple patch on his arm, which was caused by him accidentally falling on the corner of the table while trying to avoid the electric current. But if he doesn't say it, how would others know? Robots are robots after all. How can they be compared with humans? He also noticed that the monitor had no network cable at all. So how could it work? He was probably just putting it there to scare people. It's all black and purple. I was eating well, but this thing came up and electrocuted me. Boss, my girl said your place is really nice and has mentioned it to me several times. So here we are, after the rain. And everyone in the base knows about your hotel. So they specially let us be the first to come and see the environment. If it is really good, everyone will move in. Crystal cores are not a problem at all. Feng Tianxi made an awkward expression, but I never thought that your robots would beat people without knowing right or wrong. Tell me, how can I go back and explain this to the people in the base? What's more, I'm a well-known person in the base and have a lot to say. If something like this happens, after this slap and candy talk, Feng Tianxi thought that the young female boss would be fooled by him. Want to do business? I have plenty of people behind me and plenty of crystal cores. Want to kill him? Oh, he said, he's a leader sent by the base. Before you deal with him, you'd better consider whether you have the ability to go against everyone in the base. Feng Tianxi felt that there was no suspense. Anyone with a bit of common sense would not make things difficult for him at this moment. All he had to do was wait for his boss to let him down and apologize with a flattering face. How big a wave can a little female boss create? Feng Tianxi has killed countless people using this method, and he is not afraid of not being able to deal with this little girl. But why doesn't the female boss let him down? Xia Yan turned on the surveillance screen expressionlessly and started playing the video back in front of him, turning the volume up to maximum. Looking at the screen that appeared in the air, Feng Tianxi felt something was wrong. He broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the surveillance video starting to play. It clearly showed that he broke the bowl, broke into the door intentionally, threw porridge on the robot's head, cursed at the monitor with malicious intent, consoled the boss's ancestors, and threw the food on the plate on the ground. Feng Tianxi was stunned. He never thought that the surveillance camera was actually monitoring. Boss, listen to my explanation. That's not the case. I was just confused by something. Yes, I was possessed by a ghost. It wasn't my intention. Seeing that Xia Yan didn't even look at him, Feng Tianxi watched the surveillance footage indifferently. He actually felt scared. He had no idea how she would deal with him. The unknown is always the most terrifying. At this moment, he remembered the store rules and his eyes widened. I'll compensate you. All the crystal cores are given to you. There are several level 2 crystal cores in it. They can definitely buy all the food here. Feng Tianxi took out a handful of crystal cores from his pocket with a pale face, and there were indeed several level 2 crystal cores in it. He was looking forward to the female boss being bribed by the crystal core and sparing his life. For some reason, the quieter the young female boss in front of him was, the more afraid he became. Xia Yan looked at the crystal core in his hand and waved his hand. All the crystal cores in Feng Tianxi's hand, including those in his trouser pockets, floated out of the cube and fell into Xia Yan's hand. Seeing that she accepted it, Feng Tianxi felt that there was hope. He stuck close to the transparent facade and shouted happily, "Since you have taken my money, just put me down quickly. I will pretend that nothing happened today. When we return to the base, let everyone come and live with you. I will definitely publicize you well. Do you hear me? Listen, shut up. Xia Yan stared at him expressionlessly, as if he was looking at a dead person. After the command system blocked his mouth, he took him to the hall and hung him next to the sign of rules and regulations. Feng Tianqi felt as if the deep part of his throat was wrapped by a cube. No matter how loudly he screamed, his sound could not reach that small space. Instead, his throat felt itchy and painful. He punched and kicked the barrier frantically, trying to break it open and escape. Xia Yan sat back on the sofa, turned on the remote control, found the variety show he watched yesterday, and started watching the show with a tightly pursed mouth. Feng Tianqi raised his huge fist and hit it hard, cursing at Xia Yan. After trying hard for a long time to break free without success, Feng Tianqi sat inside with a look of despair on his face, hoping that Feng Bei would come back soon to rescue him. At this time, the boy who lived in room 302 brought the old woman downstairs. The first thing he saw was Xia Yan, who was sitting on the sofa with a cold face. The second time he saw the TV that was playing, before he could sigh, he saw Feng Tianqi next to him. Feng Tianqi also saw them, but he didn't recognize them at first. After all, they were both washed very clean, although their clothes were still the same as before. "Help me." Feng Tianqi was overjoyed. He stood up again and hammered the facade for help. "Isn't that Feng Tianqi?" the old woman exclaimed, pointing in the distance. The boy looked at Xia Yan first. Although he didn't understand why Feng Tianqi was locked up, he thought he must have offended the female boss. Xia Yan turned her head. Her eyes curved like crescents and looked sweet. "Do you know each other?" Chapter 43, Watching a Show. "I know him. He was the one who drove us, mother and son, out. We were almost eaten by zombies." The old woman's cheeks turned red with excitement, and she pointed at Feng Tianqi with a hateful look. "Oh, I see." Xia Yan looked at the two of them thoughtfully. The hairs on the boy's back stood up, and he felt a strong sense of crisis. He nodded hastily and agreed with his mother. "We are from the same base, but he is always domineering and doesn't like us. We left because we couldn't live in the base anymore." Feng Tianqi also recognized the two people at this time, and was even more surprised. He smashed the transparent facade with even more force. "Does that mean there's a grudge?" Xia Yan leaned forward as if he was interested. Feng Tianqi inside broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. He had indeed just offended two people. If he said something bad about them again at this moment, he would be even more hopeless. But the sound was blocked and could not be transmitted at all. Seeing the mother and son looking at him, Feng Tianqi knelt down in desperation, clasped his hands together with tears in his eyes, and kowtowed several times. The old woman was startled and took a few steps back. While the high and mighty Feng Tianqi kneeled down and begged for mercy. The sun really rises from the west. Thinking of the various grievances she had suffered in the base, the old woman's eyes turned red as she shouted in anger and grief. "It's more than hatred. I wish I could eat him alive. If it weren't for Feng Tianqi's interference, how could my husband die? How could my child not be able to go on a mission and have to do the lowest level of hard labor every day? Doesn't he have supernatural powers?" Xia Yan looked at the boy, who had a face full of suppressed frustration, and his eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Feng Tianqi. Xia Yan didn't intend to get into the details of the entanglement between the three people. It was meaningless to her. It's enough to know that this mother and son are not in the same group as Feng Tianqi. She smiled faintly and nodded, saying apologetically, "I'm so sorry. The restaurant is closed today. Please go to the breakfast machine in front to buy breakfast." Fortunately, the old lady was not a talkative person who would not tell others about her pain or seek sympathy for strangers. She just glared at Feng Tianqi fiercely, wiped away her tears, walked to the breakfast machine with the boy, and ordered the cheapest pancake. Their crystal cores won't last for a few days, so they have to be used sparingly. After buying breakfast, the two went back upstairs. Feng Tianqi didn't expect that the two of them also checked into the hotel and threw stones at him at the critical moment. His only hope now is Feng Bei, and he only hopes that she can come back soon. Half an hour later, the boy went downstairs alone, apparently planning to go out and kill zombies to save crystal cores. The old woman remained alone upstairs, praying for her son's safe return. As night fell, the hotel turned on its lights, becoming the only beacon in the ruins of the city. The boy wiped the rotten blood off his face, pried open the zombie's head, and reached in to feel for the small crystal core inside. His ability level is not high enough, and his physical fitness cannot be fully restored after a meal, so he can only look for lone, first-level zombies. Not all zombies have crystal cores in their heads. No one knows the principle of how crystal cores are generated, and no one knows which zombie has a crystal core in its head. Everything depends on fate. Regardless of the color of the crystal core, crystal cores of the same level have the same energy. Suddenly, he touched a sharp, hard object. Crystal core. The boy was delighted. He forcefully pulled out the crystal core, wiped it clean on the zombie's tattered clothes, and carefully put it into his inner pocket. Inside was his harvest today. 3 first-level crystal cores. I have to go back quickly. My mother must be worried. The boy raised his head and looked at the only source of light in the ruins, feeling a surge of happiness in his heart. Maybe it's hope. At the door, the old woman rubbed her hands nervously and looked into the distance until she saw a familiar figure appear at the end of the street, and then she felt relieved. Little one, come quickly. The boy quickened his pace, his lips curled up, and seeing that his mother was safe and sound, he felt relieved. Hard work does pay off. Take a rest, little boy. Are you okay? The old woman held the boy's arm and checked him anxiously. It's okay. I'm not hurt at all. The boy smiled happily and wanted to pick up his mother and spin her around. He can finally provide a roof over his mother's head in the apocalypse. His feeling is so great. Then hurry upstairs and wash up and come down quickly after dinner. The boss said he would treat us to a play tonight. Watch a show. The boy then noticed that all the customers were in the living room, and some were simply sitting on the sofa watching TV while eating their box lunches. The old woman was afraid that the female boss would get anxious waiting, so she took his arm and walked upstairs. In the hall, Xia Yan walked indifferently to the door of the restaurant, where Feng Bei was cleaning diligently. Hurry up, don't waste everyone's time. Feng Bei nodded in panic, not even having time to wipe the sweat off his head, and his hands moved even faster. She originally planned to come back to have lunch at noon and then go out to find a place to hide, but she didn't expect to see Feng Tianxi in midair as soon as she stepped into the hall. Dad! After a scream, she rushed over, but bumped into a transparent hard object. Something has locked up my father. What is it? Feng Tianxi inside saw that Feng Bei had finally arrived, and he cried even more excitedly, pointing at his throat and then at Xia Yan on the sofa, making an unknown whimpering sound. What did you do to my father? Let him out. Feng Bei ran to Xia Yan, and under her fierce gaze, he changed his hand from grabbing her lapel to grabbing his own pants. Xia Yan didn't waste any time and directly turned on the surveillance video for her to see. Feng Bei's face turned paler and paler. What a stupid thing he did. Seeing the food thrown on the ground, Feng Bei was so angry that he almost fainted. Are you kidding me? That's food. After the video was played, Xia Yan grabbed Feng Bei by the back of her collar with a cold face and threw her into the restaurant. Clean up the inside. Feng Bei was about to retort when Xia Yan said lightly, if you can't finish the job, both of you will die. Then she heard Feng Tianxi shouting, good daughter, listen to the boss. Save Dad. Then there was no sound again. Feng Bei was originally a little afraid of Xia Yan, who did not show his emotions on his face. Now he had no choice but to obey him. He honestly picked up the tools beside him and started cleaning. Xia Yan threw over a few large plastic bags, motioning for her to throw the debris into them, then turned and left. Although she was not here to supervise, Feng Bei still did not dare to mess around. After all, her father's life was in her hands. She mopped the floor several times, cleaned the walls, and cleaned the glass, countertops, and robots. She was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back. Looking at the clean restaurant, she breathed a sigh of relief and planned to ask the boss to come in and check. After the inspection was passed, he could let them go, right? Feng Bei rubbed her aching waist and had an inappropriate hope in her heart, hoping that Boss Xia was a kind person and would not hold on to such a small matter. She came to the hall and found that all the customers were sitting or standing in the hall. They turned their heads to look at her with eyes full of hatred, as if they wanted to eat her alive. Feng Bei was puzzled and thought that everyone was dissatisfied because they could not eat in the restaurant. She snorted in her heart, feeling that these people were living as if they had never had a good meal. Isn't it just that I didn't eat at the restaurant? Is it necessary to look at her like this? Feng Bei was about to call Boss Xia, but suddenly heard a familiar voice and unpleasant curses. Feng Bei turned his head very stiffly, and sure enough, he saw the surveillance playback on the screen. Chapter 44 Punishment. Since Feng Bei is cleaned up, the restaurant will be open as usual tomorrow. In order to prevent anyone from maliciously damaging food in the future, I called everyone over to witness the punishment mechanism of this small restaurant. Xia Yan paused, taking in everyone's expressions, and continued. customer Feng Tianxi violated the second and third store rules. He needs to compensate for the loss of 10 level 2 crystal cores. We have received 5 level 2 crystal cores and 10 level 1 crystal cores, and we still need 3 level 2 crystal cores. Hearing that all the crystal cores were taken away by Xia Yan, Feng Bei almost fainted. That was the fortune she had accumulated through her hard work on missions. How would she survive in the future? Seeing Feng Bei looking dazed and dejected, Xia Yan didn't bother to pay attention to her. He silently opened the zombie area map, and like a projection, several areas with different numbers of flashing red dots appeared on the blank wall. Xiong, turn off the lights. Xiong did as he was told. The hall was pitch black, with only the projection on the wall emitting a bright white light. The flashing red dots in it conveyed an imminent sense of crisis, as if there was some monster inside, ready to make a move. According to Article 3 of the store rules, Feng Tianxi is punished with a one-day trip with level 5 zombies. Xia Yan picked out a very dense group of zombies with a cold face, clicked to open it, and the projection covered half of the wall. Just then, a zombie suddenly appeared in front of the screen and roared. Through the camera, one could see very sharp long teeth in the zombie's wide-open mouth, with some fresh flesh and torn pieces of clothes hanging on them. It was obvious that this zombie had just eaten. Through the gap, one could see a group of zombies behind it lying on the ground, eating something. Feng Tianxi's face turned pale, knowing that Xia Yan was really going to send him in. His knees suddenly felt weak, his thighs trembled, and he could faintly feel hot liquid flowing down his legs. He wanted to say that he really regretted wasting precious food, but something in his throat blocked his voice, and he could only make mumble sounds. Save me. Let me out. Please. Feng Tianxi kowtowed frantically, with such force that soon his forehead turned black and purple. He really regretted it. But everyone looked at him with cold and heartless eyes, as if they wished they could kill him with their own hands. This is the end of the world. Precious resources are the survival capital that everyone craves, and you have ruined them all? Since you don't want us to live, then let us die. Goodbye. I hope you can run faster. In Feng Tianxi's eyes, Xia Yan's smiling face looked like the most evil demon, the kind that crawled out from the 18th level of hell. Daughter, save me. The last thing Feng Tianxi saw when he disappeared from the hotel was Feng Bei, whose face was pale, trembling all over, and who lowered her head and did not dare to look at him. What use do I have for you? A roar resounded through the night sky, breaking the silence and startling the group of zombies that were fighting over food. Roar! The zombies all raised their heads, revealing their all-white eyes. The moment the sound was heard, they identified the direction of the food, left the debris behind, and rushed over quickly. Feng Tianxi quickly covered his mouth and looked around the unfamiliar environment in panic. This is a bare square with a flying girl model made of a steel frame in the middle. The girl's long arms are pointing to the night sky. There is an empty pool under her feet, surrounded by several dark lights, which look like a newly built fountain. This is a place he has never been to. The boss must have thrown him here. The thought of the level 5 zombies everywhere made him feel weak with fear, and his legs were like tangled noodles when he took a step forward. Fortunately, there is a light source above his head that could illuminate the environment around him and follow closely above his head. Feng Tianxi knew he should find a shelter and survive tonight. But there was nothing around him, and under the illumination of the aperture, the farthest he could see was the steel frame model. Did he have to climb up there and hide for the night? While he was hesitating, groups of zombies suddenly appeared at the edge of the square. Their movements were not as shaky and clumsy as those of the first and second level zombies. Instead, they ran towards him swiftly and agilely like well-trained athletes. Feng Tianxi's soul was about to fly away. Those were level 5 zombies, and there was a group of them. Run. My legs seemed to have lost their strength, felt numb, and completely disobeyed my commands. Run. Feng Tianxi looked up at the zombies and pounded his legs frantically, with extreme fear on his face. Under the illumination of the aperture, the level 5 zombies easily found him. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer, Feng Tianxi's heart was beating rapidly in his throat. His eyes were wide open, but his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move. Outside the screen, Xia Yan frowned, as if he had not expected that Feng Tianxi, who spoke so powerfully, was actually a wimp who couldn't even run away. System powered on and see. How can she not run? What's the fun in watching? An electric current instantly struck the aperture, and Feng Tianxi trembled all over. He finally reacted, ran to the model, and climbed up using his hands and feet. During the time he was delayed, the zombies had already run to a distance of 10 meters behind him. He felt a chill on the back of his neck, and hearing the roar so close, he cried out in fear and climbed up desperately. As the model vibrated, he knew that the zombies had rushed to his feet. He looked down tremblingly and almost fell into the zombie swarm because his hands went weak. How can a level 5 zombie climb a shelf? Feng Tianqi held his breath, rushed to the highest point, broke off a stick with force, and held it in his hand as a weapon. At his feet, a level 5 zombie held its head high, its face covered in sticky blood. Its gray eyes, like the belly of a dead fish, were fixed on him tightly. Its big mouth was almost pulled to its cheeks, with remnants of flesh and blood hanging on its sharp teeth. A low growl like phlegm came from its throat, and its shriveled hands clung to the steel pipe, climbing up quickly. Hiss! Help! Who can come and save me? Feng Tianqi's face was pale, and he still cried for help with a glimmer of hope for survival. His men waved sticks in disorder, trying to drive away the zombies that were about to rush towards them. He tried his best to move upwards, but zombies still appeared one after another. Looking down, the steel frame was covered with densely packed zombies, making it look bloated. Feng Tianqi's urgent cry for help instead caused the zombies to riot further. He continued to climb up with a trembling body until he retreated to the girl's arms. He vaguely felt that the steel frame under him began to shake as it could not bear the weight. Get out! Get out! Get out! Is there anyone here? Please save me. I'll give you money, all the money. As long as you can save me, I'll give you everything. Standing on a high place, Feng Tianqi vaguely saw a dark figure at the edge of the square staring at him motionlessly, like the only straw that a drowning man was holding on to, desperately shouting for help. At this time, 3 black plastic bags fell from the sky and hit Feng Tianqi in front of him, blocking their view of each other. Chapter 45 Punishment 2. What? After a violent shaking, Feng Tianqi lost his balance and nearly fell from a height. In a hurry, he grabbed the steel frame, lowered his body, and beads of cold sweat the size of beans on his forehead slid down his chin, and he fell into the deep night sky. After a while, a small cracking sound was drowned out by the roar. Feng Tianqi knocked down a zombie that was approaching, and the heavy sound of it hitting the ground made his scalp numb. What's in a plastic bag? Is it a weapon sent by the boss out of mercy? Feng Tian was overjoyed and smashed the zombie with the stick. He quickly opened the plastic bag and took a look with great joy. He was stunned and then started cursing hysterically. It turned out that the bag contained not weapons, but the food he had wasted. Feng Tianqi felt desperate and filled with hatred. The zombies under his feet would not give him the chance to vent their emotions. The zombies that went berserk again moved even faster. In a blink of an eye, 3 or 4 of them pounced in front of him, bit his arm, and moved their sharp teeth up and down. They shook their heads hard and tore off a piece of flesh alive. Feng Tianqi screamed, sweating profusely, and tried his best to push the zombie off the steel frame. He grabbed the food in the plastic bag and poured it on the zombie's head. Go to hell! Go to hell! There was madness in his eyes, and the severe pain in his arm made him grimace and gasp. The fear that was about to break through was replaced by painful anger. Wrapped in rage, Feng Tianqi tore open all the remaining plastic bags and fell madly into the open mouth of the zombie at his feet. Eat. I'll let you eat as much as you want. After you're done, go and skin the boss of the resort hotel alive. Ha! Lady boss, even if I die, I will never let you go. After pouring out everything in his hands, Feng Tianqi stood at the highest point, looking as passionate as if he was about to die. As the cold wind blew, he shivered and stared at the void under his feet again. The feeling of weightlessness made him feel a little dizzy, and cold sweat broke out on his palms again. No, it's too high. It can kill people. Feng Tianqi's expression changed very quickly, from being ready to die for a just now heroic cause to being timid and wanting to live in disgrace. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned his gaze to the edge of the square, anxiously searching for the figure. Fortunately, he was still in the same place. Please, save me. I'm kneeling down for you. As if understanding his words, the figure gradually approached. Seeing this, Feng Tianqi was even more delighted. He tried hard to get rid of the zombie that was about to rush over, begging it to come over quickly. A piece of his arm was missing, and blood was dripping onto the steel frame. The strong smell of rust deeply attracted the zombies, who swarmed over him like crazy. Feng Tianqi fought desperately, but his hands were no match for the crowd. With screams, he fell off the steel frame covered in blood. The zombies behind him also jumped down like dumplings. With a puff, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Feng Tianqi's eyes glared with hatred and confusion, and then he was wrapped up by layers of zombies who came after smelling the smell and gradually disappeared among their sharp teeth. The decomposed picture was so beautiful that Xia Yan simply turned off the screen. Lu Ju ran outside with a pale face, covering his mouth, and vomited with a wow. Jing and I looked calm. After all, he had seen much more cruel things, and this was just a drizzle for him. Others don't have as much experience as he does, having fought among zombies countless times. Everyone's face was pale, and they looked at Xia Yan with awe and fear in their eyes, especially the two newcomers who planned to stay in the hotel honestly and would never do anything to violate the hotel rules. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Xia Yan glanced at Feng Bei, who had remained silent, and took a sip of water. Feng Tianqi still needs 3 level 2 crystal cores from me. Now he's dead. Feng Bei, what do you think I should do? Feng Bei was shocked when he was suddenly named, and he felt like crying but had no tears. My father is gone, and there are still debts? All the crystal cores in her body were in her father's hands, and they had all been taken away by Boss Xia. Does that mean she still has to pay the remaining debt? Is there any justice in the world? No matter how unwilling Feng Bei is, her father's previous experience has just appeared in front of her. Does she have any choice? I will pay it back for him. Feng Bei looked at her cautiously, with a slight upward tone and a hint of doubt in his voice. A son should pay his father's debt. I didn't expect you to be so conscious. You have 1 week to return the 3 level 2 crystal cores to me. No more waiting. In order to prevent Feng Bei from escaping while killing zombies to pay off his debts, Xia Yan directly spent a first-level crystal core to buy an employee named Qing Mingzi from the virtual employee window. At this time, a little girl with yellow twin ponytails, about 1.5 meters tall and wearing a pink puffy skirt, appeared in front of everyone. Qing Mingzi put her white and tender little hands together in front of her belly. Her small face was the size of a palm. Her ice blue eyes were ridiculously large. Her long eyelashes were fluttering. Her nose was so small that it was almost invisible. Her pink mouth was slightly pouting, and she stood in front of Xia Yan with a well-behaved look on her face. Qing Mingzi, from now on, you will stay with Feng Bei and cannot leave for 24 hours. After receiving the order, Qing Mingzi walked smoothly to Feng Bei's side and stood still. What is this thing? Feng Bei took a few steps back in horror, and the little girl took a few steps forward, keeping a distance of 1 meter. She originally planned to sneak back to the base under the opportunity of looking for the crystal core, but she never expected that Boss Xia would actually arrange a humanoid monitor for her. What the hell is this? She had only seen such big-eyed characters in anime, but they suddenly appeared in real life and even followed her closely. Isn't this a thriller? Feng Bei felt terrified whenever she thought about seeing a pair of empty, inhumane big eyes if she turned around casually. This was more deadly than throwing her directly into a pile of zombies. Dear customers, I am sorry to have delayed your precious rest time tonight. It is getting late. Please go upstairs and rest as soon as possible. Xia Yan was too lazy to pay attention to Feng Bei. After smilingly sending away other customers, she took out the door lock from behind the counter and locked the door neatly. Seeing that Xia Yan was about to turn off the lights, Feng Bei hurried up the stairs. When she heard Qing Mingzi's voice 3 steps behind her, her scalp tingled. She didn't dare to stay any longer, so she quickly ran back to her room and locked her out. After getting Xia Yan's permission, Qing Mingzi stood guard at Feng Bei's door and did not leave. When Feng Bei found that Qing Mingzi did not follow in, he breathed a sigh of relief, then collapsed on the floor and sobbed softly. She couldn't understand why. Just because of a trip, not only did her father die, but she also had to bear the debt of 3 second-level crystal cores. All the crystal cores Xia Yan took away were obtained by her when the team was on a mission, asking her to go out and kill the second-level zombies by herself tomorrow. Isn't that another way of taking her life? Feng Bei grabbed her hair and pulled hard. She didn't know whether the hatred echoing in her chest was directed at Xia Yan or Feng Tianqi. Chapter 46, Upgrading Bear. In a private room, after taking a hot bath, Xia Yan's cheeks were slightly pink. She was wiping her hair and turned on the TV. System, how do I upgrade Xiong? The crystal cores recovered from Feng Tianqi could not be counted in the store sales and went directly into Xia Yan's personal account. She now has 3,550 points in her account. which makes her a small fortune. It takes 200 points to upgrade to level 2, enable the language function, and make simple conversations. Okay, upgrade, and pay the points from my personal account. Xia Yan bought a cup of iced jelly from the food city and started watching anime. Upgrade completed. In the hall, Xiong was standing at the door guarding the door. With a few flashes of light in his eyes, he opened his mouth and made a cute, boyish voice. Guard the door. Protect safety. Xiong, guard the door. Xia Yan, who was lying on the sofa, knew nothing about this until he felt a little sleepy, turned off the TV, crawled into the soft quilt, and went to sleep. Fengbei opened her eyes reluctantly. If her bladder had not been about to explode, she would never have gotten out of bed. The public restroom was so far away that she had to walk across the entire corridor. When will there be a bathroom in a single room? Fengbei yawned and pushed open the door, and a small face with ridiculously large eyes appeared in front of her. Ah! After a scream, she fell to the ground, her fingers trembling, and the urge to urinate that she had been unable to hold back disappeared. She closed the door with a bang and stroked her rapidly heaving chest with her hand, breathing heavily. She remembered that was the surveillance camera that Boss Xia had placed next to her. It's terrible. Fengbei woke up instantly and sat on the edge of the bed to calculate how many points he had in his card, enough to live for a few days. No, including the food. She can only stay for 2 days at most. Although Boss Xia didn't directly deduct the points from her card, he certainly wouldn't provide her with free accommodation. She could only go out and kill zombies to save up crystal cores. After making up her mind, she took a deep breath and opened the door. Behind the door was still the face that terrified her. You, get out of the way, I'm going out. Qing Mingzi took 2 steps back, waited for Fengbei to come out, and followed her, keeping a distance of 1 meter. Fengbei could only pretend not to see it. Xiong, go clean up the upstairs. Xia Yan saw Xiong standing motionless at the door. After opening the door, he let it do other things. Okay, boss. Xia Yan was shocked. She had really forgotten that Xiong could already speak, and it was still a boy's voice. These 200 points are well worth it. At this time, Fengbei walked down the stairs, followed by Qing Mingzi. When he saw Xia Yan, he shrank back and had to bite the bullet and say hello. Boss Xia, good morning. Xia Yan nodded lightly and walked past her. When Fengbei saw Xia Yan went to the restaurant, she didn't dare to hang around in front of Boss Xia, for fear that she would be unhappy and throw her into the pile of zombies. She bought 2 breakfasts from the breakfast machine and another one for lunch, planning not to come back at noon. Qing Mingzi honestly carried out the orders given by his boss and would never let Fengbei out of his sight. Fengbei still wanted the zombies to kill her, but she didn't expect that the zombies could only see herself and ignored Qing Mingzi. Shocked and angry, Fengbei had no good plan and could only put his thoughts aside for the time being. Xia Yan sneered when he found out. This was exactly what she was trying to guard against. After breakfast, there were fewer people in the hotel, and the old woman didn't come downstairs at all. Lu Ju was frightened by what happened yesterday. She hid in the quilt and urged her brother again and again, wishing she could fly back to her hometown directly. So Xia Yan was the only one left in the living room, watching TV. As the sun rose higher, the temperature outside rose sharply. The heat waves in the air were visible to the naked eye, and it even felt difficult to breathe when they hit my face. Even Xia Yan, who was sitting in the store, felt uncomfortable with the heat. After asking Xiong to close the door, she put out the standing air conditioner, placed it next to him, and started cooling the room, and the temperature in the room gradually became suitable. Xia Yan stood at the door and looked outside. In such hot weather, even the zombies lost their vitality and their movements became increasingly stiff. Then she saw the boy quietly come out of the shop next door, wearing a tattered straw hat he found from somewhere, and he walked up behind the zombie and hit the back of its fragile head with a hammer. The zombie fell to the ground. The boy pried open the bones and reached in to feel around. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, there was a first-level crystal core in his hand. Then the boy saw Xia Yan behind the door, his smile froze, and after thinking for a while, he dragged the zombie's body to the end of the street and threw it to another place. After doing all this, the boy hid again in a shabby shop not far from the hotel. He placed a few heavy tires here. Whenever zombies came, he would jump in. They could not be seen from the outside. Moreover, if the level of the zombies was too high, he could escape directly back to the hotel, which was absolutely safe. If you lack ability, make up for it with your brain. This was the safest hunting method he could think of. Originally, he was worried that the boss would not agree. Although the boss saw it just now, He didn't say anything. Does that mean he tacitly agreed? The temperature outside was too high. The boy licked his dry mouth, and his throat was smoking with thirst. After waiting patiently for a long time and seeing no zombies passing by, the boy decided to go back and drink some water and eat something before coming out to wait again. The temperature under the eaves and on the street are completely different. I felt like the soles of my shoes were about to melt when I stepped on the asphalt road. At this temperature, an egg can be cooked right away, right? After walking only a few steps, the boy was sweating profusely. It was the hottest time of the day at noon, and even breathing made him feel a burning pain in his trachea. The boy endured the discomfort and quickened his pace, pushing open the door of the hotel. Unexpectedly, he was greeted by a cold breeze. There is air conditioning. The boy closed the door and looked at the floor-standing air conditioner in shock. He seemed to have the feeling that the female boss had everything he wanted and there would be absolutely nothing wrong with following her. Probably because she watched TV for too long, her eyes were slightly narrowed, and the look she gave me was like that of a lazy, aristocratic cat. In fact, Xia Yan had been observing him for a long time. The boy gave her a sense of déjà vu. He might be another character from some other world. May I have your name? Unexpectedly, the boss actually spoke to him. The boy suppressed his surprise and answered cautiously. My name is Yi Qijing. What a nice name. How old are you this year? 16. Yeah. Xia Yan looked away and looked at the empty refrigerator. He smiled and said, if your mother has nothing to do, she can come down and enjoy the air conditioning and watch TV. It won't cost any points. Yichi was flattered and thanked him immediately. I'll go back and talk to my mother. Thank you, boss. Turn on the air conditioner. Watch TV. Yi Qijing's eyes flashed with strange light, and he went upstairs with his hands and feet together, not noticing Xia Yanxiao's cunning smile on the sofa. Chapter 47, Yi Qijing's Mother. After a nap, Yi Qijing's mother was indeed sitting upright on the sofa, touching everything in front of her with a restrained look on her face. Xia Yan smiled amiably and took the initiative to greet her. The guests have been here for a while, right? As she spoke, she turned on the air conditioner, and as the cool breeze blew out, the temperature in the hall gradually dropped. The old woman stood up hurriedly, rubbing her hands nervously, and stepped back a few steps to make way, smiling apologetically. No, I just came down. Please sit down. Is there any TV series you like to watch? Xia Yan patted the sofa, turned on the TV, and slowly changed channels. When he found a suitable TV series, he gently asked for her opinion. The old woman looked flattered and dared not be picky. Naturally, she just watched whatever Xia Yan said. Okay, then let's watch Parents Love. I can always watch it these days, and I just happen to have never watched it. Okay, I'll watch whatever you say. I'm not picky. The old woman thought that she had air conditioning and TV to watch, which was a life she could never have imagined in her entire life. She was so grateful that she didn't dare to complain. The two stopped talking and watched a few episodes of TV. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. During the commercial break, Xia Yan filled 2 glasses of water from the drinking fountain, placed one in front of the old woman, and asked with a smile, I don't know what to call you, the guest. My last name is Wang. You could just call me Wang Mei. How can I have the nerve to drink your water? I'm not thirsty, so I won't waste it. Wang Mei's face turned red with excitement, and she waved her hands to refuse. How could she not know how precious water is? In the original base, a cup of pure water could be sold for a second-level crystal core. She can't afford a drink. It's not easy for the youngest to kill zombies. Xia Yan smiled and pushed the cup in front of her, not allowing her to refuse. Drink it, you're welcome. I just happen to have something I want to ask you about. If you keep refusing, I won't be able to ask you. Wang Mei had no choice but to take the cup of water, holding in her hand and drinking it in small sips. However, she was very curious in her heart. What was there that the boss didn't know? Boss, just ask me. I will tell you everything I know without missing a single word. Okay, which base did you come from? Are there many survivors in there? Our base is called the Third Future Base. It's a small base with a population of only a few hundred people. There are more than 50 leaders in it. Feng Tianxi is one of them, but he's a small leader in charge of ground sanitation. Seeing Wang Mei gradually pulling towards Feng Tianxi, Xia Yan hurriedly interrupted. How far is the base from here? It's quite a distance away, and some roads are blocked now. Some roads are full of zombies, so if we take a detour, it will be even farther. It will take at least half a day. Wang Mei recalled the many hardships on the road. She was almost caught up by zombies several times. There was no way she could return to the base, even if she was beaten to death. Does your base provide water and food? This is the question that Xia Yan is more concerned about. Only those who have jobs can get food. As for water, it has to be distributed at a time specified by the base, but there is no fixed time. Most people have to find a way to solve it themselves. There are also people who sell water, but the water produced is too little and it is not enough for them. It's not like here. Not only is the price cheap, the water quality is good, and the water in the bathroom is never cut off. You can turn it on and there will be water flowing out at any time, as if you have returned to peacetime. Xia Yan roughly understood it and smiled more friendly. Then what do you think if I advertise in your base and say that food and water is sold here, and the price is the same as now? That's absolutely great. This is a matter of saving lives. Don't you know that we have entered the high-temperature season now, and the weather will only get hotter and hotter? Many people die at this time every year, either from heat or thirst. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei took a sip of water, her expression unable to conceal her excitement. If they knew that we have water for sale here, they would definitely come over. If you are too busy by then, just tell me and Wang Mei, will definitely help. Wang Mei patted her chest vigorously and made a promise. The hot season is very difficult to survive. On the one hand, the temperature is so hot that people can die, and on the other hand, there is a serious shortage of water. Every time this season comes, water-related ability users are in great demand. Even Feng Bei, although his ability level is not high, has become a hope to sell water at this time. But the water she sold was ridiculously expensive. A half-full bottle of water could cost a second-level crystal core. Who could afford it? The top management of the base didn't care at all. It was just a matter of life and death for ordinary people. If the female boss could really sell water, she would help her even if it cost her everything, not for fame or fortune. After all, it's not easy for everyone to survive, and as ordinary people, we should help each other. Wang Mei was so excited that she could not sit still. She glanced at the drinking water machine several times and wished she could fill it with water and sell it to people who were in need of water. Seeing that the fish had taken a bait, Xia Yan also showed an excited expression and went up to hold her hand. Sister Wang, you have the same idea as me. You can see that I have no shortage of water here. There happen to be hundreds of empty bottles in the warehouse, and I am worried about how to use them. Thanks to Sister Wang for giving me this idea. It's just... Hearing this, Wang Mei frowned and urged worriedly. Just what? Boss, just tell me. I will do whatever I can for you. Xia Yan smiled embarrassedly. It's just that there are too many bottles, and I have to take care of the store's affairs, arrange for customers to stay, and arrange for meals in the restaurant. I really don't have time to do these chores. Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's just a small matter. Leave it to me. Where's the bottle? I'll fill it for you now. Wait for me. I'll get the bottle. Without further ado, Xia Yan got up and returned to the office, where he placed an order for 200 clean, empty bottles from mall, spending 10 points. Soon she came out with 2 large bags full of empty bottles. Sister Wang, here are 100 empty bottles. Thank you for your help. Oh, what's the trouble? I'm just bored. Downstairs, I can enjoy the air conditioning and watch TV. I feel good doing something within my ability. Wang Mei hurriedly took it, walked to the drinking water machine, and skillfully opened the lid to fill it with cold water. She didn't fill it that full, leaving some space at the top. Xia Yan walked up to her and prepared to put her full mineral water bottle into the refrigerator. The refrigerator was empty anyway, and the weather was so hot that ice water would sell better. When she knew that there would be more people in the hotel in the future, she could buy some drinks, ice cream, etc. from the mall to sell. Oh, we don't need you, young boss. Go and do your own thing. Leave this to me. Don't worry, there will definitely be enough. Wang Mei walked around her and stuffed the mineral water into the refrigerator, arranging it neatly. I used to work as a salesperson in a supermarket. I do these jobs all the time. I'm very skilled at them. Young boss, you have weak hands. Don't do these hard jobs. After she said that, Xia Yan felt a little embarrassed. He had originally just planned to use the free work, but he didn't expect that his aunt would take it to heart. Wang Mei, on the contrary, felt much more relaxed, and she also had her own little thoughts. She had to build a good relationship with the boss, not to mention how much care he would give to her and her son, as long as he didn't drive them away in the future. Wang Mei had a hunch that the more people knew about this hotel, the more people would be eager to move in. Chapter 48, Strange Customer. Xia Yan had no choice but to give up his seat and sit behind the cashier counter, planning to make a flyer or something. Now that she has started preparing water, she should let all the survivors nearby know that there is a hotel here as soon as possible. With the hot season coming, there are more opportunities to earn points. System, is there any quick way to promote it? For example, using birds to distribute flyers, helicopters to broadcast voice messages, etc. None. This dog system is speaking more and more concisely. Then are there any transportation vehicles owned by the hotel? Delivery car, unlocked. How many points do I need to unlock it? 100 points are required to unlock in advance. Okay, I'll pay it from the public account. Ding, it has been sent. Please check. Xia Yan opened the column of property under the name of the hotel and saw an extremely flashy pink electric car with an extra-large insulated box on the back seat. System, make 50 flyers, simple and elegant style is fine, preferably with directions function, no other special requirements. Put them in my office after they are done. Receive. Xia Yan got up and walked into the office, took out the takeaway cart, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and got on it. Turned on the ignition and rode to the hall, deliberately beeping twice to startle Wang Mei, who was working seriously. Little boss, you have such a new electric bike? It's been a few years. Is the battery still usable? Wang Mei was so shocked to see her riding such a pink electric bike. Is she planning to ride her bike to the base tomorrow to promote the event? Isn't that too risky? There's so many zombies on the road. Can this electric car outrun the zombies? She is running in front, and the zombies are chasing her from behind. The young boss didn't go to the base to do publicity, but to show the way to the zombies. As if the prank had succeeded, Xia Yan couldn't stop smiling. It works. Just charge it. She jumped out of the car, took out the charger, and started charging. Wang Meiji's mouth twitched as she watched. Rich, absolutely rich. With a beep, the screen on the electric car showed that it was charging and the estimated time was 6 hours. At the same time, Xia Yan also received a message from a system, reminding her that the flyers had been prepared and she needed to pay 50 points. After paying happily, several stacks of flyers were placed in her office. Xia Yan plans to go to the third base tomorrow and get some water and a few boxes of lunch. Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to take out the lunch boxes in the 2 machines and put them in the refrigerator these days. Oh, what a pity. A lot of points are wasted. Xia Yan ran to the machine with a look of regret, wanting to see if he could make up for it. After trying several times, he finally gave up. I must have been too busy recently and forgot about the important things. It seems I really need a few assistants. Xia Yan would never admit that she was too engrossed in watching variety shows. In order to prevent herself from forgetting about it, due to being busy today, she took out all the lunch boxes and put them in the freezer, then asked Xiong to bring a microwave oven from her office and put it on the shelf. In this way, if customers get tired of the restaurant's meals, they can come here to buy them and thaw and heat them in the microwave next to them. It's really a one-stop service. Young boss, are there any customers outside? Wang Mei called her in a low voice, pointing outside with a strange look on her face. Xia Yan turned his head to look. This guy looks really unique. The man was wearing a bright green and white plaid suit with wide trouser legs tied tightly at the ends. He had his arms folded with long tassels hanging from his cuffs and his collar turned up high, slightly covering his sharp jawline. He looks handsome, but there are a few long feathers on his head. Under Xia Yan's puzzled look, he pushed the door open and walked in. Hello, guest. Do you need accommodation? This somewhat strange man did not speak. Instead, he looked around the hall. His eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he was extremely satisfied. The corners of his mouth turned up, and dimples appeared. He smiled very beautifully. Guest. Xia Yan tilted his head, wondering if he had met a fool. Beautiful sister, my name is Shiji. Do you need a leg pendant? After looking enough in the hall, the weirdo plucked all the feathers on his head, knelt on one knee, held the feathers in both hands, and presented them to her, blinking his beautiful eyes, showing his innocence. Xia Yan. Hey, guest, please get up first. This and only provides accommodation. Accommodation? Are you living with your sister? Shiji tilted his head, his mouth slightly open, his eyes full of puzzlement and confusion. He looked so cute that people couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with maternal love. They wanted to hold him in their arms and rub his head hard. Shiji knew that this trick was always effective and had won over countless women. He knew very well that no matter which woman saw him like this, she would be unable to resist and would want to open her heart to him. Look at the Annie next to her. She has a loving look on her face. How can she be wary of strangers at all? Shiji was very proud in her heart, thinking that she was the legendary little vixen, and everyone wanted her. But the young lady in front of him is really pretty, white, tender, and with long legs. He is willing to spend more time with her. Sister, come to my arms quickly and let your brother love you. Xiong, beat him up and throw him out. Xia Yan's face turned green. What a piece of rubbish. He is talking nonsense. Shiji was dumbfounded. How could it be counterproductive? The plot shouldn't be going this way. No, 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 sister, I'm just kidding. I won't dare to do it next time. I'll stay overnight. I'll stay overnight. Shiji reacted quickly and jumped up to avoid the bear's furry claws. Are you kidding? There is no way he would leave such a beautiful and comfortable place to live. Xia Yan sneered, but didn't call for a stop. Shiji had no choice but to dodge the bear's attack in a panic, begging for mercy. Wang Chong, come out and explain to me. Seeing that Xia Yan refused to give in for a long time and that he was about to be hammered to death by this damn bear, Shiji gritted his teeth and roared at the outside of the door. He was distracted for a moment and tripped by Xiong's sweeping kick. Then a shadow fell from the sky. Shiji screamed and gasped for breath as Xiong pressed him under him. Xia Yan looked outside the door expressionlessly, where another of his accomplices was. In a corner outside the door, Wang Chong looked at Shiji, who was being beaten violently inside, and he felt so happy in his heart that he wished he could go up and beat him up instead of Xiong. Harder. Yes, that's it. Left hook. Right hook. Overhand throw. Mount tie. Great job. Wang Chong waved his fist and was delighted to see Shiji's face turn purple and blue. Haha, I'll let you be so wild that you hit the steel plate. Female boss, awesome. Wang Chong gave Xia Yan an admiring look, then he choked, and his expression froze. Are you waiting for me to invite you in? No, 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 coming right up. Wang Chong trotted into the hall with a flattering smile and was shocked by the cold air that hit him in the face. All the dryness in his body was swept away, and he felt refreshed both physically and mentally. This is what it means to be alive. Are you here to cause trouble? Xia Yan frowned and looked unfriendly. No, heaven and earth are so unfair. We really plan to stay here. Wang Chong didn't dare to say that Shiji was here to curry favor with him, so he had to change the subject and say something safe. Shiji lay on the ground with his pig-like face raised to express his agreement. You spoke rudely to the owner and still want to move in? I don't lack customers here, and I definitely don't accept customers like you. Please go out and look around. Don't come here to cause trouble again, unless you want to reincarnate sooner. Xia Yan waved his hand, not allowing the two to explain, and directly let Xiong throw him out. Wang Chong was very perceptive. Seeing that the situation was not good, he took the initiative to follow Xiong, walked to the door, and rolled out imitating Shiji's posture. Chapter 49. Find a solution quickly. Boss, what should we do next? Wang Chong supported Shiji's arm and hid in a nearby shop before the zombies discovered them. This was the only shabby shop in this row that could serve as a shelter, so Wang Chong had no choice but to take him in. What do we do? Of course we have to find a way to move in. Don't you see there is water, electricity, and air conditioning inside? Idiot. Hiss. Shiji got angry and slapped him on the back of the head, but didn't intend to tear the wound. Wang Chong, who was slapped for no reason, was not angry. He just lowered his head and remained silent. Although he seemed honest, he had already cursed Shiji's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. Zitcece breathed in the hot air, but not only did the pain not get relieved, it became even worse. It's chilly in the hotel, but it's so hot outside. Hurry up and think of a solution for me. He was sweating all over after just staying there for a while. If there was no air conditioning, he could have endured it. After all, he had endured it in the past few years. Now, he didn't want to stay here for even a second. If you hadn't offended the female boss, you would have moved in by now. Wang Chong muttered softly and became dissatisfied with Shiji's first personality. If it were Shiji's second personality, he would never do such a stupid thing. I really don't understand. It is obvious that the second personality of Shiji is stronger, but he can never suppress the first personality of Shiji. As for the third personality, Xian, who created him, rarely appears. He almost forgot Xian's existence. Upon hearing this, Shiji jumped up in anger, almost choking, and pointed at Wang Chong's nose and cursed, "What a bunch of bullshit you made up. Do you think I offended you? It's all your fault for not investigating well enough. You didn't even know what kind of personality she had, and you got me beaten up. You have to take the blame for this." Wang Chong nodded readily and admitted his mistake. Isn't it just admitting the mistake? He is familiar with this process. After all, boss, what do we do now? There's nothing I can do. Shiji leaned weakly on the abandoned tire, touched his cheek, and almost cried in pain. How could he be so cruel? It was just a stuffed bear, but it hurt so much when he hit its face. The more Shiji thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and he actually dropped his golden beans. It hit me, and it even hit me on the face. I was so angry. Wang Chong looked away, unable to bear to look at it. If the second personality knew about this, it would still be Wang Chong who would be beaten. I don't know, I didn't see anything. No, I have to move in. Let's go. Find a place to stay first, and come back tomorrow. Okay, I just checked. There happens to be a residential building behind this building. Let's live there for the time being. You seem a little happy? No. Illusion. I am very sad, and the thought of not being able to use the air conditioner makes me feel sick. That's more like it. Humph. Let's go. The two voices gradually faded away and disappeared. At this time, a man emerged from the abandoned tire, looked around vigilantly, and after making sure that the two people had not left, he jumped out and ran quickly towards the hotel. In the hall, Yi Chi was repeating everything he had just heard to Xia Yan, asking her to pay more attention to the two of them. Xia Yan smiled. She had thought that the two would have some conspiracy against her, but she didn't expect that they just wanted to move in. Maybe sweet talk and clinging to the powerful is another way to survive in the apocalypse. Although she disagreed, she understood. This person named Shiji reminded her that there will probably be people with the same idea in the future. Whether they are ordinary people or people with special abilities, they all admire the strong. System. Add one more rule to the store rules. It is forbidden to try to get close to the boss or harass him in any way. Violators will be sent to the zombie circle for a day. Receive. So after dinner, when everyone was sitting on the sofa watching TV, they suddenly discovered that there was a fourth rule in the store rules. What's going on? Someone dares to harass the boss. Jing and I seemed to be thinking about something. It seemed that someone came to the store today and made Boss Xia unhappy. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly added such a store rule. Perhaps he was deceived by Boss Xia's weak and gullible appearance and thought she was a kind-hearted person. Oh, you'll know after getting along with her for a while. This woman only has crystal cores and enjoyment in her eyes. And she holds a grudge. Feng Bei dragged his tired feet into the gate, ready to eat something and then have a good sleep. Today she only harvested one first-level crystal core. Under normal circumstances, she would have been very happy. But now, she is burdened with heavy debts and only has one. It is of no use at all. Qing Mingzi followed closely behind her, still with the same expression as before. Compared to Feng Bei, she was eerily clean. Xia Yan stopped Qing Mingzi and opened the view to replay the video. In the eyes of others, they could only see Xia Yan staring at the TV motionlessly, while Qing Mingzi stood obediently behind her. In the playback, Xia Yan could clearly see Feng Bei's expression and hear her voice. There was nothing interesting to see at the beginning, so Xia Yan sped up to 8 times the speed. He soon saw Feng Bei deliberately attracting the second-level zombies, hoping to use the zombies to get rid of Qing Mingzi. However, he did not expect the zombies to ignore her and go straight to Feng Bei. Feng Bei actually ran away, not even daring to kill this single level 2 zombie. In the end, he only killed a level 1 zombie and obtained a level 1 crystal core. Xia Yan frowned and turned off the playback. At this rate, she won't be able to collect 3 level 2 crystal cores in a week. At this time, Feng Bei came out of the restaurant after eating and drinking, and he conveniently charged his points card with his only gain of the day. As long as she has points in her card, Boss Xia can't kick her out. This was the solution she came up with after thinking for a day. Feng Bei, how many crystal cores did you harvest today? Xia Yan asked when he saw her exchanging her only harvest for points. Feng Bei was immediately flustered. Did Boss Xia know that she only received 1 crystal core today? It should be the case. Qing Mingzi didn't follow her into the restaurant just now. How could he forget this? I'm sorry, Boss Xia, I didn't receive the second-level crystal core today. I will work hard tomorrow. I will try to collect enough crystal cores within a week. Xia Yan looked at her expressionlessly in silence, his eyes sharp like a knife, piercing through her thoughts of muddling through the matter. She could see everything. Feng Bei was so scared that his eyes moved left and right, not daring to look her in the face. Just when she was about to give up, Xia Yan finally showed mercy and spoke again. Feng Bei, it doesn't matter if you can't collect enough today. There are still 6 days. I believe you can do it. Now, go help Aunt Wang with some work. Okay. Feng Bei agreed quickly, walked quickly to Wang Mei's side, and said in a flattering tone, Auntie Wang, I'll help you. Is there anything I can do? In the base, Wang Mei and her son were often bullied by Feng Bei and his daughter. Now, it was Feng Bei's turn to listen to her orders. How could Wang Mei be polite? Yes, there's a lot of work. Fill up all the bottles with mineral water. Remember not to fill them up and put them neatly in the freezer. I'll check them later. Knowing that Wang Mei was deliberately taking advantage of the situation, Feng Bei dared not say anything and could only obediently take the water. Wang Mei felt very relieved. Seeing that she was not convinced, she deliberately filled a bottle of water and threw it into the freezer with a clang. Wang Mei was too lazy to argue with her and just played hard to get. Boss Xia, in our base, every year when the hot season comes, we rely entirely on Feng Bei's water-based abilities to get through it. Boss Xia, since she owes you a crystal core now, why don't you just let her produce water and sell it? That will help make up for the store's losses. Chapter 50, Buying Skincare Products. Feng Bei's face turned green. They all came from the same base. It would be fine if they didn't help each other, but why did they speak for outsiders? What Sister Wang said makes sense. Feng Bei, since you have the ability to use water, don't waste it. There are empty bottles in the bag. Fill them all up. Xia Yan took a leisurely sip of orange juice and made the final decision. How could Feng Bei dare to say no? For fear that she would charge interest. The many customers in the store just pretended not to see it and even tacitly agreed that what Boss Xia did was right. Feng Bei felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Oh, how much injustice have you suffered? Wang Baochuan has been picking wild vegetables for 18 years and has never been like you. If you think Boss Xia has gone too far, just say it. Wang Mei saw that her mouth was pouting and her eyes were full of tears, and she sneered in a rather ridiculous way. Weren't you very arrogant and domineering in the base before? Didn't you love to bully others? There are no tears in the doomsday. Didn't you, Feng Bei, say this? What's the point? You can't take it anymore? What were you doing when those children you stepped on and laughed at were crying? Aren't you the one laughing wildly at your feet? The more Wang Mei thought about it, the angrier she became, so she twisted the soft flesh around her waist. Why are you crying? You're crying for such a small job. If you want to cry for your father, go and cry somewhere where no one is around. Don't be annoying here. Wang Mei was very ruthless, and Feng Bei screamed in pain. She felt a sharp pain in her waist, and she thought it would turn black and purple. Everyone in the hall just watched coldly, and no one spoke to excuse her. Feng Bei wiped away her tears and obediently filled the bottle of mineral water. Seeing that she was so humble and didn't dare to say a word of complaint, Wang Mei knew that it was only by borrowing Boss Xia's power that she was able to vent her anger. Although Boss Xia didn't say anything, Wang Mei still knew when to stop. So she stopped talking and went back to the sofa to sit next to Shower, massaging his shoulders to help him relieve the soreness. Life is much better now. The youngest can go out and kill low-level zombies and harvest at least 2 crystal cores every day. There's finally hope. Oh, my dear mother, what's wrong with sitting on your bed? Aren't beds meant for people to sit on? Dehua's honest yet somewhat unreasonable voice was heard from the TV. Everyone laughed. You know what, this TV series looks really interesting. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Yan closed the door on time and returned to his room. While the water was running, she stuffed the dirty clothes into the washing machine and added detergent and scent beads. I took out a box of bath balls from the cupboard, picked out a light blue ball with seaweed scent, and threw it directly into the bathtub. The small ball spun and produced abundant bubbles. The originally clear water gradually turned blue. The dried flowers that came with it absorbed water, stretched out their leaves, and floated on the water. Xia Yan sank into the water, listening to the soothing music and relaxing his whole body. System, how many points does Xiong need to upgrade again? She thought that she had to go out tomorrow, and the store would have to be left without someone to watch over it. At present, Xiong can only have simple conversations and cannot speak long sentences fluently. Upgrading again requires 200 points, language plus 10, thinking plus 5. What is it now? Currently language 5/100, thinking 3/100, cleaning attribute 100%. Seeing the cleaning attribute at the back, Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction. Xiong was really a treasure. After all, what she hated most was cleaning. Upgrade, and spend the points from the store. She only has 3,550 points in her personal account, and she plans to buy some cosmetics, facial masks, etc. in the future, so she can't spend it carelessly. As for the pile of facial masks, facial creams, and other cosmetics she brought from the supermarket, she used them a few times due to her carelessness, and then 2 or 3 pimples appeared on her face, which were very obvious and red. Then she looked at the expiration date on it, and sadly found that it was about to expire in 5 years, so she simply threw it away and didn't dare to use it anymore. Thinking of this, Xia Yan opened them all, found the skincare category, selected the moisturizing and anti-aging sets, and then secretly exclaimed, "Wow, this is a bit expensive. Prices are sorted from high to low. The most expensive one requires 7-digit points, and the cheapest one requires 4-digit points. However, these things can be transferred to the next world with the host, which more or less increases Xia Yan's desire to earn more points. Which woman doesn't want to be beautiful? Which woman doesn't want to hear her same sex say that she has great skin? Xia Yan gritted his teeth and spent 3,380 points to buy a low-end to medium-end suit. In the blink of an eye, a luxurious and low-key dark gift box appeared in the air and slowly fell into her hand. Xia Yan was so excited that she didn't even bother taking a bath. She rinsed herself, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, and walked to the living room holding the gift box. With an excited heart and trembling hands, she slowly untied the exquisite bow, and the gift box opened. As a beautiful rainbow flashed by, a fresh and sweet scent filled the air. An illusory big bubble floats in the air with 5 products inside: facial cleanser, water, essence, face cream, and eye cream. In the small bubbles next to it are several small samples, which are scaled-down versions of the bottles. Dear Platinum member Xia Yan, thank you for choosing our company's products. I look forward to your comments after use. I wish you a happy life and many points. Then a valuation page popped up, and Xia Yan directly gave it a 5-star rating. Thank you for your sincere evaluation. I will give you a bottle of our company's latest invented Zhang Bobo body lotion. Goodbye. Surprised, Xia Yan reached out to take the body lotion floating in the air and couldn't wait to open it and smell it. And it turned out to be her favorite peach flavor. She squeezed out some and rubbed it with her palms, then applied it on her thighs. The silky light pink lotion was instantly absorbed, and the places where it was applied were soft, tender, very moisturized, and faintly shiny. Oh my God, you get what you pay for. It's expensive for a reason. Xia Yan couldn't let go of the smooth skin and kept exclaiming in amazement. If she had known that the skincare products in the mall were so good, she would have worked 100 times harder than she does now. After applying the body lotion, she took the skincare products to the bathroom and started trying them in front of the mirror. As usual, she did an allergy test behind her ears. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing that there was no discomfort, she squeezed out the facial cleanser and washed her face carefully. This time, my face didn't feel tight after washing. Not only was it washed clean, but my cheeks even became smoother after washing. Xia Yan was surprised again and used lotion, eye cream, and essence. Poking the obviously tender skin with his fingers, Xia Yan looked at it vainly for a while. If skincare products costing more than 3,000 yuan can achieve this effect, then cosmetics costing 7 figures must be incredible, right? Women always pursue better skincare products. After feeling happy for a while, Xia Yan applied a layer of moisturizing lipstick on her lips, then took out the expensive face cream that was about to expire in this world, put a thick layer of it on her hands, and massaged her finger joints carefully until it was completely absorbed before returning to the bedroom. Xia Yan placed the humidifier on a 1-meter-high cabinet, spraying out fine mist. The air conditioning temperature was comfortable. He covered himself with a small, thin blanket and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 51 Departure. Xiong, help me move the water into the incubator. Just 20 bottles will do. Xia Yan drank a sip of red date and black rice soy milk, and the sugar-free version did not taste as good as expected. The pink electric car had been fully charged long ago and was very conspicuous when parked in the hall. Xiong opened the refrigerator door swiftly and started moving water. Jing Yimai glanced at her, hesitated for a few seconds, and asked, Boss Xia, are you planning to go out? Yes, I plan to go to the third base to take a look. Xia Yan took a bite of the tortilla and chewed it slowly. Boss Xia, be careful on your way. He originally wanted to ask if she needed protection, but then he thought that Boss Xia's fighting power was incredible and it was estimated that no one could hurt her, so he gave up the idea. Xia Yan nodded, as if he had thought of something, and said to Jing Yimai with a smile, Customers are out hunting every day. If you meet customers who have nowhere to go in the future, please help recommend our store to them. Jing Yimai nodded grimly and agreed. Except for Feng Bei, Xia Yan is very satisfied with the customers living in the hotel. She originally opened a store just to earn some points and did not have any lofty goals. She just wanted to run the hotel well and not have any weird customers. She was not a killing machine and did not have such a strong desire to kill. It would be great if everyone could just live their own lives honestly. They had a safe place to live, food to eat, she earned points, and they lived an easy and comfortable life. Win-win. After breakfast, Xia Yan came to the hall and took out 3 portions of breakfast from the breakfast machine and 20 portions of food from the lunch machine. After adding a partition in the thermal box and placing all the lunch boxes on it, the lid could barely be closed. Xiong, I'm going to go out for a while. Please help greet the customers who come to the store. If you encounter something you can't handle, just call me. If you encounter someone who is causing trouble, just lock him up and wait for me to come back to deal with it. Xia Yan called Xiong and told him that the room key was in the drawer and that he only had to guard the cashier counter today and didn't have to clean the house. The rest will be dealt with after she comes back. Good boss, Xiong will work hard. After the upgrade, Xiong not only expresses himself clearly, but also knows how to bend and bow. Xia Yan nodded in satisfaction, put on a sun hat, rode on his electric scooter, beeped twice, and drove out. Yichi stuck his head out of the broken tire and waved his hand at her, indicating that he would also look after the hotel, and asked her not to worry. At 8 o'clock in the morning in the neighborhood, the sun was hanging low in the corner of the east, like a red ball on the face of a shy child. In the light blue sky, white clouds were moving slightly. The breeze blew, and the fine hair scratched my face, making me feel a little itchy. Xia Yan rode an electric bike through the streets and alleys. In the basket was the promotional brochure she had made yesterday. There was also a small machine inside, which was used to exchange points for customers by swiping their cards. The sun was shining brightly and the temperature was not too high, so she hurried along the direction indicated by the system. Occasionally, there were scattered zombies wandering on the roadside. Xia Yan turned the electric switch and dodged past them as quickly as possible to avoid being smoked by them. After turning the corner and seeing the scene clearly, she frowned and thought to herself that it was no wonder that she didn't see many zombies along the way. It turned out that they were all gathered here. Since this road was blocked, Xia Yan turned around and took another route. A minute later, she stared at the fenced-off construction site with a no entry sign in front of her. Xia Yan knew that in this world, at a certain time, all places would rebuild the roads and curbs on a large scale, basically rebuilding and renovating them every year. Unexpectedly, she met. Xia Yan had no choice but to ride his bike forward for a while, but the road was still prohibited. Seeing that she was getting farther and farther away from her destination, she had no choice but to turn back and pray that the zombies had left. After returning to the first road, the zombies that had originally crowded the road had indeed left, leaving a barely passable path. The zombies gathered together in groups, roaring continuously towards the heights. Xia Yan noticed with his sharp eyes that there were 2 level 3 zombies hiding inside. No wonder. She looked at the building surrounded by the zombies, trying to see how many warriors there were, but she couldn't see inside from this angle. Xia Yan took out a pair of disposable foot covers from the system grid and put them on her new pair of stiletto-heeled shoes. Don't get it dirty for a while. She put on a mask, took a deep breath, turned the power button, and rushed over. Boss, there are more and more zombies, and there are 2 level 3 zombies inside. Song Yang lay on the windowsill and deliberately whistled to cause the zombies to riot. There was no trace of nervousness on his face, but he smiled arrogantly. Behind him, a tall man sat on the ground. He leisurely broke the palm-sized March rations into small pieces, stuffed them into a water cup, and shook it up and down vigorously. After a while, he poured the water into 3 cups and drank 1 cup in 1 gulp. Next to him, a long-haired man was lying lazily. When he saw that the meal was ready, he pinched his nose and forced the food into his mouth to swallow like a cow drinking water with an unsightly look on his face. Damn it, this thing still tastes terrible no matter how many times I eat it. Some of the food is good enough, but you are still picky. Do you think you are still the eldest master of the Gao family? Young Master Gao Fei Bai. Song Yang laughed, refusing to let go of his twisted face. Life is so hard. We have to find some fun. Get out of the way. I'll beat you to death, you loser. Gao Fei Bai glanced at him and raised his middle finger. You are defeated. Fuck. Every time you can't win an argument, I bring this up. How can you ever stop? This is the truth. If you don't agree, let's fight. Stop arguing and look over there. At some point, the tall man walked to the window, leaning his hands on the windowsill. The explosive muscles on his arms bulged like bricks with clear curves. His eyes stared at the downstairs with sparkling eyes, as if a tiger king was patrolling his territory and discovered an intruder ready to attack. What did you see, boss? It was rare to hear Fu Zhao's slightly surprised reaction. The two stopped arguing and appeared in front of the window in an instant. The piles of zombies downstairs discovered their target and became more violent, with a vague tendency to pile up and climb upwards. Without Fu Zhao saying anything, the two of them soon saw a scene that could simply be described as magical. A girl wearing a light gray sun hat, a purple spaghetti-strap dress with small floral patterns, a pure white gauze long-sleeve blouse with gold gilding on her shoulders, and a pair of thin-striped high-heeled shoes on her feet, her whole body glowing white. Although she was wearing a mask, you could still tell from her beautiful big eyes that she was good-looking. Such a beautiful girl actually rides a pink electric bike and shuttles among a pile of zombies? What's even more bizarre is that this group of zombies actually turned a blind eye. The girl frowned and stretched out her foot to kick away the zombie that was about to fall on her. The zombie that was kicked away actually had no reaction at all and was blind to the fair and tender girl in front of him. Instead, he kept yelling at them upstairs. Song Yang felt that he did not sleep well yesterday and was suffering from hysteria. Fuck, is this true? The zombies didn't attack her? Are zombies also obsessed with looks? No way, boss. You're so handsome. How can they treat you differently? Fu Zhao glared at him speechlessly. Hey, that girl. Stop. Song Yang smiled, turned around and shouted downstairs, successfully stopping the girl. Xia Yan suddenly heard someone talking and looked up hurriedly. There were 3 people standing in the empty window on the 3rd floor, looking at her with shock and confusion. After thinking about it, Xia Yan stopped in a place where there were relatively fewer zombies, propped up his legs, and shouted back. What's up? Shit, it's actually a real person. A living person. Chapter 52. Customers along the way. It just so happened that Xia Yan was a little thirsty. She didn't bother to pay attention to the screaming man, so she took out a bottle of water from the thermos, unscrewed it, and drank half of it. The thermal insulation box is really useful. The water is still ice cold. It's so refreshing to drink it on a hot day. Damn, what did she just take? Am I blind? How come I saw a lunchbox inside? Song Yang rubbed his eyes hard and was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Fu Zhao was equally shocked. He also saw a whole box of food. Are you selling the lunch boxes in the thermal box? We'll buy them at a high price. Fu Zhao said in a calm voice. Song Yang and Gao Feibai looked as if they were crazy. Who would order takeout from this shabby place where there is no village or shop nearby? Do they think this is the restaurant at the base? Sell. What? The two couldn't believe their ears. Seriously? Xia Yan jumped off the electric bike, raised his head, and his eyes curved like crescent moons. Both lunchboxes and water are for sale, but 3 customers need to apply for a card. Apply for a card? What a distant word. Gao Feibai showed a nostalgic expression. What should I do? It's very simple. You 3 have crystal cores, right? A first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points, and a second-level crystal core can be exchanged for 500 points. A box lunch only costs more than 10 points, which is a good deal. Xia Yan smiled like a fox. Originally, only 1 card was needed to buy a box lunch, but she asked her to apply for 3 cards. She could see that although the 3 people in front of her were dressed in rags and were dirty, they had sharp eyes and quick movements. They were not at all panicked when surrounded by zombies. They should be psychics of a high level and must have a lot of crystal cores in their hands. She should try her best to win them over and let them live in her hotel. Fu Zhao originally thought that the price would be ridiculously high. He was even prepared to exchange it for a second-level crystal core. He didn't expect that he could buy several boxes with just 1 crystal core. The price was really ridiculously low. This wasn't his first time here. When did the food prices get so low? Is there some conspiracy? Xia Yan stood there good-tempered, allowing the 3 men to look at him. Boss, how about buying a box and trying it? Song Yang kept his lips and teeth moving, trying to lower his voice. To be honest, he was tempted. Not only the lunchbox and water, but also this beautiful girl. In the last few years of the world, he had never seen a girl as fair and tender as her. She was like a rose hidden in a greenhouse, so delicate that he could only be admired from afar. Fu Zhao glanced at him and immediately understood his thoughts. The problem is more serious because she is too clean. The 3 of them didn't speak for a long time. Their eyes shifted from one to another. Xia Yan looked up at the sky, getting a little impatient. There are so many of you, yet you're still on guard against a little girl? Have you 3 made up your mind? I'm leaving now. No, I'll buy it. Seeing that she really got on the bike and was about to leave, Song Yang blurted out. And after he finished speaking, he glanced at Fu Zhao with some fear and saw that although he was staring at the downstairs, he did not say anything to stop her. He felt at ease. Girl, what should I do? I can't get down with so many zombies. The only entrance to the corridor was surrounded by zombies. They couldn't get out, so she shouldn't be able to get in either. Xia Yan looked at the door and saw that it was indeed blocked by zombies. She had no intention of forcing her way in. Go wait in the copy shop in front. We'll run out from here to find you. Fu Zhao pointed at the shop 100 meters away, staring at her with a firm tone. You may have to wait a little longer. Don't leave first. Be patient. Xia Yan. He actually saw that she was impatient. Xia Yan blinked and said nothing more. He got on the pink electric bike, kicked away the zombies that were in the way, and drove toward the copy shop. Upstairs, Song Yang looked as if he had seen a ghost. He pointed at Fu Zhao with a trembling hand. He kept saying you for a long time, and finally 2 lines of tears flowed. He shouted miserably, "The flower of love in my heart that has not yet bloomed. Fu Zhao, you idiot." Xia Yan drove the car directly into the store, looked around but couldn't find a clean place, so he finally sat in the car seat and waited patiently. Soon she heard the roar of rioting zombies in the distance. A bunch of zombies roared with phlegm stuck in their throats. Xia Yan didn't even need to go out to see them. He could imagine the zombies' abnormally bulging gray-white eyes, hideous faces, and staggering steps chasing after the living. The sticky liquid from their wide-open mouths dripped onto the rotten clothes. Vomit. Xia Yan hurriedly stopped her overly rich imagination and felt disgusted with herself. She was the only one who could do such a thing. After waiting patiently for 5 minutes, there was no sound of zombies outside, but the 3 people still did not show up. She jokingly suspected that the 3 of them were eaten by zombies. I waited patiently for another 5 minutes, but the person still didn't show up. I counted to 10, and if she didn't show up again, she would leave. 1, 2, 10. Okay, she's gone. Xia Yan turned on the ignition, and the car habitually beeped twice. Didn't I ask you to be patient? Can't you wait? A tall figure appeared at the door, with broad shoulders, powerful arms, and steady steps, as strong as a steel pile or iron pillar. His bronze face was angular and cold. His eyebrows were sharp, and his eyes were sharp. His facial features were 3-dimensional and as handsome as if they were carved by a knife. At this moment, there was a hint of smile at the corner of his mouth. Xia Yan was stunned. The man's aura was even more powerful when he looked at him up close. It made people unable to help but bow down and obey his orders. He's a character. The man walked up to her with big steps, staring down at her, with a look of amazement in his eyes. My skin is so good. I can't even see the pores. Ahem. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was not right, Song Yang hurriedly coughed twice, successfully attracting Xia Yan's attention. Beauty, don't you have lunch boxes for sale? Take them out now. Xia Yan came to his senses, jumped out of the car, opened the incubator, and briefly introduced the types of items inside. That's about it. If you want to buy it, you need to top up first. Okay, I got it. How do I recharge it? Fu Zhao nodded and glanced at Song Yang with a warning look. The latter hid obediently beside Gao Feibai, holding his arm and watching the boss picking up girls. The villain in his heart bit his handkerchief and cried loudly. What? It was obviously him who saw her first. Xia Yan didn't notice their interaction. He took out the small machine from the basket and said to him, just put the crystal core in it. Fu Zhaoshan looked at her and stuffed a level 2 crystal core into her. Level 2. Song Yang stabbed him madly with his eyes. Xia Yan took out the points card, which read, Fu Zhao, 500 points. His original name was Fu Zhao, which is a nice name. What do you want for dinner? Let's have barbecue rice. After collecting the points, Xia Yan handed over the card and lunchbox and asked the 2 people behind him, do you want to top up? The 2 looked at each other and finally looked at Fu Zhao and the food in his hand. Wow, it's real barbecue rice. Not fake at all. Let them recharge as well. 1 level 2 crystal core each. Fu Zhao concealed the surprise in his eyes, and after the 2 of them finished recharging, they ate on the spot. It's delicious. Absolutely amazing. Come on, boss. Seeing that the 3 people were enjoying their meal, Xia Yan didn't plan to stay long. So he took out a flyer from the basket and handed it to them. 3 customers. This is a flyer for our store. If you have no place to stay tonight, you can stay at our store. Our store not only has water and electricity, but also provides 3 meals a day. Most importantly, it can protect against zombies. It is absolutely safe. Chapter 53, The Third Base. You want to go out? Fu Zhao put down his empty lunchbox and stood up. No. I still have things to do and won't go back to the hotel for the time being. But there are people in the store, so guests don't have to worry about no one to receive them when they go there. Please rest assured. Xia Yan shook his hand with an extremely gentle attitude. Song Yang and Gao Feibai looked at each other and moved away with their lunchboxes. Wow, the beauty runs her own business. She has everything you need in her hotel, and her conditions are great. There are a lot of people who want to pursue her. The boss only has a high level of supernatural powers and looks decent, but nothing else. TSK. They don't match. Do you need me to go with you? TSK, TSK, you lick dog. Song Yang angrily took a mouthful of rice, pretending that the rice was fu zhao, biting it viciously. Xia Yan was silent for a moment, took a step back, and looked at him seriously. No, thank you. After saying that, he got on his electric bike and prepared to leave. Etc. She stepped on the brakes to avoid crashing into the car and frowned slightly as she looked at the man blocking the road. Fu Zhao held out his card and said, "Buy a few more bottles of water and lunchboxes." "Sorry, you can only buy one lunchbox per person. If you want to eat, you can stay in the hotel. There is no limit on the amount of food. You can only buy 3 bottles of water." Good. Xia Yan earned 6 points, took out 3 bottles of still-chilled water from the insulated box, and handed them over. Fu Zhao reached out to take it and made way. She said nothing more and drove out. "Boss, just let her go," Gao Feibai asked curiously after finishing the last bite of his meal. Fu Zhao looked at the girl's receding back and hummed softly. It's a good thing that the girl is on guard. Seeing that he looked like a worthless person who had fallen in love, Song Yang tried to hold back, but couldn't help but blurt out, "Boss, this girl is not simple. Why don't you observe her first?" The girl's back disappeared in an instant, and Fu Zhao withdrew his gaze, his eyes clear. "Let's go collect the crystal cores first, and then go to this hotel tonight." Xia Yan pulled the brim of his hat down to prevent the wind from blowing it away. Along the way, she met 2 more teams. After she distributed flyers to them, those people didn't dare to buy her lunchboxes and water. But Xia Yan was not worried. She didn't bring much with her. If the 2 teams purchased according to the number of people, then she could just go back to the hotel, and there was no need to go to the base. After riding for half an hour, she finally saw the gate of the 3rd base. On the white steel plate, someone wrote, "Future Base 3rd Base," in black paint. The entrance was blocked by sharp roadblocks, and 2 gatekeepers holding loudspeakers stood on both sides of the door. Seeing Xia Yan riding an electric bike leisurely towards them, the 2 of them widened their eyes in disbelief. It's already this late, and electric cars still have power? Xia Yan rode his bike flexibly around the roadblock and finally arrived at the door. "Hello, brothers. I want to go in." The 2 looked at each other, and their eyes fell on the incubator on her car's seat. "What is that? Open it and take a look." Xia Yan stretched out his hand to open it and said calmly, "There are lunchboxes and mineral water inside. Nothing else." Both of them. One of them went up and looked through it, his eyes full of desire. This was water and food. "Come in. I don't know which base sent it, but it should be a gift to the leader." Not only did they not dare to stop, they also did not dare to detain. After all, both items are too precious, and there must be a certain number of them. If they take them, it will be too obvious, and they will lose their jobs if they are found out. Seeing Xia Yan gradually going away, one of them swallowed hard and said to the other, "Do you smell it? It smells so good. How can I not smell it? It smells so good. Damn, I'm starving. These damn leaders really know how to enjoy themselves." The 2 of them muttered and cursed all the 50 leaders in the base. Little did they know that all the leaders in the 3rd base had to sneeze countless times every day. One more or one less would not mean anything. The leaders were already lying down, so they could be scolded as much as they wanted. As long as they were not sick and did not starve, it would be fine. Xia Yan rode his bike on the uneven road, bouncing up and down. She looked around. The 3rd base was built in the suburbs, with a few 3-story buildings occasionally, but most of the buildings were bungalows. The base was surrounded by a protective wall made of scrapped cars, daily necessities, and other things as fences. It would be destroyed by a small zombie riot. The appearance of the stranger attracted the attention of the residents, and they all appeared at the door. Xia Yan looked at them as they became more and more silent, feeling indescribable. These people were all pale and thin, with clothes barely covering their bodies, tangled hair, gray eyes, and arms and legs so thin that the joints stood out. The young child stared with bulging eyes, and his lips were so cracked that even blood couldn't come out. He hid behind his family and looked at Xia Yan and the box behind her with a little curiosity. Their eyes revealed a deep desire for food, and within that was a deeply hidden tyranny. She knew she couldn't take the things out now. These hungry people wouldn't listen to anything she said. What should I do about this? She looked around and saw that although some of them looked pale, they were doing well compared to others. At this moment, they looked at Xia Yan with gleaming eyes. Their intuition told them that there must be something good in the box behind this exquisite girl. Could it be food? The few of them exchanged glances, remembering what Feng Tianqi had said before about the big boss sending people to deliver supplies. They had been waiting for several days, but had not seen the so-called supplies, so they all thought that Feng Tianqi was just lying. But Feng Tianqi and Feng Bei seemed to have disappeared in the base, and they couldn't find them no matter how hard they tried. Without Feng Tianqi, they would be starving and unable to eat. Other leaders didn't like to take them out to play, let alone give them a bite to eat. These days, several people were so hungry that they had forgotten what food tasted like. They had originally set their sights on Wang's younger sister, whose bulging breasts were good for playing with as well as eating. Unfortunately, her brother protected her very closely, so they couldn't take advantage of any opportunity. Just when they were planning to kidnap her by force, they happened to see another girl appear in front of them without knowing whether to live or die. It's so white and tender. Several people gathered together and muttered, their eyes shining green, both to the people and the goods. Xia Yan could see their ill intentions and felt a little angry. Xia Xia. Wang Shuowei was dragged here by her own younger brother, who insisted that he had seen a fairy and wanted to see it. I didn't expect that the fairy was actually Boss Xia. But what was she doing here? Xia Yan recognized at a glance that this was one of the first guests to stay at the inn. If you meet someone you know, things will be easier. Xia Yan smiled and nodded, then asked loudly, "Is Chi Hua at the base?" Yes. I'll go call him. Boss Xia, wait for me for a moment." Wang Shuowei didn't know what she was looking for the captain for, so she didn't dare to delay and ran away in a hurry. As the news of the arrival of a mutant at the base spread rapidly, almost all the survivors who could move came. Xia Yan was surrounded in the middle, his eyes were clear, and he was not timid at all. The onlookers watched coldly, their minds eager to take action, like a group of dormant sewer rats, with green eyes glowing in the dark and damp, patiently waiting for the right time to take action. They were waiting for someone who could cause a riot. The few thugs who could take the lead had already been scared by Chi Hua. When they heard that she knew Chi Hua, they could only hold back and wait and see what happened. Several familiar faces in the crowd recognized Boss Xia and squeezed out to greet her. "That's Boss Xia, the big boss with the box lunch. Chapter 54, you can indeed help me. Boss Xia is here." Chi Hua, who was struggling to fetch water, rolled up his sleeves to wipe the sweat off his forehead and poured half a bucket of turbid water into another bucket. Hearing this, he was quite surprised. "What's she doing here?" "Yes. Boss Xia specifically asked you to come over. There's a huge incubator on the back seat of her car. There must be supplies inside. Go quickly and don't keep Boss Xia waiting anxiously." Wang Shuowei pulled his arm and hurried over. She didn't say some things directly. If Boss Xia really brings supplies here, she must be planning to sell them. She still has points in her card, so it would be best for her to buy more before others do. Don't let other teams get ahead of you. Seeing that Chi Hua was still reluctant to give up the half bucket of water, Wang Shuowei pushed her brother and said, "Be good. Help brother Chi Hua take the water back, and I'll buy you something delicious." The younger brother was unhappy and wanted to go back to see the fairy, but his sister glared at him, and he obediently picked up the water. "Let's go, brother Chi Hua." Wang Shuowei led the way and ran in front, with Chi Hua following closely. Soon, Chi Hua saw that the open space in front was crowded with people, wrapped in 3 layers of clothes. Make way quickly." Wang Shuowei pushed away the crowd that was in the way and tried hard to squeeze out a passage. In the middle of the crowd, Boss Xia was wearing a beautiful dress, with a smile on her face and a fair complexion. She formed a sharp contrast with the dilapidated and gray surroundings, where the survivors were struggling to make ends meet. Chi Hua was in a trance and didn't know when he stopped in front of Boss Xia. "Captain Chi Hua, long time no see. How'd you been recently?" Xia Yan took off his mask, still with that familiar smiling face, as if he didn't notice the wolf-like eyes around him at all. "Xia Boss Xia, long time no see." Chi Hua came back to his senses and wiped the dampness from his palms on his clothes, feeling a little embarrassed. Xia Yan seemed not to have noticed. He looked around and looked back at Chi Hua. His tone became more serious. "Captain Chi Hua, I brought some things. It's not convenient to talk here. Shall we go somewhere else?" Chi Hua glanced at the incubator, understood what she meant, nodded, and prepared to take her home to talk. Xia Yan got on his electric bike and followed him. With Chi Hua leading the way, people on both sides of the road moved aside to make way. Xia Yan ignored the many looks that fell on her. As they left, the crowd followed suit, their eyes fixed on the incubator with murky expressions. Wang Shuowei, Wang Yi, and Li Chang walked at the back and glared back at anyone who had any ideas. Everyone knows that there are supplies here. Those who were quick-witted heard that Chi Hua was going to take the girl home, So they ran to inform Chihua's parents early to make the best of the situation. Upon hearing that a senior leader was coming to inspect their home, the couple hurriedly changed into their cleanest clothes, quickly cleaned the house, and then met him on the roadside, tugging at their clothes with a look of restraint on their faces, trying to cover up the dark stains. Amid the envious gazes of their neighbors, the couple felt uneasy, but there was also a hint of complacency in their expressions. Look at his son. Not only does he have powerful abilities, he also has a place in the base, and now he is also appreciated by the big boss. Chihua saw his parents on the roadside and felt helpless. He glanced at Boss Xia, and for some reason, he felt relieved when he saw that she was still as gentle as the wind. Boss Xia, these are my parents. Xia Yan smiled and nodded. Hello, Auntie and Uncle. Mom and Dad, this is Boss Xia. Hello, leader. Welcome to visit my home. The couple was extremely excited. They never expected that the boss was not only good-looking, but also had such a good temper. He was totally different from the 50-odd leaders in the base who were so arrogant. Chihua looked at his parents with amusement, but it was not easy to correct them. Boss Xia didn't care anyway, so he just let them be. Mom and Dad, Boss Xia, and I need to talk about something. Please don't come in and disturb us. Okay, no problem. Go get busy. Mr. Xia, please come in. The room is simple. I hope you don't mind. Chihua stretched out a hand to open the door and turned back to invite him. Won't. Walking into the house, Xia Yan felt that Chihua's description of the house as simple was an understatement. It can be said that the house is basically bare, with nothing in it except the necessary bed and cabinets. Please take a seat, Mr. Xia. Chihua walked to the back kitchen, cleaned the cup, and poured a cup of not-so-clear water from the thermos. Boss Xia, please drink some water. She took it with both hands and thanked him sincerely. Boss Xia, you've come all the way here. Is there anything I can help you with? Chihua was a little curious and didn't know what Boss Xia wanted to do. Xia Yan nodded. Indeed, you can help me. After a pause, she continued. You know, the store sells boxed lunches and water. But the store is in the city center, and too few people know about it. Even if the price is low, it's a waste of resources if no one knows about it. Then I understand what Boss Xia means. Boss Xia want me to help promote the hotel, right? Boss Xia, leave this matter to me. I will make sure to publicize it properly. Chihua nodded solemnly, not thinking it was a difficult task. I also brought some boxed lunches and water today. The prices are the same as at the hotel. Do you think you can organize it? Just saying that the hotel can sell supplies is not enough to make them take the risk, but with the actual goods right under their noses, and with Chihua's team doing the publicity, there's no need to worry that these people will not come. That's fine too. Boss Xia, please wait here for a while. I'll be out for a while. Wait, those who have crystal cores will be given priority, and they need to apply for a card. Chihua paused, nodded, and went out. There was a commotion outside, and after the noise died down, Chihua came back and called her. Boss Xia, it's okay. Xia Yan came out of the door and saw several tables in front of her and a circle of open space in front. Countless people were standing in the outer circle, staring at her with sharp eyes. She walked to the table. Her eyes swept across everyone's face with a firm look, coughed lightly, and raised her voice. Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Xia from the Resort Hotel. I came to the third base to tell you good news. The Resort Hotel has opened a restaurant to the public. It's open 24 hours a day, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Steamed buns, dumplings, soy milk, rice, noodles, everything you need. As long as you have a crystal core, you are welcome to come to our store to apply for a points card. A first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 100 points and a lunchbox like this. Xia Yan opened the thermal box, took out a box of barbecue rice, and opened the package so that everyone could see it clearly. A whole box of barbecue rice costs only 15 points. Let's do the math. How many boxes of lunch can you buy with 100 points? Yes, 6 boxes. One stone causes 1,000 ripples, and the crowd suddenly became restless. Moreover, our store not only has enough food, but we also provide water for everyone. Clean water without impurities. A bottle of mineral water like this can be bought for only 2 points. 100 points could buy 50 bottles. Xia Yan raised the mineral water in his hand, and the crystal clear water flashed a breathtaking light under the sunlight. I, Boss Xia, hereby guarantee that as long as you abide by the hotel rules and don't fight, cause trouble, or intentionally damage the hotel's facilities, the hotel welcomes anyone who wants to live. Chapter 55, Rat Shit. Xia Yan was satisfied to see that everyone was stretching their necks and trying to look out, with crazy light flashing in their eyes. She called Wang Shuwei and Li Chong and asked them to put the lunchboxes and breakfast on the table, as well as bottles of mineral water. The two smelled the fragrance and couldn't help swallowing. Xia Yan placed the small machine in front of him and said loudly, "Chihua, have you eaten? Do you want a box lunch?" When everyone saw someone being the first to try something new, they forced themselves to suppress their excitement and told themselves to wait and see. "No, could you please give me a box of cumin duck leg fried rice, Mr. Xia?" Chihua answered in the same loud voice and took out the points card and handed it to Xia Yan. Xia Yan took it and showed it to everyone. "This is Captain Chihua's points card. Everyone in their team has one, and there are still points on the card. So don't worry, the points will not expire, and you can come to the store to spend money at any time." After I spent 17 points, it showed that there were still 63 points left. Chihua was also very understanding and understood what Xia Yan meant. He immediately opened the lunchbox and called his parents to eat together. The couple couldn't help but burst into tears after their son gave them a big mouthful of rice. It was not only because of their son's filial piety, but also because they had a meal and finally got the hope of living. "Well, Boss Xia, we also want to buy a box lunch. Our family hasn't eaten for a long time." Wang Shuwei bit her lip lightly, holding her brother in her arms with a nervous look on her face. Behind her, Li Chong, Wang Yi and their family stared at Xia Yan with hope. The old couple in Chihua's family had greasy mouths from eating, and the food looked delicious, so they also wanted their families to try it. Hearing this, Xia Yan smiled and said, "Of course, but only one box. I didn't take too many. One box is enough. As long as you have it, it's fine. How dare they say no? Boss Xia is here to promote the hotel, not to feed the people who have applied for their card from far away." They still understand this truth. After swiping the cards, the three of them each took a box of lunch and gathered together with their families, eating happily, taking turns to eat. The onlookers couldn't help themselves and ran over. In the blink of an eye, the 4 boxes of lunch were gone. There were so many people, and there were only about 30 portions on the table. If you ran slowly, there would not be enough to share. Chihua and Wang Yi quickly stood in front of the crowd and shouted to stop them. "Don't be impatient. Line up. Only those who have crystal cores can buy it." Wang Shuwei and Li Chong also came over to protect the lunchbox. "I have a crystal core. Let me pass." Me too. Me too. All of you get out of the way. I have an old mother and children at home. Let me buy first." Get lost. Who doesn't have someone waiting to eat? "Captain Chi, we have such a good relationship. Let me go first." Why can she use the back door? I don't accept it. For a moment, the scene was in chaos. Chihua and Wang Yi were unable to withstand the rioting crowd. Several people rushed over, pounced in front of the table with shining eyes, and grabbed the lunchboxes like wild beasts and were about to stuff them into their mouths. Wang Shuwei hurriedly reached out to grab it, but was pushed away by the men behind him. She grabbed the lunchbox and ran away. The others saw that the food had been snatched away and ran away like zombies entering a city, stretching out their hands and widening their eyes, trying to snatch the lunchboxes from a distance. It is strictly forbidden to use supernatural powers on ordinary people in the base. Chihua could only try his best to block everyone in front of him. He was bitten on the chest without warning and let out a miserable cry. Xia Yan recognized that the people who snatched the lunchboxes were those who had bad intentions towards her and frowned fiercely. "Ah, shit." With a wave of his hand, the lunchboxes that they were holding tightly in their hand were transferred back to Xia Yan. Several people looked at their empty hands in shock, unable to believe that the lunchboxes in their hands were back on the table in the blink of an eye. The man called Boss Xia was staring at them with cold eyes. The few of them looked at each other and keenly realized that robbing would not work, so they dodged into the crowd and soon disappeared. Xia Yan looked indifferently at the people disappearing in the crowd, silently memorizing their appearances. "I hope you won't come to my hotel in the future." At this time, the crowd completely broke through the obstruction of Chihua and Wang Yi, with only the lunchboxes in their eyes. They were like a group of evil spirits crawling out of the 18 levels of hell, trying to scramble for the extremely precious food in front of them, right before our eyes. "Eat and live." Chihua and the other man were pushed to the outer circle with a look of annoyance on their faces, and they could do nothing but look at the crowd. Boss Xia had good intentions, but he was afraid. "Come on, don't be impatient. If anyone has a crystal core, raise your hand." "I have." "Me too." Meh, meh, meh. Yes, you, come and recharge your points." What is happening? Chihua and Wang Yi looked at each other and squeezed in, causing dissatisfaction among the people around them. "Why are you pushing, Chi family kid? Your family already has food to eat. Why are you still pushing? Chi Hua smiled apologetically, but still squeezed in swiftly. I've topped up the card. There are 100 points in it. Which meal do you want? Xia Yan handed over the card with a smile. The lunch boxes on the table were neatly arranged without any signs of being stolen. Chi Hua walked behind her in confusion. Her parents were standing there with happy faces and silly smiles. Fish-flavored shredded pork rice. Okay, next one. Raise your hand. Mom and Dad, what's going on? Aren't they here to grab the lunch boxes? Chi Hua lowered his voice and moved closer to his mother to ask, but his mother slapped him in the face. Why are you rushing for them? They're just waiting in line. Why are you blocking them? You made me get complained about by the neighbors. Stupid kid. But it wasn't. Boss Xia kicked them out. Those scumbags are always making trouble. All right. Xia Yan randomly selected people from the crowd of raised hands, and those who were called cheered. Soon the lunch boxes and water were sold out, and she held up the flyer, motioning for everyone to look over. The lunch boxes are gone. Let me show you the exact location of the hotel. If everyone behaves like they did today, I guarantee everyone will be able to have hot meals and hot water in the hotel. It was probably because this group of survivors were used to listening to their leaders holding meetings, so as soon as Xia Yan finished speaking, they burst into warm applause. Whether they bought a house or not, they all began to yearn for the fairy-like hotel that Xia Yan described. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded. Boss Xia, ordinary people like us who are incapable of killing zombies really don't have crystal cores. What should we do? When Xia Yan heard the voice, he looked and saw a skinny old lady with a hunched back, accompanied by 2 half-grown children. Maybe what the old lady said touched some people's hearts, and they all echoed her. Boss Xia, this old lady's only son went to the battlefield 2 years ago and has not been heard from since. She is left alone to raise her 2 grandchildren. She is indeed incapable of killing zombies. Chi Hua suddenly came over, speaking in a low voice. He usually helps the old lady a lot, but he also has parents to support, so he can't help too much. The old lady and 2 children can be said to be barely surviving, and they might starve to death any day. He was gambling, wondering if Boss Xia would be kind enough to do so. If he could, Xia Yan, who had been silent for a long time, still had a friendly smile on her face, making it impossible for people to see her true thoughts. The old lady was very patient. She hugged her 2 little grandsons and tried to keep her back straight. Her son had been gone for 3 years, but she still waited for him. She was not afraid to wait for Boss Xia for a while. Grandma, you don't have to have a crystal core. If you have gold or silver jewelry, you can also exchange it for points. Chapter 56, done back. Xia Yan seemed to be silent for so long just now, but he was actually negotiating with the system. Although gold and silver jewelry are worthless in the doomsday, she does not stay in the same world all the time. Gold and silver will always be the currency in circulation. For the future, Xia Yan negotiated with the system and decided that she could use points to purchase gold and silver. The system did not restrict the use of personal points, but instead used store sales. It seemed that the points she paid out eventually returned to her through her consumption. In the end, she earned the jewelry for free. The others were unaware of this and instead thought that Boss Xia was very generous and a good person who would rather accept useless things than let them have food to eat. They all shouted her name to express their gratitude and admiration. Boss Xia, Boss Xia, Boss Xia. Xia Yan waved his hand in an air of being a hermit who looked down upon everything. Captain Chi Hua, I'll leave all the flyers to you. It's getting late. We have to go. She placed 50 flyers on the table, waved to everyone, honked twice, and rode out along the path. Behind him, a group of people followed reluctantly, waving their hands and shouting, Boss Xia, be careful on the road. They sent her out of the base until she disappeared completely. Then everyone turned back and gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss when to set off. Oh, by the way, I have to hurry up and ask Chi Hua for a flyer, otherwise it will be gone if I go too late. Xia Yan looked back and made sure that no one was following him. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. The weather is too hot. It would be painful to ride back. Teleport. In a flash, Xia Yan appeared in the hall with his car. Oh, it's so hot. She took off her hat and fanned herself vigorously, her face flushed from the heat. She picked up the remote control and turned on the air conditioner to low temperature. Xiong stood behind the cashier counter, guarding his post seriously. The guests upstairs were taking a nap at this time, and no one showed up here. Xia Yan asked Xiong to charge the electric car and went straight to the restaurant to prepare for dinner. The little food she had eaten in the morning was consumed while she was shouting, and she was now starving. After getting a bowl of chicken curry rice, she took the tray to the sofa in the hall, turned on the TV, and watched anime while eating. After Xiong finished charging, he went to the utility room, got out his tools, and went to the third floor. It didn't have time to clean the house today, and it was almost going crazy staring at the dirty floor. But with the boss's order in place, it could only stare from behind the cash register. Fortunately, the boss is back and it can work again. I have to do a thorough cleaning today to completely eliminate any corners and edges. Chew each mouthful of rice slowly 20 times, taking even bites from left to right each time. After 40 minutes of writing, she finally finished her lunch. After dinner, she stood quietly against the wall for half an hour and strolled in the hall for 15 minutes. After completing his daily body management, Xia Yan finally lay down on the sofa, covered with an air-conditioning quilt. As he looked, his eyes narrowed and he fell asleep. Xiong returned to the first floor and quietly delivered the plates to the restaurant, cleaned the restaurant, mopped the floor in the hall again, and began to wipe the machines and windows with a wet rag. He was very busy. When Yi Qijing walked in, he was surprised to find Boss Xia sleeping on the sofa. Why didn't he see Boss Xia? Seeing Xiong was about to wipe his face with a glass cleaning rag, Yi Qi hurriedly dodged and ran upstairs. He was careless today and got himself covered in filth. Not to mention Xiong, even he couldn't stand it anymore. He quickly took a shower and rested for a while. He had to go out hunting after the hottest time was over. Hello, I'm looking for Lu Ju. A figure fell from midair and stopped steadily at the door of the hotel. He pushed the door open, and the cold air that hit him made him shiver all over, and the wings on his back disappeared instantly. For a moment, he didn't notice Xia Yan on the sofa, thinking that Xiong was the only person in the store, so he walked up and asked for someone. So this is the golden nest that Lu Ju mentioned? The man narrowed his eyes, not wanting to miss any detail, and took in all the furnishings inside the hotel. Then he noticed Xia Yan taking a nap on the sofa. It seems that just as Lu Ju said, this place is absolutely safe. Even a frail young girl dares to sleep in the hall. I guess the boss must be quite powerful. Hello, which floor does Lu Ju live on? He asked Xiong again. He did not disturb the sleeping girl. That was not a gentlemanly act, and his upbringing would not allow him to do such an impolite thing. But the other person just glanced at him, then looked away and continued to do what he was doing, cleaning the glass. Nothing ever happens more than 3 times. He looked away and towards the corridor next to him. He used secret communication again, but still received no reply. The man stretched out his finger and tapped his forehead in distress. She should be sleeping at this time, but you can't go upstairs without permission. The man looked around, finally found a corner and sat down on the ground, closing his eyes and resting his body. I learned that Lu Ju escaped from the clutches of those people and checked into a place called a holiday hotel. She said it was safe here and she had no worries about food and drink. Although he was happy, he was also very worried that this little fool would escape from the wolf's den and fall into the tiger's den. At this time, how could there be such a beautiful place? It's just to trick her into being young and inexperienced. But all the messages sent by Lu Ju were praising this hotel. So he was half believing and half doubting and could only feel a little relieved. He traveled day and night and encountered continuous rain. He tried to move forward in the rain, but was nearly struck by the wind and thunder. In desperation, he could only suppress his anxious heart and finally wait until the rain stopped and the sky cleared before he set out again to look for his wife. What a heartless guy. He actually asked him to arrive later and said he was not tired of the food here, so he told him to go play somewhere else. The man laughed angrily. Xia Yan stretched lazily, half closed his eyes and stared at the ceiling absent-mindedly. Then a furry face appeared in front of me. It was Xiong. Xia Yan turned over and sat up and asked casually, "What's wrong, Xiong?" Xiong took the quilt that she had folded casually, folded it into a square carefully, and placed it gently on the sofa. Then he pointed to the corner and said, "There are guests." Xiong doesn't understand what he means. Are there guests coming? Xia Yan turned his head and saw that the man had opened his eyes as well. Excuse me, which floor is Lu Ju on? The man stood up slowly. His nearly 1.9 meter tall figure looked very tall. Are you looking for Lu Ju? Are you her brother? Xia Yan stood up and put on a professional smile. I always hear Lu Ju talking about her brother. Is he finally here? Yes. Okay, I'll take you there. Xia Yan didn't see any similarities in the two people's appearance and was worried that they were human traffickers who came to deceive children. Bring it up to Lu Ju to have a look. If it's a fake, kick it out immediately. Lu Ju, that silly child, is so innocent and adorable. Sorry for the trouble. The man bent down slightly gracefully and followed her. On the second floor, in room 201, Xia Yan knocked on the door again, the stiff smile on his face almost unable to hold. After more than 10 seconds, Lu Ju's baby voice finally came from behind the door. Who is it? You haven't woken up yet. It's me, Boss Xia. Oh, sister. Lu Ju rubbed his eyes and opened the door. He was about to fall on Xia Yan softly, mumbling, Sister, why are you here? Shallow missed you. Xia Yan stretched out his hands helplessly, ready to catch her, but he didn't expect the man behind him to be faster. He directly hugged the person into his arms, his voice mixed with a bit of grievance. Little dear, my brother is here. Chapter 57. Dog food is really delicious. Xia Yan took a step back to make room for the two of them. Brother? Brother. Lu Ju smelled a familiar scent and looked up in ecstasy. It really is my brother. Lu Ju happily held his face, kissed him, and rubbed his forehead with very intimate movements. Brother Xiaolu misses you. The man was stunned for a moment, then a doting smile appeared on his face. Be good. Brother misses you too. Light bulb Xia Yan pursed her lips and slowly looked away. My goodness, we're the brother and sister. They are clearly a pair of lovers. After swallowing several 100 kilograms of fresh dog food, Xia Yan couldn't stand it any longer, so he ran downstairs, lay down at the air conditioning outlet, and blew hard on his face, which was hot enough to bake a sweet potato. The sweet soap opera from the 8 o'clock show at night replayed before his eyes, and Xia Yan cried out that he couldn't bear it any longer. The feeling across the screen and reality were completely different. She even felt like she saw love bubbles floating in the air and smelled the lingering feelings between the two. Boss Xia, are you okay? Yiqi was changing into his mother's clothes, which were hanging loosely on his body. He stared at her silently for a while, wanting to remind her not to use the air conditioner like this, as it would easily catch a cold. But Boss Xia seemed to be stimulated by something, always holding his cheeks and making strange noises. Someone is coming. Xia Yan almost died in front of the air conditioner. After taking a deep breath, she put on a smile and said in a calm voice, It's okay. You want to go out? Yiqi was looking at her with hidden worry, and it seemed that apart from her slightly red face, there was no other problem. Well, I just saw a level 2 zombie nearby. Let's see if we can take care of it. Then go quickly. Xia Yan's mood had fallen back to the ground from the peak of the roller coaster, and he no longer felt excited. After watching Yi Qizhen leave, she sat back on the sofa, turned on the TV, and found a blind date show for middle-aged and elderly people. The pilot film was being broadcast at that time. In front of the camera was a 50-year-old aunt with a ramen head, who was introducing herself with a happy smile. Hello, my name is Zhang Mimi. I've been a big Psy fan since I was a child. This is my only hobby, and no one can take it away from me. My ex-boyfriend was also very handsome, but God took my love away from me. I look forward to meeting true love on the show and walking through the second half hand in hand. Then the camera cuts to another Annie with long curly hair wearing a camel coat. She smiles shyly at the camera, shakes her hair slightly, coughs lightly, and speaks in a gentle voice. Hello everyone, my name is Gao Yan. I'm 58 years old. I own a BMW, a 500 square meter villa, and 2 hot pot restaurants that are doing well, with a daily income of over 10,000 yuan. As for the requirements for the other half, there's nothing special about it. Besides, I don't mind a younger one. Aren't younger people more energetic? Aunt Gao Yan smiled and covered her mouth with her hands. She continued, I hope he has a better figure, has a fitness foundation, and understands fitness concepts. Maybe I'm getting older, and sometimes I always feel inadequate, as long as I like him. This 100,000 is a reward, and there will be various gifts in the future. Aunt Gao Yan said this as she took out a big red envelope from her pocket. It was bulging and very eye-catching, and the camera gave it a close-up. Xia Yan realized that he had found a treasure, and happily threw the remote control aside. He bought a chocolate sundae from the food court and ate it while watching the show. When Xia Yan heard Uncle Zhang say that he was not good at doing housework and had difficulty moving around, and that he hoped to find a new partner to take care of him and their home, he laughed. One moment, he hopes to find someone young and beautiful who doesn't want his retirement money, and the next moment, he adds the thought of someone who can serve him without asking for anything in return. Xia Yan, who was planning the doomsday, heard everything. Uncle Zhang even said shamelessly that his ideal type has not changed over the years, which means a man stays young until he dies. Xia Yan wanted to go in and ask him how thick his skin was to let him say such shameless words. Fortunately, the ants are well-informed and are no longer the innocent girls who were easy to deceive. They said directly, "You are paralyzed. How can we serve you? Go find a nanny." The old man who was confronted looked embarrassed. Xia Yan just wanted to say, "Well done." To deal with such people, you have to tear off their hypocritical disguise directly. If you want to reason with them, you would be the biggest fool in the world. How could a man who could say such a thing not know what was going on? Just like it's impossible to wake up a person who's pretending to be asleep. Seeing the ants leave without looking back, Xia Yan gave them likes crazily. Cool. For a moment, Xia Yan couldn't take his eyes off the screen and expressed his approval of the opinions of the lovely ants inside. This kind of variety show is especially suitable for people with love-brain people. Watching it more can make you smarter. Xia Yan decided that from now on, whenever there was a love-brain person in the store, she would play the video on loop. Ha, she's so mean, but she liked it so much. As it was getting dark, the customers started to return to the hotel one after another. As soon as I stepped through the door, I heard the sound of an interview coming from TV and 3 people sitting on the sofa having a lively discussion. "Little girl, Auntie is telling you, you must choose a man carefully in the future and don't be deceived by his appearance. Some men are particularly good at disguising themselves. Their true colors are revealed after marriage, and some even wait until you have a baby before they are exposed." What's the original form? A snake? Wang Mei looked disappointed and said anxiously, "What snake?" Auntie means a man's mouth. Auntie, Xiaolu is still young and can't understand these. Lan Wu raised the corners of his mouth in a suitable arc, gently pulled Xiaolu into his arms, pinched her round earlobes, and looked at Wang Mei with gentle yet somewhat distant eyes. Wang Mei suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't dare to say more. Lu Ju stared with wet eyes, wandering between the 2 people, not quite understanding what was going on. Xia Yan was trying hard to hold back his laughter. "Mom, I'm back." Wang Mei, who was deeply in an awkward vortex, was so happy for the first time that her son came back. "My son, you're back. Let's go upstairs and wash up before eating." Then she grabbed his arm and walked upstairs. Yi Qijing followed obediently without knowing what was going on. Maybe it was because his mother loved him too much. "Boss Xia, please help us change to a double room." Lan Wu retracted his gaze, took out the room card of 201 and a second-level crystal core from his pocket, and handed them to Xia Yan. "Sister, we plan to play for a few days before going home, so I can still eat delicious food for several days." Lu Ju jumped out of Lan Wu's arms, ran to Xia Yan, and circled around him. His little deer antlers were very obvious among his thick hair. Xia Yan couldn't help but stare at the furry little deer antlers, his fingers itching to move. Lan Wu saw her intention and frowned almost imperceptibly. He stepped forward and blocked her line of sight without leaving a trace. After taking the room card of 304 and thanking her again, he put his arm around Lu Ju's slender waist and took her to dinner. "The child's boyfriend is here, and you can't touch him casually." Chapter 58, Got Caught. "Boss, what should we do?" Boss Xia has been guarding the front desk and refuses to leave. Wang Chong secretly stuck his head out from behind the wall of the corridor, quickly glanced at Xia Yan, and then retracted his body. Beside him, Shiji was also clinging to the wall, glancing at the stairs with a guilty look on his face, afraid that Xia Yan would suddenly appear. "What should I do? I'm hungry." Shiji leaned close to his ear, trying to lower his voice, with a hint of urgency in his tone. Since moving in, the 2 have been staying upstairs, not daring to come down for fear of running into Boss Xia. What if he kicks them out in a rage? After seeing how luxurious the hotel room was, how could Shiji be satisfied with his original shabby little house? Wait a little longer. Boss Xia will definitely go to the restaurant to eat soon. While she's eating, let's go to the machine and buy a lunchbox. Wang Chong was about to pull his hair out, and he thought this was the best method. "No, I want to eat in the restaurant. All the customers here eat inside. We are also customers and have a right to go in." Shiji disagreed. He was not inferior to others. Why couldn't he go where others could go? "Go, you must go." As soon as Wang Chong heard it, he knew that his eldest master's illness had recurred, and he rolled his eyes where he couldn't see. "Please, how did you get here? Don't you have any idea how to count the letters? Why don't you just hide it for a few days and then deal with it, instead of rushing into trouble at this time? Are you worried that Boss Xia won't remember what you did yesterday?" The 2 of them fought a silent battle for a while, staring at each other. "Well, please move aside for a moment." A not-so-loud voice sounded behind him. Like a thunderclap, the 2 were instantly frightened. Shiji quickly raised a finger and placed it between his lips, gesturing to the mother and son. Shoo. Wang Chong quickly leaned over to take a look at the cashier counter and felt relieved. Fortunately, Boss Xia is not here, so she didn't hear it. What didn't you hear? Xia Yan slowly stood up, flicked off the non-existent dust, and looked at the two of them with a smile. Boss Xia. The two of them hugged each other tightly, as if they had seen the most terrifying monster. Their eyes were wide open, and Xia Yan was worried that if he used any more force, his eyeballs would fall out. Yi Qi was walking past them with his mother, and he didn't like the new neighbors who were so surprised. Tell me, what are you afraid I'll hear? Are you going to buy a lunchbox from the machine while I'm eating? Or are you planning to go directly to the restaurant to eat? Both of them. How come she heard everything? Shiji, how did you spy on someone? You can't even handle such a small matter. Wang Chong. Boss Xiao was indeed at the cashier counter just now. I really don't know how he suddenly appeared behind the corner. Runaway Shiji. Idiot. Okay, stop making faces. I knew it when you were hiding here. Why are you still hiding? Xia Yan sneered and waved his hand for the two to come out. Shiji and Wang Chong had the frightened expressions of elementary school students who were caught skipping classes by their teacher. They half lowered their heads, folded their hands in front of them, and hooked their fingers together. Xia Yan sat back on the sofa, crossed his arms, and raised his chin slightly. Tell me, when did you get in? Shiji glared. You say? Wang Chong. Then I will tell the truth. Boss Xia, we have actually been observing you the entire time. This morning, we saw you riding your bike out, so we felt like we had a good chance. So we quickly ran to the store and told the bear that we wanted to stay at the store. After we charged the card, it gave us a room card for the 3rd floor and told us that we had completed the check-in process. Then we went upstairs and didn't dare to come down. Now we are starving, so we want to buy some food to fill our stomachs. Boss Xia, please just let us stay here. We are absolutely good citizens. We will absolutely abide by the store rules here. Wang Chong told the whole story in one breath and finally knelt on the ground with tears on his face, begging with his hands clasped together. Shiji, who was standing next to him, was so scared that she looked at him and then at Xia Yan, wondering whether she should learn to kneel down. In fact, Wang Chong was also testing the waters. He thought that there were surveillance cameras in the store, and Boss Xia would be able to understand everything by checking the surveillance cameras. It would be better to tell her the truth directly. What if she really agreed to let them move in? He had guessed it right indeed. Xia Yan was watching the replay at the moment, and everything he said was true. Please read the store rules carefully. If you're sure you can abide by them, I welcome you to stay. If you can't, no, we can. Shiji interrupted her, raised 4 fingers to the sky, and swore that he would never make the same mistake again. If he did so again, he would be changed from a boy to a girl and die of heavy bleeding. Xia Yan was secretly shocked by the harshness of the oath. At this point, she could only nod and acknowledge their identity as a customer. Then let's go eat. Wang Chong stood up and pointed at the restaurant. Yes, of course. Great. Boss, we can finally eat. Shiji also laughed heartily, but he looked at Xia Yan with a strange look. The emotions in his eyes were too complicated, a bit of confusion, a bit of relief, a bit of calmness, and a bit of hope to embrace a new life. Xia Yan didn't intend to delve into it. Everyone has a story in the doomsday, and it's not easy for anyone to survive. As long as it doesn't affect her opening of the store and enjoying her vacation life, she doesn't mind how many people stay in the hotel. Looking at the time, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Xia Yan turned on the lights in the hall and walked into the restaurant to prepare for dinner. Although the temperature would drop significantly in the morning and evening, that was relative to the hottest time of the day at noon. At this moment, several windows in the restaurant were open, but it was still hot and stuffy. Xia Yan closed all the windows and asked Xiong to bring 2 standing air conditioners, one in the front and one in the back. After the pleasant startup music, the restaurant gradually cooled down. Everyone was naturally very grateful, and their sense of belonging to the hotel increased. Everyone, don't go upstairs after dinner. Wait for me in the lobby. I have something to tell you. Xia Yan nodded to everyone, including the 2 newcomers, Shiji and others. The 2 began to get scared, wondering if Boss Xia was planning to execute them publicly. Didn't you say you would let them go? Don't go back on your word. Eat first, eat your fill. Even if we are kicked out, it's worth it if we are full. Shiji bit the noodles fiercely, slurped down a bowl quickly, and continued to drink the next bowl. Wang Chong thought he was right, so he followed his example and swallowed the food whole, trying his best to get his money's worth. Xia Yan, who was sitting diagonally opposite, was holding a bowl of beef noodles with his eyes wide open. Is there a way to eat noodles? No chewing, just swallowing? How long have you been hungry? After finishing 3 bowls of noodles, you have to eat a 4th bowl? Aren't you afraid of getting bloated? You know, the bowls in the restaurant are big bowls with a diameter of 22 centimeters. Don't eat too much. Xia Yan looked at their round bellies and was very worried. Dear customers, the restaurant will still be open tomorrow. No need to eat so much. Chapter 59 Rental. Shiji and the other two came out holding onto the wall. Inside the hall, everyone sat together. All members were present, except for the two of them. The two quickly found an empty seat and sat down. Seeing that everyone was present, Xia Yan asked Xiong to bring all the things over, and she took this opportunity to speak. I called everyone here to discuss this. The temperature outside is so high right now, and the temperature in the room is also high. It's easy to get heat stroke. I have some remaining fans and air conditioners here. You can bring them to your room and use them according to your needs. But these are not free. Those who choose fans need to pay 30 points per month, and those who choose air conditioners need to pay 80 points per month. Xiong finally finished hugging all the things. There are a total of 5 air conditioners and 5 fans, and Xia Yan let them choose for themselves. No one expected that they were called here just to cool down. They were so moved that they couldn't help themselves. Electricity is so expensive. They originally only planned to use the air conditioner in the hall, but they never imagined that they could put one in their own room. Although it's been hot lately, and I haven't been able to sleep well, compared to the past, life now is simply heaven. Everyone looked at the air conditioner, their eyes full of desire. Who doesn't want to rest in a room with a comfortable temperature? At this time, the door of the hall was pushed open, and 3 tall men walked in from outside. Xia Yan recognized that these 3 people were the ones who bought lunch boxes this morning. Hello, guest. Welcome to the resort hotel. Looking around, Fu Zhao hid his surprise. The decoration and facilities here were almost the same as before the apocalypse. The lights were bright and conspicuous. They had noticed it from a distance. Don't you recognize us? Didn't you recommend us to come here? Song Yang walked out from behind. He secretly sighed that beautiful women are forgetful, but the environment here was really beyond his expectations. It was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. Of course not. We have single and double rooms. Here is the price list and store rules. Please read carefully. Xia Yan deliberately emphasized the last 4 words, which really attracted Fu Zhao's glance. When the 3 of them read the last sentence, they all felt choked. Okay, she does have the capital. We'll stay in a single room and book 3 rooms. Fu Zhao swiped 30 points on the machine and successfully got the room card for 201 handed over by the female boss. Song Yang is at 204. Gao Fei Bai is at 205. This is the restaurant. If the 3 customers haven't eaten yet, you can go eat first. Xia Yan gestured with a smile. She didn't think the 3 would stay for long, and she didn't plan to invite them to the meeting. Being in the center of everyone's attention, Fu Zhao was not at all panicked, and even asked leisurely, "What's the boss's name?" Song Yang shouted 666 wildly in his heart. "Just call me Boss Xia." Xia Yan kept smiling. "Boss Xia, my name is Fu Zhao. Thank you for recommending us here." Fu Zhao curled the corners of his mouth and stretched out his hand. Shiji, who was sitting on the ground watching the show, widened his eyes when he saw this. "This guy is really good. He is really good. I have learned another trick." Jing Imai raised his mask to conceal the fierce light in his eyes. So everyone's attention shifted to Boss Xia. Xia Yan tilted his head slightly, his mouth corner raised. "You're welcome. If you think the environment of our hotel is good, you can directly renew the room for half a year. Do you want to book it?" Fu Zhao took his hand back, his expression very natural. "No need for now. It won't be too late to book a room after you finish the things at hand." "I knew it. The restaurant is about to close. Please go and dine as soon as possible." Xia Yan adjusted the closing time of the restaurant to 2 hours later. In her opinion, these 3 people would not eat less than Shiji, so it seemed that she could make some money again tonight. "Thank you very much." Under Xia Yan's friendly gaze, the 3 of them walked into the restaurant. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Have you made up your mind?" "I want an air conditioner." Jing and I spoke first. Lan Wu also raised his hand to signal. "We want air conditioning too." "And me. We also want air conditioning." This is Shiji and Wang Chong. "Well, have the other customers made up their minds?" Xia Yan took the card machine and collected 240 points from the 3 people. Zhang Lei thought about it and decided that he would be living here for a long time anyway, and the air conditioner could not only provide cooling in the summer, but also heating in the winter, so it was worth it. Moreover, if more people moved in the future, he was afraid that there would not be enough air conditioners. I want air conditioning too. Only Ichijin and Wang Mei had not made a decision yet. Xia Yan was not in a hurry and first arranged for Xiong Xiong to deliver the air conditioner selected by Jing Yimai upstairs and install it directly. Shi Jiming's Wang Chong carried the air conditioner upstairs first and waited for Xiong Xiong to go over and install it. He wanted to watch TV here. When Xiong Xiong came back again, Lan Wu gave it the room card and asked it to go upstairs and open the door by itself. The reason was that Xiaolu was addicted to a senior citizen blind date show and refused to leave. Lan Wu was worried about her being alone downstairs, so he had to stay here with her and watch TV together. Boss Xiao, we want air conditioning too. Wang Mei handed over a points card, still looking a little reluctant. Only the youngest son in her family can go out to kill zombies. It is not easy to save crystal cores, and she only has enough every day, so her points are used very sparingly. Just like Boss Xia said, we have just entered the high temperature season and the weather is already so hot. If we wait a few more days, it will be even more unbearable. The youngest son hid in an abandoned tire all day long. It was stuffy and hot, and he got a lot of prickly heat on his body. She felt sad seeing it. Forget it, just like Shower said, with air conditioning, he not only sleeps well at night, but also has more energy to kill zombies during the day. It's worth it. Xia Yan glanced at Yi Qijin, who was looking at him with a happy expression. After earning 80 points, Wang Mei picked up the last air conditioner and couldn't wait to call her youngest son back to the room. Phone Base still owed money and couldn't afford to rent a fan, so she had to leave with regret. It was obviously a welfare for everyone, but it had nothing to do with her. When Xia Yan was about to ask Xiong Xiong to take the fan back to the office, he suddenly thought of the 3 people who were eating in the restaurant. She can rent it to them. 5 points a day is just right. So she walked into the restaurant and found that the 3 of them were bigger eaters than she had imagined. Brother Fu, the female boss is looking for you. Gao Fei saw Xia Yan coming in with sharp eyes and hurriedly said to Song Yang beside him. The 2 of them exchanged looks as if they understood each other, slurped down the last bite, wiped their mouths, and moved to another table to continue eating. Xia Yan moved a stool over and looked at Fu Zhao with a smile. Boss Fu, what do you think of the food in this restaurant? It's delicious. Not only is the food in our restaurant delicious and plentiful, but the accommodation is also good. However, Xia Yan paused, looked at him, and said nothing. Fu Zhao looked at her with amusement. It was not enough for her to sing alone, but she also needed him to cooperate in singing a duet? Okay, but what? Xia Yan nodded in satisfaction and continued. As you saw just now, we are holding a discussion meeting, mainly to discuss the issue of renting cooling measures in the room. You came late, and the air conditioners have all been rented out. Now we only have fans left. See if you need them. The price is negotiable. They are all long-term tenants and rent on a monthly basis. You can't say how long you can stay, so the fans can be rented out on a daily basis for only 10 points a day. After saying that, Xia Yan looked at him with a smile, waiting for him to bargain with her. Really? Boss Xia, this price is a bit expensive. I think this was not the offer just now. Fu Zhao put down his bowl and chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Well, like I said, they are long-term rentals, so they are indeed very discounted. But if you renew the lease for a month, everyone's price is the same. How about this? I'll give you a lower price, 8 points a day. Before we discuss the price, could you tell me your full name, Mr. Xia? Chapter 60 Storm. The final price was settled at 7 points per day. This was the first time Xia Yan encountered a customer who bargained. It can be seen that doomsday can indeed change a person's character. Asking Xiong Xiong to move the remaining 2 fans back to the office, Xia Yan took out a large chilled watermelon from the refrigerator. There are also iced watermelons here. Who wants to eat it? There are also oranges and bananas. They are 3 points each. Do you want to join us? No one would think that Boss Xia was treating them. After getting along with her for a long time, they would find that Boss Xia never suffered any loss. If she could earn 2 points, she would not earn just 1. Give me 2 bananas. I ate too much at night. They can help digestion. Shiji spoke first and finally stopped rubbing his stomach. Wang Chong opened his mouth and bought one too. Needless to say, Jing Yimai is Boss Xia's biggest fruit customer, and the fruits are delivered to his room by Xiong Xiong at 6 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Lei didn't want it because he ate too much at night and couldn't sleep. Lu Ju tugged at Lan Wu's sleeve and asked him to buy something to eat as well. Poor brother, he has never tasted such delicious fruit, right? Come and try it. As a 3-good boyfriend, Lan Wu naturally would not let his little deer drool at the sight of others eating, and he also became interested in the chilled watermelon and directly asked for half a watermelon, spending 24 points. Xia Yan happily collected the points and asked Xiong to get out 2 spoons. In summer, you should eat watermelon by scooping it. This is the most respectful attitude towards summer. In response to everyone's strong demands, the TV program was changed from a senior citizen program to a program about parents' love. The show was showing the heroine looking pale with discomfort while sitting on the boat. Fu Zhao and the other 2 came out of the restaurant, sat quietly near the sofa, and watched TV together. When have the 3 people who have been on the road ever felt so comfortable? They had enough food to eat, plenty of water, and they could watch TV to entertain themselves. All the intrigues and secret plots in the end times have nothing to do with this place. The Holiday Hotel is the only remaining paradise among the remaining mountains and waters. During the commercial break, Fu Zhao stretched out his long arm, bypassed Zhang lay in front of him, and poked Xia Yan lightly. Give us 2 watermelons, too. 2. Xia Yan raised his eyebrows. Fu Cao nodded. Okay. Xiong, bring 2 more watermelons over. Xia Yan smiled and earned 96 points. Today, she earned 405 points just from Fu Zhao and the other 2. Xiong brought the watermelon to Fu Zhao and handed him 3 spoons. Gao Feibai took it with a smile on his face, cut it in half with a knife on the coffee table, and handed it to his 2 teammates. He cut the other watermelon in the same way. He picked up half of it, scooped up the very tender pink flesh in the center, and put it into his mouth. Well, absolutely. It tastes sweet and cool, relieving all your fatigue. Song Yang nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. He is willing to live here forever. At 9 o'clock, Xia Yan turned off the TV and locked the door on time. She swiped out the remaining lunchboxes on the 2 machines, a total of 85, and stuffed them into the second freezer. Xia Yan looked at the full freezer and felt that he might have to put out 2 more freezers tomorrow. He didn't know when Su Mei would be able to bring people over. Leaving Xiong guarding the door in the hall, she returned to her room. Although the hotel belongs to me, the feeling of being in a hotel and being in my home are 2 different things. After washing up, Xia Yan lay in the soft quilt, applying a facial mask and browsing the system screen. The store now has a total of 7,522 points and should be able to upgrade again the day after tomorrow. I don't know what new changes will come with this upgrade of the store. She actually hoped that the area of the hall could be expanded, and it would be best if the West Hall could also be opened. If she guessed correctly, the survivors in the base should come to buy food in the next few days. Xia Yan got up, took off the mask, used a beauty instrument to help the skin absorb the remaining essence, washed her face again, simply applied water and night cream, yawned, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. Future base, 3rd base. In the courtyard on the 1st floor, a few dim candles flickered. There was silence all around, and everyone stared at the elderly man sitting at the top seat, not daring to speak. This is their biggest leader here, Zhao Yunzhang. It is said that he is related to the big leader of the main base, and was sent here to take charge of everything here. There was a scar on Zhang Yunzhang's face that ran diagonally from his right eyebrow, across his eye, and to his cheek. He was the kind of person who looked intimidating without even getting angry. Moreover, Zhang Yunzhang possesses the 4th level fire ability and is one of the few masters in the base. Although Shenlong is usually very quiet and turns a blind eye to the misbehavior of more than 50 leaders in the base, whenever a major incident occurs, everyone must listen to him. Why? Weren't you arguing loudly just now? Why are you silent now? Under the candlelight, Zhang Yunzhang half closed his eyelids like a poisonous snake about to come out of a hole. No one dared to reply him. Even more than 50 leaders standing near him lowered their heads, almost burying them in their crotches, for fear of meeting Zhang Yunzhang's eyes. I heard that a yellow-haired girl came to the base today. Did she bring these things? Zhang Yunzhang waved his hand, and a man walked out from behind him and threw something out. The light object fell slowly, like a huge rock pressing on everyone's heart. They could see clearly that they were the lunchboxes and flyers brought by Boss Xia, except that the lunchboxes were empty and the flyers were torn into a ball. Zhang Yunzhang glanced around slowly, and wherever his eyes fell, he saw a trembling body. Captain Qihua. Qihua was shocked when he was named. The people around him hurriedly stepped back, and soon there was an open space around Qihua. The more glorious Qihua's parents were before, the more regretful they are now. Qihua gave them a reassuring look, clenched his fists, and walked out. Meet Mr. Zhang. This is the rule of the base. When you meet Zhang Yunzhang, you must call him Mr. Zhang. Well, I heard that the girl came directly to you. Zhang Yunzhang casually took the tea handed to him by the person next to him blew away the foam, and took a sip as if chatting about family matters. Chihua was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, she asked me to help her promote the resort hotel. Well, go on. Chihua had no choice but to repeat what happened in the afternoon and also add the process of their acquaintance. After saying this, he lowered his eyes and said no more. The moonlight that had escaped was as bright as water, spreading joy. If it were usual, people would still be grateful. But today, people lowered their heads even more. After a while, Zhang Yunzhang finished his tea and slowly stood up, put his hands behind his back, and paced leisurely. Go back. Chihua finally felt relieved after receiving the pardon. After bending down to express his gratitude, he returned to his parents. The mother's eyes were already red, and she held his hand tightly, her wet palms showing her mother's deep love. Chihua exerted some strength to tell his mother that he was fine and asked her not to lose control and cry out loud. They couldn't be noticed by Zhang Yunzhang anymore. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is Zhang Yunzhang's favorite method. Both the mother and others are aware of this and try hard to make themselves invisible. But the moon tonight is so bright. It's really annoying. Chapter 61 Choice. Okay, don't be so nervous. I called you all here tonight to discuss this matter. Receiving the look from Zhang Yunzhang, Xia Ming rolled his eyes, laughed, and jumped out to act as a peacemaker. In fact, Mr. Zhang and I have known about this for a long time. Come on, Mr. Zhang. Please take a seat first, and let me do the rest. Xia Ming supported Zhang Yunzhang's arm in a flattering manner, half bent over to help him sit down, and walked to the side to avoid blocking his view. Speaking of which, this is the first time we have heard of this holiday hotel. After all, Mr. Zhang and I passed by the address of the hotel a few months ago, but we didn't see the hotel open at that time. Now, not only is the hotel open, but there are also food and drinks inside, and life is comfortable. Xia Ming hissed, revealing an expression of disbelief, but what he said was, I understand how you feel. The recent rainstorms did affect everyone's work, and many people worked on an empty stomach. Here, on my own behalf, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to everyone. Thank you to my family for your hard work. Xia Ming bowed deeply at 90 degrees. We are a loving family. Everyone here is an indispensable treasure of the base. Without you, we wouldn't be where we are today. Amid the passionate voices, Xia Ming wanted to say something to unite the people, but suddenly he heard Zhang Yunzhang's gnashing teeth. Stop talking nonsense. All right. Xia Ming quickly changed the subject. I heard that everyone had no food to eat. Mr. Zhang and I were anxious day and night. We sent countless messages to the leader and finally got a reply from him. It's a pity that the rainfall this time was very large, and he was in a terrible state. He could only allocate rations for 40 to 50 people. But we have at least 100 people in our base. According to regulations, rations are given priority to those with special abilities. Are we going to let the rest of the common people starve to death? Just when we were worried to the point of foaming at the mouth, we heard the good news that the resort hotel provides food. Xia Ming coughed a few times and successfully stopped the people from hearing that ordinary people had no food to eat. Seeing that everyone's attention was focused on him again, he stated his purpose calmly. Let's start letting people in at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Anyone going to a resort hotel should leave early. The lock will be closed at 8 a.m. The information of those who leave will be deleted, and we will not accept them in the future. Those who plan to stay at the base should take care of their own food and drink. The base cannot control them. Dismissed. The thunder roared to the ground, causing a loud noise. What do you mean? Don't care about us anymore? You have to leave. Didn't you hear what he said? If you don't leave, the base won't provide you with food. Even if you die of hunger or thirst, the base won't care. Why are you chasing me away? They sent my son to work in the big base. They have no right to chase me away. Your son is useless. He hasn't been back for a long time. I don't even know if he's still alive. You're fucking farting. Mom and Dad, what should we do? Chihua pulled his parents away from the two women entangled in the crowd. Xia Ming's words caused a riot. The third base was originally a marginal area with the most elderly and weak people. His words clearly meant that the leader was ready to abandon this base and was reluctant to give up the psychics, so he made special preparations. Let's go home first and discuss it. Father Chi's eyes were full of fear. He had just clearly seen Zhang Yunzhang burn to death a woman who went up to argue with him. Under the bloodthirsty red light, it looked as if a centipede was crawling on his face, raising its head grimly and laughing at everyone. Chihua also saw it, and knew that he had guessed correctly. Zhang Yunzhang was too lazy to disguise himself and could not stay here any longer. With the bursts of flames, some people gradually came to their senses and ran back screaming. Zhang Yunzhang snorted coldly, took a step forward, and seemed to be about to take action, but was stopped by the smirking Xia Ming. Mr. Zhang, why bother with this bunch of lowly people? It's a waste of superpowers. Let them run away. The resort hotel is far away from here. There are a lot of zombies on the road. We could just take care of them and come back to collect a wave of crystal cores. Zhang Yunzhang felt that what he said made some sense. So he reached out and patted his face. Since you were a bunch of lowly people, why did you say so much nonsense just now? Xia Ming put on a flattering smile and put his face toward his hand. Hey, Mr. Zhang, this is the only hobby I have. I just borrowed your influence. I'm glad to know. Zhang Yunzhang slapped him hard, then led the way away with a sneer on his face. Xia Ming nodded and bowed, with clear fingerprints on his face, and followed. Mom and Dad, let's pack up and go. Let's go to the resort hotel. I still have a few crystal cores here, enough for us to live for a while. Chihua took out all his belongings and placed them in front of them. In a few days, this base will be gone, and we'll have to find a way then. We might be able to rent a room now, since there aren't many people going to the hotel. Mom, let's go. Chihua had stayed in a hotel himself and knew the situation inside, but his parents were frightened by that bastard Xia Ming's words that they had never seen it before and his sudden appearance afterwards. They were afraid that there was a bigger trap inside, so they hesitated and tried to persuade him instead. You are still young and don't understand the complexity of human nature. Son, think about it carefully. How could Boss Xia, a little girl, open a hotel in the center of zombies? Chi's mother grabbed his hand and gave him earnest advice. Yes, listen to your mother. That girl is obviously not a good person. She is fair and tender and doesn't look like she has ever suffered. There must be a conspiracy. Let's go west. I heard there is a base called Shenyang over there, and they're also expanding their enrollment. Let's go there. Chi's father grabbed the crystal core on the Kong and asked Chi's mother to sew it into Chihua's underwear and hide it close to his body. Now the whole family depends on these crystal cores to survive, so nothing can go wrong. Dad, Mom, listen to me. Let's go to the resort hotel. Shenyang base is farther away than the resort hotel, and I can't take you that far alone. If we go to the resort hotel, I can call all the team members over to ensure safety. Chihua's going crazy. Why would his parents prefer to believe an outsider who was trying to cheat them instead of believing their own son? Son, Chi's mother wanted to say something, but someone knocked on the door. She had to stop talking and turned to open the door. Who is it at this late hour? Auntie, it's me, Wang Xuewei. Oh, come in quickly. What's the matter with you coming here so late? The implication is that if you have nothing to do, go back quickly and don't disturb her from educating her son. Wang Xuewei rarely couldn't laugh, so she was serious for once. Auntie, is Chihua home? Let's look for Captain Chihua. Only then did Chi's mother notice that Li Chong and Wang Yi were following her. I'm here, come in quickly. Chihua walked out of the darkness and waved. For people huddled together on the worn-out Kong mat. Captain, what do you think? Do you want to go to the hotel? Wang Yi spoke first. Chihua sighed and said, I plan to go, but my parents disagree. They want to go to Shenyang base. Shenyang base is so far away. Why don't we go to the hotel? I believe what Xia Ming said and didn't dare go. The three of them looked at each other with complicated expressions in their eyes. Captain, we have already made arrangements with our families to leave for the hotel early tomorrow morning. If you plan to go to Shenyang base, we will have to go our separate ways. Chapter 62, Departure. Chihua didn't expect that the three of them had already made plans, and for a moment he was a little disappointed with his disobedient parents. Mom and Dad, when will you realize that I have grown up and can support this family on my own? Wait for me a moment. I'll go talk to them. Okay, Captain, try your best to convince your parents that there is no place in the world safer than a hotel. Learn. Outside the door, Chi's father and mother squatted at the windowsill in silence. Chihua was in a heavy mood. He understood his parents. Boss Yao was all alone and could not compare with a huge base that sheltered countless survivors. It was understandable that they gave priority to the base. He took a deep breath and squatted down like them. Dad, Mom, I know you are afraid of hotels, but we have no choice but to go to the hotel. How can I bring you two to Shenyang base safely by myself? Haven't you tried the hotel's boxed lunches? Aren't they tasty? Isn't the water clean enough? The hotel has everything you need. Trust me this time, Mom and Dad, your son is no longer the kid hiding behind you. He has grown up and can support this family. By the end of his speech, Hua's voice had begun to choke. A man is not good at expressing himself. No matter how rich his emotions are, he cannot express them delicately. He really couldn't take two ordinary, defenseless people with him for such a long distance. Not to mention that they were his biological parents. He couldn't accept either of them disappearing from his side. After a long time, Chi's father and mother sighed. The child has grown up. We can't do that anymore. Let's listen to him. He won't harm us. Son, let's go to the hotel you mentioned. Mom and Dad will always believe in you. Dad, Mom. Hua was almost crying with excitement. Chi's mother turned her head away so that he wouldn't see her equally red and swollen eyes. Okay, go in and tell them. We'll pack our things and leave early tomorrow morning. Chi's father patted his shoulder and gave him silent encouragement. Hua nodded. I have to tell my teammates quickly that the route has not been arranged yet, and they still have a lot of things to do to ensure everyone's safe arrival at the hotel. No time to waste. Fu Zhao was surprised to find that in addition to noodles, the restaurant also had a variety of breakfasts. He originally thought that having fresh noodles was amazing enough, but he didn't expect that there were also various buns, dumplings, wontons, porridge, milk, etc. Song Yang and Gao Feibai could no longer control themselves. After passing the robot authentication at the door, they screamed, pulled out their plates, and rushed over. What a bunch of bumpkins! Shiji cursed inwardly, feeling that the two were not presentable enough. In fact, he was shocked too. Boss Xia, I once again deeply understood why there is the fourth store rule. That's a really thick thigh. Oh, he couldn't hold her, he was so angry. However, he is probably not the only one who wants to cling to someone else's thighs. Shiji pretended to casually glance around the restaurant, but in fact she had already checked all the men there. Needless to say, the guy named Fu Zhao yesterday was openly flattering someone. The man in the back who was wearing a hat in the restaurant and a mask while eating is either stupid or ugly. Oh, he took off his mask. Shiji looked carefully. Humph, another competitor. The guy named Zhang Lei has a beard that's almost reaching his neck. He should be fine. After all, he looks so sloppy. Boss Xia, who loves cleanliness so much, will definitely not like him. As for the guy named Yi, he is still young and probably doesn't understand what love is, so there's no need to be afraid of him. Humph, it seems that there are only two competitors. Boss Xia is here. Shiji coughed lightly and deliberately found a table in the middle. After careful consideration, he realized that no matter where Boss Xia sat, the table would be very close. Xia Yan, good morning. Fu Zhao raised his hand and greeted him. Today he dressed himself neatly and shaved his beard cleanly with the public razor in the bathroom. This hotel really opened his eyes. Not only is there water in the bathroom that can be turned on at any time, but there is also a public washer-dryer and a separate bathroom in the corner. The three of them had a very pleasant bath last night, but there was a small accident in the middle. Xia Yan wanted to ask him why he didn't call her Boss Xia like everyone else. But seeing Fu Zhao's expression as if he wanted to continue the conversation, she changed the words to morning. Then take out the tray and go to the dining table to pick up your favorite breakfast. Seeing this, Fu Zhao shrugged his shoulders and did not go up to cause trouble. Instead, he sat next to Gao Feibai to eat. Shiji, who was observing secretly, swallowed a mouthful of bun with great relief. Knowing that Boss Xia didn't like him, he crossed him off the list of enemies. Next up is the man in the hat. Boss Xia sat at the table opposite him, but fortunately, he finished eating and then left without even looking at Boss Xia. Shiji suspected that he had seen it wrong. I seem to have seen him looking at Fu Zhao with hostility last night. Sometimes, men can't guess what they are thinking, but he still wants to believe that this man is not interested in Boss Xia. There are quite a few people in the hall who did not go out today. Xia Yan looked speechlessly at the 7 people sitting in a row on the sofa watching TV. Isn't it crowded? Isn't it hot? As the boss, she has no place to sit. How about we have another meeting to rent televisions tonight? This way they won't stay in the hall and won't leave. With nowhere to sit, Xia Yan had no choice but to sit behind the checkout counter, restock her bags, and then swipe her phone to go shopping in the mall. There are many men in the store now, so she ordered 20 pairs of durable pants. Since their body shapes seemed to be similar, she bought one size fits all, 20 more black racerback tank tops. It was such a hot day, and she couldn't understand why they wore long pants on the bottom and vests on the upper body. After paying 500 points, she took the clothes out of the big drawer behind the cash register and hung them in the display case with oversized price tags on them. A pair of pants is 40 points, and a vest is 10 points. Then she remembered the dry goods she had brought back from the supermarket before, which had been gathering dust in her room. so she ran back to her room, took out all the things, and placed them one by one in the display cabinet. As for the selling price, she didn't know how much to set, and she was not sure if there would be any problem if she ate them. We have to wait until Jingamai comes back to ask about these things. After all, he also has a big bag. Seeing that the cabinet was still somewhat empty, Xia Yan opened the system grid and looked for any inventory that could be put on sale. You know what? She actually found quite a few. She also has a batch of men's t-shirts, crop pants, and glasses, and the rest are things like water flossers and electric toothbrushes. Xia Yan took out 10 pieces of each and placed them in the display cabinet. The price has not been determined yet. She will quote on the spot when someone needs it. She called Xiong Xiong, handed it a floor scrubber and 3 sweeping robots, and told it how to use them. Xiong Xiong looked very happy, and his little black eyes became brighter and brighter. Xiong Xiong, I'd like to trouble you to place these 2 massage machines in the hall, next to the sofa. System, you need to pay 10 points to set up the massage machine for 10 minutes. Receive. Chapter 63 Muskulaman. Boss Ya, there are new goods in the store. Fu Zhao had been observing her for a long time. She was wearing a cream red dress covered with small strawberries today. She was flying around like a diligent little bee. It was difficult for him to pretend not to see her. The hem of the skirt only reaches the knees, revealing 2 long, slender, white legs. Paired with a pair of high-heeled sandals covered with diamonds, the whole person looks extremely pleasing to the eye. Fu Zhao had a smile on his face, half leaning on the cashier counter, his eyes wantonly scanning her fair face and the graceful curves of her neck and shoulders. I didn't expect to find such a beauty in the place where zombies are most concentrated. TSK, if those fat-headed people in the base knew about it, they would try their best to put her in their tent, right? Unfortunately, he has taken a fancy to it, and others can only think about it. As for the 4th rule of the store, it doesn't matter. The solutions are all thought up by people, and they have a long way to go. Fu Zhao stroked his chin with his thumb and regained his serious attitude before Xia Yan turned around to look at him. Yes, would the guest like to order a few? Bring 3 pairs of pants and vests, and 2 bags of washing powder. Otherwise, the clothes won't be washed clean. Also bring 3 pairs of underwear. Fu Zhao gave instructions with great enthusiasm and found that the things she had here were basically the necessities that were currently lacking. Would you like 3 electric toothbrushes? They're not expensive, 50 points each. Seeing that he was buying happily, Xia Yan took the opportunity to sell him some. In the apocalypse, electric toothbrushes are not as practical as ordinary toothbrushes. After all, they need to be charged, and few people use crystal cores to generate electricity. But in the hotel, there is no need to worry about these issues. The whole hotel has electricity at any time, and the refrigerator is open 24 hours a day just to chill those bottles of cheap mineral water. In the eyes of others, Boss Ya is too generous. He has so many crystal cores that he has no place to spend them. A bottle of iced mineral water costs 2 points. You can't find such a price anywhere in the world. In fact, she only used 200 points to pay for water and electricity bills in a month, which was so cheap that it made people heartbroken. No, it's useless. I can get 2 t-shirts, though. Fu Cao refused bluntly. Although he had a lot of crystal cores, he would not buy such a useless burden. You can't just live here for a few days and then leave and throw it away, right? To support Xia Yan? Don't make a fuss. There's nothing to say yet. After it works out, all his wealth will be hers, including his life. Xia Yan pulled out a large bag and stuffed all the stuff in it. The total is 268 points. Thank you for your purchase. Please swipe your card. Fu Zhao secretly sighed that it was worth it to exchange so many things for 3 level 1 crystal cores. It seems that he will not let go of level 1 zombies when he encounters them in the future. Level 1 crystal cores do not have much energy, but they can buy several meals in the hotel. Fu Zhao took the bag with satisfaction and asked the 2 to go upstairs to change into new clothes. Last night, they just rolled up the clothes and threw them into the washing machine. Although they were much cleaner, they still smelled bad. I didn't think so before, but now that I have the conditions, I naturally despise it. When Shiji saw them leave, he pulled Wang Chong and rushed to the cashier counter. Boss, yeah, I want to buy something too. What do you want to buy? Just what he asked for. Give me 1 too. Okay, the total is 152 points. Please swipe your card. Soon, 5 muscular men in black tank tops sat on the sofa. Lan Wu frowned, put out his hands to cover Lu Ju's eyes, hugged him around the waist, and forcibly took him upstairs. Everyone, please be quiet. The hotel is a long way away. We will try our best to protect you. Don't run around. If you attract zombies, Don't blame us for abandoning you. They almost stayed up all night. When the first light appeared in the sky at 4 o'clock, the Chi family packed their bags and threw away all the useless things. Chihua took a deep breath and said to his parents seriously, "Mom and Dad, we will definitely get to the hotel safely." There was fear of the unknown in Chi's father and mother's eyes. At this point, they had no choice. After meeting with others, Chihua counted the number of people. There are 3 people in Wang Shuiwei's family: Wang Shuiwei, Wang Shueshi, and their mother. The Wang family has only one younger sister, named Wang Zili. Li Chong is accompanied by her boyfriend, Sun Zhe. Sun Zhe is an ordinary person without any special powers. He is quite strong, has killed many zombies, and has a certain ability to protect himself. There are 10 people in total. According to the plan agreed upon yesterday, Chihua will lead the way. Sun Zhe and Chi's father will guard the left and right wings, and in the middle are Chi's mother, Wang Zili, Wang Shuiwei, and Wang Shueshi. In the end, Li Chong and Sun Zhe were left to cover the retreat. Everyone handed their packages to Wang Shuiwei and asked her to put them in the space. Wang Shuiwei took out a few axes and distributed them. When they arrived at the gate of the base, the gate had not been opened yet. A sly man with shifty eyes had been waiting for a long time. After seeing Chihua, he called him aside and said something with gestures. Chihua shook his head firmly. Seeing that he couldn't be persuaded, the wretched man turned and left. "Son, why did he ask you to come over?" "Nothing, they just asked me to go with them to the second base, but I refused." Mother Chi wanted to say something, but Father Chi pulled her back and signaled her not to ask anymore. If the son disagrees, it means it's not that simple. Since they said they would trust their son, they cannot go back on their word. It's not even 5 o'clock yet, and it's not time to open, so they can only wait patiently for a while. As the light gradually grew brighter, more and more people appeared nearby, all carrying heavy bags. It looks like he brought everything from home. Many people recognized Chi Hua's team and hesitated whether to go with them, thinking that the chances of survival would be greater. At this time, a shriveled old lady led 2 skinny children and ran over. Chi Hua stood up hurriedly. "Grandma Jiang." "Hey, Captain Chi, are you guys planning to go to the hotel too? Can you take my 2 little grandchildren with you? I still have a few level 2 crystal cores left by my son, which I've been hiding away and not daring to spend. If you don't mind, take them all. I only ask you to take my 2 little grandchildren to the hotel." The old lady plopped down, dragged her 2 grandsons, and knelt down in tears. Her son left 3 crystal cores before he left. She hid them in a place where no one knew and pretended that she had no crystal cores. Because she knew that once people knew that this old immortal had the crystal core in her hand, it would be snatched away that night, and she and her 2 grandsons would become cold corpses and be thrown into a pile of zombies the next day, without even a complete body left. And now it has come to the point where a crystal core is necessary. "Grandma Jiang, get up quickly. We can't do this. I still need to discuss this matter with my teammates. I can't make the decision on my own." Chihua hurriedly helped her up and asked Chi's mother to take care of her first. Touching the 2 children's dry hair, he sighed and turned to ask his teammates for advice. "What do you think? Should we take Grandma Jiang with us? She has 2 grandchildren. If she stays here, she will just slowly wait for death." Wang Shuiwei and Li Chong didn't speak. "I agree to take him. The eldest brother of the Jiang family saved our lives before, and we should repay the favor." Wang Yi suddenly spoke, looking at Chihua with firm eyes. Chihua knew about this, and also knew that Wang Yi often sent his food to the Jiang family, and even Wang Zili was very protective of the 2 children. Maybe they communicated with Grandma Jiang via letter last night, and came directly to see her today. "What do you 2 say?" Wang Shuiwei and Li Chong, who were named, looked at each other. Li Chong shook her head. "I don't care. I can only say that I will do my best to protect her. When zombies come, she will prioritize protecting herself and Sun Zhe. Others have nothing to do with her." Chihua nodded and looked at Wang Shuiwei. They both agreed, and Wang Shuiwei couldn't object anymore. She could only say, "Chihua, you have to talk to them first. Don't shout, or else no one will come to rescue you if you attract zombies." Chapter 64, Don't Talk. Chihua went back and told Grandma Jiang that he agreed to take them with him, but she had to make sure that the 2 children would not scream during the journey and attract zombies. Then they would not have time to take care of others. Grandma Jiang repeatedly assured him that she would not do so and tried to force the crystal core into his hand. "Grandma, keep it for yourself. When we get to the hotel, there are plenty of places to use the points." Chihua moved sideways to block the inquiring gazes of others, held her hand, and lowered his voice to ask her to keep it to herself. Don't show your wealth to others, or you'll be in trouble if someone with ulterior motive spots you. After arranging Grandma Jiang and the other two to sit in the middle of the team, several groups of people who wanted to join the team arrived one after another. They were all rejected by Qihua. Their capabilities are limited and they cannot protect so many people. Other teams with people with special abilities also don't accept outsiders. There's no other way. They can't even take care of their own families, let alone other people. At 5 o'clock sharp, the gate of the base opened. Qihua asked everyone to get up and set off. Large groups of people left the base, and the remaining ones who were left alone either crossed their arms and watched the fun, thinking that they would have to return in disgrace in a few days, or chose a group that looked more kind and followed them. Captain, there's another group of people following us. Wang Shuawei frowned, pulled her brother closer, and looked back with a bad expression. Just follow me. Why are you chattering? Did you think you were going on vacation? Qihua also frowned and winked at Wang Yi. Wang understood what was happening, walked over with a ferocious look on his face and roared. You can follow behind, but don't make any noise. If the zombies are attracted, you'll be the first to die. Do you believe it? He glared around to intimidate everyone before returning to the team. Qihua looked around vigilantly and led the team on the road to the hotel. Feng Bei ran out of the hotel early in the morning. These 2 days she went out early and came back late, deliberately avoiding Boss Ya's sight to prevent her from grabbing her and taking the crystal core. What should she do? She can only kill level 1 zombies now, and she only has 3 level 1 crystal cores. She glanced at Qing Mingzi behind her. After 2 days of getting along with him, she had gotten used to it. Naturally, she thought of the embarrassing thing that happened last night. She had originally sneaked back and bought a box lunch to eat in the hall while Xia Yan was not there. After dinner, she lay in bed for a long time. She thought everyone was asleep, so she was going to take a shower. Then she saw 3 people who were naked. She was standing in front of the washing machine, putting dirty clothes in. When she heard the noise, she turned around and looked at her. After a nonchalant glance, she pushed open the bathroom door and went in to take a shower. Feng Bei covered her red face and forced herself to stop recalling the picture of the handsome man walking his bird. I can't think about it anymore. Killing zombies is the most important thing. However, why do I feel like there are fewer zombies today? Retreat upstairs. Quickly. Qihua grabbed the 2 children and threw them inside, looking anxiously at the group of zombies stumbling towards him not far away. Hide quickly, too. Hide on the opposite building. Quickly. The other survivors who were in a panic also wanted to come in, but were blocked by Qihua at the door. He pointed a cold eyebrow and drove them away. Seeing the zombies getting closer, Qihua blocked the door with all kinds of things. Then these people ran to the other side and imitated him to block the door with things. Go find something. Why are you standing there like an idiot? My legs are weak. I can't walk. Something is coming. Block the door. God, please save me and give me a chance to live. Get out of here, you bitch. Instead of praying to God, you should pray to me. Be quiet. Stop making noise. You're going to attract zombies here. Qihua signaled the people behind him to keep quiet, and he looked out through the small hole. In contrast to the quietness here, the noise across the street is simply deafening. It may be that after staying in the base for the past 2 years, apart from worrying about food and drink, they have lost the ability to face the zombies. At this moment, there is no backbone among the crowd. Everyone is venting their fear through anger, not knowing that this will attract more zombies. Qihua remained silent, having already thought of their ending. Grandma Jiang hugged her 2 grandsons tightly and covered their mouths with her hands like dry vines for fear that any sound would attract the zombies. It doesn't matter whether she lives or not. She is old enough and tired of the world, but her 2 precious grandchildren are still too young. Several people went upstairs very gently and hid behind the wall, rustling like yellow leaves about to fall. Wang Yi and Qihua stayed on the first floor to guard the door. The howling of the zombies gradually approached, and everyone's heart was on edge. The other side heard it too. Shut up. Zombies are coming. Shut up. After a burst of increasingly harsh noise, they finally quieted down. But it's too late. The zombies all rushed outside the door, crowding and trying to rush in. Hurry up and block the door. Bring more. It's not enough. No, it's gone. Mom. Stop making any more noise. Please. The more they argued, the more violent the zombies became. The sharp sound of dragging stools, the sound of things banging against the wall, the angry curses directed at the heavens and the earth, the cries of being defeated by fear, all eventually turned into screams of terror. Zombies are coming. Chihua closed his eyes. After lunch, Xia Yan strolled to the second floor and asked Xiong to insert the shelf into the wall. Xiong did as he was told. She reached out and pressed it, and found it was very stable, so she placed a hairdryer on it so that future guests could quickly dry their hair after washing it. Although it is a hot season, everyone wants to keep their heads cool. Then put a comb, a small black clip, and a hairband on it. Xia Yan took a few steps back, feeling that the hotel was becoming more and more perfect under her management. She remembered that when she was doing another mission, she stayed in a hotel where she could see blooming flowers at all times. No matter where she went, she could always smell the freshest scent. Xia Yan thought that he could also make some arrangements at his own hotel. I bought 20 bouquets of different colors in the mall and paired them with vases. They looked very pleasing to the eye, and I placed them in various locations in the hotel to ensure that customers could see them at a glance. Xia Yan happily took 2 bouquets of flowers and put them back in her room. Regardless of what the customers will think, she is the first one to feel comfortable and happy. Life is all about constantly pleasing yourself and creating surprises. Xia Yan returned to the hall and bought a bowl of super spicy crossbridge rice noodles with sesame and vinegar at the food court. He also bought a cup of snow-capped coffee and some fried mushroom skewers. He put them on the table and ate while watching TV. Xiong walked into the restaurant with a rag, wiped the glass inside until it was bright again, arranged the tables neatly, and even the robots inside were wiped by it to make them reflect light. A zombie staggered closer outside the door, suddenly bumped into something, stood still, and turned away after 2 seconds. Chapter 65, Large Number of Customers. You guys aren't going out this afternoon? Don't you need to kill zombies to save crystal cores? Xia Yan was surprised to find that Fu Zhao and the other 2 actually took naps and went downstairs on time. They sat on the sofa with their legs crossed and asked her to find a struggle drama to watch. Xia Yan handed over the remote control and let them choose whichever they wanted. Anyway, she's tired of idle dramas now, so it's a good time to change her taste. No need. We'll be leaving tomorrow as we still have unfinished tasks. Fu Zhao leaned forward, took the fruit basket, and picked up a banana. Just as Xia Yan was about to speak, he received the points card thrown to him. Here's the card. Use it as you like. Boss. 666. Song Yang secretly gave a thumbs up, bumped shoulders with Gao Fei Bai, and raised his eyebrows. Fu Zhao leaned on the sofa, put one hand on it, and stretched out his long legs in an unrestrained manner. Feeling that his legs were about to touch her, Xia Yan speechlessly retracted her legs. Never mind. They're leaving tomorrow anyway. Song Yang waited for a long time but didn't hear anything else, so he couldn't help but ask her, Boss Xia, aren't you curious about where we're going, or when we'll be back? Xia Yan asked back, Isn't this the guest's private matter? Song Yang glanced at the people around him and smiled meaningfully. Boss Xia is different. You can ask. Yes, Boss Xia, you can ask anything, no taboos. Gao Fei Bai, who was peeling oranges, was also happy. It's rare for the boss to meet someone he likes, so all brothers have to help. We're going to Shangyang Base tomorrow, and we'll probably be there for half a month. Fu Zhao took an orange from the fruit basket in a good mood, peeled it, and handed it over. No, thank you. Fu Zhao and the other 2 chatted with each other, and quickly became closer, acting as if they knew each other well. Xia Yan understood it clearly, but was too lazy to waste words. He thought that the more he explained, the more excited the other party would become. She flatly declined the orange he offered her, stood up and left, sitting behind the cashier. Rejected, Fu Zhao withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened, broke the orange into small pieces, and ate it slowly while watching TV. The TV set emitted a burst of gunfire sounds. The protagonist raised his Type 28 rifle, which had run out of bullets, and shouted with all his strength, Comrades, charge! A loud horn sounded, and the soldiers shouted, Charge! And rushed down from a height like a mountain torrent, each of them ready to die. At the same time, Xia Yan noticed a group of panic survivors appearing on a street corner. We're here. That's the resort hotel. Some people in the crowd raised their fingers and looked at the hotel with excitement, almost crying. God knows how they got here. There were countless zombies on the road. They hid and ran for their lives before they escaped the zombies. The weather was so hot that the clothes clung to the body, and there was a puddle with every step. They were hungry, thirsty, and weak, and they survived only by the thought of staying alive. Now they finally saw the resort hotel. It was right in front of them. As long as they went in, they would be able to survive. Run. The zombies behind are chasing us again. Suddenly, someone at the end of the team screamed and shouted and pushed the person in front hard, fearing that he would be caught by the zombies. Run, run. Zombies are coming. Run into the hotel. The person at the front was shocked, dragged his sore legs, and sprinted with all his might to a nearby place. Xia Yan walked out of the cashier counter and opened the door to welcome guests. She recognized several faces in the crowd, including Qi's parents, Wang Shuawei, the old lady, and her 2 grandchildren. These are the survivors from the third base. Oh, are they here to escape? Song Yang and the other 2 also saw it, but he deliberately made a witty remark. Fu Zhao still maintained the most comfortable sitting posture. When he heard the noise, he just turned his head to look, and then looked away when he saw nothing unusual. There is no shortage of refugees in the apocalypse. Boss Xia, the person standing at the door, is really Boss Xia. He actually runs a hotel. Wang Shueshi looked up at Wang Shuawei. It turned out that what his sister said was true. His sister did not lie to him. Everyone had doubts in the beginning. They came here just to believe what Qi Hua and their own children said. They didn't expect that what the children said was true. Through the bright windows, they could clearly see that the room was clean and tidy, and there were even 3 people sitting on the sofa. They were, "Watch TV. How is this possible? Doomsday has existed for several years. How is it possible to receive a signal? The one in front. Run faster. If you can't run anymore, don't block the road." The survivors at the end of the team were almost terrified, watching the zombies getting closer and closer to them. Why didn't the people in front run as hard as they could? They didn't take other people's lives seriously, did they? Hurry up, those in front. Chihua took a deep breath, endured the pain in his chest, and shouted loudly. The hotel is right in front of us. We have come this far, no matter how difficult the journey was. This is just the last step left. We must not make any mistakes. The core figure spoke, and the people in front had to use all their might and rush forward for their lives. It's almost there. We must hold on a little longer. Xia Yan ignored their pale faces and looked at the last one. As the crowd approached, she finally saw clearly that the zombies chasing them were mostly level 2 zombies. No wonder he ran so desperately. She took a few steps back to make room. Everyone who suddenly stopped held their hands on their knees, gasping for breath, their faces frighteningly pale. Come in, are you? Huh. Qi's mother felt dizzy and dark as she forced herself to support her body. After Qi Hua took a deep breath, the pain in his chest began to ease. He looked back and saw that the level 2 zombies that had been chasing them all the way were now buzzing around like headless flies. It's okay, the zombies can't get in. What you hear is not as good as what you see. After personally confirming that zombies could not enter the hotel, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their bodies involuntarily collapsed to the ground. The ground was filled with people lying in all directions, and it was so crowded that there was no place to stand. This group of people were short of water and were reluctant to wash their clothes. After an intense run, the soaked clothes gave off a strong, fishy smell, which was even stronger than the smell of rotten dead fish. Even the 3 people who were watching TV on the sofa couldn't stand it anymore. They fanned their noses with a look of discomfort. Not to mention Xia Yan. Captain Qi, please open the door. Her expression was very stiff. No, zombies will come in if the door is opened. Several people at the door stopped Qi Hua and refused to let him open the door. It's okay, the zombies can't get in. Open the door quickly, the room stinks. Qi Hua turned around and saw Xia Yan's face flushed, and his face also turned red, but one was holding it back, and the other was embarrassed. He pushed the door open despite everyone's resistance. Fresh air flowed in, diluting the smell. Xia Yan had already endured it to his limit and finally opened his nose. Look, there's water in the refrigerator. There are also boxed lunches here. Chapter 66 Check-in. The people who were originally lying on the ground and unable to get up heard that there was water and food, and they all scrambled to get up, staring at the refrigerator like wolves, and pounced on it. Get lost. I saw that first. I have a card. I'll go first. Let me have a sip too. I'm dying of thirst. Qi Hua's face turned blue and looked very ugly. He walked forward, grabbed his parents, and growled in a low voice. Mom and Dad, what are you doing? Don't forget where you are. Wang Shuawei, Wang Yi, Li Qian, pull those people apart. Xia Yan folded his arms and watched coldly, as if the hotel was not the one being robbed. The few people who rushed in the front quickly wanted to open the refrigerator, take out the water inside, and drink it all. But before they could touch the refrigerator door, a light yellow protective shield popped out and covered the refrigerator. Then several machines nearby all raised their protective shields. At this time, Wang Yi and the other two also grabbed their hands and cursed at them harshly. Are you here to seek shelter in the hotel, or are you here to rob people? If you dare to touch me again, I will throw you out to feed the zombies. Everyone calmed down at this point, and when they remembered that Boss Xia was right behind them, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweats. They came here from afar, intending to move in. If their actions just now angered Boss Xia, wouldn't they be doomed? When they thought of this, everyone's faces turned grim, and they looked around trying to find the person who had taken the lead in stealing things. Qihua was even more frustrated. It would be fine if these people were all in his team, but there happened to be a lot of people who followed them mixed in with them. They caused such a big trouble as soon as they arrived. He really wanted to pull out the 3 troublemakers and throw them into the zombie group. Boss Xia, I'm so sorry that this happened right after I arrived. However, the people over there are not from our team, so Boss Xia can deal with them however he wants. Qihua pointed at the group of people who were still gathered around the refrigerator unwillingly and carefully observed Boss Xia's expression, worried that his anger would implicate them. Xiong, throw out the people who were leading the group just now. Xia Yan suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice. Xiong appeared from the corner, walked quickly into the crowd, identified the 5 people specially marked by Xia Yan, and started to take action. Why are you kicking me out? I didn't do anything. The skinny man being held in Xiong's hand looked unconvinced and struggled hard, refusing to go out. Why? Because the hotel is mine. Besides, do you think I forgot about you? Hot shit. Xia Yan snorted coldly. Just throw him into the pile of zombies. She took the lead in grabbing lunchboxes at the base, and now she takes the lead in grabbing water? If she lets her go this time, it will be her incompetence. There were still many zombies gathered on the streets, wandering around and not leaving. Hearing that he was recognized and was going to be thrown into the pile of zombies, the man was so scared that he peed himself and begged for mercy in a hurry. I was wrong. Boss Xia, that was not my intention. I just listened to the instigation of others. Don't throw me into the pile of zombies. Help! Someone is killing people. Following a sound that made one's teeth ache and feel sick, the man soon fell silent. Boss Xia, I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. The other 4 people who witnessed the man's death were pale and knelt on the ground trembling, begging Boss Xia to have mercy and spare their lives. Xia Yan stood there with an expressionless face and a heart as hard as iron. Trash, do you think that Xia Yan is a woman and therefore she must be kind and easy to bully? Do you think she's a saint? Sorry, she is not good at talking and won't scold people. She will just kill them directly. If she fails to control these 5 troublemakers and doesn't show the others a warning, everyone will treat her as a soft persimmon and try to bully her. Don't talk to them about ethics and morals. When it comes to life, people are extremely selfish. If you want them to be obedient and not make trouble, you have to let them know that she, Xia Yan, can take anyone's life at any time. Without receiving Xia Yan's order, Xiong picked up the zombies with quick movements, without any slowness when cleaning. He swung his hands, and the 2 people fell into the pile of zombies with screams. Fu Zhao raised his eyebrows, turned off the TV, which was also playing a war, and ate an orange while watching the show. This Xia Yan is even more ruthless than he imagined. He said he would throw him into the pile of zombies, and he did it without blinking an eye. It was cruel enough, and he liked it more. As the last 2 people were thrown out, the hall fell silent, and an oppressive low pressure surrounded everyone's heart. Xia Yan looked at the remaining customers with a cold face, taking in everyone's expressions. Captain Qihua, who was suddenly called, responded quickly, I'm here. Stay. Oh yes, there are 3 of us. Qihua wiped the cold sweat from his palms, brought his parents, and followed Boss Xia to the cashier counter. There's a price list on it. Xia Yan pointed behind him, with no intention of introducing himself. When they heard about accommodation, the others ignored their fears and gathered around, crowding in front of the checkout counter and carefully reading the price list. With the warning from the first 5 people, although everyone was huddled together, no one dared to quarrel or cause trouble. After a brief discussion with his parents, Qihua decided to rent a double room. Boss Xia, we'll stay in a double room. Qihua prepared to swipe the card. Don't worry, a double room costs 50 points, and adding 1 more person will cost 80 points. Please swipe after you agree. Xia Yan stretched out his hand to stop him. You have stayed here before, so you should know the rules. Qihua nodded and said, I understand. I'll do as Boss Xia says. Worried that there weren't enough points in his card, He recharged it with 3 more first-level crystal cores. Xia Yan took out the room card for room 305 and waited until he had used up all the points before handing it over. Who else wants to stay? Come on by one. Those with points cards will be given priority. Meh, meh, meh. I have a points card. I have a crystal core. Recharge it. A group of people stretched out their hands, holding either scorecards or crystal cores, and their voices became louder and louder, as if they were competing. Xia Yan stretched out her hands and placed them in front of her, as if pressing down. Everyone was afraid of making her angry and shut up. She took Wang Yi's card and asked, double room? No, I want 2 single rooms. Wang Yi grabbed his sister and spoke excitedly. No, WY. There are many people and few rooms. Aren't the houses you live in the base also single rooms? Xia Yan tilted his head and asked casually, are you kidding? If Wang Yidu lives in a single room, she will earn at least 60 points less a day. There are so many people, and the people behind her can't stay in the room. You still want a room for each of you? Then let's have a double room. Wang Zili said hastily. As long as there was a room to live in, she didn't have any other requirements. Some people behind them were already getting anxious because of what Boss Xia said, urging them to hurry up. If there were really no rooms left, where would they go at night? People should not be so selfish. Swipe the card, 50 points. Xia Yan picked up the room card for 306 and handed it over. Next customer, Wang Xuewei, you come over. If she remembered correctly, Wang Xuewei still had a lot of points in her card, so she would be given priority. We want a double room. For 3 people. 80 points, right? I'll buy it now. Wang Xuewei heard it clearly from the side and hurriedly pointed at her mother and brother to Boss Xia. Chapter 67 Check-in 2. Handing Wang Xuewei the room card of 307, Xia Yan called the last person in the team. Li Chang, are you alone? Living in a single room? Li Chang shook her head and took the hand of the man next to her. My partner and I will stay in a double room. The crowd felt unhappy. There were fewer and fewer double rooms. They had realized that Boss Xia gave priority to people he knew. Damn it, he should have established a good relationship with Captain Chi Hua before. 50 points, stay at 308. Thank you, Boss Xia. Li Chang pulled her boyfriend out of the crowd and walked upstairs, feeling more relaxed than ever before. Boss Xia, it's my turn. I have a card. No, Boss Xia, look at me. I have a level 2 crystal core. Don't push. Me. Xia Yan was too lazy to control the situation. He scanned the crowd and grabbed a hand from the outstretched hands, seemingly at random. How many of you are there? The one caught by Xia Yan was Grandma Jiang. Grandma Jiang excitedly pushed aside the people around her, handed the secondary crystal core in her hand to the other person, and said in a trembling voice, 3 people live in a double room. Seeing Grandma Jiang alone all the time, Xia Yan thought her 2 grandsons were gone, so she leaned forward. Seeing this, Grandma Jiang hurriedly lifted up her grandson's armpits so that Xia Yan could see him more easily. The 2 thin little boys had terribly dry and flaky lips, drooped eyelids, and looked extremely tired. Xia Yan took a look and then retracted his gaze. He took Grandma Jiang's crystal core and recharged her points card. There are 3 of you, so the total is 80 points. Can you accept that? Yes. Grandma Jiang forced a smile on her wrinkled face. Her dry lips were torn in an instant, but there was no blood on them. Okay, go to the 3rd floor. It's room 309. Grandma Jiang took the card, nodded, dragged her tired body, and pulled her grandchildren, who were also feeling uncomfortable, away. By the way, Grandma Jiang, you can go to the water dispenser and swipe a point to get some water. Xia Yan nonchalantly asked Xiong to help. Next customer. Boss Xia, please give me a room. Please. A woman with dry hair held a little girl with sunken cheeks and eyes that could not be opened and shouted desperately. My child is dying. Please, Boss Xia. Boss Xia, please give me a room. I have children at home too. Please, Boss Xia, I need a room too. Seeing the old lady and her grandson being arranged in her rooms, everyone was very anxious and looked at the old lady with envy. They already had water to drink. Don't argue yet. Stand with your family. I will assign rooms based on the number of people. There was a crowd of people in front of the checkout counter, and she couldn't tell which ones were together. As soon as the words fell, the group of people separated instantly and kept a distance from the people next to them. There was just enough room for 2 groups of 3, 3 groups of 2, and 3 solo people. Don't worry, everyone can move in. You come first. Xia Yan waved to a group of 3, who were a couple with an elderly person, and arranged for them to stay in the last double room, room 310. Another group of 3 could only be accommodated in the single room 206. This group consisted of a father with 2 children, 1 big and 1 small. Xia Yan also promised on the spot that as long as there were double rooms available, she would give them priority to move in. The remaining ones are groups of 2. The woman who just hugged the crying little girl is staying in room 207. Room 208 is a young couple. Room 209 is an elderly couple with gray hair. Room 210 is a middle-aged man. Room 211 is a single young woman, and room 212 is a boy of 15 or 16 years old. The first thing the person who got the room card did was to run to the water dispenser, get a full glass of water, and drink it up in a few gulps. The clear water flowed across their dry and painful throats, moistened the esophagus, and flowed into the stomach. This familiar yet unfamiliar feeling made them want to cry. After a thrilling day, I finally felt the reality of being alive. Xia Yan called Xiong and asked it to go upstairs and call down all the customers who were checking in today. She had not had time to inform them of the rules of the store yet, so she gathered them together and explained everything at once while they were still in the hall. Everyone wait here for a moment. I have something I need to inform you of in advance. After a while, customers came down one after another, looked at the clean and tidy sofa, then looked down at their dirty clothes. They didn't dare to sit on it, so they just found a place to sit on the floor in the hall. Chihua didn't know why Boss Ya called him, but he and his family were already shocked by the luxurious decoration in the room. This place is completely different from where he lived before. Chi's father and mother, who had originally been reluctant to come here, were now speechless. This place was even better than their own houses in peacetime. Now they are extremely grateful that they listened to their son and did not go to the Shangyang base. They're not exaggerating. No base can compare to the hotel. Not only Chihua, but also Wang Xuewei, Wang and Li Chong were all stunned the moment they opened the door. Was this still the shabby hotel they stayed in before? How long had it been? The changes were outrageous. Seeing that everyone was present, Xia Yan coughed and said, "I'm sorry for calling everyone back down. I want to tell everyone about the store rules. Captain Chihua, please read them out first." She pointed to the sign on the wall. Chihua stood up and obediently read out loud. The shop rules are as follows. Article 1. Article 4. One-day trip in the zombies circle. Thank you, Captain Chihua. Everyone, please note that the store rules are not written for fun. Please strictly abide by them. If anyone violates the store rules, I will not be polite. Xia Yan had a serious face and a very serious attitude. Previously, a customer named Feng Tianqi seriously violated the store rules and has been punished. Please watch the surveillance video and hope that he will serve as a warning to you. The surveillance video of that day appeared on the white wall. The picture was clear and the sound was loud. That's really Feng Tianqi. The old couple in room 210 exclaimed. It's really him. I haven't seen him for a long time. It turns out he came here. You deserve it. Good death. The customers recognized Feng Tianqi and gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to discuss in low voices. Xia Yan sat on the sofa, watching the surveillance video expressionlessly, pretending not to hear the discussions. Soon, Feng Tianqi suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar square. A large group of level 5 zombies surrounded him. He ran away in fear, throwing things in resistance, and finally fell from a height with blood all over his face. Before he died, his wide-open eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. Since some time ago, the hall has been silent. The only sounds that could be heard were Feng Tianqi's weak escape, his desperate cries for help, and the hoarse roars of the zombies. His fear, terror, and urgent desire to survive were reflected in everyone's hearts through the picture as if they were real. Their hearts were tightly gripped, as if it was not Feng Tianqi who was running, but them. Chapter 68. Sorry, she is just a hotel owner. From now on, Xia Yan fell in love with the tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Ever since Feng Tianqi's replay, the customers not only memorized the store rules carefully, but also looked at her with a hint of fear in their eyes. She nodded secretly with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect she wanted. Everyone has seen what happened to Feng Tianqi. Now Feng Bei still owes me 3 level 2 crystal cores and is still killing zombies outside to pay off his debt. Don't worry, as long as you don't violate the store rules, we won't punish anyone at will. Everyone has been tired all day today, and you probably haven't eaten yet, right? The restaurant is open now, and you can take a break and eat inside, but there is a rule. That is, everyone must have a points card, and you can't share it, and you can't take it out. If you don't want to top up, you could buy a box lunch at the lunch machine. When they heard that they had to recharge points, Everyone's faces changed unpredictably. They looked at each other and didn't dare to be the first to step out. Boss Xia, can I go in and take a look? An adult male's voice sounded in the crowd, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It is the customer of number 206. He has two children, one big and one small, but he is the only one who has a card, so it is normal to ask this question. Customers with a points card can go in and have a look, but the restaurant only serves noodles right now. Customers who want to see the breakfast and lunch items will have to come back tomorrow. Noodles? The instant kind? After discussion, customers who have points cards plan to go and have a look first and then decide whether to apply for cards for their entire family. The main problem is that they don't have many crystal cores accumulated. The food and water in the base are not cheap, and the crystal cores they can save are earned through hard work. If the food in the restaurant is too expensive, they will have to settle for the next best thing and eat box lunches. Grandma Jiang left her two grandsons behind and walked in tremblingly. Her two grandsons' stomachs had been damaged by their frequent skipping meals, and noodles were the best food for the stomach. Xia Yan didn't follow in. He sat on the sofa and stared at the children. Not long after, the people inside came out with a surprise. If you want to recharge, please go to the front desk yourself. If you have no points left in your card, please recharge by yourself. Don't bother her all the time. She is very busy. Chihua still had a lot of first-level crystal cores in his hands. Without saying anything, he directly recharged his parents' points cards so that they would not go hungry when he went out in the future. Wang Yi, Li Chang, and Wang Shuwei all have stocks on hand, so there is no pressure at all to top up their family members' points cards. And they can also team up to go out and kill zombies and save crystal cores later. With the help of Chihua's explanation, Grandma Jiang also topped up a point card for her two grandsons, and then turned around and took them to eat beef noodles. As soon as she entered, she was attracted by the aroma of noodles and wanted to bring her grandson in to eat right away. The young couple living in room 208 also recharged their points card and followed everyone into the restaurant to eat. Now, the only people in the hall were those staying in single rooms. The woman living in 207 was holding her child and crying softly, asking Xia Yan to allow her to bring the child in with her. She only had two first-level crystal cores in her hand, and her husband died on the road to protect them. After listening to her silently, Xia Yan shook his head apologetically. Sorry, the store rules are the store rules and cannot be changed. You can buy food from the lunch machine or breakfast machine. As for the fact that you only have one crystal core left, you know that if your card doesn't have enough to pay for the room, I won't let you continue to stay. So I sincerely suggest that you go out and kill some zombies tomorrow. It's safe within 2 meters of the hotel. The woman held her child and cried bitterly with a miserable face for her dead husband, for her young child, for this heart-devouring doomsday, and for the future that she could not see bright. Sadness is like a flowing stream, sweeping away innocent people. The thorns hidden in it find their way into the body through the dry cracks, attacking the soft internal organs with every breath. Xia Yan didn't say anything and just let them vent their frustration silently. After a while, she spoke again. I'm just a hotel owner. I don't have the heart to save the world, nor do I have the ability to do so. This small shop has food and drinks, and it's absolutely safe. The points exchange system also increases with the level of the crystal core. A level 2 crystal core can be exchanged for 500 points, and a level 3 crystal core can be exchanged for 2,000 points. If you only plan to rely on others and want to live on the pity and humbleness of others, once the points in the card are used up, I will kick you out immediately and put you on the blacklist. Don't ever think of coming in again. This was the first time Xia Yan spoke so much, and she hoped it would be the last time. The woman gradually stopped crying and sat there stupidly holding the child, not knowing what she was thinking. The old couple wiped away their tears, walked hand in hand to the lunch machine, bought a box lunch, and slowly went upstairs. The father of his two children touched their heads lovingly, smiled, and comforted them not to worry, saying that their dad would support them even if the sky fell, and that life would get better day by day. Xia Yan sighed silently, stood up, and ordered a cumin duck leg fried rice from the lunch machine. Really, why bother stirring up sentimentality? She didn't even have the mood to eat. When he opened the lunchbox, the unique smell of cumin duck leg fried rice hit him. Xia Yan took a deep breath, and his mood improved. It turns out that delicious food can save your mood. At this time, the woman who had been sitting stupidly on the ground finally stood up, kissed the child in her arms, walked slowly to the two machines, compared the prices, and finally chose the cheapest pancake in the breakfast machine. She put the child on the ground, let her lean against the machine to prevent it from falling, and sat beside it exhausted. She took out the hot pancake, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Eat, girl. Open your mouth. The woman herself was exhausted, but still put the food in front of her child. The girl was so hungry that she opened her mouth and took a big bite. She chewed it quickly and swallowed it. The woman watched from the side, swallowing her saliva. Eat slowly, it's all yours. The girl only ate half of it and stopped, refusing to open her mouth again. Mom, you eat too. Mom is not hungry, you eat. The girl turned her head away and dodged stubbornly. Okay, kid, Mom will eat too. Let's eat together. The woman wiped away her tears and took a bite. The familiar taste of the bread lingered in her mouth, making her appetite grow. Really delicious. The girl couldn't persuade her mother, and finally they shared the pancakes. It only cost 1 point to get a glass of water. The woman handed the clean and clear cup to the girl, and slowly and solemnly put the points card close to her body. Just like Boss Xia said, as long as you work hard, you will definitely live a happier life than in the base. It's a pity that her husband died on the road and didn't get to see everything in the hotel with his own eyes. Chapter 69. Boss Xia takes action personally. Boss Xia, let's go upstairs first. The woman picked up the girl, and her eyes regained some spirit. She figured it out. She could die at any time, but she had a girl. The child had the right to live. For the sake of the child, she would hold on until the last moment. Well, go ahead. Xia Yan smiled and waved to the little girl. After the meal, the mother and daughter looked much more energetic. After finishing his meal, Xia Yan prepared to get up and take a walk. She casually walked around the hall, her eyes fixed on the second-level zombies that gathered on the street outside and refused to leave. Since you don't want to leave, then donate your crystal core. Xia Yan walked out of the door, took out a baseball bat from the system grid, held it in his palm, and shook it up and down to feel it. Boss Xia, are you planning to kill zombies too? Suddenly, a somewhat old voice came from behind. Xia Yan looked back and saw that it was the old couple who lived in room 210. She noticed that the two men were holding iron bars and seemed to want to go out and try it too. I was free and want to give it a try. Xia Yan smiled kindly and stepped aside to let the two old men come out. The old lady who had been staring at the zombies silently turned around and asked, "It's safe within 2 meters of the hotel, right?" Xia Yan nodded. "It's absolutely safe within this range." "Thank you." The old lady's expression was still stiff, as if she had not had any good things happen to her in many years and had forgotten what smiling was. However, her husband's eyes were full of apology. He nodded slightly and took her to find a suitable time to take action. Level 2 zombies are no different in appearance from Level 1 zombies, except that they are more agile, have longer fingernails, and have harder skulls. Whether it is Level 1 or Level 5, the zombie's fatal weakness is the brain. But not every zombie has a crystal core. Regardless of the color of each level of crystal core, the energy value contained in it is the same and can be absorbed by the psychic. This is why survivors would rather risk their lives to hunt down zombies. The old couple stopped near the hotel's security boundary. The old man took a deep breath, nodded solemnly to her, stretched out his legs, and stepped out. Almost instantly, the Level 2 zombie sensed him and rushed over with a roar. The old man stood there with a serious expression. Wait a little longer. Wait until it gets closer. The old lady held the iron rod tightly in her hand and raised it in front of her shoulder, ready to move. Hit it. The old man quickly retreated to the safe area, and before the zombies could react to the disappearance of their prey, he and his wife swung the iron rods in their hands and hit the zombies on the head with all their might. The rebounding force made the two men's palms numb, but they didn't care about that. After killing the zombies, the crystal core inside was more important. Old woman, get out of the way. I'm going to give it one last blow. The old lady's arms were sore, and she had almost no strength left. Upon hearing this, she hurriedly stepped back a few steps to give him room to move. The old man's eyes were red, and he yelled, hitting the zombie's head with all his strength. With a crisp cracking sound, a big hole appeared on the zombie's head, and it fell upright to the ground. After the two of them rested for a while, the old man reached out his hand and reached in to feel around. The old lady became visibly nervous. We must make sure there is a crystal core inside. They have already used up all their strength, and it is impossible for them to kill another Level 2 zombie. There must be one. The old man's expression froze, and he withdrew his hand. Between his 2 fingers was a khaki-colored crystal core. Although it was covered with black tofu dregs and filth, he still laughed out loud. Look, what is this? Secondary crystal core. The old lady snatched the crystal core, wiped it clean carefully, and held it up to the sunlight. The light penetrated the crystal and left a yellow spot on her rough cheek. She finally smiled, pulled up her exhausted husband, and they sat on the steps outside the store, shining the crystal core in the sun again and again. Xia Yan didn't expect that killing a level 2 zombie would be so easy. She flexed her wrists, grabbed the baseball bat, and walked outside. Hey, come on. With a challenge, she gripped the stick and got into a ready position. However, the zombie just looked back and treated her as a roadside tree that could not be eaten, and then ignored her. Hey, don't run. Xia Yan suddenly remembered what the system said, that zombies would not attack her. She actually forgot about this matter. She was worried for nothing. She was ready to walk out of the safe zone and rush into the zombie horde. Kill them all. Xia Yan rushed into the zombie perimeter with a stick in her hand, raised the stick high, and started to attack a zombie that was about the same height as her. The couple were so shocked that their teeth dropped out. Basya just rushed over like that? Why are these level 2 zombies just standing there like idiots, allowing Basya to beat them at will? Basya is in a really good mood. Want to play zombies. Xia Yan was playing happily when she suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from beside her. She turned her head and saw that it was Shi Ji coming over. Don't come over here. I'm about to kill this zombie. The crystal core inside is mine. This was Xia Yan's first time killing a zombie, so he was naturally worried that Shi Ji would come and snatch it away. Shi Ji staggered and gritted his teeth, uttering angrily, "Is this what I am in your eyes? Stealing a woman's crystal core? A level 2 crystal core at that." He stepped out of the safe zone, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to go up and argue. The zombie that was originally shaking quietly suddenly became active, its face covered with sticky black liquid, its gray eyes fixed on him tightly. Its big mouth almost stretched to its limit, and it let out a low growl like phlegm in its throat and rushed over. It gave him a fright. "Run quickly. Why are you still killing zombies?" Shiji saw that she was still waving the stick stubbornly and shouted anxiously. Xia Yan turned a deaf ear to the last blow, and the zombie in front of him finally lay quietly on the ground without moving. "Is she stupid?" Shiji cursed inwardly and wanted to rush over to pull her back. "Don't come over here." Seeing that he was about to come over, Xia Yan hurriedly stopped him. "I'm fine. The zombies won't attack me, but you, hurry back to the safe zone." "What nonsense are you talking about? Come back quickly." Shiji was almost oppressed to death. She watched in fear as the zombies were about to catch her. She tried to rush out quickly, but was pulled back by a strong force. "Don't go over there. She's fine." A man who was wrapped tightly with only a pair of black eyes showing suddenly appeared and clamped his arm tightly, preventing him from going over. "It's nothing. How could there be zombies?" Shiji turned back hastily and was surprised to find that the groups of zombies seemed to not see Xia Yan. They automatically avoided her and rushed towards her with ferocious faces. This, Jing Imai glanced at him, pulled him into the safe zone, and rushed out himself. Chapter 70. Why doesn't she have one? He rushed to the leading zombie in a few steps, stretched out his hand, and a thunderball as big as a fist appeared in his palm. He threw it out like a bomb. The zombies hit by the thunderball exploded instantly and turned into ashes. The crystal core in their heads floated slowly in the air and was easily collected by him. It is obvious that low-level zombies cannot withstand a random attack from high-level psychics. Xia Yan was dumbfounded. This was the first time she saw Jing Imai killing zombies. Is it so easy for a psychic to kill zombies? After being shocked, she withdrew her gaze and thought about how to take out the crystal core. Xia Yan felt a little nauseous when she thought about having to reach her hand in and grope around in a pile of foul-smelling substance that looked like rotten porridge. She looked at her fingers, which were as white as green onions, and tried twice but still couldn't bring herself to do it. At this time, the guests in the hotel heard the noise outside and went downstairs to check the situation out of concern. Seeing that someone was killing zombies and there was a second-level crystal core inside, many people became excited and went back to their rooms to get out their food, ready to give it a try. At this time, Jing'Amai had received 5 or 6 crystal cores. Seeing more and more strangers, he realized that there were many customers staying today. He pulled up his mask and went back to the room to rest. He earned a lot of money today. In addition to the money he used himself, he was able to save half of the crystal cores. The old couple sat in the safe zone and looked around at the chaotic crowd. They found that Basya was still gesturing in front of the zombies and was unable to do it. The old lady confronted her husband and stuck out her mouth in Basya's direction. "That girl thinks it's dirty. Go and take a look." The old man stood up from the ground and walked over. "Do you want help taking the crystal core?" He looked down and saw that the zombie's body was covered with horizontal marks and its face was almost flattened. Huh? No, thank you. Xia Yan was a little surprised. He motioned him to step back, and then he hit him with a vicious stick again. The black tofu residue splashed all over the ground along the bones. She dug around in there with a baseball bat, but couldn't find a crystal core for a long time. No way. I'm the only one without a crystal core. Xia Yan didn't believe that his luck was so bad. The old man was also quite convinced. He saw that every zombie killed by everyone had a crystal core, but Boss Xia just killed one and there was none inside. He was really lucky. Boss Xia, don't lose heart. Why don't you try again? At least you can get a crystal core out of the 3. The old man patted his waist and comforted him patiently. Xia Yan laughed heartily, feeling warmed. Thank you, Grandpa. I was just having fun and didn't plan to kill so many zombies. I also have a lot of crystal cores that customers use to apply for points cards. The old man looked back at his wife and said in a low voice, My wife is not a bad person. She is kind-hearted. It was she who reminded me to come and help you. Don't look at her as aloof from others. In fact, she is very delicate at heart. The old lady glanced over here, turned her head, and pretended to be basking in the sun with a cold face. Grandma, is there anything you like to eat? She asked. She loves to eat meat, any kind of bones, any kind of meat. It's a pity that she's old, and not only does her teeth not work, she can't chew meat anymore. The old man shook his head, walked back slowly, and sat side by side in the sun. Meat? Xia Yan tilted his head, recalling that someone had said before that after the apocalypse, no one would have enough to eat, and the desire for meat would be extremely terrifying. Meat? That can be arranged. Maybe she can even open an all-meat buffet restaurant. Xia Yan picked up the dirty baseball bat and threw it into the safe zone. She patted the residue on her hands and prepared to go back to the house to change her clothes. When she came out again, the zombie corpses outside had been cleaned up. This time the customers were more sensible, and she was very satisfied. It wasn't long before it got dark, and she turned on the lights in the hall. In the evening, only the old customers were eating in the restaurant. Yi Qizhen came with his mother. She was surprised to find that the boy had begun to gain weight. His face, which was so thin that his cheekbones protruded, now began to bulge. After being exposed to the sun every day, his complexion changed from sallow to darker. His body was finally not as thin as when he first came. Eyes are brighter than before. Xia Yan kept staring at him, causing Yi Qi to feel a little restrained and not knowing where to put his hands and feet. She smiled and waved, asking him to come over. How many crystal cores have you accumulated in the past few days? 5 first-level crystal cores. Not bad. Didn't you kill any level 2 zombies today? I see everyone is out killing zombies. Kill him. There is no crystal core inside. Yi Qi had his eyelids drooped, looking annoyed. He had been hiding well in the tire today when he suddenly heard a crowd of people outside calling for help. When he was about to go out to check, he heard the roars of countless zombies. He heard that it was not a level 1 zombie and was about to climb out of the tire and run into the hotel, but he was one step behind the others and had to watch them rush over with a group of zombies. That's a group of level 2 zombies. He quickly squatted down, slowed his breathing, and tried to pretend to be dead. At the same time, he was shocked as he recognized those people who were escaping. They were all survivors of the 3rd base. Why would they come all the way here together? Yi Qizhen had no idea what had happened in the base. Fortunately, he and his mother had already checked into the hotel. At this time, a zombie strolled in, making an unknown sound in its throat, and walked slowly in the small shop. In a tire not far from it, Yi Qi was nervous, his ears perked up, and he dared not move. Oh my God, how come zombies come in? It seemed like there was something in the house that attracted the zombie and it wouldn't leave. Yi Qizhen could only continue hiding inside. As the temperature got hotter, he sweated profusely. After maintaining the same posture for a long time, his lower limbs began to feel numb, as if they were being pricked by thousands of sharp needles, causing him pain and soreness. Gradually, he began to feel hungry. A wave of panic struck him. No, his stomach must not growl. If it made a sound, he would be doomed. He held his stomach tightly and listened to every tiny sound made by his intestines in fear. After enduring another hour of agony, he really couldn't stand it anymore and had to find a way to lure the zombies out. He didn't go back to the hotel for lunch. He didn't know how worried his mother was. If the zombies refused to leave, would he just stay in the tire? No, I have to find something. Yi Qi was scanning the side and barely found a nail stuck in the inner layer of the tire. He quietly stuck his head out and observed the zombies in the house, and threw the nail far away when it wasn't paying attention. The nails fell to the ground with a series of crisp, clinking sounds. The zombie roared and rushed out. Ichi was just breathing a sigh of relief and was about to crawl out when he suddenly saw another level 2 zombie that looked like a half-grown child walking in. He squatted down in panic again, secretly groaning in his heart. This time he didn't find anything to throw. Fortunately, he soon heard the banging noises from Boss Xia, and after a while another explosion was heard, followed by chaos, with many people shouting and killing the zombies, which contained a second-level crystal core. He regained hope and patiently crouched in the tire. He didn't feel relieved until there was no more sound from zombies outside. But the moment he stuck his head out, he came face to face with a zombie that looked like a child. Chapter 71, Level 4 Upgrade. Ichi's hair stood on end, and his scalp numbed as he saw it opening its mouth wide and pouncing towards him quickly. He quickly jumped out of the tire, rolled on the ground, picked up the bricks scattered on the ground, and smashed down hard on the zombie's fragile head. Smash it without any skill or care for your life. Ichi's eyes were red, and he was waving the brick in his hand desperately, determined to kill it. After dozens of fierce blows, the level 2 zombie finally fell down. Ichi was awakened from his trance and looked at the zombies lying on the ground with ecstasy. Level 2 zombie. He reached in and felt around. It was a level 2 crystal core. 500 points. It was enough for the two of them to live on for several days. The ecstasy was gradually shattered. Ichi looked again in disbelief and had to admit that there was no crystal core in the zombie's head. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Ichi pounded the ground in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He walked outside and saw countless zombie corpses lying in front of the hotel. Interspersed among them were many familiar faces to him. Those faces were full of excitement, and in their hands were clutching the secondary crystal cores that he had no chance to touch. Ichi lowered his head sadly. If he had come out earlier and tried harder, would he also be able to get a second-level crystal core? He looked at the boy of the same age as him. Although they were about the same age, the boy was braver than him. Although he was dressed in dirty clothes, his eyes were extremely fierce, and he held 3 level 2 crystal cores tightly in his hands. Ichi was realizing that if he kept staying in the tire and waiting for the zombies to show up, he would never be able to truly protect his mother. Xia Yan locked the hotel door, turned off the lights, and went back to his room. The first thing I do when I enter the house is to turn on the air conditioner. It was too hot today, and the temperature didn't drop at night. It was still hot and humid. She turned on the TV and found a music program, then went into the bathroom and took a cold shower. Putting on a thin silk pajamas, Xia Yan took out a facial mask, opened it and applied it on her face, then lay on the sofa, closed her eyes, and enjoyed the time. System, is the hotel going to be upgraded soon? She just checked today's business performance and earned 2052 points today. As expected, points can be accumulated faster with more people. Now she can collect 1,150 points every day just from room fees. There are 38 people staying in the hotel, and they can earn 1,500 points on food and drinks in one day. Even if she stopped receiving other customers and did nothing, she could still earn around 2,600 points a day. Big fortune. It turns out that it is worth making a trip to the base to do some publicity. System, should it be upgraded? Xia Yan suddenly remembered that it only takes 8,000 points to upgrade to level 4. So many days have passed, the points should be enough, right? Current progress, 7961/8,000. Still 39 points short? Okay, it looks like we can upgrade tomorrow. I wonder what new things will be included in this upgrade. Xia Yan picked up the beauty device on the table, switched it to the import mode, and moved it slowly on her face. After finishing the facial care, she applied the remaining lotion in her palms on her neck, and applied this world's expensive facial cream on her elbows, ankles, and other parts of her body. Her whole body was fragrant, and she felt so moist and tender. It was a wonderful feeling. She walked into the cloakroom, opened the closet door, and a whole row of dresses of different styles appeared in front of her. This is a woman's favorite moment. She walked forward slowly and chose at random. Only when you are tired of trying on clothes and dizzy from carrying bags will you move on to the next battlefield. Xia Yan wore a pigeon egg-shaped ring, which she couldn't let go of, and turned around in front of the mirror conceitedly. Satisfied, I changed my clothes and went back to sleep. I'll try some new clothes tomorrow. Since Xiong was upgraded, most of the things can be done by it. For example, opening a restaurant door in the morning, opening the hotel door to welcome guests, and how to receive guests. Xiong does a great job. It greatly relieved Xia Yan's stress, although she didn't have any stress at all, and also increased the time she could stay in bed. It was already noon, but Xia Yan was still soundly asleep. Recently, she has been sleeping longer and longer. Her biological clock was supposed to wake her up at 5 o'clock, but her several naps completely messed it up. Now she can sleep until 9 o'clock. She woke up again because the system prompted her that she could upgrade. While she was not at the hotel, the guests ate breakfast in the restaurant and quickly passed the 8,000 point mark. Then let's upgrade, Xia Yan said drowsily while hugging the pillow. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Resort Hotel, Level 4. Please select the number of rooms. Single room 0, plus or minus. Double room 0, plus or minus. Available rooms 30 rooms. Add 20 for a double room and 10 for a single room. Current number of rooms, 30 double rooms, 23 single rooms. One elevator is open. Opening of hotel compound with an area of 200 square meters. 3 meals a day in a restaurant, including stir-fried dishes, stews, and other dishes for lunch. The entry-level buffet restaurant is open in West Hall 1, limited to 3 hours. Each person needs to pay 60 points per time. Children are half price. The West Second Hall has an area of 50 square meters and can be arranged by the owner. As the upgrade process progressed, Xia Yan felt a little dizzy for a second, as if the house had moved instantly. However, she didn't have time to study it carefully as a series of messages from the system came at her. When she saw the system saying that the primary buffet restaurant was opened, she jumped out of bed excitedly. Yesterday, she was still thinking about the cafeteria, and today it became a reality. Xia Yan put on her slippers, ran into the bathroom, and started washing. After changing her clothes, she first walked around her room. Now, there is a dining room and a kitchen, as well as an extra-large study with 2 rows of ceiling-high log-color bookcases containing many books. She casually pulled out a book and flipped through 2 pages. What a long name. I feel dizzy just looking at it. There's also an extra-large desk in the middle of the floor on which are placed pens, inkstones, and spread-out calligraphy works by famous calligraphers. This damn system. Is it implying that she is uneducated and has ugly handwriting? Xia Yan closed the door neatly and locked it with his backhand. She won't come in again. Then she saw a 30-square-meter sunroom. When she opened the door, the scent of flowers and plants hit her in the face. In the sunroom, countless pots of flowers bloomed in the light, and the crystal-clear petals emitted a bright glow. There was also a tank of blooming lotus flowers among the flowers, and small fish with long swaying tails were swimming on the water. Very beautiful. There is also a tea table in the room, with protruding mountains and flowing water, and a thin mist emerging from it. Chapter 72. The Strongest on Earth. Xia Yan walked around the room slowly, and became more and more satisfied the more he looked. If there were surprises like this, every time she leveled up, she would be more enthusiastic about earning points. I want to stay a little longer, but my stomach started to growl. Xia Yan had no choice but to walk out of the sunroom, put on new sandals, pushed open the door, and was stunned. There was actually a large yard in front of me. A large bare yard. There's not even any cement on it. Is this the upgraded 200 square meter yard? Xia Yan looked at the hotel opposite in silence. From her angle, she could only see the back of the hotel, with the 30-story building clearly separated. The first to 5th floors are neat and clean, and the marble on the exterior walls is brand new and bright. From the 6th floor upwards, there are only ruins and the steel bars are exposed. Xia Yan withdrew his gaze, stepped on the black soil, and walked towards the back door of the hotel step by step. She grasped the door handle, pressed down gently, and opened it smoothly. The area of the 1st floor of the hotel was expanded again, and the restaurant was moved to the back door, occupying the space of her boss's office. The space inside was enough for dozens of people, and more than 20 dining tables were added. The West Hall is divided into Hall 1 and Hall 2. Hall 1 is located on the left side of the hotel entrance. After passing through a glass path, you can see the large buffet restaurant about 5 meters away. The restaurant is made of glass on both sides, so you can clearly see the zombies passing by. If you feel that it affects your appetite, you can replace the glass with a frosted style. There are quite a lot of meat dishes in the entry-level buffet restaurant, such as braised pork bones, charcoal grilled pork chops, braised pork, stir-fried meat, braised fish, steamed fish, chopped pepper fish head, grilled chicken legs, smoked chicken, smoked duck, etc. There are relatively few beef and mutton, only a big pot of beef with radish. As for steak and lamb chops, each person is limited to 1 serving. There are also 2 beverage machines inside, one for soda and one for coffee and milk, a freezer full of bottled beer, and foreign liquor and strong liquor on the shelves next to it. There were only 4 large plates of fruit, dragon fruit, cantaloupe, peaches, and durian. Xia Yan was also shocked when she saw the durian. Wasn't it said to be a beginner's level? Durian? As for vegetables, there are not many varieties except for cold cucumbers, cold tomatoes, and tiger vegetables. The staple food is egg fried rice, small steamed buns with milk flavor, and coarse grains such as corn and sweet potatoes. There are not many tables inside, only 4, which can seat up to 16 people. However, Xia Yan felt that it would not be so crowded that there would be no seats for the time being. After all, 60 points per person, and there are only a few people who were willing to spend so many points on just one meal, especially those with families. They would probably only come once a week. The West Second Hall is only 70 square meters. Xia Yan plans to put all the machines in the hall in there and then write the word shop on the door. This way the hall will not appear crowded or messy. She called Xiong and asked it to move all the machines over and also put the cabinets behind the cash register into West Hall too. To save trouble, she directly bought 5 vending machines from mall, put clothes and other items for sale in, set the price, and notify her in the background when they are out of stock. This way, customers can just place orders by themselves for whatever they want in the future without having to wait for her to come over every time. At this moment, the hall suddenly became spacious and bright. The wall where the cabinets were originally placed finally revealed the 4 big words, Resort Hotel. As the space becomes larger, the sofa and coffee table seem a bit small. Xia Yan put this set back into the system grid and replaced it with an extra-long, light, gray commercial sofa, which was enough to seat 15 people at the same time. Then place a coffee table of the same style, put a tea tray and a candy dish on it, and place a vase of blooming flower bouquet in the middle. There are 2 televisions, one for the customers and one for her, so that no one can compete with her for the TV. There are only 2 staircases left now, one near the main door. Next to the staircase is the elevator that was added after this upgrade, which goes directly to the 5th floor. It can accommodate 10 people at a time. With a ding sound, 3 people walked out and immediately noticed Xia Yan in the hall. "Boss Xia, your supernatural power is so awesome. I admire you so much." Song Yang's eyes were full of admiration, and he wanted to kneel down and worship the great god. As for superpowers, he is willing to call Boss Xia the most powerful person on the face of the earth. Thinking back to what had just happened, he still found it unbelievable. They originally planned to leave after dinner, but Boss Xia never showed up. Boss Fu sat on the sofa and watched TV. He seemed unwilling to see Boss Xia and say goodbye to her in person. They didn't dare to say anything, so they just sat on the sofa, and then something strange happened. Suddenly, the distance between the sofa and the TV became visibly farther away, and a glass aisle suddenly appeared on the wall, as if leading to somewhere. He heard a slight noise behind him. When he turned around, he was almost scared to death. An elevator appeared out of nowhere. The 3 of them were startled and didn't understand what was going on. At the same time, a sweet mechanical female voice came from a hidden speaker somewhere. "Dear customers, hello, welcome to the Resort Hotel. In order to improve the living experience of customers, the hotel has been working hard. After this upgrade, the store will provide elevator service, buffet restaurant service, and unlimited food in the restaurant. Thank you for your understanding and support. Goodbye. Boss Xia, please accept my greeting." Song Yang raised his hand and immediately made a standard 90-degree bow. You're welcome." Xia Yan had no idea that they had witnessed everything that happened in the hotel. She was so hungry that her stomach was growling and she couldn't wait to eat. "I was so excited about cleaning up the hall just now that I forgot about eating." Now that everything that needed to be dealt with had been done, she felt so hungry that she almost couldn't stand. "Have you eaten? There's a buffet restaurant in the store now, with lots of meat. If you haven't eaten, let's go together," she said politely. What a pity. Gao Feibai touched his bloated stomach. He wanted to go in and take a look, but he really couldn't eat anymore. "Let's go." Fu Zhao interrupted him directly. "I happen to be a little hungry now." "Boss Fu, you are really the one who eats more than me. Are you hungry again?" Gao Feibai showed an expression of disbelief and was dragged away by Song Yang. "Boss, you guys eat first. Feibai and I are going to go out for some fresh air. We won't disturb you anymore." Xia Yan smiled and said, "Then please come in, Boss Fu." "Good." After walking a short distance along the glass path, the view in front of us suddenly opened up and we could see the food pickup area in the bright restaurant. The silver gray stainless steel trays are neatly arranged. and the half-open lids reveal the food inside with rich sauces and intertwined aromas, which makes people salivate and dazzled. Chapter 73, Knowing It Well. Does the guest agree to pay 60 points? A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the self-service hall. Xia Yan looked up at the source of the voice, and at this moment a robot wearing a waiter uniform and an apron tied around its waist slid out from behind the food counter. The robot slid directly in front of Fu Zhao, stretched out its hands, and a light green light appeared on its palms. If you agree, please swipe your card at the green light. Fu Zhao raised his eyebrows, took out the points card from his pocket, and scanned it as he was told. Payment successful. Enjoy your meal. With that, the robot slid away. Xia Yan walked a few steps to the food counter, bent down, and took out the plate from the grid below, first picked up a pork chop, then a few pieces of braised pork bones, and finally a spoonful of radish and beef, and placed it on the table by the window. Fu Zhao did eat a lot in the morning. He originally planned to leave this morning, so he ate more on purpose. He didn't expect that he would never see Xia Yan. Standing in front of the food counter, he felt that he had the will, but not the ability. No matter how much his nose told him how delicious it smelled, his stomach was saying it couldn't eat it anymore. Never again. Fu Zhao sighed inwardly, picked up a few pork chops, and wandered around the restaurant casually. The more I watch, the more frightened I become. What kind of supernatural power is this that so many incredible supplies can appear after upgrading? He seemed to have never seen a kitchen, but the food kept coming and it always appeared ready. This Xia Yan is definitely not that simple. Just like the buffet restaurant that just appeared today, he originally thought it was just like the rice bowl in the restaurant and didn't take it seriously at all. However, after coming in, he found that there were not only clean and uncontaminated meats, but also fresh vegetables and fruits, and even drinks and beer. Just imagine how these things could possibly exist a few years after the apocalypse. He has been in countless bases and has only heard of some people who were lucky enough to activate their spatial abilities before doomsday and took the opportunity to harvest countless resources. But no matter which spatial ability user they were, none of them could compare to Xia Yan. Fu Zhao was quite excited and was extremely glad that he met Xia Yan while on a mission this time. This must be God's arrangement. Fu Zhao turned around and stared at Xia Yan, who was eating against the light. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became, and the more his heart was moved. After completing the task, he decided to stay by Xia Yan's side and capture him as soon as possible. After all, women who are deeply in love are all obsessed with love and cannot distinguish right from wrong. By then, wouldn't it be easy for him to get the secrets of the hotel? Fu Zhao lowered his eyes to hide the surging desire in his eyes. It's not the right time yet. We have to take it slow. Xia Yan, your buffet restaurant is really good. There is so much meat and my favorite durian. Xia Yan looked up from her plate and saw Fu Zhao sitting opposite her with a smile. There were only a few pork chops and a few pieces of durian on the plate. If you like it, eat more. After all, you spent 60 points. She nodded at him and continued to chew the bone. Now she felt that what Jing Yimai said was the truth. People really cannot survive without meat for a long time. Even she was chewing a bone with relish at this moment. It was hard to imagine what people who had not had enough food for years would look like when they entered a buffet restaurant. Anyway, it definitely won't be someone like Fu Zhao. Xia Yan saw clearly just now and knew that they had already eaten breakfast, but Fu Zhao still wanted to follow in. I just want to pick her up. Haha, Xia Yan sneered in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that they were leaving today, he would have thrown him into the zombie circle for a spin. She got up and walked to the food pickup area to pick up a sweet potato and 2 pieces of cantaloupe. Xia Yan planned to satisfy his hunger in the buffet restaurant in the future, so he was not in a hurry to try everything at once and eat until he was full, but not too full. Back at the dining table, Fu Zhao put down the bone in his hand, wiped his fingers with a tissue, looked at her, and said nonchalantly, Xia Yan, we have to leave today. I'm really reluctant to let you go. Xia Yan chuckled and said while peeling the sweet potato skin, I understand. Yes, but since we have taken on the mission, we cannot give up halfway. This is why our team stands out among a group of mercenaries. It's really excellent. No, compared to Xia Yan, I am still far behind. Yeah, I understand. Fu Zhao looked at Xia Yan, who was eating sweet potatoes with a sincere look on his face, and was speechless for a moment. I like a confident girl. Thank you. I like it too. Can I ask your age? You look like my neighbor's girl. Inconvenient. I can't talk about this anymore. I'm full, so I'll leave first. You can eat slowly. Xia Yan took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, then stood up and left. Chatter, chatter, what is there to chat about? Fu Zhao is getting a bit annoying. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, she's afraid she won't be able to resist and throw him into the pile of zombies. In the hall, Song Yang, Gao Feibai, and a few other children were watching cartoons. Grandma Jiang was holding her two grandsons and smiling with wrinkles all over her face. As soon as they saw Xia Yan coming out, they hurriedly stood up and looked behind her. Boss Xia, where's our boss Fu? Where's Boss Fu? Is he unable to get out? Is his leg weak? But Boss Xia seems to be fine. Could it be that their boss is strong on the outside but weak on the inside? He's still eating in there. Boss Xia, please sit down. Grandma Jiang stood up quickly, her face full of gratitude. The three generations of grandparents and grandchildren slept very well last night. It was the best sleep they had ever had since the end of the world. Her two little grandchildren even asked her quietly, Grandma, why is this place so nice? It's so fragrant and beautiful. Can we live here forever? Okay, we'll live here forever. Grandma won't take you with her. With red eyes, she finished bathing her two grandsons, put them on the bed, covered their stomach with a pillowcase, and then went to take a shower. The three generations of grandparents and grandchildren lay on the bed in silence, staring at the beautiful ceiling lamp, not daring to blink or fall asleep. I was afraid that as soon as I closed my eyes, I would open them the next second and find that it was all a dream. Grandma Jiang didn't blink until her eyes became extremely dry. They were still in the hotel. She couldn't wait to kiss the two children. The two grandsons had already fallen asleep obediently. Grandma Jiang got out of bed gently, turned off the lights, hugged her two grandsons, and fell asleep peacefully for the first time. When we woke up this morning, the two children were the first to wake up because of hunger. They pouted their lips and didn't dare to wake up their grandmother, so they kept chewing on their fingers. When she slowly opened her eyes, the two children stretched their heads over to her, wanting to express their grievances but not daring to. Grandma Jiang knew immediately that they were hungry, so she got up quickly, washed the two children's hands and faces, and walked to the restaurant on the first floor. It was all her fault for sleeping so soundly. She actually forgot about the two children's meal. Grandma Jiang was very upset. She hoped that there would be noodles in the restaurant. The two children ate all of it yesterday. She was afraid that the two children's stomachs would not be able to bear the greasy food and would have diarrhea. In the restaurant, Grandma Jiang was dumbfounded. There was everything she wanted, even milk and eggs. Chapter 74, Do you want some candy? It's free. The children ran overexcitedly, sniffing this and that, feeling like they were living in the paradise that their grandma always talked about. Grandma, I want to eat this. Grandma, I want this. Grandma Jiang smiled from ear to ear and took out two small buns of different flavors for them to eat first. She then handed over two boiled eggs, a large bowl of millet porridge, and a steamed bun. Come on, children, eat the eggs and have some porridge. She took the steamed bun and chewed it slowly, bite by bite. This is the wheat taste she is most familiar with. After so many years, she actually ate steamed buns before she died. She can finally close her eyes after death. Grandma Jiang suddenly thought of her son, whom she didn't know whether he was still alive or not. Sadness welled up in her dim eyes, and tears filled up. Afraid that her two grandsons would see her tears and worry, she quietly turned her head away to wipe away her tears, and with red eyes, she silently took a bite of the steamed bun. The steamed buns worth 1 point were big and solid, and eating one was enough to sustain her for a day. The main thing is that the two grandchildren eat well. Children need to grow up, so they need to eat more nutritious food. She is old, and it doesn't matter what she eats. It's God's care that she can live one more day. She can't thank God enough for having steamed buns to eat. Boss Xia, the food in the restaurant is really good. My two grandsons and I are grateful that you took us in. Grandma Jiang pulled the two children and motioned for them to bow like her. People need to know how to be grateful. Grandchildren, no matter how many cruel people and things there are in the doomsday, there will always be kind people willing to help others. What Grandma wants to teach you is to learn to express gratitude to those who help you, and not to disappoint good people. Thank you, Sister Xia. The two children were very well behaved and bowed obediently. Xia Yan hurriedly went up to help him up. Grandma Jiang, what are you talking about? I'm not taking you in. It's mainly because you have the crystal core. Please don't say such things again. As long as everyone feels comfortable living in this inn, that's enough. Comfortable, absolutely comfortable. This is the best place for me, an old lady, to live in. Children, what do you think? Grandma Jiang grabbed her arm and smiled lovingly. That's great, Sister Xia. We love it. The two children's eyes were as bright as light bulbs. and they looked at her excitedly. After only eating 1 or 2 meals, the children looked somewhat energetic, but they were still terribly thin. Xia Yan gently touched their dry hair and said, "As long as you like it, there's candy. Have some." The children shouted happily and stretched out their thin arms impatiently to take it. "Oh my, this won't do. Sugar is so expensive. Grandson, don't eat it, put it back." Grandma Jiang was frightened and quickly slapped the 2 little hands away. In the base, you can sell a level 1 crystal core for 5 pieces of candy. The price is quite expensive. Just now they saw the plate full of candies. She looked carefully and saw that there were milk candies, fruit candies, oatmeal candies, gum candies, and chocolates. "It's too valuable. I really can't take it." At Grandma Jiang's loud shout, the children withdrew their hands tremblingly, and the 2 of them huddled together tightly, fearing that the serious grandma would get angry again. Seeing this, Xia Yan said nothing more. She understood Grandma Jiang's thoughts and thought she was a truly wise woman. Is it that easy to just take something from someone else? Of course not. Even when she put a plate of sugar here, she had other intentions in mind. It's okay to eat a few less, but I'm afraid that some people may have dark thoughts and have inappropriate thoughts. Brother Fu, you finally came out. We almost vomited from watching cartoons with these kids. I feel like I've gone back to kindergarten. Song Yang, who was listening to the noise with his ears perked up, noticed Fu Zhao coming out of the glass corridor and shouted, "Well, have you got everything?" Fu Zhao asked in a deep voice, but his eyes glanced at Xia Yan on the side. The main reason was that the durian was so sweet and soft that he couldn't help but eat a few more. "I've packed everything a long time ago. Shall we set off?" Gao Feibai patted the backpack beside him, stood up and threw it over his shoulder. "Let's go." "Xia Yan, we're leaving first." Seeing that Xia Yan was pretending not to hear him, he had no choice but to call her. Women's minds are really hard to understand. Sometimes they are as cold as ice, and sometimes they are as jumpy as a little fox. Hearing him calling her name, Xia Yan could no longer pretend not to know, so she turned around and nodded. "Welcome to visit next time." Song Yang was stunned. He was impressed by Boss Xia. Their boss's intention was so obvious. He could have said just a polite word, like "be careful on the road." But in the end, he only gave an official thank you speech. 666. It is true that flowing water has intentions, but falling flowers are heartless. Brother Fu, the road to chasing your wife is long and far. Fu Zhao lowered his eyes and was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said, "Then I'm leaving. Take care, Boss Xia." After saying that, he left the hotel without even bothering to hear her response. "Boss Xia, we're leaving. See you later." Song Yang gestured goodbye and chased after him. Gao Feibai quickly said, "Goodbye, Boss Xia," and followed quickly. Xia Yan watched the 3 people leave, then turned around and called Xiong Xiong, asking it to go up and clean up the 3 rooms and disinfect the entire house. Xiong Xiong took the order and left. She walked to the sofa, turned on another TV, found the makeup and special effects competition she had been watching recently, and watched it happily. Song Yang regretted at the moment he stepped out of the hotel. Having stayed in the cool room for the past few days, he had forgotten that it was the hot season outside. It was so hot outside that it could almost melt the ground. The heat waves were visible to the naked eye, and even every breath made people feel that their respiratory tract was burned, and soon their throats became dry and smoking. Compared to the hotel, this is like heaven and hell. Why did he have to come out and suffer this? The crystal cores in his hand were enough for him to live in there safely for half a year. Thinking of this, Song Yang glanced at Fu Zhao, who was extremely silent in front of him, and looked at his sweat-soaked vest with some secret satisfaction. The sweat beads on his strong muscles had just appeared and were evaporated by the high temperature, leaving white marks. "Haha, I don't believe that you, Fu Zhao, won't regret it." Complaining as he might, Song Yang still knew why Fu Zhao had to make this trip. In the Shangjing base, there was a sister whom he valued very much waiting for him. It's just that this sister has no blood relationship with him. She is the daughter his stepfather brought with him when his mother remarried. She is 3 or 4 years younger than him. Fu Zhao originally disliked this delicate sister, but when the end of the world came, his biological mother and stepfather both died in order to save him, leaving only this sister. He completely changed, and everything focused on his sister. As for what would happen if his spoiled sister knew that her brother had someone he liked, Song Yang couldn't guess for the time being. Chapter 75. Does this have to be the way to express gratitude? Stop. Xia Yan didn't even turn his head, his eyes still fixed on the screen where the guest was introducing the background story of the inspiration for his special effects costume. Feng Bei, who was tiptoeing out along the wall, suddenly froze and glared at Qing Mingzi behind him with resentment. It's all your fault. Your footsteps were so loud. She must have noticed you, right? Xia Yan reached out and pressed the pause button on the program, then turned back to look at her and asked with a smile, "You've worked hard these past few days. How are you collecting crystal cores?" Feng Bei straightened his back the moment she saw him, retracted his gaze, and pretended to be at a loss. "For now. Still a little short. How much more is left?" Still need. Maybe 2 or 3 more." Feng Bei didn't dare to look up. His heart was about to jump out his chest, and his palms were full of sweat. There really wasn't a single level 2 zombie yesterday. She was really convinced. Hearing this, Xia Yan's tone became even gentler, and he said more kindly and lovingly, "If I remember correctly, you owe me 3 level 2 crystal cores, right?" Yes, 3. I will try my best today. There was not a single zombie outside yesterday. I really didn't find any level 2 zombies." Compared to Feng Bei, whose face turned red with anxiety, Xia Yan seemed very calm and composed. Under her emotionless gaze, Feng Bei felt more and more unsure. She could understand what Boss Xia meant. She felt very uneasy and wished that Boss Xia would just give her a quick death and stop torturing her like this. After a long silence, Xia Yan massaged his fingers and explained casually, "You might not know, since you were not in the hotel yesterday. Many survivors came to the 3rd base and attracted a large wave of zombies. Fortunately, Chi Hua and his team members are still very powerful, and they dealt with all the 2nd-level zombies." Chi Hua and the others are here too? Which room are they staying in?" Feng Bei asked in surprise. She came back very late yesterday, so she didn't know anything about this. Today she slept till now, and she didn't even dare to eat. She ran out in a hurry, fearing that she would be caught by Boss Xia. But she still ran into her. But it doesn't matter. Chi Hua is here, and her 3 2nd-level crystal cores are not a problem. If I remember correctly, Chi Hua should live in 305. Xia Yan put his finger on his forehead and pretended to recall. There were too many people checking in yesterday, so I can't remember clearly. It's okay. I'll go up and knock on the door. I notified them a long time ago, but I didn't expect them to come yesterday. Boss Xia, I will definitely return the crystal core to you before the agreed time." Feng Bei patted his chest, full of confidence. But she had to go eat first. She was starving. "Boss Xia, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to have dinner first and then leave." "Well, go ahead." Xia Yan nodded, pressed the play button, and continued watching the TV program. Feng Bei heaved a sigh of relief and walked quickly towards the restaurant. Now that she knew Chi Hua was coming, she didn't need to force herself to eat boxed lunches. The food in the restaurant was so delicious. After eating, she had to find Chi Hua quickly. Even if she had to borrow it first, she had to return the crystal core to Boss Xia. Feng Bei made up his mind, and the depression that had been suppressed in his heart for the past few days was dispelled, and even the way he looked at Qing Mingzi became a little gentler. Grandma Jiang, who was sitting on the sofa, glared at her fiercely. She disliked Feng Bei very much. Feng Tianqi was dead, so how could she still be alive and well? Her face was greasy, and there was no sadness on her face that her father was gone. Bah! They were indeed her biological children, and both of them were beasts. Granny Jiang doesn't seem to like Feng Bei very much. Xia Yan took out 2 pieces of candy from the fruit plate, peeled off the candy wrappers, and stuffed them directly into the mouths of the 2 children. "Eat it, Grandma won't say anything to you." "Oh, Boss Xia, this is really... I'm an old woman. Oh, forget it. Eat it, dear grandson, since it is given by your sister. Then eat it, but you can't take it yourself. Do you understand? If I find out that you steal it by yourselves, I will beat you to death." Grandma Jiang was at a loss for what to do. She stared at the bulge in her grandson's mouth, not knowing what to do. It's already in his mouth. How can he ask him to spit it out? Forget it. I think Boss Xia really wants the children to eat. She, an old woman, can't be so ungrateful. But she has to educate the children. Don't let the children think that Boss Xia likes them, and they can just take food on their own. Xia Yan sat aside, smiling and saying nothing, silently watching the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren. Although the 2 children were afraid of their serious grandmother, they were reluctant to give up the sweet candies in their mouths. They held the candies in their mouths with their heads half lowered and listened to the lecture obediently, without moving. They only licked the candies with their little tongues occasionally. The sweetness from the tip of their tongues made them very happy. Boss Xia, thank you. The two children are young and ignorant. They don't know how precious these things are. But I, who is about to enter the coffin, must be sensible. Boss Xia is a good person. Although I'm no longer young and my body is no longer flexible, if Boss Xia needs my help, please just ask, and I will do my best. Grandma Zhang's eyes were red as she slid off the sofa. Xia Yan quickly held her arms to prevent her from falling to her knees. He spoke half-truthfully. Grandma Jiang, please don't do this again. It's just 2 pieces of candy. It's not worth it. If you do this again, I will be angry. The two children were dumbfounded and hesitated to imitate their grandmother. Xia Yan sent Grandma Jiang back to the sofa, pressed his fingers against the 2 little foreheads, and exerted a little force, pushing the 2 thin children back. Grandma Jiang, it is said that parents are role models for their children. Although you are not their parent, you are better than them. They will learn your behavior thoroughly. In the end times, what matters is strength, not humility. Xia Yan stopped here and said no more. After coming to this world, she found that many people like to kneel down when expressing their gratitude. 1 or 2 is still interesting, but too many becomes boring. Grandma Jiang fell silent. Her dim eyes fell on the 2 children, as she found that the children looked at her with eyes full of fear and anxiety, and their cautious appearance was exactly like her. When did it become like this? Grandma Jiang was in a trance and saw her son's resolute face, determined eyes, and strong and powerful arms. That was a man full of vigor and vitality. But why did her 2 grandsons become like this? Suddenly, Grandma Jiang felt sorry for her son, sorry for her daughter-in-law who passed away early, sorry for her husband, and even more sorry for her ancestors in the underworld. It was her fault that she had forced 2 smart and brave children to become like this. Chapter 76, Let's Form a Team. After lunch, Yi Qijing slowly walked downstairs and stood in front of the door of room 212. He looked hesitant. He raised his hand and quickly put it down. He failed to knock several times, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. What if he feels that I'm too weak and is unwilling to cooperate with me? Yi Qijing also felt that his strength was too weak, and he didn't have the courage to knock on the door. Forget it. He should think of other ways. He cursed himself in his heart for being a coward, for not even having the courage to knock on the door and ask a question. At this time, an old lady with her 2 grandsons came downstairs. He recognized this as Grandma Jiang. Hello, Grandma Jiang. Yi Qijing nodded politely and prepared to go upstairs with a gloomy mood. Qijing, wait, Grandma wants to ask you something. He stopped and looked back. Grandma Jiang, what do you say? The 2 little grandsons beside her still looked the same. They were obviously 11 years old, but they were only 1.2 meters tall and looked very shriveled. Not to mention them, anyone who could survive in that cannibalistic base would look like a skeleton. Grandma Jiang rubbed her hands and glanced at her grandchildren as if she had made a decision. It's like this, kid. I want to bring my 2 grandchildren with you to accompany you. We can go out and kill zombies together. We'll each have half of the crystal core, and Grandma won't take advantage of you. Seeing Yi Qi looking surprised, Grandma Jiang was afraid that he would refuse, so she hurriedly spoke again. Don't look at me as old as I am, but I'm still very strong. It's no problem for me to beat a zombie to death. And my 2 grandsons both have superpowers. One is fire type, and the other is ice type. Even though they're only level 1, they can still come in handy. Ichi was unsure for a moment. He wanted to find a companion, but he didn't want to find someone who was much weaker than him. Well, it's not that he was weak, but in terms of superpowers, he might not be as good as these 2 kids. Grandma, it's not that easy to kill zombies. Some zombies are very fast. If you don't dodge them in time, you may lose your life. This is no joke. Grandma knows. I've seen everything. I understand what you mean. Don't worry. If we run into danger after we go out, you don't have to worry about the 3 of us. Life and death will be left to fate. Grandma Jiang patted the 2 children on the back, her face full of love. Qijing, I'm old, and I can't protect these 2 children for too long. The end of the world is cruel. If I'm gone, and they don't have the ability to live, I won't be able to close my eyes even if I die. I have no choice but to teach them as much as I can while I'm still alive. If we really encounter zombies and can't escape, it will be the fate of the 3 of us, and we can't blame others. I can lead them on the road to the underworld. The children looked at their grandmother sadly, hugged her arms tightly, and rubbed their foreheads against hers, trying to comfort the sad old woman. Yi Qijing felt sad when he heard this. He worked so hard for his mother to live a better life. Everyone has the same love for their family. He thought about why he didn't dare to knock on the door of room 212. The fundamental reason was that he was too weak. How could he, who was so weak, look down on the three even weaker grandparents and grandchildren? If he gave the two children some time, he might even have to rely on them. Grandma Jiang, please stop talking. I understand. We will go out together from now on. You can take 2 of the crystal cores, and I will take 1. No, that won't do. Half for each is fair. Grandma, just listen to me. Your burden is heavier than mine. You take 2, and I take 1. That's it. Otherwise, don't cooperate. Well, all right. Then, help. Help me. There are so many zombies. Suddenly, a loud scream came from the first floor, accompanied by crackling footsteps, and broke into the hotel door. This is? The two looked at each other, seeing the panic in each other's eyes. At the same time, the customers staying in the rooms on the second floor heard the scream, hurriedly opened the door, stuck their heads out, and looked around cautiously. What happened? Why is someone shouting for help? No, I don't know. I just heard it too. I'll go downstairs and take a look. Yichi took out the axe he carried with him, held it in his hand, and rushed downstairs. Grandma Jiang held her 2 trembling grandsons in her arms, her legs shaking. No, I'm not afraid. It should be fine. Boss Ya said that zombies can't get in. Grandma Jiang, come down quickly. There are zombies. Yichi's loud shouting could be heard from the stairs, with a hint of excitement in his voice, standing out among the noisy voices. Grandma Jiang immediately understood what he meant and responded quickly. Here we come. Dear grandson, kill zombies, earn crystal cores, and buy delicious food. She grabbed the 2 children's hands and rushed downstairs. The other customers on the second floor looked at each other, wondering why the old lady was so excited when the zombies came. Were they going to kill the zombies? If an old lady can kill zombies, then so can they. Just go. Girl, take your stuff and go downstairs. There are zombies. Boy, you come too. The father who lived in room 206 called his 2 children and asked them to follow him downstairs. Mom, are we going too? The little girl in room 207 leaned on the doorframe and stuck out her pale face. The woman's face was full of hesitation. After a few seconds, she saw that everyone had left. She made up her mind and said, Mom is going out. You stay home and wait for her to come back. No, I'll go too. No, you're too weak now. You can't help even if you go. Be good, Mom will be back soon. As the woman spoke, she tied her shoelaces, put the room card into her pocket, held her daughter's face, and kissed her hard a few times, then closed the door tightly, ignoring her crying and frightened daughter. Downstairs, the originally spacious hall was now crowded with countless people, all talking noisily. The furry little bear stood at the stairs, guarding against guests who had not checked into the hotel from going upstairs. The woman recognized that these people were also escapees from the third base, and she thought they wanted to find safety here. She struggled to push through the crowd and walk towards the door. She could already hear people killing zombies and shouting in surprise when digging out crystal cores. She had to get out quickly because she was in urgent need of crystal cores. Don't make a noise. Who has a points card? Show it directly. You will get priority check-in. Xia Yan stood behind the cashier counter and shouted at the top of his lungs. Pairs of hands were stretched forward with all their might, holding points cards, crystal cores, gold necklaces, diamond rings, and even teapots made of red sandalwood. They wanted to reach them directly to her face. She took a half step back and quickly grabbed the hand holding the points card. It's you. Everyone else, step back. Retreat. 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 Xia Yan shouted angrily and stepped back, and those hands finally withdrew, looking at her eagerly, and then looking at the person who was named with envy. You, how many people are there? Chapter 77, 5-man team. Just me. I'm all alone. The person who was named had disheveled hair and a dirty face, and it was impossible to tell what she looked like originally. Her clothes were loose and shapeless, and it was hard to tell whether she was a man or a woman at first glance. However, her voice revealed that she was a woman, and even if she deliberately lowered her voice, it was still thin. Just one person. Xia Yan gestured to her to swipe the card with some regret. Stay in 201. Next one. In an instant, a bunch of hands appeared in front of me. Come on, you a few people. 5 people. Those are the people with you. Stand together so I can see them. Brothers, come here. It's our turn. The middle-aged man raised his hand high and waved to the outside. Hey, here they come. Following a rough voice, for people pushed aside the crowded crowd, squeezed out a path, and stood beside the man. Xia Yan looked at the few people slowly. There are 4 men and 1 woman, all of similar age, forming a team. While she was looking at the other person was also looking at her. At first, they heard that a female hotel owner had come to the base and brought boxed lunches and water, selling them at extremely cheap prices. Although they were on a mission and didn't see it with their own eyes, they still scoffed at what they heard. As the third base was abandoned by the upper echelons, they didn't want to be minions in the second base. Seeing that everyone was running here, and hearing that Hua's team had come here the day before yesterday, they decided to come and take a look. Anyway, we all have special powers, so we don't have to worry about not being able to leave after we come here. How many rooms do you live in? The 5 people looked at each other, and the middle-aged man in the lead said, "Give me 5 single rooms." "No, 2 double rooms and 1 single room at most." "Why?" "We have plenty of crystal cores." The only female among the 5 people couldn't stand it anymore. She slapped her hand on the table. The many huge earrings on her ears made tinkling sounds as she moved. A man with a long, thin face behind her showed an unhappy expression. He took out a handful of second-level crystal cores from his pocket and placed them directly on the table. "Are these crystal cores enough? If not, just tell me. I have more." The long-faced man's actions instantly shocked everyone. Some people who recognized the 5 people hurriedly hid behind, fearing that they would be implicated. The woman turned around and looked around with disdain, her eyes full of contempt. As she crossed her arms, the deadly weapon in her low-cut neckline seemed to be about to break free from its cage and come out. She turned to look at Xia Yan, her elbows pressed on the counter, her eyes fixed on him, and she was imposing. "Boss, can we stay in the room for 5 this time?" Xia Yan lowered his eyebrows, his eyes were sharp, and he also leaned forward, saying with a half-smile, "No." "Me." The woman jumped up instantly, but was covered with her mouth by the middle-aged man in the lead and dragged behind. "Shut up, boss. Let's do as you say, 2 double rooms and 1 single room." The middle-aged man smiled so hard that his eyes popped out and his mouth corners were raised, looking as honest as Mithra Buddha. He handed over the point card with both hands and agreed to Boss Ya's arrangement. Xia Yan didn't take the points card. He looked at him coldly and said, "Please read the store rules on the right wall before checking in. Only checking if you can abide by them." "Okay, let's take a look now." The middle-aged man seemed not to hear a cold tone. He remained the same as before, smiling and reading the store rules aloud. For a moment, his voice echoed throughout the hall. "A day trip to the zombie world." "Boss, look, we've read it. Can we check in?" The middle-aged man didn't show any surprise at all at the thought of a day trip to a pile of level 5 zombies. It was as if he was just reading an ordinary sentence, responding casually to the teacher's roll call. The woman behind him also fell silent, still with her arms folded across her chest, and her expression seemed more like she was just watching the fun. The other 3 had the same expression. Xia Yan lowered her eyelashes and took the points card he handed over. "Thank you, boss. You have worked hard." The middle-aged man thanked with a smile, his eyes smoothly passing over his companions. Xia Yan put the card on the machine. The red light comes on. Ding. Warning. Not for personal use. The scene froze. Xia Yan saw on the machine screen that the owner of the card was Kong Bowen. She slowly raised her head and looked at the middle-aged man. "The card owner is not you. Sorry, we cannot check you in." The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged, still looking like the original Mithra Buddha, and his eyes were full of sincerity as he said, "Yes, but the owner of the card is my good friend. Unfortunately, he was caught by zombies on the way here. Before he died, he threw this card to me as a reward for our care for him over the years. Boss, in this case, can I use it too?" Behind him, 4 people stood in a line, occupying the cashier counter, staring at her threateningly with bloodthirsty eyes, as if they were looking at a little white rabbit in a cage that was being slaughtered at will. "You dare say no? We have already given you a way out. Don't be ungrateful and run into the gunpoint." Behind them, the originally noisy crowd all huddled in a corner, staring with indifferent eyes. No one dared to make a sound, and they completely lacked the energy they had before when they were struggling to get into the hotel. Xia Yan, who was at the center of the storm, sneered, took out Kong Bowen's points card, and threw it into the air. The card instantly changed into a 20-centimeter wide lens, which was extremely dark inside. At this time, a boy's voice full of fear was heard in the screen. "I'll give you the card. Please spare my life. I will definitely not go to the resort hotel. Please let me go." As a white light flashed in the camera, a thin man's face appeared in the picture. As the picture shook, the sound of slapping people in the face was heard. "Are you kidding me? Do you want me to spare your life? Ha ha ha, look, this wimp is actually frightened to the point of peeing." The scene gradually stabilized, and the thin and tall man turned into the leader, who was the middle-aged man who was still smiling in front of Xia Yan. Xia Yan scanned the faces of the 5 people one by one. Although they were surprised, they still didn't take it seriously. Some even said with a playful smile that they would stuff this points card into the woman's collar to experience the peak. Boss, why are you still arguing with this guy? If it were you, I'd just cut him into pieces and lure away the zombies at the door. They're all hungry. A woman's enchanting voice came, gradually approaching, and appeared in a corner of the screen with exaggerated earrings on her ears. The woman pouted her lips and said dissatisfiedly, "Brother, there's only 1 points card. Why bother chasing after him? We could just go to that damn hotel. There are only 5 of us who are level 4 superpowers. Are we afraid that the boss will not let us stay there? What do you know? This is called being prepared." The man in the middle raised one corner of his mouth and smiled greasily. His eyes swept across the woman's collar. Then he picked her up with one arm, lowered his head and sucked hard on the grooves, making a loud pop sound. Chapter 78, 5-Man Team 2. Bad Guy Hateful. The woman laughed sweetly and punched the man's chest. Her eyes were so sexy that they could be seen through lines. Hee, bosses, you two have to be careful. There are 3 single guys here. It's unbearable. A rough male voice came out, and the tone seemed helpless, but actually contained expectations. "Oomph." The woman snorted softly. Her eyes moved down to a certain place, and she laughed heartily with her hands covering her mouth. "Okay, let's deal with him quickly. Just do it the same way as before." The middle-aged man's hands pinched the woman mercilessly, his eyes full of warnings. "Okay. No. Please. Spare my life. Help me. Shit. Shout a few words. Who among those quails dares to fart?" The screen was silent for 3 seconds, then went black. The sharp sound of bones cracking. "Bring a knife and cut it off for later use." It hurts. Help. Damn, it's so noisy." The sound of a sharp blade entering the throat. "Help, gullah." The sound gradually weakened until it disappeared. "Use these things to lure the zombies away. We can't stay here any longer. We have to leave quickly." After the playback was finished, the points card returned to its original appearance and lay quietly on the cashier counter. The silent middle-aged man slowly moved his eyes, with a smile welded on his face like a mask, and asked softly, "Boss, what do you mean by this? Do you want to avenge it?" Xia Yan looked at him expressionlessly, unable to tell whether he was happy or angry. "Our store prohibits stealing other people's points cards. The 5 customers, please leave our store." "What do you mean? She is chasing us away." "Ha, what a joke." The woman sneered as if she heard something funny, with a look of disdain on her face. "There are 5 4th-level superpowers. How many people like her who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is crushed to death? It's really like asking for trouble. How dare she live or die?" "Boss Xia, are you serious? Are you going to kick us out?" The middle-aged man straightened his back, and a crack appeared on his solid smile. "Sorry, please leave," Xia Yan said calmly. "Shit, boss, why are you still wasting time with her? Just kill her." The burly man could no longer control his temper, and he pounded his huge fists until they made crackling sounds. The thin and long-faced man also made preparations, waiting for the boss's order to rush out. "Boss Xia, 3 times the limit. Considering you are a woman, I will ask you again. Are you going to kick us out?" This time, Xia Yan didn't even bother to say anything. He just raised his chin towards the door with an extremely cold look in his eyes. The middle-aged man's face instantly fell, his face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Shame on you. Kill her. When have the 5 of them ever been treated like this? Shit." Upon hearing this, the thin and long-faced man used his supernatural power to transform himself into a hairy monkey with a long tail sticking out of his butt. He jumped onto the cashier counter angrily, with his mouth wide open, showing 7 centimeters long and extremely sharp teeth. He jumped down from a high altitude and aimed at Xia Yan's face. The burly man walked around to the cashier counter, and under the stimulation of his supernatural powers, his arms and fists began to glow with metallic light. The other 3 did not move, thinking that the 2 of them could handle the problem without anyone else's help, so they sat leisurely on the sofa, looking like they were going to enjoy the show. The survivors gathered together with sadness and fear in their eyes and fled outside trembling. Boss Xia is definitely not their opponent. These 5 people have always been domineering in the base. Even Zhang Yunzhang and others have to say nice things to them. Boss Xia actually offended them. No need to look, Boss Xia must have died a miserable death. After falling into the hands of these 5 people, it was a great mercy for them to leave my body intact. Where are you going? Stand there. Open your eyes wide and look at me clearly. The woman stood up and pointed at everyone and cursed angrily. Whoever dares to step out of this door again, I will kill him on the spot. Seeing everyone come back dejectedly, the woman nodded with satisfaction, sat back on the sofa, leaned on the middle-aged man, and acted coquettishly. Brother, I want to live in the biggest room here when the time comes. Well, stay here. It's up to you. The middle-aged man put his arm around her shoulders and looked at the cashier counter leisurely. The second brother's pair of iron arms are no joke. They are invulnerable to swords and guns and are more than enough to deal with a woman. The middle-aged man looked confident of victory. He picked up a piece of candy and put it in his mouth. Well, it was really sweet. Brother, why are the second and third brothers not moving at all? The woman suddenly realized that the 2 men had been keeping the same posture, and even the third brother, who had turned into a monkey, was suspended in the air. What? The middle-aged man stood up and looked towards the cashier counter. Sure enough, he saw 2 people standing still in an attacking posture. Is the candy delicious? A calm voice came from behind the cashier counter, and Xia Yan walked out from behind and waved gently. The 2 of them floated on the ceiling like balloons, their eyes rolling outwards wildly, signaling them to run away quickly. The middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat and instantly realized that he had hit a wall this time. This woman was too powerful. She was able to control 2 fourth-order psychics in an instant without making a sound. Damn it, find a way to run. He made up his mind, kicked the woman next to him out, turned around, and ran away. Brother, the woman screamed, and when she met Xia Yan's cold eyes, the danger signal instantly came up. She hurriedly used her skills, and the nails on both hands grew 20 centimeters and became as hard as steel drills. Go to hell. The woman aimed at her fair face and screamed angrily. Yes, that's it. Stop her. The middle-aged man was glad that the woman came in handy at the critical moment. She was much more useful than Lao Wu, who could only hide and run away. Xia Yan looked at the sharp claws so close to him without changing his expression until joy appeared in the woman's eyes. When he thought he had hit the target, he spoke softly. Capture. What? Before the woman could react, she felt as if her body was stuck in a swamp, unable to move. What is this? How come she can't even speak? The woman was so frightened that her whole body could not move. Only her eyeballs could move. She moved her eyes to the corners of her eye sockets and saw that the middle-aged man had already walked out of the door. Fortunately, the boss is out. We can notify the big boss to rescue them. No. Didn't he already run away? The woman saw herself floating in the air with the middle-aged man, standing side by side with the second and third sons. She was clearly in air, but why did she feel like her body was confined in concrete? Then, she saw a middle-aged man who could only express his fear by rolling his eyes. Fear, these 2 words are so far away from them, yet so close. Now, all their hopes are pinned on Lao Wu, who can become invisible. The supernatural powers that were previously ridiculed as trash have now become their life-saving straw. Lao Wu, you must run away. System, where's the other person? Why can't I see him? Calling up the universal glasses, please wait. Xia Yan had already blocked the door the moment he caught the middle-aged man, and at this moment the last person was in the hall. She added a layer of defense around herself, just in case. Please use. Chapter 79, the final outcome of the 5. Xia Yan clicked to use it, and a pair of gold and silver-framed glasses rested on her nose. She looked around, taking in the panicked and frightened faces of the survivors, the empty sofas, and the empty cash register. The woman exchanged glances with her teammates and felt deeply frightened by the glasses that appeared out of nowhere again. What is that? Could it be that these are glasses specifically for invisibility? I found you. Xia Yan looked at the wretched man squatting outside the elevator door at the corner of the wall, with his head buried in his arms and peeking out, and said lightly, I'll fight you. The man whose position was discovered pulled out a switchblade from his pocket and rushed forward like a madman. Capture. Xia Yan hung the last person on the wall, went back to the cashier counter, took off his glasses, folded them, and put them in the drawer. Come here and continue checking in. The crowd huddled together with their heads down, not daring to be the first to step out, let alone look up at the 5 people who looked like bacon hanging on the ground. Are you sure you don't want to check in? Xia Yan knocked on the table impatiently. If not, please get out. Because of her words, there was a slight restlessness among the crowd. Sting. A thin arm stretched out from the crowd, struggled to break free, stood there, looking at Xia Yan, not daring to move forward. Okay, how many people? One. One. Do you have a point card? No, I don't. But I have a crystal core. Sure. Bring it here. Ok. The skinny legs and the torn trouser legs moved tremblingly, almost powerlessly supporting the body to move forward. You live in 204. The restaurant is still open. Let's go eat first. Xia Yan couldn't tell his age and casually pointed to the location of the restaurant. Thank you, boss. Is there anyone else checking in? She frowned, feeling annoyed by the indecisive attitude of these people. She had eliminated the 5-member team for the people. So what were these people still worried about? Me, I'll check in. 3 of us. The 3 women raised their hands high. 3 separate single rooms? Or 1 double room? We don't want to separate and live in the same room. The woman with a round face spoke cautiously. Okay, if there are 3 people, there will be an additional charge, a total of 80 points. If you can, put the crystal core into the machine, and you can recharge it by yourself later. The round-faced girl nodded in agreement and successfully recharged with Xia Yan's help. You live in room 311, which is on the 5th floor. You can take the elevator up. Boss, can we go eat first and then go upstairs? It is the guest's freedom. You can choose for yourself. Xia Yan answered very officially. Let's go eat first. I've been starving these past few days and haven't had a full meal. I hope there's plenty of food in the restaurant. The round-faced girl dragged her 2 friends towards the restaurant in a hurry, muttering to herself. Keep your voice down. Don't let the female boss hear you. It's okay. I don't think she's the unreasonable kind of person. Xia Yan pretended not to hear their conversation. Soon after, several single survivors checked in, and after receiving their points cards, they went straight to the restaurant to eat. Since you have no intention of staying here, please leave. It's time to clean the shop. Xia Yan waved his hand and directly ordered Xiong to get disinfectant and asked it to mop the dirt in the hall first before using the sweeping robot, so as not to waste good things. Xiong brought over a mop bucket filled with highly concentrated disinfectant, put on gloves neatly, wrung out the water on the mop, and headed straight for the crowd that was lingering around and swung the mop to drive them away. The people who were driven out did not dare to say a word and walked out quietly like silent black lambs. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed back, as determined as if he had burned his boats, and seemed to be shouting with all his might. But in fact, he was extremely weak. Boss Xia, I can't afford to stay in a hotel, but can I get a points card to buy lunch from you? Xia Yan noticed that his chest was rising and falling violently, and his lips turned pale. He really used up all his courage. She suddenly understood why this group of people were unwilling to leave or stay. She looked towards the door, where the people who had originally gone out turned back because of this person's words. Although they were still silent and decadent, there was a hint of hope in their eyes. Of course you can. Not only can you buy lunchboxes, you can also eat in the restaurant. She put on a smile again and added, but the prerequisite is that everyone must apply for a points card. The restaurant does not allow the sharing of points cards. There is no limit on breakfast and lunch machines. This statement set off 1,000 waves. The originally silent crowd was instantly ignited. They rushed in and said one after another, Boss Xia, I don't stay in the hotel. I just want to apply for a points card. Boss Xia, me too. Boss Xia, do it for me first. I asked first. Okay, don't crowd. Come one by one. There's plenty of food in the hotel. Just use this machine to process it yourself. Xia Yan looked at everyone with a smile and finally successfully issued 43 points cards. Although there were only 100 points on the cards, it was better than nothing, and all the points would eventually go into her pocket. As for the customer who brought the collectibles, she declined their offer and reminded everyone again that if they did not have crystal cores, they could exchange them for gold and silver jewelry, but that did not include collectibles. Cultural relics are not recognized in every world. Only gold and silver are eternal. Soon, the restaurant was packed with customers, while the rest of the group bought boxed lunches from the lunch machine and shared them with their families. The water in the hotel is cheap. Only 1 point is needed for one time, and only 2 points are needed to buy mineral water. Compared with the third base, is almost free. Only then did Xia Yan have time to deal with the 5 people who were causing trouble. She paced slowly in front of them, her eyes falling on the remaining candy wrappers on the coffee table. System, they ate my candy just now, so they have to compensate for the loss of the store. Take out all the crystal cores from them. Receive. At the same time, the 5 people turned upside down, their bodies shook rapidly, and the crystal cores in their trouser pockets fell down with a crackling sound. The bottom of the block was gradually covered with crystal cores of different colors, including a number of level 3 crystal cores. Xia Yan smiled, even happier when he saw this. Only when nothing could fall off did the 5 people return to their original positions, their faces flushed, their eyes half closed, and they looked extremely dizzy. Xia Yan waved her hand, and the crystal cores gathered together and were sent out of the block and placed on the cashier's counter, and she put them all into her personal account. Ding! Private property plus 61,000. She nodded with great satisfaction. If troublemakers came 2 or 3 times a month, she would no longer have to worry about sales. Have you guys woken up? Xia Yan looked at the other party with a smile. Seeing their pupils gradually narrowed and their eyes full of anger at having their crystal cores snatched away, her smile became even sweeter. Now that everyone is awake, let's experience it. What to experience? The 5 people asked the same question in their minds at the same time, and then the compression feeling from above their heads and under their feet made them react quickly. Are they going to crush them to death? Waves of severe pain came, but the body was unable to move. Even with the supernatural power, there was no response at all, as if the connection was cut off. The pain was so severe that I passed out, then woke up in a flash, passed out again, and woke up again. The 5 people realized that she really wanted to kill them. Help! Help! With the familiar sound of bones creaking, severe pain broke through the top of the head. The scream of pain that resounded through the mind was accompanied by a bang, and turned into a blood mist and condensed into a small cube. 5 cubes floated in front of Xia Yan, and she threw them directly into the vending machine, selling them for 500 points each. Chapter 80. Lan Wu, who loves his wife. Xia Yan came to the door, where zombies were being killed fiercely. She saw that those struggling inside were all guests who had already checked in. Even the woman who lived in room 207 was inside. She tried her best to kill a level 1 zombie and took out the crystal core from its head with trembling hands. Although her face was covered in dirt, her eyes were filled with hope for the future. Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction. With customers like this, what else could she, as a boss, ask for? After all, everyone is working hard to earn crystal cores for her, huh? The customers seemed to have an agreement that the high-level zombies would be left to people with strong superpowers, such as Jing and Mai, Lan Wu, and Shi Ji, while the low-level zombies would be taken care of by 2 people each, and the division of labor was extremely orderly. The survivors who attracted the zombies stayed in the store, slumped on the ground, and watched them kill the zombies. They have the will, but not the ability. I've been hungry for a long time. I ran here with all my strength. I have no strength left. If I go out now, I will be killed. At least I have to wait until I recover half of my strength before I have a chance to fight the zombies. But they envy those who get the crystal core. Even if it's just a first-level crystal core, it means you could buy 7 boxes of lunch in the hotel and sustain yourself for another week. As the last zombie fell to the ground, the secondary crystal core was taken out. Everyone dragged their weak feet into the safe zone and sat directly on the ground, gasping for breath. This time, everyone came out in time and acted quickly. Even the weakest old couple got 2 crystal cores, 1 level 1 and 1 level 2. Hard work really pays off. After resting for a while, everyone went out again and cleaned up the bodies of the zombies to the outside street. Xiong brought a large bucket of disinfectant and poured it on the place where the zombies had been lying. He used a steel brush to brush off the dirty blood on the road surface. After several rinses with disinfectant, it became clean. The survivor leaning against the glass looked at the puddle of water that was big enough to reflect light on people and was in a trance. Boss Xia, don't you know how precious water is? Is he using it to water the ground and wash the streets? It seems that only sprinkler trucks in peacetime would behave like this, right? Xia Yan stood at the door, smiling and nodding to every customer. When he saw a few customers with strong spending power coming over, he said, "Thanks for the friendly reminder from the last guest. Today, the restaurant has opened a buffet with a large amount of meat, fresh vegetables and fruits, iced drinks, and beer. There is no limit on the quantity for a limited time. Each person only needs 60 points. It is located at the end of the glass corridor. You can enjoy the food by swiping your card." Buffet. Lu Ju's eyes widened and he asked in disbelief, "Is this the buffet I was thinking of?" "Yes, that's right." Xia Yan nodded to Lan Wu beside her. Her eyes fell on Lu Ju's slightly grown antlers, and her palms felt a little itchy. "Thank you, Boss Xia, for the reminder. Shall it be good? Let's wash up first before going." Lan Wu noticed Xia Yan's eyes and reached out to pinch Xiaolu's earlobe very intimately. The little deer shook his head, biting his lower lip with his white teeth, his big eyes full of innocence. "My clothes are clean. Go upstairs and change. I'll wait for you here." Lan Wu was stunned for a moment and said in a low voice, "Xiaolu, be obedient." "No, I don't want to. I've been playing outside these days, and I haven't talked to Sister Xia for a long time. Come on, I'll wait for you. Be good." The little deer grabbed his collar and pulled it down, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the lips, blinking his big eyes. "You?" Lan Wu didn't expect that she would dare to do that in public. He saw his cheeks slightly red, his eyes a little vague. He nodded softly and went upstairs obediently. Xia Yan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. After Lan Wu left, she stretched out her magic claws and pinched the little deer antlers she had longed for. That's the feeling. Lu Ju was suddenly pinched on her little horns. She pouted and threw herself into Xia Yan's arms and rubbed against him. "Well done, little dear. I haven't seen you for a few days. You've grown a lot." Xia Yan held the little cutie in his arms, pinching the little deer antlers and the chubby little earlobes, feeling extremely happy. These past few days, Lan Wu took Lu Ju out for a walk early in the morning, saying that he wanted to tour the place before leaving. Xia Yan didn't understand what was fun in this ruined city, but the two of them went out early and came back late every day, and Lu Ju looked very happy. Maybe there really were fun places in the city? "Xiaolu, where have you been these days? Is there any place to play in this city?" Lu Ju nodded and said excitedly, "Yes, there are many places. There is a very large amusement park. The machines in it can still be used." "Does it work? Is there still electricity there?" "No, but my brother used the crystal core." Crystal cores. If she remembered correctly, the various facilities in the amusement park were all very large, right? How many crystal cores would that require? It was so much fun. We were flying up there, and the zombies were chasing us. My brother even took me to the top of the tallest building, and then we jumped down with a whoosh. When we were about to land, we spread our wings and glided on the ground. It was so exciting. The little deer spoke excitedly, gesturing from high to low with his little hands. Xia Yan really couldn't imagine that Lan Wu, who looked like a graceful and elegant nobleman, was willing to do this for Xiaolu's happiness. He just wanted to say that love really makes people lose their minds. "Sister Xia, next time I'll let my brother take you flying. It's really fun if you try it." "No, my sister is afraid of heights and can't play such exciting games." Xia Yan couldn't afford it. So he let go of Xiaolu and said the same words, introducing the buffet restaurant to Shi Ji and Wang Chong, who came in. The two looked at each other and hurried upstairs to change clothes and eat. At this time, Lan Wu changed into new clothes. The hair hanging on his forehead was still a little damp, and his whole body exuded the fresh smell of shower gel. He walked up to Xiaolu, gently took her hand, nodded to Xia Yan again to express his gratitude, and took Xiaolu into the glass corridor. Xiaolu looked at him with a smile on her face and whispered something, which made Lan Wu laugh. She bent her fingers and tapped her forehead lightly. Xia Yan looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. "Boss Xia, yes, you want to fall in love?" A deep and magnetic voice sounded in his ears, and Xia Yan turned around. Jing Amai walked up to her, wrapped up tightly, with his eyes showing only a hint of doubt. He slowly spoke. "Guest, you're overthinking it. When it comes to love, it's better to watch other people talk about it." Xia Yan interrupted what he was going to say next. "And I'm single. Feel sorry. It's okay. The guests are planning to eat in the buffet restaurant, right? They can see it through the glass corridor." "Thanks." After watching Jing Imai leave, Xia Yan relaxed the sore corners of his mouth and gently stroked his skin with his fingertips. Smiling professionally every day is really tiring. "Boss Xia, regarding the buffet restaurant you just mentioned, can we go in and eat?" Chapter 81 Strange. The card-applying customers who were sitting in the corner listened to the whole story and were extremely yearning for the buffet restaurant that Boss Xia mentioned. If they could also go in and have a meal. Xia Yan looked back at him and nodded. "Of course, as long as there are enough points in the card, you can enter the buffet restaurant." Thank you, Boss Xia. The premise is that everyone can survive, have crystal cores in hand, and have points in the card. And if you haven't checked in at the hotel, you are not allowed to spend the night in the hotel." After hearing what Boss Xia said, the customers who had originally been hoping for a lucky break were suddenly speechless. Someone murmured, "What's the big deal about living here? Can they kick us out? We're members who have signed up for the points card." Everyone immediately looked at the person who spoke bravely. Someone recognized him as one of the many leaders in the third base, but somehow he did not go to the second base, but instead followed them here. Xia Yan also looked at him, his eyes full of indifference. "You can give it a try." Everyone who heard something was wrong moved away from this person, fearing that his anger would affect them. Seeing Boss Ya's tough tone, this person knew that he shouldn't have said anything more. He wanted to slap himself twice. The 5 people who were looking for trouble had all died tragically at her hands. Why should a low-level psychic like him get involved? Boss Ya, I'm sorry, I was just joking. Please don't take me as a villain. I'm going out right now. I'm going out right now. The man was half bent over, holding a lunchbox and water that he had not finished, and he retreated to the door with a wry smile. The others who had finished their meal changed their minds and followed him out. Just like Boss Ya said, they had to find a place to stay at night. But where to go? The street next to the hotel is full of shops. There are no doors or windows, let alone accommodation. They looked at the broken high-rise building not far away. Perhaps they could find it there. Inside the cafeteria, Jing Yimai took 2 trays full of meat, placed them on the dining table, and continued to order the next wave of food. He really didn't expect that he had just mentioned a big piece of meat to Boss Ya yesterday, and it came true today. Be sure to get more braised bones. Unfortunately, the steak and lamb chops are limited, but it doesn't matter. There are charcoal grilled pork chops and carrot beef as substitutes. 1 smoked chicken, 1 smoked duck, and 1 chopped pepper fish head. He walked to the refrigerator, took out 4 bottles of beer, returned to his dining table, and picked up a piece of braised bone and put it in his mouth. The sauce is rich in flavor. The meat is soft and tasty, and the meat falls off the bones with a light bite. There's also thick and oily bone marrow in the bones, which taste the most delicious. Witnessing the live preparation of charcoal grilled steak with his own eyes, it immediately became the white moonlight in his heart. Under the robot's flexible hands, the original cut steak is slowly roasted over 500-degree Celsius lychee charcoal fire, making an enticing, sizzling sound. The slow-roasted steak is charred on the outside and tender and juicy on the inside. As soon as the thick cut of beef is put into your mouth, the sweetness of the fat and the original flavor of the beef instantly fill your mouth, along with a hint of charcoal grilled smoky aroma. Jing Yimai's eyes widened. These 60 points are really worth it. He would regret it for anyone who didn't try this steak. Don't let your thoughts drift away. Just keep eating. What to do? Now he has one more reason to kill zombies. Just to be able to come to the buffet restaurant to eat this meal every day, he's willing to do anything. Shiji was also stunned by the delicious food in the buffet restaurant. Without saying much, he left Wang Chong and picked up 3 or 4 plates, eating the meat like crazy. It's really delicious. It turns out that he doesn't need to cling to women. He just needs to kill zombies and save crystal cores to have a full meal. God knows what he paid for a meal in the past. Those damn bad women delayed his killing of zombies. He missed so many crystal cores over the years. At this moment, he finally understood why Shiji, the second personality, wanted to kill him directly. He also wanted to kill himself now. Wait, Shiji felt something stiffly. Wang Chong, who was sitting opposite him, was eating when he suddenly noticed something strange about Shiji. He was horrified to find that the expression in his eyes kept changing, as if several personalities were fighting for control of the body. Suddenly, he saw his body flicker twice and then seem to be a little illusory. Come on, Xian, hold on. I haven't eaten enough yet. Wang Chong hurriedly stuffed food into his mouth while he could still touch it, wolfing it down. What a joke. He worked so hard for so long, and he can't even have a full meal. Stop it. Wang Chong, help me grab the body. A thin female voice came out of Shiji's mouth, and Wang Chong instantly recognized that it was Xian, the person who created him. He rushed over excitedly and held Shiji's shoulders. Tell me quickly, how can I help you? Hurry up, I want to eat steak. Eat. I'll give you everything I have. Get out here right now. Save yourself some money. Wang Chong grabbed the steak on his plate and stuffed the whole piece into his mouth, covering it with his hand and shouting anxiously, Eat it! I stuffed it in. Shiji was forced to raise his head. The pupils of his half-open eyes turned into 3 colors, and he was still constantly devouring and occupying the other party. Xian, try your best. There are all kinds of delicious food in the hotel. There's even ice cream and milk tea. Your favorite. You seek death. Shiji's voice became low and full of aggressive malice. All of you, get out of the way, your bodies are mine. This is Shiji's first personality. Whatever happens, it's my turn now. I'm coming out. The voice was a little thin. It was Xian. Wang Chong was so anxious that sweat broke out on the tip of his nose. He stared at Shiji's pupils, wishing he could reach in and expand the purple area belonging to Xia Yan 180 degrees and directly occupy the territory. He never thought that just because of a piece of steak, he would wake up his second personality and Xia Yan from their slumber. Xia Yan, try your best. Wang Chong held Shiji's shoulders and shook him back and forth. The one who comes out must be Xia Yan. If it's the second personality, he will be doomed. Xia Yan, Xia Yan. Shiji let out an unknown roar from his throat. His whole body trembled violently. His face turned pale, and his arms and legs unconsciously made strange movements. No, they're too strong. Come back quickly. Shiji suddenly opened his eyes, and only a narrow strip of purple remained in his pupils. He reached out and grabbed Wang Chong. Wang Chong tried to step back in panic and shook his hands vigorously, but he was gradually sucked in like a powerful magnet. No, Xia Yan, I'm not full yet. Hurry, come back. With Shiji's scream, Wang Chong instantly disappeared from the spot. Brother, that person disappeared. Lu Ju leaned closer to Lan Wu Huai, feeling a little scared. Lan Wu glanced over Shiji's trembling body, put his arms around her shoulders, lowered his head, and coaxed her patiently. Don't be afraid. That person is originally nothingness. That is his supernatural power. Lu Ju quietly peeked over Lan Wu's neck and met Shiji's purple eyes. Chapter 82 Xiong is really a leader. Ah! Lu Ju screamed and hid in Lan Wu's arms, not daring to look again. Lan Wu touched her head to comfort her and glanced at Shiji with a threatening look. Shiji, who was sitting at the table, raised his cup, smiled, and mouthed, I'm sorry. Shiji, no. It should be called Xia Yan. After taking Wang Chong back, Xia Yan successfully suppressed the other two personalities and took control of the body. She picked up the knife and fork with satisfaction, cut the steak with extremely graceful movements, put it into her mouth slowly, and enjoyed it with half-closed eyes. I really didn't expect that the rubbish in the first personality, who could only survive by relying on women, actually found a powerful backer. Although she has always disdained the first personality's behavior, this time is an exception. She looked around the cafeteria, where there was not a drop of food on the stainless steel trays, exquisite decoration, oversized floor-to-ceiling windows, and an air conditioner in front that was blowing cool air. I feel that the first personality is really a blind cat that has caught a dead mouse, as there is actually a woman who likes his pretty face. Haha, but all of this was enjoyed by Xia Yan. It's just a pity that Wang Chong was taken back by her and can't work for her, but it doesn't matter. Xia Yan took out a handful of crystal cores from her pocket and smiled seductively. Boss Xia. The customer living in room 207 came downstairs with his children to eat. When he saw Xia Yan in the lobby, he came up to say hello. Well, let's go eat. Xia Yan grabbed 2 pieces of candy and put them in the little girl's hand. The girl was at a loss holding the candy and looked at her mother, not daring to accept it. Well, I just killed 2 zombies and charged a card for my daughter. Boss Xia, we don't want the candy anymore. You keep it. The child is grown up and candy will damage his teeth. The woman humbly took the candy from the girl and put it back into the fruit bowl with a firm attitude. Xia Yan smiled and nodded, no longer forcing it. Okay. The woman then left with the child. Xia Yan opened a piece of pineapple-flavored fruit candy and leaned back on the sofa, leisurely changing programs. 207, this mother and daughter are not bad either. They are people with good sense. Although I didn't know how to survive after losing my backbone on the first day, I was able to go out and kill zombies today and even harvested 2 crystal cores. That's right. Don't always rely on others in the doomsday. What if they are unreliable? Crunching the candy, Xia Yan stood up and stretched. At this time, Xiong rushed towards her with the necessary tools for cleaning the glass in his hand. It ran straight to the glass in the hall, sprayed water with a spray bottle, and began to clean the stains on it with a rag. It seems she needs to add a few more employees. Xiong is the one who is always busy on the 5th floor. He also has to supervise and guard the door at night. He is even busier than her boss every day. Xia Yan planned to upgrade Xiong first since she had a lot of points now. System, upgrade Xiong and transfer points from the personal account. Successfully paid 300 points, upgrading. Upgrade completed. Language 25/100. Thinking 13/100. Cleaning attribute 100%. Continue to upgrade. Successfully paid 400 points, upgrading. Upgrade completed. Language 35/100. Thinking 18/100. Cleaning attribute 100%. Let's see if we can level up 5 times in a row. Successfully paid 3,500 points, upgrading in progress. Upgrade completed. language 75/100, thinking 38/100, cleaning attribute 100%. Xia Yan looked at the motionless bear. Rings of light were surging around it, indicating that the upgrade was successful. 5 more levels. Successfully paid 6,000 points, upgrading in progress. Upgrade completed, language 100/100, thinking 73/100, cleaning attribute 100%. As 5 circles of light flashed by, Xiong stood still, looked back at Xia Yan, and bowed deeply. Thank you, boss. You spent a lot of money. Xiong will work harder in the future. Wow, I spent 10,200 points, and the effect is so obvious. Xia Yan walked up to it and touched its furry head. It's okay. I'll buy a few more employees later. Please help me take care of them. There are 5 floors, and just 1 employee, Xiong is not enough. Anyway, there's still 50,000 points, enough for her to splurge. Okay, boss. I'll follow your instructions. Grandma's youthful voice pleased Xia Yan. She stroked the bear's head twice before placing an order with the system for 5 virtual employees. After spending 500 points, 5 1.6-meter-tall, 2-dimensional characters dressed in different costumes appeared in the hall. In order to make their names easier to remember, Xia Yan simply renamed them, numbering them from 001 to 005. I spent 5,000 points to upgrade them all to level 5. Fortunately, the upgrade methods for virtual employees and bears are different. The upgrade base starts from 100 points, and 50 points are added for each level. 1,000 points are just enough to upgrade to level 5. After the upgrade, the 5 employees who were able to communicate fluently bowed to Xia Yan in unison. Hello, boss. Well, from now on, you will follow Xiong's arrangements for your daily work. He is like your little leader. Do you understand? Understood. The 5 employees bowed to Xiong again. Xiong also bowed in return. Hello, everyone. I hope we could be united and friendly in the future and work together for the prosperity of the hotel. Now, let's arrange the work. Everyone will be numbered according to their names and divided into floors 1 to 5. Each employee will be responsible for 1 floor. This includes the complete hygiene of the stairways, corridors, doors, and windows, as well as any questions raised by customers. Please try to solve any that can be solved, and if you cannot solve any, please come to me. It is strictly forbidden to pretend to know something you do not know, which will bring negative impact to the hotel. Also, Xia Yan stood aside and listened attentively with admiration, thinking that Xiong really had leadership qualities. I am more grateful to the 5 people who came to ask for trouble today, and thank you for the 60,000 points you sent me. Love you. At Xiong's command, the 5 employees took their positions. 001, who stayed on the first floor, picked up the rag, took over Xiong's job, and started to clean glass. Boss, are you available now? I have something to discuss with you. Xiong turned around and stared at Xia Yu with a serious tone. Ah, that's convenient. Go ahead. Okay, boss. This is what happened. Since our hotel opened, the bed sheets and quilt covers in each room have not been replaced. Can you arrange at least 1 set of 4-piece sets for each room? After hearing this, Xia Yan felt a little ashamed. She really hadn't considered this. System, how much is the 4-piece set? The cheapest set is 50 points. Is there any discount for buying more? No. A 20% discount is fine. Impossible. Minimum 10% off. How can the price of a 4-piece suite for a double room and a single room be the same? 80% off sale. No. A 4-piece suite for a double room is 50 points. How many points for a single room? 30 points. We need 30 double rooms and 23 single rooms. 20% off. Total 1752. Use the points. You've already made the deal. Don't go back on your word. Chapter 83. Just because he's your dad. Xia Yan placed the 4-piece set on the cashier counter, a total of 53 sets, and Xiong distributed them. I thought that I would be done after buying the 4 sets, but Xiong still stood beside me and refused to leave. Anything else? Yes, boss. Go ahead. Okay, boss. There are quite a few customers staying in the store now. The 1st to 5th floors include the restaurant, West Hall 1 and 2, and the lobby. If an air conditioner or fan is placed in each place, the electricity consumption for a month will reach the next charging standard. Well, go on. And you don't have that many spare air conditioners. The supply is insufficient to meet the demand. Now the outdoor temperature has reached 70 degrees. Many guests staying here have high body temperatures without the cooling air of the air conditioner. They're very likely to get heat stroke. if they're not discovered in the first place in a closed high-temperature environment. Based on many considerations, I think you can consider central air conditioning, which has an additional fresh air system and the function of purifying the air. It consumes less electricity than independent air conditioners, and when winter comes, you can also turn on the hot air, which is cost-effective. Xiong finished expressing his opinion in one breath, folded his hands in front of his lower abdomen, and stood still obediently. This idea, Xia Yan fell into deep thought. If you purchase central air conditioning, it means that you have to take back the air conditioners and fans that you previously rented out. Indeed, the temperature has been high these past 2 days, and there's a sour smell on the customers coming in and out. The new customers have been staying in the lobby to enjoy the air conditioning and are unwilling to leave. System: how many points does central air conditioning require? According to Xiong's request, 30,000 points are required. Xia Yan took a breath of cold air. Ridiculously expensive. Too expensive. It is still practical. As the hotel upgrades and the floors continue to rise, it could be installed for free. One-time purchase, lifelong service. Warm in winter and cool in summer. A must-have for opening a store. As soon as Xia Yan heard the system's 3 consecutive sales pitches, he knew that it wanted to use these 30,000 points to boost sales. Even if you say it's amazing, I still think it's too expensive. Is there anything free? Xia Yan regretted spending a lot of money to upgrade Xiong, and felt more and more that the two were colluding to covet her hard-earned wealth. She started with 30,000 points, and, after spending them all, she only had 14,500 points left. 14500. Wow, that seems like quite a lot. Anyway, these points are free, so it seems like a good idea to use them to renovate the hotel. Free private room with central air conditioning. Xia Yan's gaze fell on Yi Qizhen and others who had come downstairs and were sitting on the floor to cool off. They sat in a circle, talking and dancing, with the crystal core placed on the floor in the middle, shining brightly and captivatingly. The young men, leaving behind their past decadence, are now full of vigor and vitality, like an endless field. The tall wild grasses that have been scorched yellow by the sun have new green buds sprouting from their roots, growing everywhere and swaying in the wind. If you can add floor heating for winter heating, I agree. No problem. Ding, you have paid 30,000 points, account balance, 14,500. Central air conditioning is being installed, estimated time, 5 minutes. My dear bear, you have no other suggestions this time? Xiong bowed. The boss is generous. The boss makes a fortune. The boss earns tens of millions of points a year. Xia Yan waved his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, when you deliver the 4-piece set later, remember to take back the air conditioner and fan. They may be needed in the future. Xiong called 001, and together they went upstairs to distribute the 4 sets of clothes. 5 minutes later, along with a slight vibration coming from the soles of his feet, an interface popped up in front of Xia Yan's eyes. The central air conditioner has been installed. Enter the operation platform. You can enter or directly call it in the store operation interface later. 1. Ultra-quiet cooling mode. 2. Ultra-quiet heating mode. 3. Invincible sleeping mode. 4. Turn on the fresh air system. Xia Yan checked 1 and 4 and confirmed. Soon, the indoor temperature became comfortable and refreshing. There was neither the biting cold wind from the independent air conditioner nor the obvious audible noise from the air outlet. It was as if the temperature in the entire room dropped in an instant. Before I knew it, my body stopped sweating and my mood relaxed. At the same time, in the second floor of a small house in the southeast corner, 15 minutes away from the hotel, Feng Bei was holding Chi Hua's sleeve and crying. Captain Chi Hua, please help me. I'm only lending you 3 crystal cores. Since we've been together for so long, and I've never been a drag, please help me. Wang Shuowei grabbed Chi Hua's other sleeve in disappointment and glared at her fiercely. Don't give it to her. Her father could actually do such a thing. Why should he help her? Besides, she and her father often bully people in the base. Hearing her say this, Feng Bei cried and pushed her away. What nonsense. I didn't do that. You all know what kind of person my dad is. How could I stop him? When he was making trouble in the restaurant, I was killing zombies outside. Why should everything he to be blamed on me? Why? Just because he's your dad. Wang Shuwei steadied herself, her hair standing on end with anger, and shouted back. Chi Hua was stuck in the middle, remaining silent and letting the two of them pull each other back and forth. But my dad has helped you too. If it weren't for my dad, you wouldn't be able to leave the base. Chi Hua, If it weren't for the antipyretic medicine my dad brought you, you would have died long ago. Feng Bei shouted hysterically, looking reckless like a red-eyed rabbit that was forced into a dead end. Chihua, you should have a conscience. If it wasn't for my dad who forcefully assigned the team the mission, how could you and your family be alive today? Now everyone is blaming my dad. Even though he took half of the crystal cores, are you still alive because of my dad? Yes, they all forgot that if it wasn't for Feng Tianqi, they would never have received the mission, let alone bought the supplies at a low price. And how could their family survive? Feng Bei was breathing heavily. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she looked at her former teammates with great anger and sadness. Now that you're up, you've forgotten how her father helped you back then, right? Don't say that. I'll give you my crystal core. You don't have to return it. Just consider it as our family's belated thanks for your father's rescue. Chihua spoke hoarsely as he gently shook off the two people's hands, took out 3 crystal cores from the inner pocket with tight stitching from his mother, and handed them over. Feng Bei looked at the first-level crystal core in his hand and laughed out loud, with a hint of sarcasm. Captain Shi, your family is only worth 3 first-level crystal cores? What I lack is a second-level crystal core. Chapter 84. You all have to give it to me. Feng Bei's words forced everyone to recall the past. They realized that their family had once been protected by Feng Tianqi, so they had no intention of refuting Feng Bei's words at this time. All we can say is that after several years of the apocalypse, this team still retains a trace of kindness, and they deeply agree in their hearts that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Therefore, although Chihua looked a little embarrassed, he still rummaged through his pocket again and barely found a level 2 crystal core. I only have 1. For the remaining 2, I will take you to find level 2 zombies now. Feng Bei's eyes lit up, and he snatched the crystal core from him without hesitation, wiped away his tears casually with his sleeve, and looked at his other teammates. What about you? The captain has set an example, so you have to give as well. No one dared to refute her at this time. After all, no one can bear the reputation of being ungrateful or ungrateful. Even without others telling them, they can be emo by themselves. Even Wang Xuewei had to restrain her expression. No matter how reluctant she was, she still took out a level 2 crystal core from her pocket. I've given you this level 2 crystal core, but it's just a way of repaying your father for saving my life. Don't hold on to it in the future. Feng Bei grabbed the crystal core, not bothering to pay attention to her, and turned his attention to Li Chong and Wang Yi. Li Chong frowned and wanted to say something, but her boyfriend Sun Zhe pulled her clothes and shook his head. There was no other way. Since she had also owed a favor to Feng Tianqi, Li Chong could only take out the second-level crystal core from her pocket and throw it over. Seeing Feng Bei's smiling face, Li Chong became even more depressed. She leaned on Sun Zhe's shoulder, secretly pinching the tender flesh on his waist with her hands, causing him to cry out in pain. Brother Wang, 1 level 2 crystal core will do. Feng Bei walked to the last person and stretched out his hand. Although she already had 3 level 2 crystal cores in her hand, how could she let Wang Yi go? Everyone gives, why don't you? With this second-level crystal core, she can stay in the hotel for a longer period of time. There was a hint of excitement in Feng Bei's eyes. For the first time, she felt that her father had done the best thing. In fact, Feng Tianqi was willing to help Chihua's team, partly because of Feng Bei. The lazy girl suddenly said that she wanted to go out and earn crystal cores for him, and he was so happy that he couldn't contain himself. On the other hand, he and the team had an agreement that they would give him half of the proceeds from each completed mission. Otherwise, how could someone who pursues profit like Feng Tianqi help? As for the low-price materials, they were actually a batch of expired products that were not allowed to be sold at the base, so the man found Feng Tianqi, who then found Chihua's team, and after using a combination of coaxing and deception to sell them, he made another fortune in the process. It was obvious that all the benefits belonged to him, but both sides were particularly grateful to him. In this regard, Feng Tianqiang was arrogant for a while. Take it. Wang Yi was very happy and handed over the crystal core directly. Feng Bei kept all the crystal cores close to him, preparing to go back and pay his debts in the evening. Come to think of it, she really wanted to thank Boss Xia, because it was all thanks to her idea. It was so easy to get the crystal core. Let's go. Chihua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Feng Bei put away the crystal core and stopped crying. Isn't it just a level 2 crystal core? Just give it to him. He can kill level 2 zombies in the future, so he will always have crystal cores. But favors cannot be owed, so he has finally repaid them. Brother Chihua, Are we going to kill the level 2 zombies? Feng Bei sniffed his stuffy nose, ran to him, half raised his head, with excitement on his face. Chihua understood what she was thinking at a glance, looked away, and said in a somewhat cold tone, "Kill whatever you encounter. But, didn't you promise me that you would give me 2 more level 2 crystal cores as compensation?" Feng Bei, don't go too far. Everyone has given you so many crystal cores. How dare you still ask for crystal cores? Wang Shuawei couldn't stand it anymore. She had been holding her breath, and now she finally exploded. Ming, it was clearly Brother Chi Hua who promised me just now. You all heard it. You, that's too much. Brother Chi Hua, you said you didn't agree with me just now. Like a spotlight, everyone's eyes are focused on one place. After a long time, Chi Hua's voice was still hoarse, but there was a hint of seriousness in his tone. Feng Bei, we won't comment on your father's affairs. You're asking us for crystal cores now, just to repay Boss Xia's debt. You don't have to look at me like that. When we checked in, Boss Xia not only showed us the surveillance playback, but also said that you owed her 3 level 2 crystal cores. After a pause, he continued, just now I said I would give you 2 more because I didn't want your teammates to pay out of their own pockets. But now they have all been given to you. You have 4 crystal cores in your hand. In addition to the 3 you returned to Boss Xia, you still have 1 left, which is enough for you to live for a long time. What I meant by saying this is that everyone knows what you were thinking, so don't treat others as fools. Crystal cores are hard to come by, and it's not easy for everyone to survive. Even though your father helped us a lot at that time, he only took half of the crystal core each time, and he has already paid it back over the years. Giving you the crystal core today is to make a final break. From now on, you have nothing to do with our team, and everyone should be well. After saying that, Chi Hua took the lead to leave. Wang Shuawei snorted at her. The captain's words made her feel very relieved. Finally, she didn't have to look at Feng Bei's face anymore. When Feng Bei understood Chi Hua's meaning, his face suddenly turned pale, his hands and feet became cold, and he stared blankly at them as they left. What's going on? Isn't it just a crystal core? Isn't it something they owe her? How come she owes them? Wait, don't leave. Don't leave me alone. So you're the boss, with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Why did you suddenly lose your temper? Xian folded her arms, leaned lazily on the sofa, and looked around carefully. TSK, it's pretty, but the person is nearsighted. Xia Yan. Why did Shiji suddenly become so effeminate? And she acted like she didn't know her? She moved aside and watched the TV program expressionlessly. Don't hide away. Why are you so far away from me? Don't you recognize this face? Xian giggled and turned around from the sofa. If the boss was such a beautiful person, she would praise the first personality for doing a good job. Xia Yan turned up the volume of the TV and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Well, I'm not annoying anymore. Xian placed her fingers on her lips with her index finger raised, her legs folded together, and winked gently in a very feminine way. Xia Yan was very confused. You are not Shiji. Who are you? Chapter 85, I am Xian. Shiji? Of course I'm not that little pervert. From Xia Yan's perspective, Shiji looked at her with a half-smile, raised his index finger to take the candy, peeled off the candy wrapper very slowly, put it into his mouth elegantly, and savored it carefully. It tastes really good. I haven't tasted such delicious candy in a long time. Little sister, thank you. 10 points for 1 candy bar. It has been deducted from your card. Xia Yan stood up expressionlessly and went to get the water. Sister, give me a glass too. Women still need to drink more water. Xian touched her rough skin and cursed the rough old man in her first personality for ruining her carefully cared for skin. Xia Yan paused. Take it yourself. Forget it. My skin is already like this. It won't recover in a short time. After drinking the water, Xia Yan returned to the sofa. Boss Xia, why are you hiding so far away? Haven't you guys reached that point yet? Which step? That step. Please look up and read Article 4 of the store rules across the street. Oh, forbidden. I see. I was wondering how you could be so blind as to fall for him. Okay, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Xian, and I'm the 3rd personality of this body. It's our first meeting, and it's been a pleasure. Xian curled the corners of her mouth, relaxed her posture, stretched out her hand, and looked at Xia Yan. It is indeed different from before. Even the slightest facial movements seem very feminine. And purple eyes? Xia Yan had never noticed Shiji's original eye color. Now seeing that this person who called herself Xian had a pair of deep purple eyes, Her intuition told her that this was really another personality. Hello. You have beautiful eyes. Xia Yan shook her hand. Thank you, your eyes are beautiful too. After expressing her friendship, Xia Yan let go of her hand, turned her head to look at the TV, and spoke in a gentle voice. I didn't expect that this time I would experience such a big change. I want to stay as long as possible. At the very least, I have to try all the food in the buffet restaurant. Welcome. To be honest, I really thought that the first personality had tricked you into being his own. Fortunately, you were sensible enough to not be fooled by that pretty boy. I am single. It's rare to find a sensible sister. Well done. Sister, just be beautiful on your own and don't ever think of finding a boyfriend. Xia Yan raised her eyebrows and chin slightly, her eyes moving calmly over her. Such a simple action actually looked very charming on her. Seeing that she didn't want to chat, Xia Yan shut up and started watching TV series. Ever since Xia Yan sat on the sofa in the hall and refused to leave, the night that Xia Yan had been looking forward to finally arrived. Customers who were busy outside were like birds returning to their nests, stepping into the hotel gate at the last moment when darkness swallowed up the light. Sister, I'm going to eat. Xia Yan stood up and stretched lazily, her movements surprisingly charming. A tall man, so charming. Xia Yan looked away. Even though he knew the soul inside was a female, he still found it a bit off-putting. By the way, which room does my sister live in? Xia Yan smiled innocently and blinked gently. 304. Xia Yan had every reason to suspect that she didn't know the room number at all, which was why she spent the entire afternoon here. Thank you. Xia Yan blew him a kiss and walked towards the buffet restaurant swayingly. Xia Yan lowered her eyes and pretended not to see it as she adjusted the hem of her skirt. Finally sent Xia Yan away. She let out a long sigh. At this time, the door was pushed open again, and a group of people walked in from outside, their faces covered with sweat. As soon as they entered the hall, they were refreshed by the comfortable temperature. It's really the most comfortable in the store. After the heat subsided, fatigue swept over me. Chihua saw Boss Xia sitting on the sofa at a glance. After saying hello, he took the elevator upstairs. 1, 2, 6 people. Where's Feng Bei? Xia Yan didn't see her in the crowd. Didn't she go with him? No, this isn't Feng Bei's character. Just as he was thinking about it, the door was pushed open again, and the person who came in was Feng Bei. Xia Yan looked at her obviously more scruffy figure in surprise and guessed. Did they abandon her along the way? Did they have a falling out? Chihua is a very stable and sentimental person. Feng Bei noticed Boss Xia looking at her. Her nose felt sore, and she walked quickly to her. Xia, Boss Xia, I'm here to return the crystal core. She took out a cloth bag wrapped in 3 layers of rags from her pocket, gently opened it, revealing 4 crystal cores inside, and took out 3 of them and placed them on the coffee table. Boss Xia, these are 3 level 2 crystal cores. I'm returning them to you. The debt between us is settled. You don't have to let Qin Mingzi follow me anymore. She sniffed, feeling a sense of relief that her debt had been paid off. From now on, Boss Xia will never be able to use this matter to threaten her again. She can finally hold her head up high and live her life as a human being. However, Chihua's team has refused to accept her. From now on, she can only rely on herself to kill zombies. As he thought about it, Feng Bei's eyes gradually turned red, and he bit his lips tightly with his teeth. Rely on herself. She can survive. Xia Yan picked up the crystal core and looked at her again. I just saw Chihua and the others come in. Why aren't you with them? Feng Bei looked up at her and bit his lip. I was abandoned by them. Oh, they refused to take me with them because they thought my abilities were not strong enough and that I would hinder them. So they left me behind and returned first. I see. Well, I'm very tired today. Boss, yeah, I'll go upstairs first. Afraid that she would notice something, Feng Bei found an excuse and hurried to the elevator, his heart pounding. Xia Yan looked at it thoughtfully, picked up the crystal core, and held it up to the light. The crystal clear color fell on her face, forming a small diamond shape. These crystal cores are really clean, as if they have been well preserved and kept close to the body by someone. Xia Yan stored them in the system and successfully received 1,500 points. Probably because the temperature in all the rooms had become comfortable, Xia Yan was the only one left in the hall, except for a few customers who went downstairs to buy laundry detergent, underwear, and other necessities. After a simple dinner, Xia Yan got up and went to the West Second Hall. She took out the few remaining lunch boxes in the brunch machine and put them into the freezer next to it. She now has 4 freezers filled with boxed lunches. Sume, the appointment for a week has long passed. Why haven't you come yet? She can't even put away her lunch boxes. Chapter 86. Because of the Mountains 1. Simple medical treatment facilities behind the front lines. Sume tilted her head and clenched her teeth, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead. Her face extremely pale, and she did not move. The medical staff quickly and skillfully wrapped a roll of yellowed medical gauze tightly around her slender waist. There was a hole as big as a fist going straight through the back of the waist. It was pierced by a mutant horn bull when it went berserk. Seeing that the blood had seeped through the gauze again, the nurse frowned and began to rummage through the trolley beside her. Damn it, there's not even any hemostatic medicine left. They've all been used up. No, it's okay, just wrap it around me again. It will be fine. Tighten it tighter. The waves of intense pain almost made her lose her mind. Sume bit her tongue and forced herself to stay awake. She couldn't fall down yet. Her teammates were still on the front line. She had to rush over to support them. The young nurse had no choice but to pick up another roll of gauze and said, "Bear with it and try wrapping it again." At that moment, Sume's eyelids were twitching in pain and countless white lights flashed before her eyes. "It really hurts. Shaolin, come quickly. Another group of injured people has arrived." The simple wooden door was suddenly pushed open and an anxious voice rushed in. "Hey, here it comes." The young nurse responded loudly, quickly tied the knot, grabbed the cart, and ran away. "Shaolin, go over there. I'll leave those 8 people to you." No. The hurried footsteps outside the door gradually faded away, and Sume took a deep breath to ease the pain. After a few seconds, she stretched out her left hand and placed it on her lower abdomen, then moved her legs and stood up again. She closed her eyes, anxiously waiting for the black scene in front of her eyes to disappear. She lost a lot of blood, but that was not a problem. The important thing was that her comrades on the front line were still fighting hard. After her vision cleared again, Sume stepped outside and pushed open the wooden door. On the dry yellow ground lay many wounded people, all wrapped in layers of gauze, their faces filled with unbearable pain. Sume walked past the wounded without looking around and picked up a wounded man's sword with her only usable left hand and waited. "It's pretty easy. Captain Su, where are you going?" Shaolin suddenly saw Sume running out, brandishing a sword right after bandaging the wound, and he was so angry that he put down the tray in his hand heavily. "Just lie down in there. Don't you know that you have a big hole in your stomach and your right arm is broken? Do you want to die quickly? Let go. My comrades are still on the battlefield. I can't abandon them." Sume's eyes were fierce. She shook off the little nurse's hand and walked out with firm steps. "Hey, your teammates are all here. Why are you still going to the front line?" The young nurse stamped her feet, grabbed her arm again, and dragged her forcefully to the west side of the cabin. "Look, they're all there. Don't run around. I'm so worried about them." The young nurse pointed at a few wounded soldiers whose faces were covered with black and red stains and left her to continue the rescue work. "I've been really unlucky these past few days. The 3 psychics who can heal in the medical station have all been transferred away by the higher-ups. Unfortunately, there are still many more wounded people, and there are not enough medical supplies. We can only rely on hard work." There were 7 wounded soldiers lying on the bare ground, staring at the sky with lifeless eyes, enduring the pain coming from deep inside their bodies. When they heard the nurse's voice, they slowly turned their heads to look, their lost pupils slowly focused, and they stared at Sume silently. Team leader. Sume felt a sharp pain in her heart when she saw this scene. The battlefield changes rapidly, and getting injured is too normal. She silently counted the team members and found that there were only 7 of them. 12 people were missing. Those 12 people are still on the front line? "You guys take good care of your injuries. I'll go to the front line to support you." Sume didn't have time to take a closer look at their injuries. She was extremely anxious when she thought that there were still 12 people fighting alone on the front line. "Captain Ahem, don't go. There are only a few of us left." Ahem. Mao Yuan grabbed her trouser leg, her eyes full of sadness. "What? They're all gone. Captain." Cough, cough, cough. Sume only felt that the world was dizzy and her eyes were full of blood. 12 people all gone. The 7 people lying on the ground turned their heads to the side, and crystal tears oozed from the corners of their eyes. Before they fell, they turned black, as if the condensed grief was so great that even light could not escape. Those 12 people bravely died to cover their retreat, so that some of them could survive. As if the sky had collapsed, Sume took a few steps back and fell to the ground, her left hand hanging limply at her side, mumbling absent-mindedly. "How could this happen? It's all my fault. If I were..." "No, Captain, it has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself." "Yes, Captain, It has nothing to do with you. The teammates lying on the ground endured the pain and raised their upper bodies, stretching out their hands to pat the captain's shoulders. Losing 12 of their closest comrades at once was hard for them to accept, not to mention the captain. However, this was a battlefield, and being on the front line meant separation of life and death. They had known that long ago, hadn't they? Forcing the 12 extremely familiar faces out of her mind, Sume rubbed her sore eyes and raised her head. You guys take good care of your injuries first. I'll go find you something to eat and drink. Wait for me to come back. Sume stood up again and hid the sadness in her eyes. Now is not the time to be sad. There are still 7 teammates waiting for supplies to survive. She has to go and get them. Outside the materials management department, Sume was stopped by someone who said that the minister was discussing something and asked her to wait a moment. Sume straightened her back and looked straight ahead with sharp eyes. Seeing that she was quite knowledgeable about the rules, the guard gave her 2 warnings and then went on to do other things. A new batch of crystal cores had arrived recently, and the quantity was huge. Minister Dong Chongbing required that they be carefully watched and that no mistakes be made. The sun was shining brightly. The temperature rose suddenly, and layers of heat waves were rising and falling in the air. Sume lifted her stiff legs and tried to walk to the shade to avoid the sun. She was weak now and had many things to deal with. She must not fall down. Just then a breeze blew by, bringing a string of conversations into her ears. Brother Chongbing, there are still some survivors from the disruption caused by the 3rd team. Do you think we should arrange for them to go to the battlefield again according to the previous plan? Well, that's the only way. So tomorrow I will. As if the voice was lowered deliberately, the second half was blown away by the wind and disappeared. Sume's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she vaguely felt that what was being talked about was related to their 9th team. And her mortal enemy Weijin is in there. A nameless anger rushed to her heart, and she walked straight forward and knocked on the door, causing the 2 men to panic. Who? Dong Chongbing cleared his throat and waved his hand to signal Wachiong to sit down and not panic. Come in. Sume pushed the door open and went in. It's Captain Su. Captain Su came to our house in person. Is there any urgent matter? Dong Chongbing clasped her hands together and placed them on the table, with her usual smile on her face. Sume glanced at Wachiong beside her, pursed her lips, and turned to look at Dong Chongbing. Minister, I came here hoping you could approve some food and water for me. My teammates are in urgent need. Chapter 87. Sit down and talk. Oh, you're here to ask for supplies. Dong Chongbing let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. He thought that Sume had heard their secret conversation. Fortunately, Dong Chongbing stood up and walked to the side, took off the cork from the thermos, and poured half a cup of hot water. Captain Su, why are you standing here? Sit down and talk. You don't have to be so polite in front of me. He kindly placed a cup of water in front of Sume, patted her shoulder gently, and sat back in his original seat. Xiao Su, let's talk about supplies. You came at a bad time. All the supplies for the past few days have been taken away by Captain Hua. He stretched out his hand to stop Sume from talking and continued. Not only Captain Hua, but also the 1st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th squads all came to me to take away a week's worth of food. You should know that the situation on the front line is tight right now. Shangjing is thousands of miles away from here, and the food is transported very slowly. I understand that it is not easy for you, but as General Chu Wanfu said, special times require special treatment. Everyone grit their teeth and work hard to get through this time. General Chu will not forget you. Is there nothing left? My team member just got off the front line. He is seriously injured, and he relies on supplies to save his life. You must find a way to help me no matter what. Sume spoke with a hoarse voice and kept a low profile. Dong Chongbing looked at Wachiong in surprise. This was the first time he heard Captain Samaisu say something soft. There was a flash of surprise in the 2 men's eyes, as if they had grasped some kind of leverage and were sure of victory. Oh, I understand. Captain Su, I understand. I can understand that you feel sorry for your teammates who have no food to eat. But this is a battlefield. Captain Hua and the other captains will go to the front line tomorrow. How can I ask them to share their food with you? Minister Dong, our 9th team has been on the front line twice in 4 days. But have we ever asked you for food? Sume raised her head suddenly. Although her face was pale, there was a fiery red light in her eyes. Don't we have the right to even have a full meal after we've been removed from the front line? When Zhang Bianliu comes back, do you think I should talk to him about it? Upon hearing this, Dong Chongbing's face showed strange expression, and he was annoyed. Zhang Bianliu, the 2nd in command who was always eyeing his position and always looking for trouble with him. Seeing that his face was not right, Hua Qiong slammed the table and stood up and yelled at Su Mei, "Su, how dare you talk to Minister Dong like that? Who are you threatening?" Su Mei tightened her lips and slowly clenched her right hand that was hanging in front of her chest into a fist. Her face was gloomy, and she squinted with murderous intent and spoke hoarsely. "Vajin, don't think I don't know your little tricks. Don't let it end up with nothing." Hua Qiong stared at Dong Chongbing with wide eyes, panicking. What did she mean? How could she possibly know? The experienced Dong Chongbing lowered his brows and looked at Su Mei calmly. He raised his fingers slightly and made a pressing gesture to signal Hua Qiong to sit down, and put a kind smile on his face again. "Captain Su, why don't I understand what you were talking about?" "Huh, how about this? Since Captain Hua is here too, you should ask Captain Hua directly. As long as she agrees to lend the food, I have no objection." Brother Long Handle. Hua Zhong jumped up from the stool like a cat with its tail blown off. "What are you talking about? I won't give her the food. Su Mei, you are dreaming." TSK, TSK, TSK. "Captain Su, you see, there's nothing I can do. I can only blame you for coming too late. All the food has been distributed. How about you go look somewhere else?" Dong Chongbing spread out his hands, looking innocent. "Where's the water?" "The water is gone too." "Captain." Mao Yun got up from the ground with difficulty and stuffed the half-hard bun hidden under her body into Su Mei's hand. "Hurry, eat it." Isini handed over the water that she was reluctant to finish. Everyone knew that Su Mei came back empty-handed. Hua Qiong is the captain's mortal enemy, but Dong Chongbing is on good terms with Hua Qiong, so the captain will definitely not get any benefits from them. Su Mei lowered her head dejectedly, leaving only the round swirl on top of her head visible. "Sorry, I didn't bring back the supplies." "Well, I thought it was something." "It's okay, Captain. We can hold on." "That's right, we sisters. We are strong and healthy." "Don't cry, Captain." "The captain is crying?" Hurry up. Ouch, it hurts so much." "Team leader, I'm not crying. You guys just lie down and I'll think of a solution." "Mao Yuan, eat the buns and don't worry about me." Su Mei's voice was low and hoarse, as if she had a cold and her nose was blocked and she couldn't breathe. Without even a glance at her teammates, she quickly turned around and left as if she was running for her life. "Mao Yuan, you're too close. Is the captain really crying?" Mao Yuan held the hard steamed bun in her hand, and her eyes fell on a small brown spot on the ground, which was clearly distinguished from the colors next to it. She felt upset. "Hurry up and say something. This idiot, you're not talking again." Luo Yu was so angry that she wanted to kick her, if her leg wasn't broken. "No, nothing." She wouldn't say anything the captain didn't want to say. Su Mei leaned against a big tree and smashed it angrily to vent her anger. If you got closer, you could see that the tough girl who usually worked hard with blood and sweat was now in tears. It's all her fault. If it weren't for her, how could her teammates be sent to the front line twice in a row with empty stomachs? She was a useless captain. She killed 12 teammates. It was her. The scenes of them getting along with each other in the past automatically emerged in front of her eyes. 12 extremely familiar faces faced her with smiles on their faces, calling her captain with a grin. When her teammates received the oranges she bought from the hotel, they were ecstatic and yearned for the beautiful hotel she described. They repeatedly asked her about the details of the hotel. When they learned that the hotel owner was a girl younger than them, they exclaimed that they would call her sister when they met in the future. They counted the days more anxiously than Su Mei, looking forward to the captain's departure for the hotel again. The 1-week appointment had already passed, and there was no response to the material she had submitted, just like a stone sinking into the sea, without even a splash. Then there was the intense and urgent frontline, rescue, substitute support, and then to the battlefield, and then to the battlefield again 2 days later. In a short period of time, she lost 12 teammates, and they could no longer eat oranges. Su Mei was choking with sobs. Her teammates, who had depended on her for survival, left one after another. The wounded had no food or water, and no one was willing to lend them food. All these burdens were like the 5-finger mountain of Buddha, pressing her down and making her unable to move. She is only 25 years old this year. God is really unfair. Have you heard? We will force the 9th squad to go to the front tomorrow. Who told you that? The girl exclaimed. Shoo, keep your voice down. It will be troublesome if someone hears you. It's our Captain Hua Qiong. Captain Su is quite pitiful. Why did she offend Hua Qiong? Didn't you see that all the captains of the teams are avoiding her? Now the whole army is going to be wiped out. Chapter 88, stupid Captain Su. No way. How dare she? TSK. Why would she be afraid of that? Have you forgotten who her mother is? Yang Zijing's second wife. What's the big deal about having sex with a little Su Mei? That's true. Oh, it's really pitiful. Come to think of it, Captain Su is also stupid. He could have just come back and secretly handed over the supplies, but what Xiong had to find out. She was worried that she didn't have a good reputation to get close to General Chu Wanfu, and now she has an opportunity right at her doorstep. That's why she wants to torture Captain Su to death. It's not worth killing a bunch of people just for this, right? You don't know. The higher-ups are very interested in the materials Captain Su handed over. They even allocated a large amount of crystal cores. They want her to go with General Chu Wanfu to see if they can win over that boss. There are a lot of complicated things going on here. It's not simple. Oh, how do you know so much? Don't talk nonsense next time. It will be bad if someone with ulterior motives hears it. My boyfriend happens to be the caretaker of the crystal core this time. I heard a lot of gossip around them. Forget it. Seeing how timid you are, I won't say anything. Hey, don't be so talkative and tell others what I told you. No, no, no. I'm scared to death. How can I dare tell anyone? I knew it. Let's go eat. I heard that Dong Changbing is inviting everyone to dinner today. All the teams are here. Let's go and join the fun. The two people's voices gradually faded away. They were laughing and playing, forgetting what they had just discussed. Little did they know that the central figure of the topic was sitting behind a big tree at this moment. His eyes were frighteningly bright, and hatred was rising to the sky. So that's it, haha. Sume cried and laughed at the same time. She could never have imagined that just because she could spend some time with Chu Wanfu, Hua Qiong would do something like this to take the lives of her entire team. All these things made Su Mei feel breathless. She stood up suddenly, her body as straight as steel. She looked back, gazing at the flag that symbolized supreme power with fierce eyes. There was a sudden knock in the meeting room, interrupting the fierce argument inside. Enter. Chu Wanfu closed the pen cap, placed it on the blank notebook, and looked calmly. The recorder pushed the door open, his cheeks slightly red, and he looked apologetically. He looked at the first person and said softly, General Chu, someone is looking for you outside the door. He said there is urgent information. What urgent information? The battle lines are tense. What could be more urgent than this? Call that man over to let me see. He's really brave. The middle-aged man sitting on Chu Wanfu's right slammed his notebook heavily on the table. His eyes were wide open, his thick eyebrows raised to the sky, and he glared at everyone present with a fierce look. Squeak. As if he was not aware of the solemn atmosphere, the feminine-looking young man sitting opposite him sneered and made a sarcastic remark. Xiao Xingzi, next time you upgrade your abilities, upgrade your brain as well. You just keep worrying about your guts. What the hell are you talking about? Are you looking for death? The middle-aged man kicked the stool fiercely and rolled up his sleeves to reveal his muscular body. He rushed the man with 3 big strides, grabbed his collar, and pulled him in front of him. Weak chicken, say it again if you dare. Everyone panicked and dodged. No one dared to stop them, and there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. Beat this weird Eze to death. I have disliked him for a long time. Eze, who was being held tightly by the collar, raised his eyebrows slightly, looked from his eyebrows to his lips with evil eyes, raised the corners of his lips, and said lightly, brainless waste. The veins in the middle-aged man's eyes were visibly exposed, and his eyeballs were instantly swallowed by blood. He swung his fists rapidly in rage, and a sharp storm rolled up in the air, and he rushed out with a roar. That is his best blade wind scroll. The crowd cried out in surprise. It seemed that Eze had completely angered him, and his first move was a killer move. What is his special ability? Can he dodge it? Everyone stared at Eze, who was at the center of the storm, their hearts tense. Go to hell. The middle-aged man shouted again, and used a few more moves to surround Eze, laughing with satisfaction. Haha, as long as you're willing to kneel down in front of me and call me Grandpa, I'll let you go. Oh, beat me first, then we can talk. Everyone's eyes blurred, and they saw that Eze, who was originally held tightly in the middle-aged man's hand, had run behind Chu Wanfu at some point, still looking like he deserved a beating. The blade wind rolls that the middle-aged man was so proud of all missed their target and hit the ground, making several holes. You, how did you escape? The middle-aged man pointed at him in amazement. Eze was too lazy to pay attention to him. Gongxingye, sit back. Chu Wanfu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. Gongxingye stared at Eze and snorted coldly, then moved a new stool and sat back in his seat. Seeing that there was nothing interesting to watch, everyone sat down. Let that man in. The clerk left trembling. Then, the door was reopened, and a female soldier walked in from the back. She was wearing the most formal attire, with her back straight. Although her right arm was hanging in front of her chest, her momentum remained undiminished and her eyes were firm. Seeing so many important leaders, she was not afraid at all and saluted and greeted them neatly. Even the most picky Gung Xingyan nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this was a good candidate. General, I have something urgent to report. Talk about it here. Report. It's about the supplies I brought last time. Su Mei gritted her teeth and had to say it vaguely. She didn't know how many people knew about this, so she couldn't say it directly. Chu Wanfu stopped writing. Explain. Yes. The 7-day agreement between me and Boss Xia has expired. We should not delay it any longer. Merchants value integrity, and so do we. Moreover, supplies are tight on the front line right now. If we could buy a batch of supplies from Boss Xia as soon as possible, we will surely win. Su Mei bowed again, looking solemn, but her palms were actually full of sweat. She was not sure whether Chu Wanfu would agree. After all, this matter was related to him. It was too much for a soldier like her to teach the general how to do things. But for the sake of her teammates, she had no choice but to take the risk. Su Mei's words were so powerful that the conference room was suddenly extremely quiet. Chu Wanfu glanced at everyone's faces, his expression showing no emotion, and said calmly, "You all heard it, right? This trip to the hotel is imminent. There is no need to argue anymore. Just follow the established plan and set off tomorrow. General Chu, take me with you. It's too dangerous for you to go by yourself." Gung Xingya stood up suddenly, rubbing his hands together, his anxiety evident. "Gung Xingya, you look down on me." Ease snapped his little finger and held his cheek with a smile on his face. Chapter 89, finally. Ease, don't misinterpret Gung Xingya's good intentions. This is a serious matter, not something you can play around with. The bald man couldn't bear to watch it anymore and offered to help. If it weren't for the fact that Yi was sent from the capital, he would have teamed up with others to kill Yi. How could he tolerate his presumptuous behavior? "Baldy, if you don't agree, come and fight me. What's the point of just talking big?" Yi didn't take the two of them seriously at all, and even hooked his finger at them provocatively. Seeing that everyone was about to start arguing again, Chu Wanfu frowned and put the pen back on the table. "Everyone, time is precious." Yi continued, "It means you guys talk too much nonsense." Chu Wanfu gave him a warning look, and the latter raised his hands and shut up obediently. "We'll leave at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Yi will go and get ready." "Yes." Yi looked around at everyone provocatively, snorted sarcastically, and went out first, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. "General Chu," Gung Xingya wanted to say something. "The meeting is adjourned." Chu Wanfu pinched his nose with his hand, looking like he refused to talk. The bald man winked at Gung Xingya, packed up his things, and left. The others didn't say anything and left one after another without saying a word. In a blink of an eye, Su Mei was the only one left in the huge conference room. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. She frowned and felt a sticky liquid flowing out of her abdomen. As the pain gradually intensified, layers of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. "Be at Building 3 at 5:30 tomorrow morning." "Yes." Chu Wanfu began to tidy up the documents on the desk. Seeing that Su Mei was still unwilling to leave, he frowned almost imperceptibly. "Anything else?" Su Mei took a deep breath, looked into his indifferent eyes again, and said, "Try not to mix in any personal feelings. General Chu, please approve a batch of supplies for the 9th Squadron. Go find the supplies department." The supply department refused to provide food. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanfu stopped what he was doing and looked at her again. His expression was as calm as a mysterious ancient well that had existed for thousands of years, yet was also infinitely terrifying. "This is your purpose." Su Mei trembled all over, not knowing whether it was because of the pain from the wound or the fear of being seen through by Chu Wanfu. For a moment, she wanted to retreat and leave. But in her mind, she saw her injured teammates with cracked lips that bled, deeply sunken cheeks, and a listless look, lacking food and water and waiting to die. She was unwilling to give in. "Yes, my teammates have been on the front line twice in 4 days, and they went to the battlefield on an empty stomach. Now they're seriously injured and cannot eat a grain of rice or drink a sip of water. If I hadn't really had no other choice, I wouldn't have come directly to you. Please, General Chu, Save us. Sumei bent down deeply. Even if the wound on her lower abdomen was torn again and bleeding because of this action, even if she faced the pressure from Chu Wanfu's silent gaze, she would never back down. She could imagine Chu Wanfu's eyes on her head, thinking about something with an expressionless face. Chu Wanfu, the core figure of the Second Army, she had seen him fighting on the front line, where the ground was littered with debris and piled high up in the mountains. He stood at the top, facing the scorching sun and the wind, looking extremely dazzling. But since that battle, he retreated to the second line and no longer took the lead in the front line. But his heroic figure on the battlefield will always be her compass, guiding her forward. She couldn't speak directly about those conspiracies in front of her superior and idol, and reporting them to a higher level would be a big mistake. Chu Wanfu retracted his gaze, picked up the notebook, stood up, and left without looking away, only saying one sentence at the last moment before leaving, "Go back." The door slowly closed, and tears gathered in Sumei's eyes as she lowered her head, falling directly onto her shoes. Still, didn't get the supplies, her teammates. She is useless. How come she can't tell which is more important, faith or life? Sumei straightened up, and her eyes fell on the place where Chu Wanfu had sat. Her vision became blurred and then clear. The overwhelming loss and despair rushed towards her, successfully crushing her to death on the beach. She could only cry without any resistance. Cry? Sumei raised her hand to wipe away the coldness on her face and looked at it absent-mindedly. No, there is still a chance. She can't give up. Like a stranded fish struggling hard, Sumei would never give up until she heard Chu Wanfu's consent. Damn the idol. Her teammates were more important. She flung open the door, grabbed someone at random, and asked, "Where is General Chu?" "Yes, in his office." Sumei rushed over, following his finger, and pushed the door open, attracting surprised glances from the two people inside. She slammed the door shut, her chest heaving violently, her throat extremely dry, and her face as pale as a newly painted wall. "General Chu, you must give me some supplies. I can't just watch my teammates die. We are doing our best to defend our country, and we would rather die tragically on the battlefield than be harmed by our compatriots." "Trick? Tell me in detail." Chu Wanfu was furious. "You should know, Wajong. The procedure for me to hand over the supplies is strictly confidential. She knew that you would go this time, so she colluded with Dong Changbing and deliberately arranged for my 9th squad to go to the battlefield continuously in an attempt to wipe us out. Then Dong Changbing arranged for her to replace me. General Chu, Wachiong, she will remember this grudge." Sumei pursed her lips tightly, her eyes determined. "Please give us food and save our lives." Chu Wanfu seemed to have no reaction. He turned his head to look at Ize beside him and asked, "Is the crystal core in his hands?" Ize nodded. "He came down a few days ago. Nominally, it was to purchase supplies, and he is in charge of it. It seems that what the female soldier said is somewhat true and reliable." "How do you know so much about their private affairs?" Chu Wanfu asked softly. Sumei was a little embarrassed to say. When she was venting her emotions behind the tree, I heard the conversation between her teammates. "I know this statement is not very credible, but I will not joke with the lives of my teammates. If I hadn't heard it, I might still be kept in the dark by them." Chu Wanfu was silent. The room was silent for 5 or 6 seconds, and he turned his head and said to Ize, "Go check it out." Ize responded and went out. Chu Wanfu picked up a pen and wrote something on the paper. He called out in a slightly tired voice, "Xiao Zhang, get some supplies for her." There was a response from someone outside the door, and the footsteps gradually faded away. "Take this note back and give it to your teammates. You must be at the designated location on time tomorrow." He folded the paper in half and pushed it forward. Sumei concealed the surprise in her eyes, walked forward and put the note into her pocket and put it away carefully. At this time, a man called Xiao Zhang came in carrying a bag of supplies. Sumei took it, bowed to Chu Wanfu again to thank him, and walked out. Outside the door, she opened the note and saw that it said, "All members should rest in place and go to the front line after recovering from their injuries. Chu Wanfu." Sumei felt the heavy load of supplies on her shoulders, and her heart felt heavy as if covered by a thick fog. She once again felt the importance of strength. If her strength could be further improved, would their 9th team be like the 1st team, respected wherever they go? It's ridiculous that such a pile of supplies almost cost the lives of their entire team. Every tear she shed proved how incompetent she was. Only with strength can one live well. Well, she understood. As for idols, Sume had already thrown them into the trash can at the last moment when she lowered her head. From now on, she's her own weather vane. Chapter 90: Departure to the Hotel. At 5:10 in the morning, Sume arrived at building number 3 on time. It was a sunny morning with a comfortable temperature. People were already walking back and forth in the compound, cleaning. Sume leaned against the wall, closed her eyes, and rested. After she brought back the supplies yesterday, her teammates looked at her with admiration in their eyes. They ate bread and drank water in big gulps, and their voracious eating made her sad. All the efforts are worth it. After distributing supplies to everyone, she mentioned that they would leave for the hotel tomorrow. As expected, his teammates cheered in surprise and envy. Mao Yuanyuan whispered, "It would be great if the hotel could be open near us. I have a lot of crystal cores." Isini patted her head. "You have a very rich imagination. Do you think the hotel has legs and can move by itself? Have you seen too many moving castles?" Mao Yuanyuan was not angry even after being beaten. She murmured, "I was just thinking. You can't even think about it." After hearing what Mao Yuanyuan said, Sume remembered something and her expression became serious. From now on, apart from the crystal cores left for necessary expenses, the remaining crystal cores will all be used to improve your strength. I will give you a week to quickly recuperate. I will have other arrangements after a week, so don't fall behind." The teammates looked at each other and responded loudly, "Yes." Sume bounced her legs, took out a crystal core from her pocket, stuffed it into her mouth, and started chewing it. Soon, the energy inside the crystal core was released and absorbed by her. The energy provided by the first-level crystal core is too little, and it is too difficult to upgrade to the next level. It seems that I have to go out hunting. When she comes back, this must be done immediately. Little Wolf, let's go. Sume opened her eyes and saw Chu Wanfu and his group walking towards her with empty hands. She grabbed the straps of her backpack and walked over. The process may be a bit uncomfortable, so bear with it. Ize asked several people to stand in a circle, close their eyes, and began to activate their supernatural powers. A few seconds later, Sume felt dizzy and nauseous. Then, she felt weightless under her feet. Her body tilted involuntarily and flew away. At 9 o'clock, Xia Yan got up from the bed on time. Ever since the entire store was equipped with central air conditioning, she no longer has to sweat profusely wherever she goes. And now Xiong can receive customers on his own, and sometimes he acts more like a boss than she does, which makes her feel very relieved. She turned on the TV and found a music competition program, turned up the volume to the maximum, then went into the bathroom and started brushing her teeth with an electric toothbrush. A cheerful song every morning starts a wonderful day. Even if she never goes out in the hotel, she will apply sunscreen and take good care of herself. She changed into an oatmeal white polo neck contrasting knitted skirt, paired with gold earrings and a smiley face necklace, curled her hair slightly, put on some light makeup, sprayed herself with a perfume with a faint fruity and floral scent, which was sweet and lingering, and then put on sandals in the same color as the skirt. She pushed open the door and prepared to go to the buffet restaurant to eat some food. I don't know how the system does it, but the yard feels cool and has the same temperature as indoors. She pushed open the door and saw many customers eating in the restaurant. "Good morning, Boss Xia." "Well, good morning, everyone." Xia Yan greeted everyone with a smile. After spending these days together, these customers all know that Boss Xia is a kind person who loves to wear beautiful dresses. Everyone was sighing in their hearts that it was only because Boss Xia was so powerful and dared to dress so beautifully. Ordinary women would wish they could turn into men so as not to attract the attention of human traffickers. Although they envied Boss Xia, they were also a little worried about her. Boss Xia must stay alive and safely. Xia Yan walked into the buffet restaurant, which was already full of customers. It would be more accurate to say that it was full, with everyone occupying 4 tables. She first walked to the robot and ordered a steak, a cup of coffee, and a tiger dish. After looking around, she walked hesitantly to the opposite side of Jing Imai and sat down. There was no way. Lan Wu didn't want her to go over at first glance, and she didn't want to go find Xian. Wang Yi and his sister were eating happily, so she could only find Jing Imai. As a boss, she actually has these worries. It's really... Jing Imai looked up at her, cleared half of the table for her, and ate his meal quietly. Xia Yan was satisfied. Among her many customers, the one she was most satisfied with was Jing Imai. Not only had he been contributing crystal cores steadily since she opened the shop, but he was also very sensible and did not try to get close to her. He also worked hard to kill zombies to save crystal cores. You didn't go out to kill zombies today? Xia Yan picked up a piece of steak and put it into his mouth, asking him curiously. On weekdays, Jing and I would leave before 6:30 at the latest and would not come back until 5 or 6 in the evening. What happened today? He could still be seen in the restaurant at this time. It's too hot outside now. If you go out, you'll get sick. You have to go out at night. Xia Yan had been staying in the comfortable hotel and had no idea that the temperature outside had reached a terrifying level. Oh, no wonder. I thought everyone stayed in the hotel these days. What time will you be back in the evening? If the view is good enough, I'd like to be back around 11 or 12. Boss Xia, can you delay the time to lock the door? Jing and I put down his chopsticks and took a sip of his drink. He had originally thought that he would talk to her when he met her again. The crystal cores in his hand were enough for the time being. Today was a coincidence. Okay, the hotel will lock its doors at midnight from now on. If he feels unable to go out, other customers with lower abilities will be even more unbearable. She can ask Xiong to inform all customers that the business hours will be extended in the evening to make it easier for everyone to go out and collect crystal cores. Anyway, it's not a problem for Xia Yan. Xiong can work 24 hours a day, and she doesn't have to watch over him all the time. Thank you very much. Jing Imai nodded, returned to his indifferent state, stood up, and went to get another plate of meat. A meal at the buffet restaurant costs 60 points, which is not cheap. He now has to consume 2 first-level crystal cores a day, so of course he has to make up for the cost. Boss Xia. As soon as Xia Yan heard the deliberately lowered and pretended gentle voice, she knew it was Xi Yan. She stuffed a piece of beef into her mouth and ignored it. Unexpectedly, she came and sat next to me. Boss Xia, why are you ignoring me? I still want to do business with you. Xi Yan clinked her glass with hers and drank it all in one gulp. What business? You look so beautiful today. Xi Yan looked him up and down, her eyes full of amazement. Seeing that her reply was irrelevant, Xia Yan rolled his eyes and moved the stool to the side. To be honest, ever since Xi Yan's personality appeared, she has missed Shiji very much. Although Shiji was a little annoying at first, he later lived a peaceful life and stopped causing trouble. After Xi Yan came out, everything changed. She looked like a man, but her soul was that of a girl. Xia Yan's eyes twitched when she heard orchid instructions from time to time. Xi Yan took advantage of Jing'Amai not coming back and whispered in her ear, Boss Xia, can you sell me a few dresses? What? Xia Yan felt that there was something wrong with his ears. Chapter 91 Invaders. Xi Yan looked back at Jing'Amai, getting closer and closer to Xia Yan. You know, I'm a woman now, so of course I like beautiful skirts and... She raised her chin, snickered, and said, he's a little handsome. I'm a little interested. Xia Yan looked over and saw Jing Imai walking slowly towards him with a tray in both hands. No way. Are you interested in Jing'Amai? Oh, so his name is Jing'Amai. What a nice name. Xi Yan half supported her cheek. Her cheeks were pink, and she looked like she was in love. I advise you to put away that expression for a while if you don't want to get beaten up. Xia Yan took a sip of the fragrant coffee and readily accepted the fact that she fell in love with Jing'Amai. Okay then. Xi Yan pouted. By the way, I want to buy a few skirts from you. How much are they? She put down her coffee, looked around her body, shook her head and said, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but all my sizes are small and you can't wear them. I don't care. You must have a way. How about? I'll go back and look for it. If I find something suitable, I'll sell it to you. It's a deal. Jing Imai glanced at the two of them and sat in his chair to eat indifferently. He only heard the last few words and guessed what deal the two might have reached. What was Boss Xia going to sell? Could he buy it? Here, Xi Yan looked at Jing Imai wantonly under the pretense of drinking water, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she felt. Look at that smooth skin, handsome eyes, and pink lips. Well, must taste great. Xi Yan swallowed, and her eyes continued to move downward. My God, the Adam's apple sliding up and down is so sexy. I really want to lick it. Xia Yan noticed that she kept drinking water for a long time, and then looked carefully and found that her eyes were almost glued to Jing'Amai. He immediately felt relieved, and there was some apology in his eyes when he looked at Jing'Amai. Classmate Jing, I didn't expect that you're popular with both men and women. It seems that you're the mobile peach blossom guard of our hotel. I love you. Boss Xia, remember what you promised me. I'm leaving now. Xi Yan said goodbye to Xia Yan reluctantly, fearing that her enthusiastic eyes would make Jing Imai angry. Anyway, she had plenty of time and was not in a hurry. Xia Yan nodded, and while drinking coffee, he went into the mall to look for women's clothing. If you don't earn points when you have them, you're a bastard. There were all kinds of dresses in the mall, with prices ranging from a few dozen points to tens of thousands of points. She checked the prices of 100 to 200 points and added several dresses to the shopping cart according to Xian's preferences, intending to sell them to Xian in the afternoon. After finishing her coffee, she stood up and walked out of the buffet restaurant. There were several children sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby, watching cartoons obediently. When they saw her, they took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, Sister Xia." Xia Yan smiled and nodded, then continued walking to the back. She planned to design the courtyard today. It didn't look good if it was always bare, so she wanted to see if it could be renovated. "System, do you have a template?" After walking around the 200 square meter courtyard several times, she found herself at a loss as to where to start, as there were too many and too diverse decoration materials in the mall. In desperation, I had to look for the system again. Wouldn't it be much easier if there was a template that I could just use? Without further ado, the system placed template images of different styles in front of her, with prices included in the lower right corner. Xia Yan currently only had 14,000 points in her hand. She eliminated the high-priced templates first, then those that were too cheap. Finally, she picked out 3 that she thought had the best value for money. One is a classical garden with antique corridors and changing scenery at every step. The other is a simple design full of modern style, with eclectic materials, soft lines, and a full sense of design. There are also several fruit trees planted in the corner of the courtyard, adding a touch of life. The last one is French style, with a fence around the yard and neatly trimmed low bushes on all sides. There's a large pool in the venue, and in the center of the pool is a round little angel statue. With the statue as the central axis, the 2 sides are symmetrically distributed, giving a gorgeous and generous look. Through the trial mode, she tried all 3 models. The first model had a too small courtyard area and could not achieve the effect in the picture at all. Instead, it made the space seem cramped. The third style leaves more blank space, but Xia Yan feels it is a bit too regular. If she has obsessive-compulsive disorder, she would choose the third style first. After comparing, she found the modern style the most pleasing to the eye, and it only required 9,888 points, leaving her with more than 4,000 points left after payment. System, let's take the second one. Estimated completion time, 3 hours. This was the first time Xia Yan encountered a project that required construction. The courtyard suddenly became blurry, and a layer of thick fog that was about to drip water gradually gathered. The visibility was less than 10 centimeters, and no sound could be heard. It was not until her back hit something hard and she looked back that she realized she had been teleported to the back door of the hotel. She opened the door and walked in, planning to come back in 3 hours to check on the results. Warning, an intruder is trying to break into the hotel. A red warning sign popped up in front of Xia Yan. Intruder? Xia Yan looked towards the hotel gate. There was no one there. Could it be that a supernatural being was trying to come in from somewhere she didn't know about? Drive them away immediately after the electric shock. Xia Yan gave the order directly. No matter who you are or what you are, you're welcome to come in openly. If you try to sneak around, don't blame her for being rude. Out of her sight, Izay suddenly raised his head, extremely panicked, and yelled, "What the hell?" Everyone looked up and their faces turned ugly. It turned out that a cloud with strong purple electric current was rapidly gathering above their heads. The electric current made a creepy, crackling sound in the air, as if it was still accumulating energy. The cloud gradually expanded, and even the space-time tunnel was affected, revealing the real world outside bit by bit. "General Chu, we can't teleport directly to the resort hotel, and there's something wrong with the space-time tunnel. We must land immediately." Ize gritted his teeth and forcibly increased the output of his supernatural powers, barely preventing the tunnel from collapsing further. The clouds above his head flickered a few times, and a thick, bright bolt of lightning came towards him at lightning speed. Ize suddenly felt a chill running through the soles of his feet, like a cold, poisonous snake wrapping around his back and climbing up his neck, making his hair stand on end and his whole body cold. "Save him." At the critical moment, Chu Wanfu ordered one of his high-level psychics to take action, and he barely blocked the lightning that was as powerful as an unstoppable force. Before the high-level psychic could catch his breath, powerful lightning struck him one after another. In desperation, he could only use all his superpowers in his arms and continue to hold on. With a series of loud bangs, the high-level psychic's arms became swollen and numb, his fingers lost sensation, his head tilted, and he vomited blood. "Get out immediately." Zhu Wanfu Gedwan. Ize had been prepared for this. The moment he spoke, he used all his supernatural powers and struggled hard to break free from the terrifying attraction of the cloud. The next moment, 5 people appeared in the sky and fell vertically to the ground in weightlessness. Chapter 92, Successfully Expelled. Protect General Chu. Aisha shouted loudly. It doesn't matter what happens to him. The key is that Chu Wanfu must not be in danger. The skinny man beside him steadied his body, swung out a vine, wrapped the tip around Chu Wanfu's waist, and pulled him to his side with force. Seeing that he was about to fall to the ground, the surrounding zombies had heard the sound and were running towards him frantically. The high-level psychic shouted loudly and activated his supernatural powers again, forcibly lifting the vehicles on the road to block the zombies' way. At the same time, the skinny young man clasped his hands together, and the vines on the sides of the few people quickly wrapped around them into a ball, hit the ground, bounced twice, and then disappeared. The vines cushioned the landing of everyone, without any harm. Just now, Ize raised his eyes and was about to speak, when he suddenly felt the strangeness of the air around him again. The skinny man quickly used the vines to wrap up everyone again. Then everyone felt a powerful force pushing them outside, as if they were kicked hard and flew away uncontrollably. Successful eviction. Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction, and in a good mood, he ordered an ice cream machine from the mall and placed it next to the sofa in the hall so that he could make ice cream at any time. It's so hot today, and it's not like I've spent the summer without a bite of ice cream. As for the price, 2 points per stick is fine. Anyway, the ice cream powder is provided in unlimited quantities, so she only needs to spend 200 points to buy the machine. This is simply a no-cost business. Eating the light blue ice cream with a sea salt flavor, Xia Yan staggered to the store and added a machine that sold freshly squeezed juice. The price was a bit high, requiring 500 points, and he would need to purchase fresh fruits later. Level 1 fresh juice machines can only sell 3 types of juice: mango juice, orange juice, and peach juice. 1 cup of juice can be squeezed from 3 fruits, and the purchase cost is 7 points. Xia Yan thought about it and decided to set the price at 20 points per cup. Think about it. That's juice. That's a glass full of vitamins. Xia Yan took the cup from the stand next to him, placed it at the juice outlet, and placed his finger on the mango juice button. The juicer started running, and after a few seconds, bright yellow mango juice with a strong fruity aroma came out, just enough for 1 cup. She took a sip and found it dense, smooth, and extremely sweet. Xia Yan has an unusual allergic symptom. The lip line of her upper lip cannot touch mangoes. If it does, it will become itchy and painful, and the lip line will turn black and will not disappear for a long time. But she also particularly likes to eat mangoes, especially the extremely sweet Taiwanese mangoes, which are fragrant, sweet, soft, and sticky. Ever since she discovered her strange allergy, she can no longer chew food and has lost a great deal of joy. Now, happiness is back. She hummed a little tune and went back to the sofa to watch TV. The children next to her were almost crying with envy and swallowed countless saliva. The ice cream is so delicious. Xia Yan made an exaggerated expression and deliberately took a big lick of the ice cream. Sure enough, the children's swallowing sounds became louder. Do you want some? She placed the light blue ice cream in front of them and walked around them. It's so sweet. I've never had ice cream this delicious before. I want to eat. The little boy living in 206 hid in his sister's arms, looking at the ice cream in her hand with longing eyes, sniffing to smell how sweet it was. Want to eat? Go ask the parents for money to buy it. I don't give it to children for free. Xia Yan took a big bite of the ice cream and teased the little boy. He found it funny to see his pouting face and a grieved look. As expected, children recover quickly. In just a few days, they started to gain weight and even have baby fat. Even the boy who lives in 212 looks a little taller. Sister Xia. The little boy's sister hesitated and tightened her arms around her brother. Well, what's wrong? Sister, can I exchange it for something else? What? The boy's sister took out a gold safety lock from her neck and said reluctantly, Sister Xia, this is what my grandma gave me. Do you think you can exchange it for points? Xia Yan took it and weighed it, then said, Are you willing to part with it? Don't sell it to me and regret it later. Once it goes into my pocket, it will never go out. Well, there's no use for me to keep it. Sister, are you really going to take it? Yes, all the gold and silver jewelry. Xia Yan asked the system to evaluate the price, but received a somewhat cold response from the system. You can buy an estimator. 1 for you. Ding, your balance. 12 points. Xia Yan was shocked. Why is it so expensive? You charged me 4,488 points. Everything can be estimated. System, you're getting worse and worse. Do I have to give points to people when they buy me a piece of hair? Can fingernails also be exchanged for points? God damn, everything can be estimated. Enough talk. I admit the pit. Xia Yan finished the last bite of the crispy cone, stood up, and went to the cashier to get the appraiser. The appraiser is pitifully small, only the size of a palm, with an artistic shape that is hard to tell what it is, holding a tray that is flashing fluorescent light. That's it. Xia Yan felt that he had been taught a lesson by the system. You put your stuff on it. The little boy's sister did as she was told. It could be exchanged for 288 points. A mechanical sound came from the appraiser. It could be exchanged for 288 points. Do you want to exchange it? Xia Yan took off the necklace, grabbed the appraiser, and looked at it, trying to see where the sound came from. Change. Sister, I'll change. She didn't expect to be able to exchange so many points. She was ecstatic, fearing that Boss Xia would regret not changing. Xia Yan nodded, went to the store backstage, and applied for a card for her, and transferred 288 points from the store's turnover to the card. Go to the counter and get the card. Xia Yan put the gold necklace back in her bag and placed the appraiser on the coffee table. Through the check-in information automatically generated by the store's backend, she can see everyone's information and also has the option to give points. She understood the meaning of this rule, which meant that when she received gold and silver in the future, she could just go directly into this gift option, which was convenient. White jewelry, she likes this. Kids, go back and tell the adults at home that you can redeem points for gold and silver jewelry in the future, okay? New, you're so good. I'll give you a piece of candy as a reward. General Chu, it's safe. Ise stuck his head out and looked around vigilantly. He used the little bit of supernatural power he had accumulated with great difficulty to sense the surrounding space and found that the strange power had disappeared. After being kicked here by an unknown force just now, they were very alert and kept the vine defense shield around them, but they didn't expect that the force didn't attack again, as if it was just to kick them. Chapter 93, Attracting Attention. Where did you want to teleport to? Sume broke the silence and looked at him seriously. Ise raised his eyebrows, snorted, and said sarcastically, Little wolf, what do you mean by this? You don't want to teleport to a resort hotel, do you? Why? No. Well, I mentioned this when I was writing my report. The resort hotel is very peculiar. Not only can zombies not get in, but even a female boss inside is very powerful. She can teleport people to a pile of level 5 zombies at will. You mean the other party's superpowers are stronger than mine? Ise stared at her with his eyes fixed, his shoulders slightly bent inward, his body ready for defense. Do you have a better explanation? Sume asked back. Ise glared at her fiercely and uttered a word unwillingly. No. General Chu, it's time for us to set off. Sume turned her head and said to Chu Wanfu, who had been in deep thought. Beside him, two psychics also said nothing and kept an eye on their surroundings. Until now, Sume didn't know their names. With just a glance or a word from Chu Wanfu, the two knew who he was talking to and could react quickly. It must have taken a long time for them to develop such a tacit understanding. While thinking, Sume walked to the windowsill and looked at the banner flying high behind several buildings. Shangyang Base welcomes you. Everyone has come to the Shangyang Base. The Holiday Hotel is not far away. Rest here for 15 minutes and locate yourself near the hotel next time. Chu Wanfu said lightly. Yes. Ise stuck his head out again, quickly observed his surroundings, then jumped down from the windowsill and landed steadily on the ground. He started killing the zombies that pounced on him and took out the crystal core with extremely skillful movements. Sume withdrew her gaze, leaned against the wall, and rested with her eyes half closed, her ears perked up, alert to her surroundings. Chu Wanfu on the opposite side was also standing by the window, gazing into the distance, his eyes fixed on the banner floating in the wind. Under the ravages of the scorching sun, the banner has faded to grayish white, but the four big words Shangyang Base are still bright. Shangyang Base. Chu Wanfu muttered silently. Just half a year after the end of the world, bases of various sizes appeared in various places, killing, looting, and doing whatever they wanted. There is serious stratification and power grabbing within the leadership, and the drawbacks of spiritual disunity are exposed. Amid internal and external troubles, they are unable to take care of themselves, let alone the general public. Then there was a series of extreme weather disasters including mountain torrents, droughts, earthquakes, and abnormal temperatures, causing them to lose countless top talents. Due to the shortage of food, lack of water, and the increasingly powerful zombies, the higher-ups finally issued an order to first protect the researchers, the Shangjing base, and the hunting base. The existence of these hunting bases has helped relieve a lot of pressure on the Shangjing base in terms of supplies. Lao Zhang, look at those zombies over there. Why are they all running to the back? The man stroked his bald head and shouted to his partner, who was also standing on the watchtower opposite him. Yeah, why are you all running back? Report to the leader and get down quickly. Lao Zhang picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. The bald man sighed, climbed down quickly, and ran straight to the leader's office to report the situation. The zombies are running back. This could be a big deal or a small one. If it was an occasional occurrence, it would be fine, but they were worried that the psychics from other bases would sneak in to hunt and steal Shanyang's assets. Yes, Shanyang base has its own territory. All the zombies in this area belong to them, and no one else can touch them. After all, the cost of living in the base is not low. If the residents can't even catch a zombie and don't have a crystal core, won't they have to leave here and go to another base? For residents, it doesn't matter where they go. As long as they are alive, they will live wherever they go. But the base commander doesn't think so. The base he built with great effort cannot collapse. He has not experienced enough of the feeling of being a local emperor. Therefore, when the bald man said that it seemed that someone with supernatural powers had stolen the assets, the young leader in front of him suddenly felt that the opportunity had come. He twirled his mustache, praised the bald man for his hard work, and asked him to go back to his post and supervise the intruder. He went straight to the base commander and spoke with great exaggeration, which really aroused the base commander's rage. The base commander pushed the woman in cool clothes sitting on his lap away, threw a plate of red fruits on the ground, and said angrily, "Li Quan, take a few brothers and follow behind to find out which base they are from. Damn it, they are so bold. You, report in time and go to my housekeeper to get a portion of sweet potatoes." Hey, thank you, base commander." He twirled his mustache again and smiled happily. He knew it. This kind of thing is the thorn in the heart of the base commander. Reporting this kind of thing will always bring benefits. Go down. The base commander embraced the woman again and buried his face in her while laughing. His hand trembled as he closed the door. Damn it, if he could experience this once, I would accept it even if I died. Brother Quan, how many people are there in total? A short man dressed in all black squatted under the eaves, and within a few seconds he blended into the color behind him. Li Quan found the 4 people who broke into the territory through the eyes of the red-billed bird. The 3 of them were resting upstairs, and the man who caused the zombie riot was cleaning the crystal core on the roof not far away. Under his feet, zombies howled and piled up into a small hill, climbing up layer by layer. 4 people, 3 of them on the 2nd floor of Lai Fu Barber Shop, and 1 is on the roof of Xi Electric Vehicle Shop. They look very powerful. Li Quan closed his eyes to soothe his sore eyes. Shall we go a little further? The short man asked. There are 4 of them, and they're evenly matched, so they're not at a disadvantage. Moreover, if we can capture him alive with injuries, I'm sure the base commander will give us more benefits. The other people also thought of this and began to act restless. Li Quan nodded. Shorty, you take the lead. Remember to give a signal. No. The short man left the wall, his body turned translucent, and he walked quickly forward. He couldn't hold on in this state for long and had to move forward as quickly as possible. Li Quan once again looked down at the 3 people through the eyes of the red-billed bird and guessed that the woman resting by the window was the little leader of this operation, because he saw the 3 people opposite her were staring at her intently, fearing that she would be in danger. As for the man outside, he had already swallowed a handful of crystal cores in one gulp, making crackling sounds like eating candy beans, which sounded quite crisp. At this time, the dwarf's body turned slightly blue, which indicated that they were safe and could charge. Li Quan waved his hand and took the lead to chase after him, and the others slowed down their pace and followed closely behind. He had made up his mind to stay hidden first, and then capture the woman and report back to the task. Chapter 94 has arrived. General Chu, there's a bird nearby watching us. The skinny man lowered his head slightly, covering his lips and teeth with his frizzy hair, and spoke in a low voice. Chu Wanfu's expression remained unchanged as he continued to look at Sumei opposite him. Don't worry about it for now. Sumei looked unhappy. Was it a recurrence of her old injury? Chu Wanfu's eyes moved down to her abdomen. He could vaguely see the violently torn flesh wrapped in layers of gauze, turned inside out, and some parts had turned white and yellow. He raised his hand to wipe away the sweat from his forehead. The weather is so hot. The wound must have festering. Issei jumped back to the second floor on time, with a long line of zombies following him. He first asked the thin and tall mutant for a bottle of water and drank it in one breath. Then he lowered his head and shook it wildly, causing water droplets to splash everywhere. Finally, he used his hands as a comb to comb his hair into a big backcomb style. My powers have recovered nearly 50%. Let's go. Juan Fu not dead. That woman, where is she standing like a mushroom? Issei squinted his eyes, as if he would just abandon her if she didn't come again. Sume opened her eyes, and the intense pain in her abdomen, as if she was bitten by millions of insects, left her without the strength to fight back. Standing in the only empty seat, she took a deep breath. Hold on a little longer. The resort hotel will be here soon. It's over. The person ran away. The dwarf appeared from the side of the tree trunk, his face covered with sweat, and he looked in disbelief at the suddenly empty second-floor room. I didn't expect that lunatic could actually teleport. Brother Quan, report the truth to the base commander. Yes, we really don't have that ability, and we really can't catch up. Just tell the truth. The base commander is a good person. He will definitely understand. That's true. Bullshit. Li Quan suddenly yelled angrily, kicked each of them hard, and grabbed one of them by the collar with a sullen face. You know nothing. The base commander asked us to find out where those people came from and whether they were against him. You said you were not strong enough and let them run away? You're looking for death. Just throw yourself into the mouths of zombies. Don't drag me into this. Quan, Brother Quan, you're scolding the wrong person. I didn't say anything just now. The man who was being held by the collar had a face full of wrinkles, 2 long brackets on his lips, and he gave a half-true, half-false smile. What's wrong with scolding you? Can I scold you? Li Quan had prominent cheekbones, inverted eyebrows, and fierce eyes. Yes. Brother Quan, you are the smartest. How do you think I should respond to this? The short man didn't want to help him out, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the problem was difficult to resolve, and he felt a little panicked. Hearing this, Li Quan let go of his hand and began to think carefully. You guys should think of a solution. Stop talking nonsense all the time. There's nothing useful to say. Suddenly Li Quan raised his head, and he actually came up with a good idea. Come here, and when we go back, we'll say that these people came from that hotel. It just so happens that the group of people who have just arrived at the base are discussing this matter. So let's go with the flow. We guarantee that there will be no complaints. This time, Issei chose to teleport to a place not far from the hotel to avoid being struck by lightning again. After more than 10 seconds of anxiety, the group finally landed safely. Sume looked up eagerly to find the location of the hotel. Is it there? Issei said, pointing to the super tall building in the northeast corner. This building looks really weird. The decorations below the 5th floor are exquisite and brand new, but from the 6th floor onwards, the decoration levels are reversed and it becomes a shaky and dangerous building. Yes, that's it. Go over there. Sume was trembling with excitement and rushed to the front. Turn the corner down the street, and the hotel is just opposite. A very modern hotel actually stands in a desolate ruin. This strong sense of weirdness is like seeing a fast food restaurant on the bottom of the sea or a bath center in the desert. Moreover, they could look inside through the huge French windows in the lobby. The decoration inside was exactly the same as before the apocalypse, which was hundreds of times better than the hotel in the Shangjing base, not to mention that meals and water were provided here. Sume couldn't wait to push open the door, and the comfortable warmth greeted her. Welcome. Would you like to stay or have a meal? A bear came over and sprayed them a few times with disinfectant spray. Sume recognized the bear and asked, Where's Boss Xia? I have something important to discuss with her. Xiong took back the spray and put it into the shoulder bag that Xia Yan specially gave it to store things. Boss Xia is chatting with customers in the store. If you need anything, you can come to me. Xiong folded his hands and placed them on his lower abdomen. His behavior was very anthropomorphic. Store? Take me. Sume, check in first. Chu Wanfu interrupted her and winked at Issei. The latter reacted immediately and took out a second-level crystal core from his pocket. Excuse me, 2 double rooms. Xiong silently counted the number of people and said, Guest, you need to give me 2 crystal cores. One person cannot open 2 rooms. Upon hearing this, Issei immediately handed over another one. Ma'am, which 2 customers are you staying with? No need, give me a single room. Sume took out the points card. Swiped the card quickly and efficiently. Sume looked around and was more and more surprised. Not only was the area much larger than before, but there were also more elevators and even a cafeteria. Others were so surprised that they were speechless. They glanced at every corner of the store, automatically ignoring the two extra-large TVs and the glittering golden elevator, and focused all their attention on two different brands. Restaurants, cafeterias, buffet. They didn't know if this was a gimmick. After all, even the most high-end hotels in Beijing didn't dare to say they had buffets. The calmest person here is Chu Wanfu. He had previously carefully read the materials submitted by Su Mei and already had a general understanding of the hotel. After the senior researchers at the Shangjing base repeatedly reviewed the records of existing superpowers and studied the lunchbox, they came to the following preliminary conclusions. 1. This is a new supernatural power of super high quality. 2. There's a powerful force behind the hotel. Chu Wanfu prefers the second option. Judging from Su Mei's report alone, the hotel has no shortage of electricity and water, is able to hide from zombies, and allows people to sleep safely at night. This makes it the ideal residence that all people with special abilities dream of. More importantly, it can inspire those with special abilities to defend desperately. When everyone's beliefs are consistent, it is the most difficult to defeat. Compared with other bases, Shangjing is definitely superior, whether in terms of the growth rate of the psychics in each base or the abundance of resources. And at this moment, a holiday hotel suddenly appeared, and there were too many unknowns. The purpose of this trip is twofold. One is to purchase supplies, preferably to establish long-term cooperation, and the other is to find out the situation and see which side the forces belong to. That's why he had to come. Chu Wanfu put away his thoughts and looked at the three people coming out of the corridor, his eyes falling on the young woman who was walking in the first place with a smile on her face. Is this the owner of the resort hotel? Chapter 95, My Lovely Little Dear is Gone. Lu Ju, you should have told me earlier so I could prepare some snacks for you. This is too hasty. Take this bag of fruit with you and eat it on the way. Xia Yan pulled down a plastic bag and put the fruits in the basket into it one by one. Sister Xia, you're so good to me, Lu. The fruit is so expensive and you still gave me so much. No, it's not easy for you to run a store. Xiaolu can't accept it. Lu Ju's eyes were red and he was deeply moved. He grabbed Lan Wu's hand and shook it gently, begging in a low voice. Brother, Xiaolu wants to stay a few more days. Lan Wu stretched out his fingers and gently placed them on her lips to wipe away her tears. Stop making trouble. If he lives here any longer, he won't have a wife. Xiaolu is right. Fruits are so precious, we can't just take them for free. It's 123 points in total, right? Go ahead and swipe it. Lan Wu quickly swiped his card and stuffed a banana into Lu Ju's hand, coaxing him gently. Good boy, little dear. You've grown up and know not to take other people's things for free. Great. After hearing the system prompt that he had successfully received 123 points, Xia Yan smiled even more happily. Lan Wu, if you can still carry her, bring a few more boxes of lunch. I have worked hard to keep her plump and white. Don't let her starve to death. Lan Wu paused his hand that was touching the little deer's head and looked at Xia Yan speechlessly. It's as if he doesn't need to spend points to eat. Thank you, Boss Xia. You gave us so many things that our backpacks can no longer hold them. He emphasized the word send. Xia Yan pretended not to hear. Looking at Lu Ju's tearful expression, he really felt reluctant to let her go. But wouldn't like a soft and cute little lowly who calls you sister, every day. Little dear, come and play later. Yeah, I got it. Lu Ju's pink nose was sobbing, and crystal clear tears hung on her long eyelashes. It's getting late, little dear, we should go. Lan Wu gently pinched her earlobe, rested his forehead against her, and the love in his eyes was so strong that it seemed to overflow. Xia Yan saw them out the door, only to see Lan Wu hanging the bulging backpack on his chest, carrying Lu Ju on his back, and saying take care to her gently, with a tone of sincere gratitude and blessings. At this moment, a pair of large white wings appeared out of thin air on both sides of his chest. The tips of the wings were somewhat transparent, and they flapped gently and rushed into the blue sky. Sister Xia, let's go. Lu Ju hugged his neck and waved his right hand. Xia Yan seemed to suddenly remember something and put her hands to her mouth in the shape of trumpets. Xiaolu, help your sister promote the hotel when you go back. Don't forget. Okay. Lu Ju responded from afar, and their figures became farther and farther away, disappearing on the top of the dilapidated building in the blink of an eye. Xia Yan withdrew her gaze and turned to look at the 5 people who had been waiting for her for a long time. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. After a few simple greetings, she learned that this man named Chu Wanfu was their leader and had absolute say. The aura of a superior is fully revealed in his concise and clear words and gestures. Sumei's anxious heart had long since calmed down. Anyway, she had already arrived at the hotel, so the matter was settled. Xiong, have you checked the customer in? Xiong nodded obediently. Xia Yan quickly scanned them and saw that they were neatly dressed and in good spirits, except Sumei. However, one of them had a faint smell of being burned by electricity, which she quickly associated with the intruder mentioned by the system. Maybe they're talking about them. At this time, Chu Wanfu glanced at Sumei. Sumei forced herself to cheer up and said to Xia Yan, "Boss Xia, do you still remember the agreement we made? Due to some reasons, I came late. I wonder if the agreement still counts." Xia Yan smiled and replied, "It counts." Sumei breathed a sigh of relief visibly. Chu Wanfu then took the opportunity to continue the conversation. "Boss Xia, if it is convenient, can we talk about it in detail?" "Of course. I wonder if you have eaten yet? The shop has just opened a buffet restaurant with a wide variety of dishes and fresh meat. We can talk while we eat." "Good." Xia Yan led the four people through the glass corridor and went directly to the buffet restaurant. At this time, the robot came to collect points. Chu Wanfu winked, and he stood in front of Xia Yan. "We can just pay for it ourselves." Xia Yan pretended to stop them and then went with them. Now they are in a hurry to buy things, so there is naturally no reason for her to treat them. It will be difficult to turn the situation around after putting the cart before the horse. Ise originally thought that the buffet restaurant mentioned by Basya would at most serve porridge, pickled vegetables, fried rice, fried bacon, etc., and most of them would be pickled foods. After all, they're the easiest to preserve. The largest restaurant in the Shangjing base basically serves these dishes. As for fresh vegetables, fresh rice, white noodles, and the like, they are available, but not only are they expensive, there are also special supplies that only designated people can eat. So when he saw the long dining table filled with all kinds of fresh meats and vegetables, and even fresh fruits, not canned, but fresh, it was several levels higher than the restaurant at the Shangjing base. The surprised single eyelids were squeezed into a round arc. When he heard the robot say that it only required 60 points, he almost doubted his own ears. What kind of magical link is this? "Everyone, come in. Take whatever you want to eat. You're welcome. There's no limit on the amount in the buffet restaurant. Just don't waste it." Xia Yan reminded gently, took out the plates, and handed them over. Chu Wanfu was the first to come back to his senses. He thanked her, walked to the food counter naturally, and picked up the food. They were startled then and followed him with their plates in hand. After being shocked, Sumei took a whole plate of meat without any hesitation. She was weak and in urgent need of a lot of meat. She wanted to eat a lot. After finding a random table and sitting down, Xia Yan placed a plate in front of him and stood up to get a glass of happy water. At this time, Chu Wanfu came over with different foods scattered on his plate and nodded to her. "Would you like something to drink? There are various beverages and beers to choose from. Just a cup of coffee will do." Chu Wanfu looked around at the machines flashing different lights and said casually. Xia Yan took a step back, put on a professional smile, spread out one hand to show the beverage machine, and replied, "Anything is fine. Want her to help him pick up the phone? Think she's a babysitter? Dream on." Chu Wanfu's expression remained unchanged. He took out the cup very naturally, placed it at the exit, and pressed the coffee button. A faint sound of grinding coffee beans came from the machine. After a few seconds, dark brown coffee liquid flowed out, and the rich coffee aroma floated in the air. Chu Wanfu took a deep breath and sighed. "It's been a long time since I smelled such a pure scent." He picked up the coffee cup, took a sip, and savored it carefully. It's really rare that they use freshly ground coffee for mandling. Chapter 96, let's talk about business. As long as the guests like it. Xia Yan was not a local, so naturally he didn't know where the coffee was produced. He only felt that the coffee had a rich taste, a bit burnt and bitter, and sometimes if he smelled it carefully, he could smell the aroma of chocolate and nuts. Chu Wanfu raised his eyes and looked at her. "Boss Xia is really young and promising. You too." She smiled, pretending not to understand his hidden meaning. She walked back to the dining table, which was filled with plates. A large plate of braised pork bones, a large plate of charcoal grilled pork chops, a braised fish, a steamed fish for plates of steak and lamb chops, a chopped pepper fish head, and a whole smoked chicken. Xia Yan felt that they had brought all the food here. "Boss Xia, please move aside. Be careful with the oil." Sumei was standing behind her, holding a large plate of meat that was sticking out and shaky. Her eyes were shining at the sight of so much meat that she didn't even care that the gauze wrapped around her right hand was stained with a large oil stain. Xia Yan pulled out a stool and let her in. Boom! A few pieces of meat from the top of the plate fell off, hit the fish head, bounced a few times, and fell on the dining table. Sume quickly picked them up and put them in her mouth, with a happy expression on her face. Meat, full of protein, melts in your mouth. Delicious. Chu Wanfu drank his coffee and glanced at her indifferently. Soon, the other three came back with drinks in their hands. The one called Ize sat next to Chu Wanfu, and the other two pulled dining chairs from the side and sat on both sides of the table. There was no unnecessary nonsense. Everyone looked at each other and agreed to eat first and talk later. They started eating without saying a word. You'll have the energy to talk only when you are full. Everyone devoured the meal with voracious mouthfuls. Most of the plates on the table were eaten up. Sume's appetite was even more alarming. She didn't even need to drink a sip of water and just kept eating the meat. Xia Yan didn't know that this was also Su Mei's special ability. She could convert the food she ingested into energy to repair an injured body. When the body was unharmed, this energy could be distributed to the limbs to increase muscle toughness and increase endurance during running. A sprinting girl. Probably because he saw them eating so happily, Xia Yan's appetite also increased and he ate a lot more. Finally, he put down his chopsticks when he couldn't eat any more and drank the warm milk slowly. Soon Chu Wanfu also put down his chopsticks and took another cup of coffee. The freshly ground coffee is steaming, and fine mist rises and gradually dissipates, leaving a rich coffee aroma in the air with a hint of chocolate sweetness. Chu Wanfu blew on the wine, took a sip, and started talking about business. Boss Xia, in addition to boxed lunches, can we take away the food here? If so, the price is negotiable. General Chu, do you mean to buy back the food here as well? The three of them raised their heads and looked at Chu Wanfu and then at Xia Yan with burning eyes. If only they could take some home so their families can eat meat. Xia Yan put down the cup. Sorry, no. Currently, only boxed lunches can be taken away. Both the restaurant and the buffet restaurant require dine-in. There may be takeout delivery activities later, but the buffet restaurant will not be included. Boss Xia, although this place is called a buffet restaurant, you are the boss and you can do everything for the main hotel. As long as you agree, what can't be sold? Why bother with the name of a buffet restaurant? Wow, she actually thought what he said made sense. This Chu Wanfu is a little difficult to deal with. Xia Yan frowned almost imperceptibly and raised his hand to call the robot. This is your first time eating here, so you may not know the rules here. I'll let it introduce them to you. The robot faced the crowd, and an electronic mechanical sound came from inside its body. Dear customer, here are the rules and regulations of the buffet restaurant. 1. Extravagance and waste are strictly prohibited. Violators will be fined 500 points and fined 5 hours of work. 2. Any form of stealing food from this restaurant is strictly prohibited. Violators will be driven into the level 5 zombie group. 3. It is strictly forbidden to fight each other in the store or injure restaurant staff. Violators will be driven into the level 5 zombie group. Please pay special attention that all meals in this restaurant cannot be taken away or sold outside. So please don't ask for anything. Xia Yan waved his hand to let it go, looked at Chu Wanfu and said, boxed lunch is also a good choice. Hearing this, the 4 people sitting next to her grabbed their plates and stuffed meat into their mouths again. Eat quickly. Eat more. You don't know when you will eat meat next time. Okay, what kind of activity is the takeaway delivery that Boss Xia mentioned just now? Is there a distance range? Chu Wanfu put down his coffee cup, placed his hands naturally on the table, and looked at her calmly. Xia Yan picked up the milk leisurely and drank it in small sips. System, did you hear what he asked? Explain it to me quickly. No distance limit. You can order food with a points card, excluding buffet restaurants, and the food will be delivered within 5 seconds. After getting the answer, she put down the cup, smiled calmly, and said slowly, my current idea for this activity is that there is no limit on distance. No matter where you are, you can use the points card to realize the ultra-long distance ordering and delivery service. System, damn it, you tricked me. Ize and Su Mei were shocked. No distance limit? As long as you have a points card? Is it so magical? Chu Wanfu had the same idea. He even thought that this was just an excuse made up by Boss Xia to deal with him. Boss Xia is really full of ideas. Chu Wanfu couldn't praise him anymore. How much is left in a lunchbox? Su Mei asked anxiously. She actually wanted to ask if there were any sanitary napkins left, but compared to food, having a full stomach was more important. There are several hundred boxes. She didn't count the exact number every day, but there were 11 large freezers full of them. Okay, what about the other stuff? That, both. Can you sell me some more fruit? Can. Sume finally put down the heavy stone in her heart and looked at the skinny young boy across from her. Thank you for troubling me this time. Thank you. He nodded without saying a word. Sume originally wanted to bring along a teammate with spatial abilities, but she didn't expect that she would die on the battlefield, and all the supplies in the space were gone. However, in the early days of the team, she listened to the advice given by experienced teammates and, with the agreement of all members, did not put all the team supplies in the hands of one person. She hid half of them in her residence and other places. Now that she has dug out a part of them, she plans to buy more things to take back. The dead are gone, and the living are like this. Chu Wanfu pondered for a moment and made new plans in his mind. The furnishings of the resort hotel were completely beyond his expectations. The entire interior of the hotel presented an ideal state in peacetime. He could fully imagine what a shock it would cause when the resort hotel appeared in front of all the superpowers. A resort hotel is the ideal place to live in the doomsday. There is nothing like it in the world. Chapter 97. The courtyard is completed. After a happy lunch, Xia Yan watched the 5 people take the elevator upstairs. Call. She breathed a sigh of relief. How could Sume bring such a difficult person here? She simply ignored the conversation, drank her tea, and left him alone, and naturally he shut up. But she used a lot of brain cells today, the kind that even eating a lot of eggs can't make up for. Xia Yan rubbed his throbbing temples, relaxed his shoulders and neck, and prepared to go see how the backyard was installed. Now 3 hours have passed, and the backyard has taken shape. But she has been busy and has no time to go there. Now she is finally free. Letting Xiong watch the store door, she walked through the corridor and pushed open the back door. After a burst of crackling virtual fireworks bloomed before our eyes, a handful of flowers fell from the sky. She held it in her arms, her joy evident. Oh, when did the system become so romantic? There was even a sense of ritual. It really is the day of being pampered by the system. The courtyard did not disappoint her either, and was 100% similar to the schematic diagram. What she liked most was an extra-large, pure, white parasol in the corner of the courtyard, with a small round tea table underneath, 2 rows of log-colored wooden sofas, a very large hanging chair on the right, and a sink on the left for washing fruit so that she didn't have to run around. Xia Yan lay down in the hanging chair. The soft cushion instantly wrapped her up. She pressed the button next to her, and the hanging chair began to rock gently. It was as if she was sleeping in the slowly unrolling clouds in the sky, warm and comfortable. She gradually felt sleepy, yawned, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Ease, don't use your powers here. Brother Chu Wanfu, I understand. Follow the store rules. Tell them to. Okay, got it. The door closed again. Chu Wanfu looked around casually and closed his eyes. Be careful with what you say and do, and beware of ears. Employees are used to pass messages, run errands, and do work. Xia Yan asked 003 to call Xian downstairs. She ordered 2 long skirts, both in Xian's favorite colors. At this moment, it is beautifully packaged in a gift box, waiting for its owner to open it personally. Not long after, with a ding sound, a figure rushed out of the elevator. Little beauty, you are so nice. Xian sat on the sofa with a sweet giggle, her eyes shining brightly. Is this the dress for me? Xia Yan corrected. It's not giving, it's selling. Okay, how many points? 500. Xian stopped opening the gift box, glanced at her, and secretly wondered if there were still a few second-level crystal cores in her pocket. It doesn't matter whether you buy it or not. Just open it and take a look. The color is so bright. It will definitely look good on you. Xia Yan turned into an enthusiastic salesperson and kept urging her to open the box. Take it apart. How can you buy it if you don't? Xian felt that she was right. She took a deep breath, felt excited, and pulled the ribbon with trembling hands. She took out the clothes, tremblingly, shook them flat, and then her eyes widened. After a while, there was a scream. I like it. It's my cup of tea. I'll buy it. Xia Yan took the secondary crystal core. She handed over and smiled like a little devil. There's also a gift box next to it, which is also very beautiful. She knew that Xian liked this kind of well-cut and stylish skirt that reflected the feminine side. Xian hurriedly opened the other box, held it up, and saw that she also liked it very much. I want both. They look so pretty. Xia Yan weighed the 2 crystal cores in his hand. He earned 600 points for the 2 skirts, which was a high profit. Xian folded the clothes neatly, put them into a gift box, and hurried back to try them on. Xia Yan and Xiong were the only ones left in the hall. She turned on the TV and planned to find a variety show to watch. Xiong, have the guests who have stayed here done anything strange these days? Xiong took a cup of warm water, placed it on the coffee table in front of her, and said, "No, the customers are all staying in the room quietly." "Well, tell all your employees to pay more attention and notify me immediately if anything seems wrong." Xia Yan picked up the cup and took a sip of water, his eyes fixed on the TV screen. The Holiday Hotel again. In the Shenyang base commander Zhao Tianfu slammed his fist on the table, and a long crack instantly appeared on the smooth marble tabletop. I originally thought that I would not interfere with her. I didn't expect her to come and provoke me again and again. Zhao Tianfu stood up suddenly, put his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth with an angry face. Not far from him, Li Quan and others half lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. It's fine for a woman to live her life secretly, but I will turn a blind eye and let her go. Do you have to irritate me like this? Fine. Fine. Zhao Tianfu touched the irregular bald spot on the top of his head, grinned, and revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Looks like we have to teach her a lesson. Li Quan, I'm here. Li Quan hurriedly walked out of the team, trying his best to lower his back so as not to look taller than Zhao Tianfu. You and your brothers should go to the Holiday Hotel and check it out. If that girl dares to resist, kill her immediately. Zhao Tianfu sneered, placed his hands on the table, and activated his supernatural powers. The heavy marble disappeared instantly. The pressure from the 5th level supernatural power user was like a mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Li Quan's forehead was covered with sweat. He nodded and turned around to greet his teammates. Wait, what's the point of sending these idiots? I'll send you 3 4th level psychics, and you'll be the captain. Remember, you must bring that girl back. If you can't bring her back, Zhao Tianfu snorted coldly and continued. You all don't have to come back. Yes. Li Quan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and for a moment he didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Not long after, the 3 psychics mentioned by Zhao Tianfu walked in. Each of them is nearly 2 meters tall, with strong limbs, bulging muscles, and great explosive power. Li Quan felt that this mission was a success. The Iron Arm Trio is the most famous team in the base. No matter what the mission is, the 3 of them have never failed. According to rumors, the 3 men had helped Zhao Tianfu secure his position as base chief and had done a lot of things for him, which had offended a bunch of people. So Zhao Tianfu was extremely generous to the 3 men and would proactively send them supplies without them having to ask for anything. Li Quan was a little nervous at the moment. With a height of 1.7 meters, he looked like a child sandwiched between the 3 people, thin and small, as if he would disappear if they pinched him with their giant hands. Don't worry, Zhao Tianfu. Leave this matter to the 3 of us brothers. Wait for our good news. The strongest man among the 3 patted his chest, full of confidence. Chapter 98, Talking About Business. After a good night's sleep, Xia Yan was now sitting in the restaurant drinking porridge and eating steamed dumplings. I heard the roaring welcome from the hall. Welcome. There are restaurants and shops inside. With the sound of chaotic footsteps, many people walked into the restaurant. Xia Yan looked carefully and found that they were the customers who did not have enough points to stay in the hotel. It seems they have found a place to stay nearby. Seeing more and more customers in the restaurant, she finished her buns in a few bites and got up to leave. When she passed by the store, she happened to see some customers buying breakfast from the breakfast machine and sharing it with their families. Packaging bags were scattered all over the floor. Xia Yan took a look and called Qing Mingzi, asking her to be responsible for the hygiene of the store and restaurant and to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Xiong at the front desk was checking a customer in. Probably because he had obtained a lot of crystal cores from killing zombies in the past 2 days, and finally someone was willing to stay in the hotel. With the sound of the elevator dinging, 5 people walked out. The leading man saw Xia Yan in the middle of the hall at a glance. Morning, Boss Xia. It turned out to be Chu Wanfu and his men. Good morning. Are you feeling comfortable in this little inn? Chu Wanfu nodded, his eyes attracted by the lively scene behind her. The hotel's business is very good. It's not a bad time. Are the guests going to eat? There are quite a lot of people in the restaurant right now, so you may have to wait for a table. We have already gotten up early and eaten. Now we want to talk to you about purchasing supplies. Chu Wanfu looked at the noisy environment and said, if it's convenient. Xia Yan pondered for a moment. Her office was replaced by the restaurant. There was no suitable place. The only feasible place was, It's convenient. Let's go to the courtyard to talk. It's quiet there. Courtyard? Sume thought it was the small area outside the hall door, but she didn't expect that. Boss Xia took them to the back and found that there was a door between the restaurant and the store. Xia Yan pushed open the door and said, "Please come in." There's a hidden world behind the door. A clean courtyard with simple lines, bonsai flowers placed everywhere, and lush fruit trees planted in a corner of the courtyard. If you look closely, you will see that the lush branches and leaves are covered with young fruits, full of vitality. Several people were stunned. But when you think about the fact that such a fantastic hotel already exists, it seems understandable that there are more courtyards like this. At the end of the courtyard is a large flat house, which seems to be shrouded in fog, and the interior decoration cannot be seen clearly. Please sit wherever you like. Xia Yan brewed a pot of Longjing tea before the rain and handed the 7/10 full teacups to everyone. Chu Wanfu withdrew his gaze from his surroundings and sat calmly on the wooden sofa. The others followed suit and sat down. Boss Xia, you are indeed powerful. Chu Wanfu took a sip of the fragrant tea, which tasted delicate, refreshing, and mellow. Good tea. Xia Yan smiled faintly and said, I'm just trying my best to stay alive. Yes, the world is difficult, with scarce supplies and resources. It is not easy to survive. Since the end of the world, many bases have sprung up everywhere. Regardless of whether they can truly protect the survivors, food and water are reserved for the best. The law of the jungle is their creed, and strength determines status. It is rare to find someone like Boss Xia who treats survivors equally. Chu Wanfu said, You're welcome. Everyone has their own aspirations. I'm lazy and just want to run the hotel and live a good life. Customers exchange crystal cores for points, and then use the points to buy the necessary supplies. I use the crystal cores to upgrade my abilities and live a more comfortable life. It's actually that simple. The customers and I each get what we need. What Boss Xia said makes sense. But has Boss Xia never thought about setting up his own base? He has so many followers and everything he wants. After all, power is something that everyone likes. Chu Wanfu raised his eyes and looked at her. Do you think I'm someone who's missing something? Xia Yan put down the teacup and said with a smile. What's more, she is not a person in the true sense. It is not bound by time and can travel through any world. It can change its appearance, voice, and other characteristics according to the needs of the task. If I say she is a human, then she is not one. If I say she is not a human, then I feel like I'm scolding her. Chu Wanfu didn't expect her to answer like this. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that she really had everything and there was really no reason to set up a base. That's true. With Boss Xia's strength, I can live a better life. Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction. Is it easy to manage a base with so many people and so many gossips? She won't waste her energy on it. The sisters are here for vacation. Let's get back to the topic. Boss Xia, how much supplies can you provide me? Chu Wanfu stood up and poured her tea, his movements natural and unpretentious. Xia Yan leaned forward slightly, put 4 fingers together, and gently stroked the cup to express his gratitude. There are only 11 large freezers with lunchboxes in stock. There are 1,756 lunch and breakfast boxes in total, with 1,120 servings of breakfast being the majority. The total points required for brunch is 18,240.8, which is 18,241 after rounding off. In addition, a 5-point handling fee is charged for each box purchased, so the total is 27,020.8. There are only over 1,000 boxes. It's not enough. The people in the team and the base, all together, are close to 50,000. Sume looked at Xia Yan, then at Chu Wanfu, who was discussing with Ize. She shook her head like a rattle and showed an anxious look on her face. Don't sell them all to Chu Wanfu. She still needs to buy lunch. Chu Wanfu has so many teams under him. He doesn't even have enough for himself. How could it be her turn? Trigger a hidden task. Establish a branch in Yinshan City. Task time, 1 week. Complete the mission reward. Activate the resort gate. Task penalty, none. Reward description. Do you want to stay in one place until you die? Don't you want to go on a trip whenever you want? Don't you want to see everything in the world with your own eyes in your lifetime? Are you just a tool for capital to make money? Let go of everything. As long as you have me, you can go anywhere. Oh, so you're the boss. The previous word is just bullshit. The following is the official introduction. This is a money-making tool. Xia Yan, who was drinking tea, suddenly saw a pop-up window in front of her eyes. She half closed her eyelids, quickly read it, and closed the interface calmly. Eden Quest, the gate to the resort? That's a cool quest. After the negotiation, Chu Wanfu asked for all the lunchboxes and expressed his hope for long-term cooperation, preferably maintaining a transaction frequency of once a week. Xia Yan readily nodded in agreement, thinking that after he finished shopping this time, the points he received would be enough to upgrade to level 5 and be able to use the takeaway system. So if they were willing to run, they could run. There is one requirement. The points must be paid in one lump sum. That's fine. What other supplies do you need? Fruits and mineral water, Chu Wanfu said tentatively. He also needed these two things, but he was not sure whether Boss Xia was willing to spend a lot of them. Xia Yan thought about it and agreed. The maximum number of each fruit is 500, and an additional handling fee of 1,500 points will be charged. For water, a handling fee of 1 point will be charged for each bottle. If you agree, I will arrange for someone to start preparing. No way. The system only agrees to charge an additional point. No problem. Chapter 99, Rich, Rich. Chapter 99, Rich, Rich. Xia Yan began to prepare the goods. She bought a bunch of paper boxes for fruit from the mall and called Qingmingzi in to help her pack them. Oranges and bananas were easy to pack, so she used 40 boxes. If she wanted to pack watermelons in boxes, she would have to buy at least 300 boxes. So Xia Yan simply put 500 watermelons on the ground and let Chu Wanfu and the others deal with it themselves. I ordered 2,000 packs of sanitary napkins, and the mall shipped them in boxes, which saved me a lot of trouble. Qingmingzi was left to pack the fruit by herself, while Xia Yan called 001 and 002 and went back and forth several times to bring 2,000 empty water bottles to the hall and asked them to start filling them with water. The mall also sells finished water, 1 point per bottle. Why didn't she buy it from the mall, but instead paid for it herself? The reason is very simple. The direct drinking water machine can produce 3 types of water: cold, warm, and hot. The water fee is charged on a monthly basis. As long as it does not exceed the standard in a month, only 1 first-level crystal core will be charged. 1 ton of water is 1,000 liters of water, and a 500 milliliters mineral water bottle can hold almost 2,000 bottles. Just think about it. That's a huge profit. Moreover, the water quality in the hotel is clean, and with the double filtration of the direct drinking water machine, it is definitely of higher quality than the 1-point water in the mall. At this time, Sume walked straight to her side, looked at the supplies on the ground, frowned, and asked, "Boss Xia, do you still have lunchboxes for sale? I haven't bought any for my teammates yet." Just now, she almost couldn't help quarreling with Chu Wanfu. She also had to take care of her own people. If Boss Xia hadn't winked at her, she would have rushed forward directly. "We're out of lunchboxes for now. There's so many customers these days that there's basically nothing left." That, Sume's head buzzed. Was she fooled by Boss Xia? As expected, businessmen still value profit more. Chu Wanfu was obviously more powerful than her, so she couldn't even get a number to buy supplies? Damn capital. The takeaway delivery service should be available tomorrow. Wouldn't it be better for you to just eat hot meals directly? Xia Yan winked at her and smiled slyly. She has to sell the lunchboxes in the freezer first. She can't just keep them there. What she has in her hands is not capital, but cost. Sume hurriedly changed the direction of the complaints in her mind. The lovely Boss Xia. "We're so far away. Can you deliver? And I'm the only one with the store's points card. Can others order food too?" There is no distance limit for delivery. As for the card issue, they can process it with your points card when you return. Call your leader down and ask him to collect the items. The floor of the hall was becoming more and more crowded, with no place to step. Sume got on the elevator and went upstairs in a daze. After a while, the 5 people returned to the hall again. Chu Wanfu looked at the supplies on the ground with surprise in his eyes. Just put them in front of everyone like this? Aren't they afraid of being snatched? And the speed was too fast. Does she have space too? Put these away after you've taken inventory. Yes. Chu Wanfu sat on the sofa, looking upright at the 2 second-dimensional employees who were getting water. It's not like he hasn't seen superpowers that can control dolls, and the number is much greater than the one she has. But the other party only has this one ability, and Boss Xia, what exactly is her ability? It's completely unpredictable. Brother Wanfu, the number of oranges and bananas is just right. The sanitary napkins have not been unpacked, so the number matches. Ize stacked the boxes together and let the skinny man put them into the space. Chu Wanfu, note that. The watermelon is in the backyard. Let's go get the lunchboxes now. Xia Yan raised his eyebrows as he watched the supplies disappear in an instant. Wait a moment, recharge some points. Hearing this, the skinny man took out a small bag from the space and handed it to Chu Wanfu. He stood up and walked to the cashier counter, took out a handful of level 3 crystal cores from a bag, mixed with a few level 5 crystal cores, and charged them all into the card. Let's go. Chu Wanfu looked at her and said. Xia Yan led the way. In the store, 11 large refrigerators are stacked up to the ceiling, making people worry that the glass on the bottom layer will break due to being too heavy. If you look more closely, you can see that there is a 2 centimeters gap between each layer of the freezer and the glass below, and there is no contact at all. Xia Yan asked Xiong to take down the top freezer and put on the ground. All the lunchboxes are here. There are 1,756 of them in total. Can we take another inventory? 1756 is the number given by the system. There is absolutely no way it can be wrong. No need. I believe in Boss Ya's character. Just pretend. Chu Wanfu waved his hand indifferently. The skinny man standing behind him walked to the front, pushed open the glass door, put his hands on it, and the lunchbox disappeared into the freezer in the blink of an eye. Soon, all the lunchboxes were collected by him in the space. Xia Yan led them to collect the watermelons again. When they returned to the hall, 001 and 002 stood obediently in front of the many bottles of mineral water to look at the goods. After receiving the instructions, the skinny man stepped forward and collected all the water into the space. Boss Ya, how many points are there in total? It's a good deal. 56,020.8. I'll round off the decimal and just give me 56020. Xia Yan smiled and gestured for him to swipe the card. With 50,000 points, she can directly upgrade to level 5. After the last upgrade, when the system reminded her that it would take 20,000 points to upgrade to level 5, she had been looking forward to Su Mei bringing people here. The day they came would be the day for her to upgrade again. Chu Wanfu cleared the points without any nonsense, looked directly at her, and said, Boss Xia, I hope we can continue to cooperate next time. Xia Yan smiled as he heard the system's notification sound of points being credited to his account. No problem. Since we have already bought the things, we will leave first. Don't you want to eat before you leave? It's only a little after 3 o'clock. You're leaving so soon. Are you sure you don't want to eat at the buffet restaurant? Izay and the other two showed regretful expressions, looking at the buffet restaurant reluctantly, their apples moving up and down, and it seemed that they still wanted to have a big meal. Who knows if they will come next time? Is it easy to eat meat? No. I have a mission and can't stay for long. Chu Wanfu smiled. He had more important things to do than eating. This is the end of my preliminary observation of Mr. Xia and the hotel. It is enough to be able to establish a friendly cooperative relationship for now. Seeing that he was so sure, Xia Yan didn't bother to keep him anymore. He had made a lot of money today, so he didn't mind these 300 points. Chu Wanfu asked everyone to leave, and found that someone was missing. He frowned and asked, Where is Su Mei? Izay wanted to say that he didn't see it either. I'm here. Su Mei came running back from the corridor, holding more than 10 boxes of lunch in her arms, and said to Xia Yan in a hurry, Boss Xia, give me a few plastic bags. Wait for me for a while. It will be ready soon. It turned out that Su Mei was not giving up. She ran into the store again and looked through the freezer again. Later, she found that there were still unsold boxed meals on the breakfast and lunch machines. After being surprised, she bought them all. She opened the refrigerator and filled 2 bags with iced water. After swiping the card, she mouthed something to Xia Yan and followed Chu Wanfu out of the hotel. Don't forget about food delivery. Chapter 100 Takeaway System is now open. That night, Xia Yan started to upgrade as soon as he returned to his private room. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Resort Hotel, Level 5. Please select the number of rooms. Single room 0, plus or minus. Double room 0, plus or minus. Family room 0, plus or minus. Available rooms 50 rooms. Xia Yan didn't expect that family rooms would appear in this upgrade. Currently, there are enough single rooms. Most double rooms are crammed with 3 people, so more family rooms can be added. How much is the family room? 100 points/day. Yes, add 30 family rooms and 20 double rooms. Current number of rooms, 50 double rooms, 23 single rooms, 30 family rooms. Single room has its own 2 square meter bathroom. Public bathroom has been canceled. Movie theaters can be opened. 50,000 points are required. Leisure and entertainment areas. 50,000 points are required. New hot pot restaurant. Can takeaway service be opened? Is it open? Yes. Opened. Takeaway delivery service requires upgrading the points card and requires payment of 18,888 points. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade. The points card has been upgraded. To make it easier for customers to carry, the point card has been updated to a 1 centimeter embedded card. Target location: forearm. The points card will not cause any discomfort to customers. The latest version of the points card allows ordering through a virtual pop-up window, and the food is delivered to the destination within 5 seconds, and the customer's dining safety is 100% guaranteed. Tip: 2 product packagers are required for the initial stage. After carefully understanding the situation of this upgrade, Xia Yan stood up and walked out of the room, ready to go to the hotel to take a look. As soon as she stepped through the back door of the hotel, she discovered that the room that originally had the word restaurant on it had been converted into a takeaway center. The store on the right had doubled in size, and the solid wall had been replaced with thick glass, so she could clearly see what was going on inside, even from the lobby. The store is divided into a food area and a supplies area. 11 large freezers are lined up against the wall, flashing slightly, indicating that they are ready for use. The store entrance is also equipped with a robot, still with a round head, holding a card reader and a high-energy current stick, and the screen in front of its chest reads, "No entry without a card." Xia Yan took a look at the door, then turned and walked into the takeaway packaging center. This place is not what she imagined. The whole house is built of silver-white metal. In the corner of the east wall, there is a transparent square conveyor belt extending upward. Below is a large bubble rolling left and right, filled with colorful liquid. Next to the bubble is a transparent square conveyor belt. Continuing forward is a 1-meter wide operating table. 4 ribbons of different colors emerge from the 4 corners, swaying in the air. When Xia Yan was about to read on, a prompt suddenly popped up on the system. Please note that a customer has placed an order through the ordering platform. Please arrange for staff to serve the food as soon as possible. Whether to purchase employees. Yes. She was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that someone would start placing orders for takeout right after the upgrade. Successfully paid 1,000 points. Do you want to change your name? Change it to Xiaolu and Xiaoqi. Then her eyes blurred and 2 employees wrapped tightly in blankets appeared in front of her. One of them walked to the first operating table, and the other walked to the end of the conveyor belt and stood still. As the employees arrived at their posts, the conveyor belt that had been extending upward began to work. A bowl of hot beef brisket noodles appeared from the top, gradually descended, and landed on the big bubble. It bounced, and with a pop sound, the outer layer of the bubble exploded from the bottom, wrapping up the beef noodles. The preliminarily packaged beef noodles are sent to the conveyor belt under the rotation of the bubble circle and arrive at the first operating platform. Employee Xiaolu casually pulled out a light blue ribbon from the corner, wrapped it around the bubble with neat movements, tied a beautiful bow on the top, and then sent the beef noodles onto the conveyor belt, which fell into an olive-shaped machine that was half a person's height. There was a line of small golden words floating inside, which was the order information. Under Xiaoyu's operation, it was pasted on the outer packaging of the beef noodles, and then slowly fell onto the conveyor belt below and came to the second operating station, waiting for the next step of operation. Employee Xiaoqi quickly walked over from the end of the conveyor belt and sprayed the information bar with the small purple bottle on the table. Instantly, the information emerged from the void and surrounded the food. There was a faint flash of electric current, and it could only be opened by the person who placed the order. Xiaoqi returns to the end of the conveyor belt, takes the meal, and stuffs it into the takeaway conveyor machine that rotates continuously inward on the wall. The beef noodles will be delivered to the customer within 2 seconds. 2 seconds later, the conveyor made a ding sound, indicating that the takeaway had been delivered. After looking through the entire process, Xia Yan found that only 2 employees were not enough, so he immediately bought 2 more employees, naming them Xiaoba and Xiaojiu. Xia Yan left the takeaway delivery center. Xiong was still guarding the door in the hall. The big golden words behind the cash register were hard to ignore. There was a stack of hotel brochures on the cashier counter. She picked one up, opened it, and found the latest version of the hotel's layout details. She called Xiong and asked it to distribute flyers to the customers staying upstairs, and also to each customer coming into the store tomorrow. The location of the cafeteria remains unchanged after level 5. The elevator remains the same, but the staircase has been widened to twice its original size, and the steps and handrails have been completely replaced. She planned to go to the second floor to take a look. She took the elevator up, and the moment the elevator door opened, she saw the words Lao Chuanyu Hot Pot Restaurant on the plaque opposite, and a robot was standing behind the reception desk. However, the door of the hot pot restaurant was locked, and there was a sign saying under renovation on it. System, didn't you say that a new hot pot restaurant was added? Why is it still under renovation? Hot pot restaurant requires 5 employees to activate. 100 points per employee, right? 5 please. With the upgrade of the hotel, the current employee price has increased to 500 points/person. No wonder she spent 2,000 points just now. She thought it was because the meal arrangements were different from those for ordinary employees, but it turned out that the price had increased. What is the current store turnover? 40132. How many points are needed to reach level 6? 600000. How many? 600000. Xia Yan was too tired to complain. Could it be that the system thought she was leveling up too fast and deliberately increased her score? Would it take her a year or two to accumulate 600,000 points? We'll talk about the upgrade later. Now, give me 5 employees and start the hot pot restaurant. Ugh. The seal in front of the hot pot restaurant disappeared. The door opened, and 5 cute employees wearing bubble skirt uniforms and dark blue bibs tied around their waists were wiping tableware in the store. The store was brightly lit with employees moving around. Xia Yan nodded with satisfaction. By the way, the system has a water and electricity fee calculation table installed in each room. If the amount exceeds the specified limit, the water and electricity fees will be borne by the customer themselves and will be deducted on the day of checkout. For long-term customers, the fees will be deducted every 3 days.